Chapter 361, Ghost Mansion. At night, Duan Muhui saw it again to see Dangana. Ghost? Speaking of this topic, Konami's face turned pale. But she still repeated to Duan Muhui the story she heard from the student. This is a story my friend told me. There is an uninhabited mansion near Paris Academy. I heard that it used to be a villa for princes and nobles. But something happened a long time ago. So it has been closed. Recently. It is not safe. So everyone travels in groups. The room was dark. And I didn't know if it was for the atmosphere. But I saw Konami lit a candle and placed it in front of herself. My classmates A and B were the same. They were good friends. So they went home together after school. However, when they arrived in front of the mansion, B suddenly pointed to the window and shouted that there was someone. When they looked over, she saw no one. She thought B must have seen it wrong. But B insisted that she saw someone. And it was B's good friend H. Having said this, Konami's voice became even lower. At that time, Zai had disappeared for several days. Asan only felt that his friend was worried that he had an illusion. Besides, even if it was abandoned there, they would not be able to break through the house as a noble lady. So A only comforted BZZ, and then took her away. And then, the next day, BZ disappeared. Duan Muhui sat by the wall with his arms folded, watching Konami Kinto's performance in silence. Everyone was quite surprised at the time. According to B's parents, B went to school early the next morning. But the teacher did not see B coming to school. I was of course very worried. However, when she returned home from school that afternoon, she suddenly thought of what B had said before. So A raised her head and looked towards the window on the second floor of the annex building. Then she saw B was standing there with a pale face, staring at her. After that, I was scared back home. The next day, she took several friends together. But she didn't see the figure of BZZ again, but just when Azzy felt that she was only illusory. After returning home, suddenly one hand behind her. Crash! Wow! However, before Konami Jianeng finished her words, the door suddenly opened. At this moment, Konami Jianeng jumped up in fright and ran directly behind Duan Muhui. Then the lights came on, and Miss Horikawa Nami walked in. Ah! It's already dinner time. Do two need to dine? Of course. Thank you for your help. Okay. Just a second. Hearing Duan Muhui's answer, the proprietress smiled slightly, turned around, closed the door and left. And Konami also poked her head out from behind Duan Muhui. Phew. I was really scared. If you are afraid of ghosts, don't tell ghost stories. Duan Muhui complained silently, and then got to the point. Okay. That's the end of the story. Now what? Wow. If I'm guessing correctly, that annex should belong to Princess Leia. So you mean, those noble girls, who are taken away are abducted by the king girl? I don't know. But Lady Leia wouldn't do such a thing. Having said that, Konami lowered her head in a somewhat depressed manner. I still remember that Lady Leia was very kind in the past. I escaped from my homeland and fainted on the roadside. It was Lady Leia who saved me. So I swear to dedicate everything to your highness. No wonder. Hearing this, Duan Muhui nodded. And he also felt that he saw that Dang Yanmai sacrificed herself for the sake of the king. In short, no matter whether it is really weird, just go to the house to investigate everything. You should be familiar with it. Well, I have followed the hall a few times before. There have never been any accidents. And there is no ghost. In short, you'll know when you get there. Let's go tonight. Eh? At night? Hearing this, Konami's face turned even paler. Of course. Otherwise you plan to go during the day? Shiro. Ghosts won't come out during the day. Right? Didn't you say before that there were no ghosts? Well, now that things have come to this, Konami has no reason to object. So after dinner, the two left the hotel and went to the legendary ghost mansion. The outside city at night was different from the daytime. The Herman soldiers who were full of martial arts were patrolled around. But of course, they couldn't help them. On the surface, it seems to be just an ordinary foreign museum. There is no light in it. It looks quiet. And it looks like living at all. I remember. The key should be here. Please wait a moment. Konami quietly moved the flower pot. Then took out a key and opened the door. Squeak. There was a dead silence in the word museum. And only a slight noise came when the door opened. And echoed in the death of the dead. Oh. Looking at the dark mansion, Kanami was a little hesitant. But Duanmu Huai strode directly in. Seeing Duanmu Huai walk in, Kanami had no choice but to follow him in. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like anyone has ever lived here. Walking through the corridor and arriving at the hall, Duanmu Huai glanced around and reached out to wipe the table gently. The thick dust proved that it looked like no one had lived here for a long time. Let's go to the second floor first. According to Kanami Mito's ghost story, the figure that the student saw should be in the room at the end of the west side of the mansion. There were not many rooms on the second floor, and Duanmu Huai and Kanami Mito opened them one by one. But they did not see any signs of anyone staying or living there. It's here. Standing in front of the glass window at the end, Duanmu Huai looked out and could clearly see the road outside. If he changed the angle, if someone was walking towards here from the road below, they would be able to see the person standing here just by looking up. But there are no traces here either? After checking it, I saw Dangani also asked questions. Although her strength was not very strong, the basic skills as a ninja still did not fall. No, there are indeed traces here. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pointed at the glass window in front of him. Then a beam of light shot out from it and hit the glass. And soon a person's palm print appeared. This is a human hand. Judging by its size, it should be about the same size as yours. Duanmu Huai made a comparison. Could it be that it was left over from the past? It's possible, if you didn't clean up before you left. Hearing this, Kanami Kending also frowned. After all, she was a ninja, not a maid, and the cleaning work here was not her responsibility. Anyway, let's go down and see if there's a basement here. Certainly. As soon as I walked down the stairs, the atmosphere in front of me changed instantly. Although it was not very clear, both Duanmu Huai and Jian Dang Kanami felt a strange breath, as if some indescribable atmosphere was flowing here. Sir, the light in this room is on. Go in and take a look. Duanmu Huai leaned against the wall, glanced to both sides, and then made a gesture to Kanami Jiandang, who nodded, then reached out to take out the wire and successfully opened the locked door. Then, Kanami Jiandang took a deep breath and suddenly opened the door. However, the next moment, when the two rushed into the room and saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but stand there in a daze. A naked blonde girl was sitting on a chair. Her hands were tied to the back of the chair with a belt, and her legs were tied apart. The girl's blue eyes were blank, and she only breathed from time to time. The blonde girl raised her head and stared at the ceiling, with a faint moan coming out of her mouth. From her appearance, she seemed to have almost lost consciousness, and only had instinctive reactions. This seems to be one of the missing noble ladies. Anyway, put her down first, Duanmu Huai said, walking to the chair, and reaching out to try to unbutton the dark belt that bundles the girl's limbs. However, the moment Duanmu Huai's hand touched the girl, she suddenly screamed, and her fair skin turned bright red. Then her slender body suddenly tensed up and began to tremble violently. A moment later, like a burst dam, transparent liquid poured out like a flood, sprang forward and falling to the ground. Ouch! The next moment, the girl closed her eyes and lost consciousness. What's the situation? Duanmu Huai silently looked at the unconscious girl in front of him, and exchanged a glance with Kanami Mito. You should come. Seeing this, Kanami hurried forward, rescued the girl from the chair, then put her aside and observed her carefully. It seems to be the daughter of the Angel family. She is also a student of Paris Academy. Well, now it looks like we have indeed found the source. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he drew the big sword from behind. Let's go. I think the source is inside. After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, Kanami's expression became a little gloomy, but she still nodded. Soon, the two left the room and moved forward again. Along the way, they opened several rooms, most of which were filled with imprisoned girls. They were imprisoned here and suffered all kinds of torture and abuse. It looked shocking, and the further they walked inside, the more they saw, and Kanami's expression became more and more rigid. You know, they are in the princess's villa. It would be strange if what happened here had nothing to do with Princess Leah. But why would the princess do such a thing? Although Kanami couldn't believe it, it seemed that Princess Leah had really been controlled by the demon and even did something unimaginable. In this way, The two of them came to the end. Ah! Before opening the door, Duanmu Huai and Jian Dang Kinami heard the painful screams coming from inside. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned and gestured to Jian Dang Kinami. The latter gritted his teeth, suddenly opened the door, and then the two rushed in. Ah! The screams rang out again. Under the dim light, a young girl was hung high in the air, riding on a triangular wooden harness. Her entire body was covered with scars and marks from whipping. And next to the girl, there were still two people standing there and watching the scene in front of them. Your Highness? Lady Maris? Standing there was a beautiful girl wearing a white dress and with blue hair, and a green-haired girl standing beside her who looked like her attendant. Duanmu Huai had seen the blue-haired girl on TV before, and she was Lisa's princess. Leah, you? What on earth are you doing? Seeing this scene, Kanami couldn't believe her eyes. She looked at Princess Leah in horror and asked, Hey, isn't this Kanami? However, the princess opposite did not feel like she was caught doing something bad at all. On the contrary, she looked at Kanami with a smile and spoke. You finally come back? Just right. I still lack a powerful helper. Let's help me. The Princess Leah in front of him had not changed at all from the one on TV before. It seemed that for her, this was not something shameful, but just as relaxed and normal as an afternoon tea party. On the contrary, Kanami couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the scene. Your Highness? What are you talking about? Why would you do such a thing? You mean this? Looking at the girl next to her who was almost fainting, Princess Leah revealed an innocent smile. Ah, it's nothing serious. I just want to play with a cute girl. Seeing her crying and begging for my forgiveness is the best enjoyment. Why? Obviously still resisting from the beginning, but gradually began to yield, begging for mercy. But for me, this is just an entertainment. What is the use of seeking for mercy? I just want to enjoy their painful and struggle expressions. How come? After hearing Princess Leah's answer, Kanami's whole body went limp, and she sat on the ground. Your Highness, you are obviously not like this. You used to be very gentle. That was in the past. Leah pouted. Thanks to the demon, I now finally understand what I want. This is what I really want. True happiness. No, Your Highness, you have been brainwashed by the devil. Oh, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. However, before Jian Dang Kanami could finish her words, suddenly, a voice was heard. And then Duanmu Huai and Jian Dang Kanami saw a handsome man with blonde hair, dressed like a vampire, walking out of the shadows. And beside him, there were two girls dressed similarly to Sapphire. It's you? The moment she saw the man, Kanami jumped up and tightened the blade in her hand. You know him? Yes. Sir, it was this demon that I escaped from. I just asked Her Highness to open her heart. Compared to those boring moral constraints in this world, isn't it the most important to face your deepest desires? The blonde demon stared at Kanami Kinto, smiled and spoke. Then he looked at Duanmu Huai. You are the one who killed my lovely doll. I was going to settle the score with you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. So, hand over the holy weapon. Holy weapon? Hearing the words of the blonde demon, Duanmu Huai sneered. I'm sorry. I've never heard of this. There's no use playing dumb. As he spoke, the blonde demon looked at Kanami Kinto. I know that this ninja lady took the holy weapon away. If you didn't have the holy weapon, how did you kill my cute doll? Hand over the holy weapon obediently, and I will spare your life. It's simple. Because she is too weak. That's all. After saying this, Duanmu Huai took a step forward. He looked at the blonde demon with a sneer, and a ferocious look appeared at the corner of his mouth. Like this. As Duanmu Huai finished speaking, the next moment, a powerful pressure filled with fear suddenly erupted and turned into a tangible whirlwind that spread in all directions. Feeling this breath of destruction and fear, Princess Leah and her attendants, as well as the blonde demon, were all shocked. You? Could this aura be that of the Demon King? You heretical bastard who believes in the devil. Duanmu Huai raised the force field sword in his hand and pointed it at the blonde demon in front of him, whose expression changed drastically. In the name of the trial court, I will completely purify you with your dogs. Go to death. Chapter 362 Purification. Boom! The tunnel exploded, and the next moment, the figure of the blonde demon flew out and smashed into the wall. At this moment, he no longer had the ease and decisive look he had before. On the contrary, the blonde demon was trembling all over, full of fear and doubt. Why? Why is it so? The blonde demon knew that his apostle was killed, and even Satella, who was also a demon, was injured by him and had to return to the demon world. But at that time, he only thought that the other party was relying on the power of the holy weapon. But the fact is not like that at all. This time, the action to assist the kingdom of Herman was done by 3 demons. They belonged to the same faction. And the reason why these 3 demons assisted the kingdom of Herman in launching the invasion of Lysis was not because they were bored. It was because they learned that there was a weapon that could restrain the demons sealed inside the kingdom of Lysis. And the holy weapon and the blood of Lysis were the key to opening the seal. Therefore, they assisted the kingdom of Herman and directly entered the royal city of Lysis, trying to find the holy weapon, and then open the seal to obtain the weapon that could restrain the demons. Because of this, when the enemy is a devil, the Lie of Loss will choose to give the holy martial arts to see Dangana and let her take it away. After that, Satra was defeated and fled back to the demon world to recuperate. The blonde devil Azarut didn't think much. It just thought that this was the power of the holy word. After all, this holy martial arts gear was related to the weapon that restrained the devil. So when the blonde demon discovered that Duan Muhuai and his group had arrived at the mansion, he had already thought of a countermeasure. If the other party was unwilling to surrender, he would use Princess Leia to threaten him. However, that is not the case at all. Who is that guy? Azarut was trying to crawl up, but he fell to the ground at the next moment. At this moment, he had no previous aristocratic gentleman's grace. The original luxurious clothes became dirty in the underground water channel. Such a terrifying power. It is almost as powerful as the Demon King, or even more powerful. Recalling the moment when the opponent burst into power, Azarot's face turned pale. He had only felt that kind of power in the previous Demon King. He was unable to resist, and it seemed that it would destroy everything. He could only kneel down and beg for forgiveness, desperately waiting for the trembling feeling of death to come. However, after the previous Demon King died, no new Demon King took the throne. Could this man be the new Demon King? But how is it possible? Must leave here. While thinking, Azarut forced himself to stand up. This must be told to North and other demons. Boom! However, when Azarut just stood up, suddenly, a fierce sound of a fierce bombard broke out again. The whistling air waves rushed along the tunnel and rolled up Azarut directly. Azarut saw a sudden impact behind him. The next moment he flew out and hit the wall again. When he came back, he saw that the upper body of Huang Yustin, one of his apostles, just hitting himself. Her body seemed to be twisted at this moment. At the same time, the heavy footsteps sounded. Boom! Boom! Hearing this footsteps, Azarut trembled, raised his head in horror, and saw that under the dim light of the underground waterway, a tall figure slowly walked towards himself. His right hand grasped a red-haired girl's body like a torn puppet at this moment, and his hands and feet were broken. Essence. What? You're not running away anymore? Duan Muhuai raised his head and stared at the embarrassed blonde demon in front of him. At the same time, he exerted force with his right hand and crushed the head of the red-haired apostle in his hand into pieces. With a thump, the headless body of the red-haired apostle fell to the ground and was completely swallowed by the black flames. You? What are you? Are you not human? Seeing this scene, the blonde demon swallowed his saliva, looked at Duan Muhuai and asked again, "This is none of your business." Duan Muhuai walked towards the blonde demon. "You are the one who brainwashed Princess Leia. If you can remove her brainwashing, I can give you a quick death." Huff, huff, huff. Hearing Duan Muhuai's words, the blonde demon revealed a strange smile. "Unfortunately, this is impossible. I just led her heart. Now Princess Leia is as you can. Even if you kill me, you can't change it all. Human beings cannot resist the power of the devil." Really? Hearing this, Duan Muhuai paused. "Then you are useless. Go to HL. Ah! At this moment, it made the extreme fear, which made the golden-haired devil jumping up and flushed his eyes towards Duan Muhuai. Go to death. While roaring, the blonde demon stretched out his hand towards Duan Muhuai. However, facing the blonde demon's almost invisible attack, Duan Muhuai did not even try to dodge. He just stood there, then grabbed the blonde demon's outstretched arm with his backhand. And then Duan Muhuai suddenly raised his right hand, strangled the blonde demon's throat, and pressed him tightly against the stone wall of the sewer. Boom! As the invincible barrier collapsed, the huge impact force directly knocked the blonde demon unconscious. Unable to recover, however, Duanmu Huai did not stop. He grabbed the blonde demon's arm and twisted it suddenly, tearing the blonde demon's right arm off his body. Ah! Since having an invincible enchantment, he has not experienced pain for hundreds of years. At this moment, the blonde demon has been tasting the heartbroken pain for a long time. However, the next moment, Duanmu Huai stuffed the torn arm into the mouth of the blonde demon, blocking his wailing. Woohoo! This is your punishment for daring to harm humans. You heretic bastard. Duanmu Huai stuffed the blonde demon's arm into his mouth with force, stared at him, and growled in a low voice. Woo! Woo! Forced to swallow his arm. The blonde demon still stared at Duanmu Huai with red eyes. At the same time, his voice also sounded from Duanmu Huai's mind. Why? Why should we help humans? You can see that humans are cruel, heartless, and despicable animals. The princess is the same, as are the others. As long as they have power, they will do whatever they want. Such beings do not need to be protected at all. So what? Duanmu Huai didn't care at all, and just stared coldly at the blonde demon. What humans will do is up to humans to decide. You evil heretics have no right to point fingers or make irresponsible comments. No matter how cruel or tyrannical humans are, that is their own problem and has nothing to do with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai's right hand moved forward again, and under his power, the blonde demon's handsome face gradually became distorted and swollen, and his head began to deform like a balloon being squeezed. His eyes bulged out of his sockets, and his cheeks bulged high. Then the next moment, the blonde demon's head suddenly deformed and exploded, turning into a pool of blood. His body also jumped violently like a dead fish. And then, there was no movement. Snort. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, and threw the demon's body aside. Soon, black flames broke out, and quickly devoured the demon completely. No matter where the evil heretics are from, they always like to use this excuse. It's really ridiculous. Duanmu Huai didn't care about what the blonde demon said. In fact, many bosses would talk about the sins of mankind before they died, as if this could prove the legitimacy of their actions. However, this was ridiculous. Any life race that wanted to survive would inevitably have a brutal side, writing about the sins of mankind to whitewash themselves. It was ridiculous. According to the sins of mankind that they denounced, all the biological races in the entire universe should have been extinct. Maybe there will be a stupid idiot philosopher to reflect on these boring things. But for judges, human survival is the most important. Nothing else matters. Okay. Next. As he said, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked down at the downwater channel. It's time to solve the most difficult problems. At the same time, two figures rushed out of the secret door of the sewer and stumbled into a ruin. Mary's. He didn't come after me. Please rest assured, Lady Leah. Lord Azeroth will be able to stop him. Seeing the pale-faced Princess Leah, her maid Maris also hurriedly spoke to comfort her. Of course, they would not be stupid enough to stay there and wait for death. When Duanmu Huai exploded, the two of them entered the underground passage through the secret passage in that room and ran all the way. That? What the hell is? The King of Leon shook out and stretched out her hand, holding the maid's hand. For her as a royal family, the terrible atmosphere that seemed to destroy everything and kill everything was definitely what she had never encountered. Don't worry, Princess. We must return to the palace immediately, as long as we find Prince Barton and Lord North. Boom! However, before the maid could finish her words, the wall behind the two of them suddenly exploded, and the blast of air immediately knocked the two of them away. When they turned around, they saw Duanmu Huai striding out, frowning slightly, staring at them. You are amazing. However, at this moment Princess Leah stood up, brushed the dust off her body, then glanced at the maid who was unconscious due to the shock, and then looked at Duanmu Huai. I never thought you could catch up to here. It seems that Lord Azel has been killed by you. In that case, do you want to become my subordinate? Hearing Princess Leah's unexpected words, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, while Princess Leah looked at him with a smile and continued to speak. How about it? As long as you become my subordinate, you can play with as many women as you want. As for your status, it's the same. You can be a general or a minister. As long as you like a woman, I can give it to you. Do you have no confession for what you do? Call the innocent girl and torture their physical and mental. Is this a princess of a country? I don't think I did anything wrong. Leah straightened her chest and raised her head, looking at Duan Muhui. I was so stupid before. What's the use of doing it for the country? In the end, it will still end up like this. So I have decided to live for myself. It's that simple. Uh-huh. Hearing Leah's answer, Duan Muhui sighed silently. He could feel the evil spirit coming from the princess. It seemed that just as Azeroth said, the princess' mind and spirit had been completely distorted. According to the reason, Duan Muhui should purify her at this time. But, for Konami's sake, I'll give you one last chance. Why? Hearing Duan Muhui's words, Leah was stunned. However, the next moment, Duan Muhui suddenly grabbed and tore the white dress on Princess Leah's body and caught her. Wait, what are you going to do? See if you can kill the magic in your body. If you can kill the best. If you can't kill, you will only die. Now it depends on your own luck. Wait. You can't. I am the king girl. I am the king of Lishaz. However, the words of the king of Liao hadn't finished speaking. The next moment, the severe impact suddenly rose, and I saw the petite body of the Wang Nu suddenly trembled. At this moment, Princess Leah's eyes widened and her mouth opened. She felt a sharp pain, as if she was being torn in half. Her belly also bulged, presenting a rough and brutal appearance. No. Help. Help, Aho. This is the pain that the girl you killed must have experienced. If you cannot repent, then destroy everything along with this pain. Chapter 363, The Demon King Resurrects. At the same time, the entire royal city was also in chaos. After Duan Muhui killed the blonde demon, the Lisa's soldiers who were under the brainwashing control naturally returned to God, and then fought again with the Herman soldiers. How is this going? When he heard the shouting outside, Prince Barton couldn't help rushing out. But what he got was not good news. Report? Those Lisa's soldiers who were originally brainwashed suddenly woke up. They were attacking us. How come? Hearing the report of his subordinates, Prince Barton also changed his complexion. Damn. What about those devils? Where did the devil go? I don't know. They can't see their figures everywhere. His Royal Highness. We must consider retreat. Retreat? Hearing this, Prince Barton clenched his fist and stood up angrily. No. Never retreat. Block the king's city. Do your best to resist Lisa's attacks. The number of them is not large. We have an advantage. Don't worry. Yes. After the order was issued, Prince Barton sat on the chair with one ass. Why are these devils? What are you doing? When Barton couldn't solve it, suddenly, a dark figure appeared in front of Barton. Nos. What's the matter? Why do those brainwashing soldiers suddenly wake up? While saying that, Barton stared at the old man in front of him. Was a tall. The old man wrapped in a black cloak, and was one of the devils who assisted Herman's attack on Lisa's. Prince Barton. Stay calm. Frankly speaking, I didn't expect this to happen. From what I've seen so far, it's very likely that Azura was killed by the other party. I didn't expect that there is such a person in Lisa's city. What? Azura was killed? Hearing this, Barton was surprised. Please rest assured, Prince Barton. Fortunately, the devil did not abandon us. As he spoke, North reached out and took out 3 white weapons. What's this? Barton frowned at the weapons in front of him, while North chuckled. This is the holy weapon passed down from generation to generation in the Lisas. Legend has it that as long as you possess it, and the blood of the Lisas royal family, you can remove the seal and gain a powerful force that can even defeat demons. We were looking for it before, but we didn't expect to find it so easily. Don't worry, Prince Barton. As long as you remove the seal and gain this powerful force, no one will be your opponent. Barton stared at the devil Nos fiercely. He was not stupid, and naturally knew that things could not be so simple. I understand. But Princess Lisis is not here. No problem. As he spoke, North took out another small bottle. I had anticipated that this might happen, so I have already taken some of the princess blood. I think that should be enough. You are really well prepared. With a cold sarcasm, Prince Barton stood up. Then let's go. Let me see what kind of powerful force Lisis has sealed. After that, under the leadership of Holy Wuxing, under the leadership of Nos. He came to a room that looked like a guest room. Please take this bottle of blood and press the button over there. North, who was standing outside the door, pointed inside the room. Seeing his action, Prince Barton frowned. Aren't you coming with me? Here is a very inconvenience for the devil. I can't enter. I can only wait for you to return here. Snort. Barton snorted coldly, then walked into the room and pressed the button. Then the room shook suddenly and slowly descended. So that is it. Is this the secret of Lee's Haas? That bastard demon. Looking at the room that was descending in front of him, Prince Barton gritted his teeth. He had occupied the Lee's King City for almost a month. But he didn't know the secret at all. The same was true for the demons. If it wasn't for now, North would never tell him that there was such a place. He didn't know what they wanted to do. But it didn't matter. As long as he got this power that could even kill demons, then this country would still belong to him. Boom! At the same time, the room stopped descending, and then the door opened, with dazzling white light shining out. Patton hesitated for a moment, then strode in. The hot, dazzling light shone towards him, and even Patton was unable to open his eyes. As he moved forward, the holy weapons on his body also broke and gradually turned into pieces. Damn! Is this why the demon doesn't want to come here? Barton could certainly feel that this light was filled with divine power. If he were not a human but a monster, he would probably be destroyed the moment he arrived here. Fortunately, he was not a monster, so he was able to withstand the shining of this divine light. Patton gritted his teeth and moved forward step by step. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the light disappeared and a huge sealed space appeared in front of Patton. That is, Patton glanced around and then focused his attention on the long sword hanging in the middle. The sword looked extremely strange, and there were chains around it to seal it. I see. Is that the power that can destroy demons? Seeing this sealing sword, Barton snorted coldly, and then stepped forward, stretched out his hand and held his hoe. However, that's it? Looking at the strange magic sword in his hand, Patton frowned. He did not feel how powerful the sword was, nor did he feel that his strength had been improved. What on earth was? Ha 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 ha. However, I hadn't waited for Barton to figure out what was going on. Suddenly, a laughter sounded, and Barton turned his head and looked back. I saw that the devil Nos didn't know when he appeared in the room and was excited to look at it. Although it is somewhat different from expected. It is finally successful. Demon, what the hell are you doing? At this moment, Barton could no longer hold back his anger, and roared as he swung his sword at North. But what he didn't expect was that in front of this sword, the demon's invincible barrier seemed to be non-existent, and Barton's sword just cut through the air, and then chopped directly at the demon in front of him. And then, he was grabbed by the other party. Although his palm was cut by the sword and blood was flowing, the demon North was still very excited. He didn't even look at Barton, but just looked behind him. He finally woke up. Master Jill. What? Hearing the words of the demon North, Barton subconsciously turned his head and saw that a young girl had appeared on the platform where the magic sword was sealed. She had long blue-white hair and a petite and tender figure. She looked like a little girl in her teens. However, this girl exuded a terrifying pressure that made people unable to breathe. This is the former Demon King, Lord Jill. The demon North excitedly reached out his hand to the girl in front of him. Ah, Lord Jill, you were sealed by chaos cast by that hateful guy, and a country called Lee's was established on this land, and a strong and strange blood seal was imposed. But now, it's all over. Lord Jill is about to return, and mankind will once again fall into eternal fear. This is your plan. At this moment, Barton was already shocked. Of course, he knew that this group of devils had to cooperate with themselves, but they must have their purpose. As for this sword, the demon North stared at the magic sword in Barton's hand with a gloomy expression. This sword that hurts demons. The sword that sealed Jill Sama. It's no longer necessary for it to exist. Along with the roar of the demon North. The next moment, the long sword in his hand was suddenly broken and turned into pieces. The power suddenly burst out, knocking Patton directly out, and he hit his head against the wall and fell unconscious. Lord Jill. The demon North didn't even look at the prince. To him, Patton's usefulness had completely disappeared. At this moment, he was only focused on the demon king he served. Please come again, and show this world your power. I don't know if the girl heard what the demon Norse said. She slowly raised her empty eyes, and looked into the void. The next moment, incomparable powerful force burst out from Jill's body, and soared into the sky. Boom! A bright red beam of light broke through the royal city, and struck into the sky. For a moment, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds, and red lightning was flying everywhere. What's happening here? When he returned to the mansion, and saw the scene in front of him, Duan Muhui was also stunned. He saw that the entire royal castle was shrouded in bright red light. The building that originally looked like a royal castle now looked like the Demon King's castle. Is it? And the seal was lifted? At this time, Leah, who had changed her clothes, also came out. Although her face was pale, and she was stumbling a little, she still gritted her teeth and raised her head to look out the window. Seal? That's right. According to the record of King Li's house, a powerful thing is sealed under King Li's, which is enough to eliminate the power of the devil. But it is said that once the seal is lifted, it will bring disaster to the entire world. In other words, after talking for so long, you still don't know what's going on. Duan Muhui glanced at her, and when Princess Leia noticed Duan Muhui's gaze, she trembled and said nothing. Wait, how are you talking to His Highness? Seeing this, Kanami couldn't help but speak, while Duan Muhui withdrew his gaze. Forget it. I'll go check out the situation. As for this side, I'll leave it to you. Whether you go to gather soldiers or do something else, it's up to you. Just don't cause any more trouble. After saying this, Duan Muhui walked out of the mansion directly. Really? Sorry, Your Highness. That person is. Seeing Duan Muhui leave directly, Kanami sighed helplessly, and then looked at Princess Leia. However, at this moment, Princess Leia's eyes were shining. Her hands were clenched, and she was staring at Duan Muhui's back. Great! Your Excellency the Judge. Hey! Sir? Hearing this, Kanami was stunned and wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. Lady Leia? What are you talking about? That man. It's amazing. Why? It's the first time I've been treated so roughly and harshly. No matter how much I cry, they won't stop. No matter how much I struggle, I can't break free. That's right. I feel it. Kanami. That, sir, is my destined fate. That kind of toughness and steel that ruthlessly ravages my body and mind. Ah. Sir, Leia will always be yours. Please destroy Leia as you please. Hey, hey, hey. After hearing the words of her own princess, Kanami was completely stunned. What on earth is going on? Chapter 360 for the Secret of the World. Chapter 362. Demon City. Duan Muhui did not have time to care about Kanami's questions at the moment. There was no fighting on the streets, and the sudden change made the armies of Hermann and Lisis fall into chaos. When Duan Muhui rushed into Lisis's royal city, the feeling here was even more unbearable. Snort. The moment he walked into the city gate, Duan Muhui's face suddenly darkened. The silent castle was now filled with chaotic demonic energy. The kind of sticky, oppressive, and unique aura of chaotic demons. Although it is relatively weak, this intensity already has the level of chaos. As expected, this world has also been eroded. There was almost no one moving in the entire palace. Maids and servants fell to the ground. Duan Muhui could feel that their vitality was being ruthlessly plundered by some powerful existence. If this continued, everyone in the entire castle would have no choice but to die. Drink. Thinking of this, Duan Muhui also roared and took a step forward. The next moment, the pressure filled with destruction. Death and fear turned into a whirlwind with him as the center, instantly dispelling the chaotic atmosphere entangled in the castle. But this is not enough. Over there? Duan Muhui raised his head, glanced at the front, then clenched the big sword, and suddenly jumped up, directly breaking the ceiling to the second floor. Boom! The stone ceiling was directly broken, and Duan Muhui jumped out and landed heavily on the ground. In front of him stood an old man in a long robe. At this moment, this strange old man stared at Duan Muhui, with a subtle emotion flashing in his eyes. So, is it that you have dispelled the power of Lord Jier? Sure enough, it is not an enemy that Azaru and Sartra can fight. Go to H.L. Duan Muhui didn't have time to waste here, and he was even more lazy to talk to this heretic who had devoted himself to the devil. So he clenched his sword, flashed past, and suddenly chopped down at the old demon in front of him. Facing Duanmu Huai's attack, the old demon's face changed slightly. But soon he clenched his fists. Although I don't know who you are, you don't want to hurt Lord Jier. Even if you lose my life, you have to stop you. While roaring, the old man's robe suddenly burst open. The next moment, the tall old man turned into a giant black dragon, opened his bloody mouth, and bit Duanmu Huai head on. Get lost, bastard. Facing the bloody mouth that was opening to bite him, Duanmu Huai shouted. Then he clenched the sword in his hand and stepped on the ground. A huge impact force suddenly erupted, trampling the ground into pieces. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's speed increased again, and he turned into a shining light spot, rushed into the black dragon's huge mouth at a high speed, and then flew out from behind its head, directly piercing the head of this terrible black dragon in front of him. Udhai! With a sorrow, the black dragon fell on the ground. Obviously, it didn't expect that it would be defeated by the other party. This kind of power, an extremely powerful power, the power of the Demon King. Master Jill, please be careful. However, Black Dragon had only time to say this, so he collapsed directly to the ground, and then completely devoured by the black flame. Boom! Duanmu Huai fell on the ground steadily, and then he suddenly dumped the blood stained with the big sword, raised his head, and looked forward to see the throne. A young girl who looked only in her 10-year-old was hanging there, carved on Duanmu Huai. Powerful power. Is it the new generation? Devil? As she spoke, the girl shook her head. No. This is God's power. Why is God here? This is our game. What are you saying? Hearing the girl's speech, Duanmu Huai frowned slightly and stared at the other person. Although he just hit Duanmu Huai's thoughts, he just hit the girl. This is the game. The rule. The girl turned her eyes slightly and stared at Duanmu Huai. You violated rules. Game rules? Just when Duanmu Huai was about to hear what she had to say, the girl suddenly stretched out her hand, and with her movement, a large hole instantly appeared in the space behind her. The next moment, the girl was swallowed up by the space crack and disappeared without a trace. Depend on. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai also scolded, and then he jumped forward, rushing towards the crack in front of him, and followed the girl's body. He was sure that this Demon King Jill definitely knew the secret of this world. He had to force her to tell him. Of course, it doesn't matter if she doesn't say it. Duanmu Huai can watch it yourself. Woo! Seeing that Duanmu Huai also rushed in with herself, a touch of anxiety appeared on the face of Jier, and she subconsciously tried to enter the interior of the Asian space storm. In the face of Duanmu Huai's blow, even Jier, who was a Demon King, did not dare to pick up. She hurriedly turned to Flash, trying to escape. However, at the same time, Duanmu Huai was already like a fierce giant bear, leaped up, stretched out his big hand directly, and caught Gil's body. Answer my question. Demon King, what on earth do you know? Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Jier just stared at him coldly, without any intention of speaking. However, Duanmu Huai had already lost his patience. Since she didn't say anything, she could find it herself. Look at me, you bastard. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pinched Jier's chin, forcing her to stare at him. Then, Duanmu Huai's spirit turned into a hammer and rushed directly into Jier's spiritual world. The impact of divine thoughts was naturally not something a mere Demon King could withstand. Soon, Jill let out an indistinct wail. Her frail body twisted constantly. Her mouth opened wide. Her tongue stuck out, and saliva flowed down the corners of her mouth. Her eyes rolled up. And at this moment, Jill only felt an incomparable and terrifying force tearing her spirit apart and penetrating into her heart. No, I. Although Jier screamed continuously at this time, Duanmu Huai didn't care about it. He concentrated his consciousness and dug out Jier's memory. If Jier's soul and consciousness were like a heavily guarded vault, then Duanmu Huai was now driving an excavator to dig directly into the wall. Why open the lock? Can't you just dig through it layer by layer? Like this. Soon, countless memories appeared in front of Duanmu Huai, which belonged to the Demon King. Jier's memory. Long ago, she was a wise and kind sage who helped many people and became famous. But because of this, Jill was envied and persecuted by others. Her arms and legs were chopped off. Her face was smashed with stones and sticks, and she was thrown on the roadside like garbage to die. At that time, Jill met the former Demon King, who was looking for a successor. He took a fancy to Jill and passed the Demon King's blood and the Demon King's position to her. So after that, Jill became a vicious and evil Demon King. As a result, she learned the truth about this world from the former Demon King. Once upon a time, this world was just a small piece of debris. But later, a mysterious being came here, and somehow, it gained control of this world. It recreated this world, making it even bigger, in order to make this world more interesting and to please itself. The mysterious being created 3 super gods, who were responsible for creating interesting things in this world for its own amusement. What the 3 super gods finally created in this world was a game called Devil King and Hero. The Demon King, who commands the demons and kills humans. When human mortality reaches more than 50%, a brave will appear in the human ethnic group randomly. He has a strong power that can break the invincible enchantment of the devil and the demon. And the more human death, the stronger the power of the brave. However, the Demon King killed by the hero is not really killed, because this is a game. When this Demon King is killed, a new Demon King will appear. Then the new Demon King will lead the demon clan to kill humans again. And when humans are on the verge of destruction again, the hero will appear again. This is why Jier said those words to Duan Muhuai. In her opinion, this world is a game of gods. She is responsible for playing the role of the devil, and then fighting against the heroes and destroying humans. However, Duan Muhuai is not a hero, but a god, in an online game. This is equivalent to the player being unable to defeat him, so the GM directly leaves the game. So in Jill's opinion, this was a foul, because this world is just God's paradise. And that mysterious creator God is... Aha! The girl's body trembled more and more. Her pale face turned red at this moment. And the next moment, the girl's head suddenly exploded like a balloon filled with air. And then her body lost its strength and collapsed limply. Shit! The most important part. You're just going to play with me like this? Looking at the headless corpse in his hand, Duan Muhuai was speechless. He just learned from Jier that this Demon King once broke the rule that the Demon King can only survive for 1,000 years in order to prolong his life, and met with 3 super gods. He originally wanted to know how Jier met those 3 super gods. As a result, the opponent couldn't withstand his divine power and exploded directly? Is this okay? I hate this ending to the end, Duan Muhuai said coldly. At the same time, he grabbed his right hand and instantly burned Jier's body into ashes. But, thinking of this, Duan Muhuai narrowed his eyes and looked forward. At least, he has learned the secret of this world. Chapter 365, Ending. Ha ha. Prince Barton rode forward at a gallop, gripping the reins tightly, his face pale. What kind of monster is that? My plan has failed. At this moment, Prince Barton understood this completely. Although the deal with the demon was originally an adventure, he did not expect that the other party actually wanted to resurrect the previous Demon King. Now that the Demon King has been resurrected, he can be said to be the center of all mankind on this continent. Not to mention the King of Herman. Once Lysis exposes this matter, he will have no way out. But, I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. I can't die yet. Staring ahead, Prince Barton trembled all over. The capture of Lysis had failed, and Herman could not go back. But this did not mean that he had nowhere to go. By the way, as long as he could capture the Free City Alliance, he would still have a trump card by then. That's right. As long as he could capture the Free City Alliance. Your Highness? General Herman, the officer in charge, was quite surprised to see Prince Patton, who was supposed to be in the rear, coming to the front line in person. This was especially surprising as Prince Patton looked so disheveled. How will you be here? You don't have to worry about that. Prince Barton walked into the tent with a gloomy look on his face. How's the Free City Alliance's strategy going? We are currently holding on. Hold on? Don't they only have 1,000 soldiers? Why are you still holding on? Just gather all the troops and defeat them completely. I will lead the team myself. Quick! Hey! Now? Right. What are you waiting for? Yes. To be honest, for the frontline commander, the general who was sitting behind the line came to the front line to be strange. Let alone the right now wanted to send troops. Then I will immediately order the logistics to be prepared. No need for logistics. The whole army is going to move out. As for supplies, we can just use local materials. Yes. Soon. With a loud sound of bugles, Hermann's army gathered and rushed towards the free city of Rajal again. When the Hermann army arrived at the plain in front of the city of Rajal, the resistance forces of Rajal were already ready. However, when the soldiers of Hermann saw the resistance forces of the Free City Alliance, they were also surprised. What it is? It's just like a giant steel bull. It was no wonder that Hermann's soldiers were shaken and panicked, because in front of the Free City rebels was a huge, terrifying steel vehicle. Hermann's soldiers had never seen such a strange thing before. But even if they didn't know what it was, they knew it was definitely not a good thing when they saw its fierce appearance. Seeing the hesitation of the Hermann soldiers on the opposite side, Maria, who was sitting inside, also raised her head proudly. Are you scared? This is the perfect mobile steel fortress Tulip number 3, which is both offensive and defensive. Maria gave orders while speaking. Attack! Let them have a taste of Tulip number 3's power. With Maria's order, I saw that the steel tank in front of him moved forward like this and rushed directly in the direction of the Hermann army. Adult, what can I do? Faced with this scene, Hermann's soldiers were dumbfounded. How are we going to deal with it? It sounds like this thing is pretty heavy. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing this scene, Patton drew out his sword and interrupted his subordinates with a loud roar. That must be something made of paper. How can something so heavy be able to move? Follow me. Let's show those defeated soldiers of the Free City Alliance how powerful our Hermann soldiers are. Move forward. Oh. Hearing Patton's words, Hermann's soldiers also raised their weapons and rushed forward. However, just as Prince Patton was leading his soldiers to charge forward, he suddenly saw a flash of light on the steel monster, followed by a deafening roar. The next moment, Patton saw the army on his left suddenly explode, and several soldiers screamed and flew into the sky, then fell directly to the ground. My lord! Attack! Attack! There's only one monster on the other side. We can destroy it just by rushing over. Attack horizontally and entangle it. Under Patton's loud rebuke, Hermann's soldiers quickly stabilized their position and began to charge forward again. It is worthy of Hermann's soldiers. Seeing this scene, Maria couldn't help feeling that the kingdom of Helmand was located in the north, where the environment was bad. So the soldiers were brave and warned. But this is fine. Thanks to the Inquisitor. This Tulip 3 is not so easy to defeat. Charge forward. At the same time, open fire. Boom! As Maria gave the order, the red-painted tank in front of her opened fire again, bombarding the enemy's position. At the same time, its engine was running wildly, and it rushed towards Hermann's army in front. Charge! Charge! Prince Barton was also leading his soldiers forward, although he was surprised that the enemy had such a powerful weapon. Fortunately, there was only one such weapon, as long as he could get past its defense line. With a number of Hermann's troops, it would not be a problem to destroy the resistance forces in the Free City. By that time, he could even capture this steel monster and take it for himself. As long as we can get to that steel monster, we can suppress it. Patton thought so. But the fact was not so. Just as the Hermann soldiers broke through the bombing and rushed to the side of the steel monster, suddenly, a series of flames broke out again in front of and on both sides of the steel monster. Bullets whizzed out like a storm, sweeping across the entire battlefield. They formed an almost impenetrable firepower network. The armor on the Hermann soldiers could not withstand this attack at all. Their bodies were directly pierced by bullets and turned into piles of fragmented limbs and fragments. At the same time, the steel monster still moved forward unswervingly, ruthlessly crushing everything that stood in its way. It hurt so much. Help! The left wing has collapsed. How can this be? Looking at the steel monster that was ruthlessly spreading death on the battlefield, Prince Barton's hands and feet were cold. He couldn't believe his eyes at all. He had gathered all 8,000 Hermann soldiers and thought he could easily take down the target in front of him. But just like that, it was destroyed by a steel monster? Prince Barton certainly couldn't understand. In fact, what Maria designed and modified based on Duanmu Huai's design drawings was the Punisher model of the Lehman Russ tank. This was the most powerful anti-infantry tank in the human empire, and one of the best anti-infantry weapons in the galaxy. The Punisher Gatling gun it was equipped with could easily tear apart heavy armored infantry with its extremely fast firing rate and power. In fact, during the human empire, The Lehman Russ Punisher was mainly used to deal with orcs and tyranids, races that could easily use thousands of human wave tactics. Compared to the orcs and Zerg, Herman's soldiers lacked both numbers and strength. This is the real high-fired artillery to fight mosquitoes. The entire mosquito group is afraid. Sir, we must retreat. If we continue like this, we will just die in vain. At this moment, the morale of the Hermann army had completely collapsed, and the soldiers threw away their armor and began to flee. At this moment, the coalition forces of the Free City Alliance also launched an attack and began to hunt down the fleeing Hermann soldiers. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Prince Patton turned his head blankly. However, before he could say anything else, suddenly, a light flashed in the corner of Patton's eyes. The next moment, explosive bombs flew over and directly tore through Prince Patton's strong body, splitting his body in half from the waist. Bullets followed like a rainstorm, instantly turning Prince Patton's head and limbs into a pile of bloody fragments. Seeing Prince Barton's death, the nearby soldiers finally couldn't hold on any longer. They screamed and turned to flee, completely giving up the fight. Just like that, Hermann's attack on Lysis came to an end. When Duanmu Huai returned to the Dual City, the problem between Lysis and Hermann had almost been resolved. Prince Barton is dead, and as expected, the Hermann kingdom pushed all the blame onto this idiot, and used the fact that they did not send troops to assist to show that all this was done by Prince Barton in collusion with the demons, and had nothing to do with them. This was also normal. After all, when Jill was resurrected, the high-level leaders of the Hani and Al religions all sensed the breath of the resurrection of the Demon King. Not to mention that Princess Leia directly announced the situation afterwards. At this time, Hermann had no choice but to admit defeat. How else could he say that they wanted to revive the devil and destroy the world? That means there is something wrong with your brain. After that, Duanmu Huai returned to the Dual City. Of course, it was not only him who came back, but also Kanami Kinto and Maria, especially the latter. In fact, Maria not only came by herself, but also brought a bunch of helpers, and her good friend Shizuka Mosu. According to Ma Xiang Shizuka, she was unwilling to let Maria go to any suspicious and dangerous place alone. Since she wanted to come, Duanmu Huai would not stop her. Is this the courtroom? Arriving at Venus Island, looking at the surrounding scenery, Mo Xiangji Jin Xiang frowned, and looked at Duanmu Huai with obvious doubt and suspicion. Well, it's no wonder that she behaved like this. After all, this place looks like a resort, not the base of some organization. In fact, this is indeed a resort. Of course not. This is just the entrance to the tribunal. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers as he spoke, and soon a light gate opened. Okay, let's go in. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and walked into the light gate with Ojisi and Yu Huasha. Seeing this scene, Maria and Ma Xiang Shizuka looked at each other. What do you think? Maria? I've already come here. Can I still go back? Faced with her friend's question, Maria shook her head. Also, I heard from the Inquisitor that there are more powerful machines in the tribunal. I also want to see what they are. Why? Seeing her friend like this, Mosu Shizuka sighed helplessly. It seems that I have no choice but to accompany you on this trip. Chapter 366 Guidance. When Maria and Mosu Shizuka passed through the light gate and came to the court of judgment, everything in front of them made them completely speechless. This is basically the normal reaction of most civilizations that have not left the interstellar. The magnificent temple building, the huge stars and galaxies outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, are so magnificent that people would think they are dreaming. Where is this? When Kanami spoke tremblingly, she looked around anxiously, as if she had no idea where she was or what had happened to her. Welcome to the Inquisition's mothership. Well, logically, I should take you on a tour. But before that, there is still something to do. As he said, Duanmu opened a door, while the girls were at a loss. Almost instinctively walked into the room according to his guidance. Although Kanami, Maria and others were born in a country of swords and magic, they had seen TV because of the messy setting of that world. At this moment, they also raised their heads and looked at the picture in front of them. This should be about right. Duanmu Huai nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the people sitting in their chairs and watching the video intently. This was actually very simple. Just like a corporate culture promotional video. mainly used to show people who wanted to join the tribunal, so that they could understand the tribunal's responsibilities, the tribunal's guidelines, the tribunal's 3 major routes, and various rules and regulations. After all, it was a waste of time for Duanmu Huai to explain in person every time, and he felt annoyed. So he simply made a promotional video and let others watch it themselves. In addition to various rules and regulations, there are many scenes of Duanmu Huai and others on other planet fighting. For example, the Cabal people were exterminated because they were an alien race that threatened the human forces of the Guardian civilization. So the Inquisition exterminated them. The same reason was used to deal with the orcs and the luminescents on the war planet. The Forerunners and the Covenant in the Halo Galaxy were also based on the same principle. Of course, there are many ways to protect humans. In addition to protecting humans and eliminating invaders, the Inquisition will also take into account the interests of humans and take the initiative to attack other alien races. Pandora is a good example. In addition, the relationship between the Onic crisis caused by Skynet and the Inquisition's strict prohibition of artificial intelligence with autonomous concepts is of course indispensable. Therefore, this is not just publicity. Corresponding videos will also be played regarding the regulations of the trial court to explain the ins and outs to the audience. By the way, most of this promotional video was provided by Faline, the dragon princess who stays at home and doesn't want to go out, but likes to travel everywhere. So every time Duanmu Huai goes on an adventure, she basically controls a drone to follow and film and watch. Therefore, Faline has all the footage for this part, except for the one on Pandora, which was recorded by Duanmu Huai himself. When there is more and more material, a video will be recorded for each corresponding regulation. At least this will be more convincing than simple explanation. Of course, every Inquisitor has his own route in the game, and most players, over 98%, are radical Inquisitors. After all, there are many players who are eager to have fun with the Eldar. These people, like their spiritual mentors the Smurfs, should be purified. The line maintained by Duanmu Huai's tribunal was approximately 50% purists and 50% radicals. On the one hand, he strictly abides by the principles and systems of the Inquisition. On the other hand, when facing certain aliens, Duanmu Huai will occasionally choose to show leniency on the premise that they do not cause harm to human existence. Otherwise, the only option is purification. Due to the history that players have dug up and the results of the various tasks that players have encountered, Duanmu Huai will not adopt the radicals' method of learning from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians and using chaos to fight chaos. This is not just a heresy, but a fact that proves that even if the Inquisitor uses this method to solve the current problem, it will bring greater trouble in the near future. So in this regard, Duanmu Huai is closer to the purity faction, but he will not indiscriminately eliminate all heretics, aliens and chaos. Of course, this is on the premise that they do not cause harm to humans or pose a potential threat. Just like the Dragon Kingdom of Regnus, Duanmu Huai did not destroy it because Giulia was here and Regnus was allied with Ent's country Manalia. But that doesn't mean he won't destroy it. Cooperate to a limited extent, but always be vigilant. This is Duanmu Huai's attitude towards alien races. After all, human beings have used one bloody historical lesson after another to prove that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. But then again, walking out of the room, Duanmu Huai began to think about the issues concerning the Dual City world again. According to the clues he got from the memory of Demon King Jill, this world is currently being controlled by a mysterious existence. If we use the game as an analogy, then Dual City is the main body of the game, and the entire continent created around Dual City is a large mod created by the other party using the main body of the game. This can explain why the development of civilization on this continent is so strange. After all, the material library of the game itself is used to make mods. As a fighting game, the current background of Dual City is set in the near future, so the appearance of televisions and the like is natural. And since fighting games have all kinds of melee weapons, these materials can be used directly. This is basically the type. Of course, if that were the case, the game's official operators would definitely try to stop it. But unfortunately, this game doesn't seem to have an official operation, so it was taken away by someone. Duanmu Huai would certainly not tolerate such behavior. Apart from anything else, the fact that the other party created the game of Devil King and Hero that entertained people by killing humans was enough to be put on the purification list by the Inquisition. However, We still don't know who the other party is. And that world has been gone for so many years. If we want to find it, well, I'm afraid we have to start with the Demon King. I don't know who the current Demon King is. After all, Jill is the previous Demon King who was sealed. Which means that there should be a current Demon King in this world. Crack. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, the door of the screening room opened, and a group of people walked out in a daze. Hey, have you finished reading? Looking at the girls in front of him, Duanmu Huai greeted them, while Maria raised her head uneasily and looked at Duanmu Huai. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, can we really work here? I don't know how to put it, but I feel like I've come to a very extraordinary place. Konami's face was pale at this moment, and she didn't know what to say, while Mosu Shizuka next to her frowned and stared at Duanmu Huai. If those images are real, I don't think Maria can make any contribution to the Inquisition. After all, the gap between the two is too big. I am well aware of this. But you should have also seen that the Inquisition is currently short-staffed. And what I need is not Maria's knowledge in the field of mechanical engineering, but experience. Experience? Yes. You should know that the process of mechanical engineering manufacturing is strict. And since you can manufacture a Lehman Russ tank, you have a general understanding of the craftsmanship and processes of the Inquisition. As for knowledge, you can learn it. But experience is what you lack the most at present. After all, Duanmu Huai currently does not have time to set up a Lanxiang on-site training. So it is naturally most convenient to recruit people with professional experience. So what should we do? I already call someone. She will get it right away. Oh, here. Sir Knight. Just as Duanmu Huai was speaking, a voice was heard. And then Kukulu was seen running over from the other side of the corridor. Breathlessly. Ha. Ha. I heard you're going to add more staff? Yes. That's them. Duanmu Huai pointed at Maria and the girls of the Tulip Army under her command. They have successfully created the Rimorous tank with their existing design and craftsmanship in their world. They have certain engineering experience, and they will be given to you next. Oh, thank you so much. Seeing Maria and the girls around her, Kukulu's eyes lit up. Her biggest problem was the lack of manpower. Although puppets could complete some repetitive and simple tasks, there were still many tasks that only humans could do that they could not do. Now that she finally had manpower, Kukulu was about to cry. She rushed forward and grabbed Maria's hand. Hello. I am Kukulu, currently working in the mechanical military department of the trial court. Ah. Lo. I'm Mary. I'll introduce myself later. Just follow me now. Before Maria could finish her words, Kukulu hurriedly pulled Maria and turned to run away. And Maria's Tulip Army followed her. I'll go take a look too. Mo Xiang Shizuka nodded to Duanmu Huai and also left with Maria, leaving Kanami Kinto standing there blankly. Seeing that there was no one around, she swallowed and looked at Duanmu Huai anxiously. What should I do? Well, you... Ah, I found it. However, before Duanmu Huai said anything, suddenly, Anne's voice rang, interrupted Duanmu Huai's speech, turned around, and saw Anne of Gu Lei. And Audrey ran over to see the Danganami group surrounded. You just see Dangana? Ah. Yes. Please tell me. In the face of the gaze of several people, seeing Dangani was quite nervous. Oh. Don't worry. We just want to ask you something. Ah. Mr. Knight. Let us borrow this child for a while. Don't worry. We won't bully her. What are you going to do? Ask her a little about her and Mr. Cavaliers. After all, there are still some things that only the parties know. Why? When he heard Anne's speech, Duanmu Huai and Jian Dangana were stunned. How do you know? Of course. It is OG Silk told us. Ah. Rest assured. We are not jealous at all. Just curious. Curious. Okay. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai could only nod helplessly and watch Kanami being taken away by several people. By the way, Ojas, your little cotton-padded jacket is not only leaky, but it also has a loudspeaker? Can you just tell others about this kind of thing? Watching and Juan saw that Kana went into the room next to him. Duanmu was speechless for a while. He wanted to go up to eavesdrop, but he always felt that it was not very good. On the surface, there is also a bit of halo. I say, what on earth are you doing? Ah, I just asked the young lady some questions. Odell, she's tired. Take her to her room to rest. As he said, and was looking at Duan Mu Huai with a smile. Mr. Knight still has something to say to us. Okay. Hearing An's order, Odell nodded and left with Kanami, Duan Mu Huai, and Gu Leia went to the reception room next door. And Gu Leia. How do you say? You know, that's just an accident. Of course. I didn't mean to escape. In short. Well, however, before Duan Mu Huai's words were finished, and then interrupted him with a smile. Ah, Mr. Knight, don't worry. Gu Leia and I are not mad at you for this. No. After hearing An's answer, Duan Mu Huai was somewhat surprised. After all, strictly speaking, he and Gu Leia were engaged. Is this a derailment? Well, not at all. Or rather, after listening to Ms. Kanami's explanation, I was actually relieved. Phew, I'm glad I wasn't the first one. After all, I'm very afraid of pain. If I encountered that kind of situation, I'm afraid I would cry. Well, hearing An's words, Duan Mu Huai didn't know how to respond for a moment. Moreover, Mr. Cavaliers don't have to take it too much. After all, it is normal for the nobles to have a third wife and 4 concubines. In fact, Gu Leia and I hope you can be more proficient. In this way, you can be a gentleman who is satisfied with us on the wedding night. Are you right, Gu Leia? As he spoke, and Yi blinked at Gu Leia, who blushed, lowered her head and nodded. Yes. This can also be O? But I remember that Odell was dumped because that young master had a lover. Right? Duan Mu Huai still remembers that Odile was broken off her engagement with a nobleman on the spot. Ah, that's not it. After all, nobles know that marriage is more of a political transaction. The biggest mistake that idiot made was to cancel the engagement in public. If he just treated the other person as a lover, it wouldn't matter. I see. So the Cavaliers must work hard. If I hurt me, I would cry. After saying this, and grinned at Duan Mu Huai, then pulled the blushing Gu Leia out of the reception room. Only Duan Mu Huai was still sitting there, silent. This is also considered. And hinted that I can have a harem? No. This is not a hint. This is an explicit statement. But then again, thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai opened the system again and looked at the system prompt in front of him. Special priesthood mission completed. Obtaining additional clever job, God of Love, LV1. Do you want to collect it? This was the system prompt that appeared after Duan Mu Huai attacked Princess Leia that night. But Duan Mu Huai never claimed it. On the one hand, he is not sure what kind of power is this God of Love. On the other hand, Duan Mu Huai also noticed something. This system seems to be guiding itself to the other side of the power of chaotic evil gods. God of Destruction corresponds to rage of tyranny. God of Lust corresponds to the evil of obsession. In this way, he would have at least 2 more priestly positions to fulfill concurrently. That is the clever job corresponding to Psalm of Rotten and Strange. In other words, this system hopes to seize the domains and believers of the 4 chaos gods through this method? Only, looking at the system prompt in front of him, Duan Mu Huai was still speechless. Why is God of Love? God of Love, isn't it? Chapter 367 Advanced. Hit your head with a hammer. Number 15 Primary Gene 19th Primary Gene Evil Xingxing God of God Dead of Destiny. Profession Judge, LV40, God of Destruction, LV7, God of Lust, LV1. Soul Walker Specialization Subspace, Heat Consume 50%. Strength, 41, plus 14, Fighting plus 15 Space Warrior Combat Training LV Max Material Dislocation Attack Weak Points Win with Fewer Bully the Weak Black Flame, LV7. Agile, 10, plus 2, Shooting plus 3 West Catran Strengthen LV5 Hidden Action Dark Knight Kill Shadow Blessing. Physical Constitution, 35, plus 14, Resistance plus 8 Max Furious Warrior Immortal Warrior. Intelligence, 30 Willpower plus 10 Great Psychic Combat Training LV5 Soul Resonance, Special Skill, Original Gene Bonus Psychic Combat. Perception, 15, plus 2, Perception plus 5 Law Department Assault Tactics LV5. Charm, 2, has locked, Communication minus 2 Fear Lingley LV3. It's a headache. Looking at his own information on the screen in front of him, Duan Mu Huai couldn't help but scratch his head. After obtaining the priesthood, Duan Mu Huai's way of adding points is different from before. Or rather, no more points. In the past, when Duan Mu Huai was an inquisitor, he could add 1 free attribute point for every 2 levels he upgraded. However, The upgrade of the priesthood was a little different. It would automatically increase the relevant attribute values during the upgrade, rather than letting the player choose for themselves. Judging from the current values, upgrading the God of Destruction mainly increases strength and constitution, while upgrading the God of Lust increases agility and perception. Each priesthood can be upgraded by 20 levels, which means that from the current point of view, if Dwanmu Y wants to reach the maximum level, it is equivalent to Inquisitor, LV40, plus God of Destruction, LV20, plus God of Lust, LV20, plus God of OO, LV20, plus God of XX, LV20, equals 120 levels. That's pretty much the trajectory. However, what gave Dwanmu Y a headache was not only this, but also the absorption of experience points. In fact, the original Star Ocean OL game also has settings for players' part-time jobs. Players can gain public experience points after completing tasks, and players can add these public experience points to the professions they want to join to increase their levels. But the promotion of priesthood is completely different. Not only does it absorb experience by itself, but even the distribution of experience is also determined by itself. For example, when Dwanmu Y engages in killing in war, all the experience he gains will be added to the God of Destruction, and he will not get any share of the God of Lust's priesthood. Of course, if you think about it carefully, it is actually quite reasonable. As a god, if you don't even do the things in the area you protect, isn't this dereliction of duty? What's the point of this godly position? Just like a functional department in a company. If you can't keep accounts, do you have to make tea? No matter how good you are at making tea, it won't give you any experience as a keeper or accountant. Right? So here comes the problem. The level of God of Destruction is still easy to increase. But the problem is, how do I raise the level of the God of Lust? Dwanmu Huijin tried it, and finally found out. Well, if God of Desire wants to gain experience points, he must do something that cannot be described in 300 words. For example, he and Kanami Mito. Basically, he can gain 10 experience points at a time. This is not good enough. Do I have to learn how Zeus spreads seeds all over the world? It's a headache just thinking about it. After all, I'm not Zeus, and I can't transform. Right? Of course. Considering the various father-son filial operations in Greek mythology, Dwanmu Y doesn't plan to learn from Zeus. It's just asking for trouble. Forget it. Let's put it aside for now. Dwanmu Y silently put the matter aside, then reached out and clicked on Space Marine Combat Training and Skyuta Siege Guidelines on the system panel. Soon, the system prompt appeared in front of him again. 2 professional skills have been detected to be at the maximum level. Whether to advance? Certainly. Dwanmu Y took a quick look and gave a direct answer. Select Advanced. As Dwanmu Y finished speaking, the next moment, a bright light suddenly burst out from his body, and then disappeared after a moment. At the same time, the system prompt appeared in front of Dwanmu Y again. Advanced Skills selected. Inquisitor, LV40, has been upgraded to Grand Inquisitor, LV40. Space Warrior Combat Training Max advances to Death Cult Skills, LV1. Skyuta Siege Rules Max advances to Katakan Survival Training, LV1. Call. Feeling the power and knowledge coming from his body, Dwanmu Y opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Professional advancement is also a rather troublesome system setting in the game. Simply put, players must upgrade a certain professional expertise to the maximum level before they can choose an advanced profession. For the initial Inquisitor profession, the order of advancement is Grand Inquisitor Mentor, Grand Mentor representative of the tribunal seat. Of course, although these advanced professions will not bring huge numerical improvements to players, they are indispensable. The reason is permissions. Although the human empire has been destroyed, its relics and buildings are still dormant on many planets. Once players want to enter certain facilities or open certain boxes, permissions and levels become very important. Otherwise, if you fight your way to the gate of the ruins and they remind you that you don't have enough authority, you will be so desperate that you will want to die. Therefore, it is very important for players to improve their career advancement. Of course, it is not very difficult to advance to the level of Grand Master. Only the representative of the tribunal seat needs to complete a series of long, tedious, dangerous and maddening tasks before they can successfully advance. But for players, as long as they don't go to Terra to attend the High Lord's Council, Grand Master is enough. There is no need to torture yourself. Right? Besides, Terra is dead. So what use is there for the High Lord's Council? Among the advanced skills, Duanmu Huai specifically chose death cult skills and Katakan survival training. The reason for choosing these two skills was to match his fear aura. Death cult skills mainly increase the critical hit chance and critical hit damage. To put it bluntly, it is easier to smash the enemy into pieces, letting the enemy see those horrific corpses, and then their morale will drop greatly, increasing the number of rounds of fear and trembling. Katakan survival training is mainly about improving your own resistance by suppressing the opponent. Simply put, the lower the enemy's morale, the more fearful, panicked, or cursed and poisoned they are, the higher your defense and resistance will be, and the easier it will be to suppress the enemy. This is why Duanmu Huai chose these two skills. To suppress the enemy through death cult skills, to keep them in a state of fear and trembling, and then to improve their resistance and strength through Katakan survival training. Well, a perfect cycle of fear. I can't get out of here anymore. So let it be. After the promotion, Duanmu Huai walked out of the room, came to the tactical command room, and started reading the report at hand. It is nonsense to say that the universe has been calm in recent times. It is impossible for world-destroying disasters to occur every day in the universe in less than a month. Among them, it is worth mentioning that the Guardian civilization, after purchasing several warships from Duanmu Huai, the humans of the Guardian civilization finally tasted the pleasure of traversing the universe. In the past, when they fought with other alien races in the Guardian galaxy, due to the lack of large warships, they could only let the Guardians drive their own small fighters to the ground and then carry out decapitation raids. Or several Guardians formed a team to fight on the ground. However, now with the warship, the Guardian civilization does not need to be as if it was before. What VX or what VX is? You dare to find the battleship and bombard the ground to the ground first, and then let the Guardian go to clean up the endgame. The one is called a refreshing one. According to the Guardian Tower Council, if they did not currently have sufficient funds and manpower, the other parties seem to really plan to purchase a few more cruisers from Duanmu Huai. Other aspects also seem to be calm. At least for now. There seems to be no situation that requires the intervention of the Inquisition. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai made a decision. Let's go back to Dual City and find a way to upgrade the God of Lust. To be honest, he didn't think it would be easy. So, where should we go? Back in Dual City, Duanmu Huai looked at the city in front of him and fell into deep thought. So far, the main game of Dual City does not seem to be affected too much by Mon. But it is not completely unaffected. Duanmu Huai certainly still remembers the god-fighting contest that Mary Rose was involved in. Obviously, that was one of the effects of Mon on the main game. But Duanmu Huai discovered and eliminated it early. At that time, he had not thought that this thing would have such a relationship with this world. Duanmu Huai certainly did not want this place to collapse. So he had to find a solution. Of course, the best way was to kill the so-called creator god and take back the control of this world from it, so as to completely solve the game between the devil and the brave man. Only in this way can the world regain peace and tranquility, instead of becoming a mess, or even collapsing in the end. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai thought for a while. If it really doesn't work, I'd better go to Lisa's first. At least as a local, Princess Leia should be more familiar with the situation there than me. Chapter 368 The Land of Magic. Frankly speaking, Duanmu Huai didn't really want to meet Princess Leia. And the reason was, it was also very simple. Oh, dear. The moment she saw Duanmu Huai, Princess Leia, who was sitting behind the desk, threw away the documents in her hand, rushed over excitedly like a young girl seeing her beloved, and hugged him. I'm so glad you came to see Leia. Are you planning to marry Leia? Leia has been waiting for this day for a long time. Certainly not. Duanmu Huai silently pushed her away and answered. But Leia didn't care at all. She looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile, which made him feel a headache. The reason why Leia became like this is also very simple. In short, of course, it is related to Duanmu Huai's previous purification of her. At that time, Princess Leia was twisted physically and mentally by the demon's evil spirit. In that situation, Duanmu Huai would not use any sacred method to purify her. He was not a holy god. Therefore, Duanmu Huai used the method he had used on a forest princess before at the border. At that time, the forest princess was infected by the mad fire, which almost destroyed the entire border area. In this case, What Duanmu Huai did was to inject the black flame of his own death into the body of the forest princess to completely eliminate the mad fire. However, he still showed some mercy to the forest princess at that time. But he had no intention of showing mercy to Leah. The result is, although the evil spirit in Princess Leia's body was eliminated, she seemed to have changed from another perspective. Well, she had also changed. Just like now. Of course, according to Princess Leia, the Lisis royal family stipulates that women must marry the first-time person. Well, this person is now going through the procedures to succeed the queen, which means that she will become the queen of Lisis in a while. I don't know whether this is good or bad for Lisis. Although Duanmu Huai also told Princess Leia that he had a fiancée, Princess Leia obviously had no intention of letting go. It's been a long time since we last met. By the way, why don't we go to the bedroom and have a good talk? As she spoke, Leia grabbed Duanmu Huai's hand and tried to leave, but was held back by Duanmu Huai. Okay, I'm not here for this. It's important. Important things? It's about the demons. When Leia heard Duanmu Huai's words, her expression suddenly changed. Demons? Yes. I found some information from the memory of the previous demon king. But unfortunately, the information is not comprehensive. So I want to ask you, Lisis, do you have any information or records about the demons? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Princess Leia frowned and thought for a moment. Lisis doesn't have much information about this. If we talk about the knowledge about the demons, Herman and Seth know more. I see. Hearing Princess Leia's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded, thinking about it carefully. It was not surprising. Lisis didn't even know what was sealed under his own royal city. It was indeed a bit unreasonable to ask them about the demons. And what Leia said was not wrong. If Duanmu Huai's memory was correct, he seemed to have heard Dang Kanami talk about the geography of this world. The west was the territory of the demons, and bordering the demons was the magic kingdom of Seth and Herman, who had invaded Lisis before. Well, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Since Seth and Herman border the demons, they must be quite familiar with the situation of the demons. If you want to go to Seth, I can help you. If you issue a letter in the name of the Lisis royal family, you can even meet the king. Then I'll trouble you. Duanmu Huai did not refuse. The tribunal has always taken the upper route to solve problems. Or in other words, only the upper route can solve problems. Considering that Herman had just signed an agreement with Lisis, and had to pay Lisis compensation because of the stupid behavior of an idiot prince, it was obviously not a reasonable choice to go to Herman to cause trouble at this time. So it is obviously more convenient to go to Seth. In this way, Duanmu Huai obtained the letter from the royal family of Lisis from Princess Leia, and set out again for the magical kingdom of Seth. Of course, he did not go alone this time. In addition to Ajis, there are two other people following Duanmu Huai. They are, you want to go Seth too? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the green-haired girl wearing a magic hat looked at him and nodded. After all, Seth is the magic kingdom. As a magician, of course, I want to see it. And I also want to experience the action of the trial court in person. The reason for the magic of Zijingxiang can also be said. As for the other, woohoo, Lord Liao said that I asked me to accompany her with her. And I had no other way. Seeing Dang Kanami's face helpless. Although she was indeed Duanmu Huai's attendant. But anyway, she was also the confidant of being picked up by the king of Liao. Originally, Donna thought that Leia was at least thinking about herself. As a result, Leia directly sold her to Duanmu Huai. There was no chance for Kanami to bargain. What else could she do? Well, you can tell me about the magic kingdom, Seth. Duanmu Huai sat in the cabin, looking at the sea view outside, and spoke at the same time. Unlike going to Lisis, going from Dual City to Seth requires taking a ship to reach the other side's port. Well, this is not a strange thing. Seth. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Kanami thought about it for a moment. To be honest, I only have information about Seth from some intelligence materials I have collected. As you two know, Seth is a magic kingdom. All citizens in this kingdom must receive magic education. Those who successfully graduate and become magicians will become first-class citizens, while ordinary people who do not become magicians will be second-class citizens. It can be said that this country is completely ruled by magicians. Seth is not a good place. However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw an adventurer sitting not far away. listening to their conversation. Any questions? Masushizuka stared at the adventurer and asked. At least from what we've heard. There's nothing particularly strange about it. Since Seth is a magical country, they will definitely look at magicians differently. And since you've received magical education, isn't it your own fault if you can't become a qualified magician? Cut. So the magician like you does not understand at all. The adventurer sneered at what Masushizuka said. That's just a nice thing to say on the surface. Indeed, Seth has prepared magic education for everyone. But for the commoners, they implement a relaxed education. On the surface, they say that they can't bear to let children suffer from learning at a young age, and they should give them a happy childhood. But in fact, that kind of education can't make commoners become qualified magicians. On the contrary, those nobles rely on their power to firmly hold on to their upper-class status. Here, the adventurer suddenly clenched his fist. Not only that, for the Sayas people, those damn magicians don't even regard second-class citizens as human beings. In their eyes, all people who can't do magic are scum, garbage, and tools that can be treated however they want. Are you from Seth too? Duanmu Huai asked silently. And the adventurer snorted coldly. Yes, but I left Seth a long time ago. To be honest, if I hadn't accepted the commission this time, I wouldn't want to go back to this damn place. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Well, after listening to the adventurer's words, the atmosphere among the crowd became a little strange. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just patted Ojus's head in his arms. Okay, Seth's affairs have nothing to do with us. We are outsiders, so we just need to do our own thing. Yes. Soon, the cruise ship arrived in Seth, and the group did not encounter too many obstacles along the way. After showing Lizus' royal letter, Seth immediately invited Duanmu Huai and his group to the capital of Seth, Wancheng, where Duanmu Huai also met with the king of the kingdom of Seth. Hello. Nice to meet you. I am the king of the kingdom of Seth, Laguna Rock Aku Super Gandhi. Appearing in front of Duanmu Huai and others was a middle-aged man with a sturdy build and standing hair, looking like a brave and strong man. The sound is also very loud. You are the heroes who saved Lizus and destroyed the former demon king. It is a great honor to meet you here. I don't deserve it. Compared to the king's excitement, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. This time we came to Seth, mainly to investigate some information related to the demon and the devil. Of course there is no problem. Hearing Duanmu Huai's speech, King Seth nodded. I will send someone to answer your questions. As long as it is about the demons, we will answer your questions. Just when the king was about to say something else, a woman suddenly came over and whispered something to the king. The king's face darkened, and he looked at the woman and nodded. I see. I'll take care of it. After saying this, the king looked at Duanmu Huai again. Well, please enjoy Seth's hospitality. I still have things to take care of. After saying this, King Seth turned and left. Soon, servants appeared and took Duanmu Huai and others to another reception room. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Seeing Kanami sitting on the sofa, he couldn't help but sigh. I thought something was going to go wrong. We have a letter of introduction from the royal family of Lizus. What do you think could go wrong? Duanmu Huai glanced at Kanami helplessly. So you see, it is better to take the upper route. At least you can avoid a lot of trouble and directly find the information you want. Next, it depends on what clues Seth can provide about the demons. Chapter 369 Investigation. It must be said that Seth, as a country that fights against the demons, has indeed made some achievements in this regard. Soon, Duanmu Huai learned the intelligence he needed about the demon world. Some of it came from the demons captured on the Seth front, and the rest was the news brought back by the scouts sent by Seth into the demon territory. Of course, what could be placed in front of Duanmu Huai would definitely not be those ambiguous rumors. I see. Putting down the records in his hand, Duanmu Huai muttered to himself and said that based on the information Seth obtained from the monsters, combined with the memories of the demon king Jill that he had obtained before, Duanmu Huai had almost figured out the current situation in the demon world. To put it simply, the trajectory of the demon king is as follows. A long time ago, the demon king of the demon world was a man named Naichi. As a demon king, he was defeated by the brave man of mankind, and then met Jill, who had her limbs cut off and was waiting to die. Then Naichi passed his demon king blood and the demon king's position to Jill, and the latter became the next demon king. In the era of demon king Jill, Humans suffered an unspeakably painful fate. Jill knew about the setting of the hero. That is, once humans suffered heavy casualties, a hero would appear, and then the more humans died, the stronger the hero would be. And finally the Demon King would be defeated. In order to prevent the appearance of the hero, Jill built a human ranch. She imprisoned humans on ranches like animals, destroyed human countries, and made them live a desperate life on ranches. This period was also the darkest period in human history, with almost no hope and no future. But later, another hero Gay appeared. Although he was not a brave, he tried to pierce the Demon King Jier, defeated it, and sealed it under the king city of Lyses, and then established the country of Lishaz. Due to the backbath of the Demon King, Guy bathed the blood of the devil. So he became the next generation of the Demon King. Essence. During the reign of Demon King Guy, the demons were relatively quiet, and human civilization recovered. However, as the Demon King's time passed, the selection of the next Demon King was put on the agenda. Seth was not very clear about this part, but the record he could get was that Demon King Guy passed his blood to someone, wanting him to become the Demon King. But the other person was unwilling to accept this fate and ran away, and Demon King Guy was also killed. So in this way, the subtle power balance of the demon world began to become chaotic. Special. I see. After figuring out the cause and effect of the matter, Duanmu Huai finally understood why the demons attacked Lyses. It was obvious that in addition to these two factions, there was a third faction among the demons, which was the Jier faction that lifted the seal of the previous Demon King and allowed him to return to the throne. Well, that old demon might be from Gilpai. Some wanted to be the emperor themselves. Some wanted to obey the will of the late emperor. And some wanted the retired emperor to come out of his coffin and fight for another 500 years. This demon world was really chaotic. Anyway, thank you for the information. Duanmu Huai raised his head, looked at the girl sitting opposite him, and nodded. She was a girl with long brown hair, wearing glasses, and combed her hair back. She looked like a standard top student. She was the daughter of the king of Seth Kingdom. Maggie Ku. Zay. Gandhi. Nothing. You also provide us with a lot of useful information. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Majiku also put down the pen in his hand and spoke. As a courtesy to exchange information, Duanmu Huai also told them about the contents of the Demon King Jier's memory, including the rules of the game between the Demon King and the hero, and the three super gods. To be honest, if you were not the warrior who destroyed the former Demon King, I would think all this is just nonsense. The complicated look of Magoku looked at the content described in his hands, especially about the rules of the game of the devil and the brave. That is to say, the threat from the kingdom of the seals currently faced by the demon world is just the game of creating God. To be honest, if someone else said this in front of him, Majik would definitely not believe it. Whether it is true or not, we have no way to confirm this. But the fact that the demons are a threat to humans will not change, at least in the short term. Duanmu Huai picked up a book again and started flipping through it while answering. However, when he saw a certain record in it, Duanmu Huai was suddenly stunned. Your Highness Magic. What's the matter? What is this monster user? Duanmu Huai handed over the book in confusion, while Majika glanced at it. Ah, as the name suggests, a monster user is someone who controls monsters. They usually wander around the continent, sign contracts with monsters, and use them to fight enemies. Do they also hold a round ball and throw it at monsters when they see one? What's that? Nothing. I was just talking. What kind of magical monster trainer is this? After making a casual complaint, Duanmu Huai was also speechless. The reason why he asked Majiko about the news about the monster master was not because Duanmu Huai had a whim, but just now when Duanmu Huai was flipping through the book introducing the magic profession, he turned to the page about monster master, and then a task suddenly popped up in the system in front of Duanmu Huai. Special Mission Activation Command Monster. Mission Goal: become a qualified monster master. Mission rewards? Why does the system eject me from this task? Duanmu Huai took the book again and carefully read the introduction about monster masters. According to the introduction, there are monsters called male monsters and female monsters in this world, and monster masters are professionals who capture them and train them to be familiars. Monsters that become familiars will obey the orders of the monster master and fight for him. Wait. So as long as you become a monster user, you can capture monsters and get information from them? If you think about it, The Demon King is also a kind of monster. Right? Then if I could become a monster master, wouldn't I be able to turn the Demon King into my own monster? Then I wouldn't have to torture her, and she would just answer whatever I asked her. If I knew that there was this profession, I would not have burst into Jilla's head, so that the intelligence was fragmented. The only problem is that according to the book, becoming a monster master seems to depend on qualifications. Do I have the qualifications? There should be. Otherwise, the system would not have activated this task for me. In this case, as long as I become a monster master, I can enslave and manipulate monsters. I wonder if it will work on the demons in the subspace. If it does, it will be interesting. Duanmu Huai remembered that there seemed to be players who had a profession similar to Pokemon trainers. But at that time, as a soul walker, he already had a lot of soul cards, so there was no need to do this profession specifically. But now it seems that this profession seems to have other benefits. Ms. Magic, how do I become a monster user? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Majika frowned. Generally speaking, the inheritance of a magic user is very complicated. Almost only the magic users themselves will choose their disciples to inherit their skills. Therefore, it is not as widely learned as other magical subjects. I see. Just like folk handicrafts, it is a form of master teaching apprentices. But why do you ask this? The Demon King is also a monster. Right? If I can become a monster user, then even the Demon King can be used by me. Right? Why? Hearing this, Majik was stunned where he was. Isn't it? No. Sorry. I don't know the situation either. Demon King. Looking at the man in front of her, Majiko didn't know what to say for a moment. This thought was so speechless that she didn't even know what to say. Although strictly speaking, it seemed to be true. After all, the Demon King was the king of the demons, so he must be a monster. And since the Monster Master could command monsters, he could theoretically command the Demon King as well. But no one has ever thought about it this way. Not to mention, the person in front of him was the one who destroyed the previous Demon King in the legend. Others would think such words were daydreams. But when he said this, it gave people an irresistible sense of reality. Are you really planning to subdue the Demon King? Why? I want to ask for information. But I'm not very good at ordinary torture. However, as long as I can control the Demon King, I can make him say whatever he wants. It seems to be true? So, Your Highness Majiko, do you know of any way to allow me to become a monster user? This is very difficult, because monster users are very rare, and most of them don't like to be in crowded places. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Majika thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. By the way, I remember that a long time ago, Ses had a powerful monster. Although he had died, he left a trial. It is rumored that as long as he passed the trial, he could get the knowledge and ability of the monster to inherit his mantle. However, no one seems to have succeeded in so far. Oh! Hearing this, a light flashed in Duanmu Huai's eyes. Do you mind taking me to see it? Your Highness Majiko? Chapter 370, Monster Girl Island. Right here. Majika brought Duanmu Huai to a room located below the Sais King City. It was a place that looked as empty as a warehouse. Only in the middle was a magic circle that looked like it had not been cleaned for a long time. That demon master once helped Seth repel the demon's attack. After that, he left this legacy under this royal city. As long as someone can trigger this teleportation array, he will be teleported to the place where the Demon Master is and obtain all of the Demon Master's legacy. At least that's what the royal records say. This doesn't seem like a secret place. Duanmu Huai silently glanced at the ticket office outside the door and saw a few big words clearly visible. Of course, we also hope that the legacy of the Monster Master can be passed down, so we have no objection to students coming to challenge. But unfortunately, up to now, it seems that no one has successfully triggered this teleportation array. Is this thing going to break? The court wizard came to inspect it, and everything is normal. Duanmu looked at the side. There were only him here. OG and Majiko 3. Then can I go up and try it? Certainly. After getting Majiko's affirmation, Duanmu Huai took Ojas to the magic circle. However, there was no response. Is this thing really broken? Or am I not qualified? Duanmu Huai looked at the teleportation array under his feet again and complained casually, while Majika stared at the magic array in confusion. It doesn't look bad. However, before Majik finished his words, a faint light suddenly flashed. When Majik raised his head, Duanmu Huai and Ojus, who were originally on the magic circle, disappeared. It actually works? Looking at the empty teleportation array, Majiko couldn't help but be stunned. A flash of light. The next moment, a completely different scene appeared in front of Duanmu Huai and Ojisi. It seems to be useful. Duanmu Huai looked around. He didn't expect the activation of the teleportation array to be so unreasonable and sudden. However, it seemed that they arrived at the destination very smoothly. Well, this looks like a study room, with bookshelves all around and a desk next to it. Only, it's not like there's no one here. Duanmu Huai walked to the desk and gently rubbed it with his fingers. According to Majik, the monster master was a man who lived decades ago. Logically, he should have died of old age. That's why he left the teleportation array for future generations to inherit his legacy. But this place in front of him didn't look like it had been abandoned for decades. The floor was smooth and shiny, and there was no dust on the table. It was obvious that someone cleaned it regularly. But Majiko said that no one has ever successfully activated the teleportation array? Could it be that someone activated it but she didn't know about it? Did anyone get the heritage of that monster? In short, take a look around first. Be careful. Okis. Yes, master. After instructing Ojus, Duanmu Huai walked to the door, opened it, and looked outside. The corridor was empty, and there was no one there. Duanmu Huai didn't care. He opened the doors one by one and checked the situation. Bedroom, guest room, warehouse. These didn't look like places where people lived. After all, although the place was cleaned very cleanly, there were no personal belongings. The whole house felt more like a hotel room that had just been cleaned by the cleaner. So who is difficult to do? Duanmu Huai walked around and didn't see anyone. However, when he walked into the hall, the door suddenly opened and a girl dressed as a maid walked in. Seeing Duanmu Huai, the girl was also surprised. Who are you? As she spoke, the maid raised the broom in her hand and took a fighting stance. In just a blink of an eye, she was filled with tense fighting spirit. Is it a male monster that sneaked in? Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. You are the monster. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't bear it anymore. I'm a human. I was just teleported here from the magic circle over there. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the maid was stunned for a moment, then put down the broom in her hand. Are you human? Certainly. Duanmu Huai took off his hat and showed his face to the maid. The maid was stunned for a moment when she saw Duanmu Huai's face, then stared at him carefully for a while and nodded. I see. Are you the heir to Master Barbarich's legacy as a monster user? I think so. Has his estate been inherited by someone? No. Lord Barbarich's estate is still safely kept in this mansion. So you are? Duanmu Huai pointed at the maid, who also lifted her skirt and bowed to Duanmu Huai. Hello. Nice to meet you. Master Monster Master. I am your maid. No. I know you're a maid. So what's your name? I don't have a name. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, the maid shook her head. I'm a maid-type girl monster. That's it. Huh? Hearing the maid's answer, Duanmu Huai was completely confused. He carefully looked at the girl in front of him. She had long brown hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a blue dress, a white apron, a broom in her hand, and a white maid's ribbon on her head. She looked like a maid no matter how you looked at her. But isn't being a maid a profession? What the H.L. is a maid? What the H.L. is going on in this world? To be honest, Duanmu Huai had a lot to complain about. But fortunately, the maid answered his questions. In fact, in the study where Duanmu Huai was teleported before, there was the World Biological Atlas. And through this atlas, Duanmu Huai finally understood the biological diversity of this messy world. First of all, this world is also divided into several species. Generally speaking, they are humans, demi-humans, monsters, and others. Humans are simply human. The subhumans are divided into the Kara tribe and the dwarf tribe. Of course, the so-called Kara tribe is actually the elves in Duanmu Huai's opinion. After all, they live in the forest like elves and have long ears. The only difference is that the Kara tribe only has women, and they will not die. They will only be reincarnated as angels or fall into demons later. Then, there are the monsters. Monsters are divided into boy monsters and girl monsters. Some of them look very strange, while others are similar to humans. For example, this maid, Duan Mu Huai, looked her up and down, and could not see any difference between her and humans, even if he used the equipment of the Inquisition to investigate. The conclusion given was that she had the internal structure of a human, at least according to the standards of the Inquisition. This girl was not contaminated by chaos, and there was no abnormality in the bone level. Although she had certain psychic powers, she was not a subhuman race recognized by the Empire and the Inquisition. Needless to say, dragons, honey, and other messy things are others. According to the description in the illustrations, boy monsters are more common, and their personalities are more violent and fierce. On the contrary, girl monsters are rarer. Of course, these monsters are called monsters because they don't like humans, although they don't hate them. However, if humans invade their territory, they will still fight with humans, although it is hard to tell from the outside. But girl monsters are not completely without their own strangeness. For example, maids. Basically, all maids look the same as the maid Duan Mu Huai saw, with long brown hair, a single ponytail, and the same clothes. So in a sense, humans look at maids just like they look at animals, with the same fur color and appearance. Only the personality and specific appearance will change. Well, from this point of view, it is not wrong to call maids monsters. After all, for ordinary people, you are just looking at a group of little yellow chickens. Unless you raise them well, you still can't tell who is who, right? Secondly, the outer skins of these monsters are their clothes. For example, if Duan Mu Huai tears off the maid uniform worn by this maid, then after a while, she will grow another one of her own. Of course, this also means that monster species basically will not change clothes. If there are occasional monsters with different clothes, they are rare species. Just like you walking on the grassland and seeing different colors of Pokemon. Well, this guy is really a monster trainer. After reading the illustrations, Duan Mu Huai's only feeling was this. According to the illustrations, monster masters are also divided into male monster masters and female monster masters. But male monster masters are more common, while female monster masters are rarer. Duan Mu Huai was teleported to a place similar to a tropical island, which was full of barriers. If Duan Mu Huai wanted to leave the island, he had to learn the knowledge and skills of monster masters, and then subdue those monster girls. And then he could leave the island. The monster girls on this island were all summoned from various places by the old monster master decades ago, and left to future generations. Well, that is to say, as long as Duan Mu Huai can subdue these monster girls and become a monster master, then he will be inheriting the old monster master's legacy. Moreover, whether it is a boy monster or a girl monster, they are all laid from eggs. In other words, if the maid breed reproduces, she will lay an egg, and when the egg breaks open, a little maid in a maid outfit will emerge. What a messy thing. After looking at the picture book, Duan Mu Huai just threw it away. The setting of this world has left him speechless. What is the clone of the human body? I can't figure it out at all. Never mind. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. Then, let's try it first. So, do I have what it takes to be a monster user? If this were a game, Duan Mu Huai would be the type of person who would skip the basic tutorial and go straight into the game to kill people. As for operation, you can learn through practice. Yes. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's question, the maid nodded and then just stared at him. Your eyes are special eyes. We girl monsters are attracted to you just by looking into your eyes. There is no doubt that you are a female monster user and have that power. Oh! Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai couldn't help but happy. Real? Of course. Please wait. I'll take the weapon of monsters for you. After saying this, the maid turned and left the room, while Duan Mu Huai looked at Ojas complacently. Look, Ojas, there are still people who can appreciate my beauty. Duan Mu Huai certainly did not ignore the intoxicated expression on the maid's face when she looked at him just now. It was not a fake, but she seemed to be really attracted by his appearance. This is really rare. But master, they are not humans. They are monsters. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's boasting, Ojas tilted her head curiously and looked at him. In other words, Master, do you look like a monster? This little cotton jacket is dark and leaks. Chapter 371. The goal is Master Balku Monster Mother. Chapter 371. The target is Pokemon. Monster Girl Master? In a way, taming monster girls is no different from taming Pokemon. Find it, fight it, defeat it and capture it. Look, simple and direct. It's just that the elf trainer's approach looks more simple. For example, find a Pokemon, then summon your own Pokemon, and then defeat the opponent. After the opponent is defeated, throw the Master Ball to pick up the opponent, and it will be considered a success. But Monster Trainer is a little more complicated. It is right to find the Monster Mother and defeat the Monster Mother, but then the monster to use a rope called Capture Rope to personally tie the Monster Mother. And if the Monster Maid is unwilling to surrender, he may have to learn Mengao Chi. Of course, tying her up is the first step. The second step is to look into the monster girl's eyes and recite the spell. If the other party is willing to become a servant, she will become the Monster Master Servant. So to put it simply, a Monster Master captures a monster girl by secretly hiding in the forest. And then when he sees a monster girl, he rushes over, knocks her to the ground, and then ties her up with a rope to make her his own property. Forget it. No matter what, we still have to complete the task. Of course, since it is to capture the Monster Maid, then you must not use weapons. Otherwise it will be cut. So the monster user also has his own weapon, which is a whip. This is it? Duanmu Huai looked at the small whip in his hand and asked curiously. And the maid next to him nodded. Yes, using the whip freely can be regarded as a qualified monster. Is this thing lethargic? Duanmu Huai shook his head. Then he looked at the tree in front of him, gripped the whip tightly, took a deep breath, and then swung it hard. Snapped. The whip swung through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and hit the tree trunk heavily. The next moment, the tree trunk, which was more than 1 meter thick, was broken in half, and the upper part flew out and turned into a pile of rotten wood. Duanmu Huai looked at the maid, who remained silent. Please, lively hand. Don't be so hard. All right. So, after completing a series of basic operations such as WSAD, moving up, down, left, right, pressing the F key to interact, clicking the right mouse button to aim, etc., Duanmu Huai left the mansion and went to the forest to look for elves. No, it's a monster girl. Originally, just like the protagonist of Pokemon has an initial partner, Duanmu Huai also has such a partner. That is, the maid. However, the maid said that Duanmu Huai's ability to control the monster girl contract is not yet mature, and said that she would sign a contract with Duanmu Huai to become a familiar after he matures in the control. Well, I guess the maid was also afraid of getting shot in the head, so I can't really blame her. After all, it is a biological instinct to avoid harm, plus Duanmu Huai himself has a precedent for the head of the Demon King. Well, to be honest, he is also a little worried. Who is it good? Walking in the forest, Duanmu Huai flipped through the illustrated book in front of him while muttering to himself. According to the maid, this island is divided into several areas, each of which is covered by a barrier. Only after obtaining at least 2 familiars will a barrier be lifted and a new area will be opened. Finally, after completing the task and becoming a self-reliant monster master, you can leave the island. For Duanmu Huai, defeating the monster girl and subduing her should not be a problem. Although logically speaking, the monster user itself does not have much attack power, so it is necessary to control the monster girl to fight. Just like a trainer cannot beat a Pokemon. But for Duanmu Huai, with his strength, it is not difficult to deal with these monster girls. So for Duanmu Huai, strength and intensity are not within his scope of concern. Fortunately, according to the illustrations, many monster girls also have special skills. For example, maids are born to like cleaning and tidying, so the mansion can be tidy. This skill is meaningless in battle, but it is very useful in life. And Duanmu Huai also intends to follow this idea. After all, even if he has to fight, he might as well tame the Demon King. To be honest, Duanmu Huai doesn't even think highly of the combat power of ordinary monster girls. The ones in the soul card are stronger. Just find some monster girls with special skills or life skills. Crack, crack, crack. When Duanmu Huai wandered in the forest, a sound came from the tree not far away. He raised his head and looked at it, and saw a girl squatting there, holding a carrot to eat a carrot. What do you say? The forest, the sudden girl, also holds carrots. which is estimated to be at least a ghost story in other worlds. For example, the other party is not carrot but human arm. But here are not uncommon for people in the forest. Of course, this is people from the perspective of the trial court. However, compared to the maid, this girl let Duanmu Huai recognize it at a glance that it should be a girl monster. The reason is also very simple. As long as you look at her looks. Of course, the girl itself is no different from humans. She has a cute and beautiful face. And a green fluffy short hair. At least it looks like an individual. Not only that, the girl's outfit is also very bold. Her upper body is in a translucent, tulle pajamas-like outfit. You can clearly see the skin inside through the thin fabric. And her lower body is in white suspenders, matched with a furry bunny tail at the back. Well, to be honest, if this were in a bar, she would definitely be the perfect bunny girl character. I remember it being in the illustrated guide. While looking at the girl chewing a carrot, Duanmu Huai silently took out the illustrated book and began to flip through it. Let me see. Oh, I found it. Rabbit. It's a low-level girl monster. Not dangerous. Ah! Just as Duanmu Huai was flipping through the illustrations, he suddenly heard a scream. He looked up and saw the bunny girl staring at him. However, she did not turn around and run away like a rabbit when she saw a stranger. Instead, she showed a friendly smile and waved to Duanmu Huai. Hello. Hello. Duanmu Huai nodded and greeted him back. The bunny girl jumped up and skipped in front of Duanmu Huai, staring at him curiously. Who are you? Tell me. Tell me. My name is Duanmu Huai, and I'm a monster user. Monster user? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the bunny girl looked at him curiously, then looked at the whip in Duanmu Huai's hand, and then smiled. Ah, do you want to play with Usagi? Do you want to play the S&M game? Or do you want to play a battle game? Come and play. Come and play. As she spoke, the bunny girl came over skipping and jumping, then stretched out her hand and punched Duanmu Huai. Was that an attack? But why does it feel like a fight between children? No. It was even worse than a child's beating. After all, children would hit people without knowing the severity of the beating. It was so cruel. But the bunny girl hitting Duanmu Huai felt like a girl acting like a spoiled child. It didn't hurt at all. Come on. Come on. Just when Duanmu Huai was completely confused, he saw the bunny girl who had punched him jumped back a few steps, hopping around and shouting at him. What does this mean? She punched me. Does that mean I should punch her back? What kind of turn-based system is this? Rabbits are so cute that they will cry for a long time if you punch them. Duanmu Huai silently took out the whip. Be careful. Don't use too much force. Then, a whip was swung out. The black whip drew a phantom in the air. And the next moment the ground at the bunny girl's feet suddenly exploded. With a scream, the bunny girl fell to the ground. And then fainted. So weak. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was speechless. He didn't even hit her. But she just fell down like this? So weak. No wonder she's a low-level girl monster. No matter what. The fight has already happened. So let's just call it a day. With this thought in mind, Duanmu Huai silently walked to the unconscious bunny girl, took out the restraint rope, and then opened the page of the illustrated book. Let me see how this is tied. Damn. Why is it so troublesome? Can't you just tie the hands and feet and be done with it? What the H.L. is OO bondage. What the H.L. is XX bondage. It's so tiring to tie a knot. Duanmu Huai cursed while referring to the illustration. And after some effort, he finally packed up the bunny girl. Phew. This is so tiring. Duanmu Huai stood up and looked at the bunny girl, who was tied up like a crab. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. How could being tied up be more tiring than fighting? Next, let me see how the tutorial is written. Bring the tied-up girl monster home and perform the contract ceremony. Okay. Duanmu Huai silently picked up the tied-up bunny girl. Anyway, it's a game. I'll take it back and try it out first. Chapter 372 Rarity is the most important. After that, Duanmu Huai brought Tutu back to the mansion and untied her rope. Well, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this was a waste of time. But according to the textbook, the purpose of this binding rope is mainly to confirm whether the girl monster has really stopped resisting the monster master. In addition, many girl monsters would lie, so it would be more convenient and quicker to ask them directly about their physical condition. Otherwise, If by the time the contract is concluded, the other party still resists the monster user deep down in his heart and takes the opportunity to turn against him, then the monster user will be in danger. Of course, this only applies to those monster masters who have little combat power and are weak in body. If it were Duanmu Huai, anyone who dared to cause trouble in front of him would be crushed to the ground with his head. Not long after the ropes were untied, the bunny girl slowly woke up. After seeing Duanmu Huai, she was not afraid. Instead, she jumped up and threw herself into Duanmu Huai's arms with an innocent smile. "Wow, it's you?" Hee. While saying that, the rabbit girl twisted her body like a coquettish side. Although the illustrated book did say that the rabbit girl was a girl's monster that was more relatives. But this is too relative? Looking at the bunny girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think of the silly spores in the animal world. How did this race with no sense of crisis survive until now without becoming extinct? Ahem. Anyway, let's sign the contract first. Duanmu Huai grabbed the bunny girl, stared at her and spoke. "Come on. Look me in the eyes." Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, the bunny girl tilted her head curiously and looked at Duanmu Huai, while Duanmu Huai also stared into her eyes. Recalling the contents of the textbook, slightly concentrated his attention, and then spoke. "Wild monster, I now grant you the chains of subordination. You must obey me as my servant." After saying this, Duanmu Huai just stared at the bunny girl. Then he saw the latter's originally bright blue eyes suddenly become dim. At the same time, the bunny girl spoke again. "I, as a follower demon, obey you." Unlike the innocent and lively tone of the rabbit girl before, the rabbit girl's voice was very serious when she said this, as if she switched her personality. "Bunny, I will work hard as your master's familiar from now on." Looking at the bunny girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai was also a little surprised. And then he looked at the maid. "It's over." "Yes, the contract has been concluded, and it seems that there is no problem." The maid nodded and looked at Duanmu Huai. "Then, please embark on the road of trial. It seems I have no other choice." Hearing the maid's words, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. After successfully experimenting with the rabbit, Duanmu Huai was able to subdue the familiar. At the same time, he also signed a contract with the maid. By the way, after signing the contract, the information of the two girl monsters also appeared in Duanmu Huai's system. But the system classified them as pets. That's right, pets. Many online games will be that players can get some small pets through gold or tasks. These pets are not very useful and will not help players fight. The official pays. Their soul cards are much easier. And now, after Duanmu Huai signed the contract with Tutu and the maid, the system classified them as pets. That's right. It's the kind of thing that you can show off in public places in the game and make newbies drool at. But in fact it disappears as soon as you enter a battle and is useless. Of course, if Duanmu Huai had this in the game, bringing it out to show off would probably make the players so ruthless that they might even capture and exterminate the girl monster. This reminded Duanmu Huai of a rare pet called the void whale that lived in a certain galaxy. Its body was extremely large, but after being defeated and captured, it would become mini and cute. Since rare pets were refreshed only once every 4 or 5 months, thousands of warships from the galaxy would gather together every few days. Once the void whale appeared, it would be a bloody battle. Hundreds of players would fight to the death for a void whale. Not to mention the professional guilds that wanted to capture the void whale and sell it. It was a mess. The mountains and rivers were shattered. The galaxies were shattered. And even the subspace could not withstand such fierce firepower. Well, if there were girl monsters in the game, the scene would probably be even worse. After taming the two girl monsters, their information appeared in Duanmu Huai's pet column. As Duanmu Huai expected, they did not have attack and defense values like soul cards. Only a special ability. The maid's special ability is All-Rounder at Housework, while the bunny's special ability is Grant of Luck. Housework All-Rounder is self-explanatory, and it can do any housework. The introduction of Luck Grantaire is even more confusing, as it only says it is a rabbit that can bring luck to people. But I don't know if it can increase the probability of winning 10 times in a row. In short, now that we have mastered the method of capturing familiars, all we have to do next is capture a few more familiars and lift the seal. And then everything will be fine. According to the maid, because Duanmu Huai had signed a contract with Tutu, the seal of the forest was touched. And there were 3 seals left, namely in the snow mountains, underground and on the plains. So Duanmu Huai decided to go to the snow mountain first. Ouch. It's so cold. Walking in the snow-capped mountains. Tutu followed closely behind Duanmu Huai and complained from time to time. It was no wonder, although it was not known how big the difference was between girl monsters and humans. Judging from the appearance alone, it would be strange if a girl wearing only a transparent gauze pajamas-like outfit did not complain about the cold when walking in the snow-capped mountains. So didn't I tell you to stay down there? Duanmu Huai looked at the rabbit helplessly and said, saying that he was planning to go to the mountain alone as the rabbit at that time to find the elf inhabiting in the snowy mountains. Girl's monster. Climbing a mountain is not a difficult thing for Duanmu Huai. But this mountain is also quite high. If you use an analogy, it is basically as high as the Himalayas. Even Duanmu Huai can't climb to the top of the mountain in one breath. In fact, they have only advanced less than 1/10 of the way. And Tutu has already started to feel cold. Hey! But Bunny has to be with his master. Bunny isn't afraid of the cold. As she spoke, Tutu got into Duanmu Huai's cloak, reached out from behind, hugged Duanmu Huai, and kept rubbing against him. I don't know whether she did it intentionally or unintentionally, but Duanmu Huai was not wearing power armor at the moment. So of course, he could feel Tutu's warmth from behind. Warm and soft. It is indeed very comfortable. Seeing Tutu's movements, Ogisi next to her had a slightly cold look in her eyes. Then she also reached out her hand, hugged Duanmu Huai, and began to move like Tutu. How should I put it? There is a little bit of temperature, but it feels more like a washboard rubbing your back. There's a cave over there. Let's go there and take a rest. The maid stretched out her hand and pointed to a cave not far away. And Duanmu Huai nodded. Then the group came to a nearby cave and began to avoid the sudden snowstorm. Gaw! However, what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that just as he was about to enter the cave, suddenly, there was a scream like an animal in the shadow of the cave. And then Duanmu Huai saw an orange-yellow object suddenly jumped out and rushed towards him. Duanmu Huai certainly would not tolerate the other party. He just roared, suddenly stretched out his hand to grab the other party and pressed it directly to the ground. Let me see. What is this? After knocking the opponent to the ground, Duanmu Huai looked at his hand. After seeing clearly the thing that attacked him, even Duanmu Huai was stunned. It's no wonder that Duanmu Huai was stunned, because what he held in his hand was not an animal at all. In other words, it is not a living thing at all. What Duanmu Huai held in his hand was an oval shape that was orange in color. It had a scribbled mouth on its head and thin lines on its limbs. That's right. It looked like something a kindergarten kid had scribbled on a piece of paper. Like a dog or a cat. What is this? Duanmu Huai fell into deep thought as he looked at the struggling animal graffiti in his hand, while the maid looked at the graffiti monster and spoke. Ah, this is the duo monster. Then the sketch should be around here. Sketch? Yes. She is a girl monster who loves drawing, and has the ability to turn the monsters she draws into reality. So she drew this? After listening to the maid's explanation, Duanmu Huai finally understood. Then he grabbed with his right hand, and the next moment, the struggling graffiti monster was completely shattered and disappeared. Yes, master. Are you going to subdue her? Hearing the maid's question, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, and then shook his head. Forget it. Let's change one. Although there is a girl monster nearby, Duanmu Huai really doesn't want her. Although the ability to turn things in the painting into reality seems awesome. But, you are so bad at drawing. How good can the things you turn out be? Duanmu Huai could imagine that even if he asked her to draw a beautiful woman, the sketch would probably end up being a piece of postmodern abstract art. This thing is torturous enough to see in an art gallery. What would happen if it appeared in real life? What's more, this is just at the foot of the snowy mountain. According to players' experience, the higher you go, the higher the probability of getting rare items. Since you are going to collect them all, why not collect the best? Chapter 373 Monster Fight. Originally Duanmu Huai planned to hide in the cave from the wind and snow and wait until the weather cleared before setting off again. However, the first snow of 2002 came later than usual. Looking at the howling snowstorm outside the cave, Duanmu Huai was speechless except for singing. Calculating the time, they had been in the cave for a day and a night. But the heavy snow still showed no sign of stopping. Oh! If only Gu Lia was here. Duanmu Huai remembered that one of her dragon roars was that she could make the weather sunny and windy with just a roar. Forget it. It doesn't matter if she's not here. Okay. Let's go. Dwayne packed it and then stood up. Although the snow was not stopped, he still had to move forward. And according to the law of the elf, in general, it would appear rare species in the bad weather. In fact, even the rabbit that looked thinly dressed was still jumping around in this climate. If it were a real rabbit, it would have been frozen to death long ago. The howling snowstorm rushed towards him. Dwayne raised his head and walked up step by step. He didn't know any mountaineering techniques, but Dwayne didn't need to. After all, even if he didn't know how to climb mountains, he still knew that the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line. As long as he kept moving forward and walked directly to the top of the mountain, it would be almost enough. Of course, mountains in a blizzard are very dangerous. Just like now. Boom, boom, boom. The howling blizzard collapsed from the mountain, rushing towards Dwayne and others like a wave. This was one of the most terrifying disasters in the mountains. In the face of its infinite power, mortals had no ability to resist it all. Well, mortals, drink. Facing the oncoming avalanche, Dwayne roared, clenched his right fist, and blasted forward. The next moment, a roaring air wave rushed forward and directly pierced through the oncoming snow sea waves. Then everyone saw the snow waves in front of them suddenly exploded. And in the blink of an eye, they scattered on both sides. And there was no movement anymore. Okay, let's move on. Dwayne put down his fist and continued to move forward, while Tuta kept clapping his hands behind him. Wow, Master is so awesome. So awesome. Indeed, it's hard to imagine. After seeing this scene, the maid was also moved. This was not the first time they encountered an avalanche. At the beginning, the maid was going to do her duty as a servant to protect Dwayne. Unexpectedly, Dwayne directly blew the avalanche into pieces with a backhand punch. There was no danger at all. It must be said that the maid was also shocked when she saw this scene. You know, ordinary monster masters don't have that much power, so they need familiars. But Dwayne's power far exceeds theirs. The maid is even sure that even a high-level rare girl monster is probably not his opponent. Master, why do you want to become a monster master? Following behind Dwayne, the maid couldn't help but ask her own questions. In the maid's opinion, there are only a few reasons why male humans want to become monster masters. Either they want to become powerful, or they simply like girl monsters, or they like beautiful women and want to make girl monsters their slaves. But according to the maid's observation, Dwayne didn't seem to be like that. He was already very powerful, at least in her memory. She had never seen a stronger girl monster than Dwayne, and he didn't seem to like girl monsters very much. You know, they had encountered several similar girl monsters along the way, but Dwayne seemed to just look at them for a few times, then flipped through the illustrations, and then left. It seemed that he didn't intend to take in all the girl monsters like many monster masters did. This is understandable. Dwayne mainly wanted to find some assistance, but the ones he met were either not suitable for him or were combat girl monsters. Although they were also very pretty, Dwayne did not intend to accept them all. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the familiar had signed a contract to live and die with its master, Dwayne would have planned to release the rabbit back to nature. I have monsters I want to tame, so I became a monster master. Dwayne spoke as he walked forward. A monster you want to tame? Hearing this, the maid immediately became interested. In her opinion, the one targeted by such a powerful monster master like Dwayne must also be a very powerful girl monster. So, what monster do you want to tame? Oh, the devil. Why? Hearing Dwayne's answer, the maid was stunned for a moment. Sorry. The wind was so loud that I couldn't hear clearly. Master. Sorry. That? I seem to hear it wrong. You mean? That's right. Dwayne nodded. The Demon King is also a monster. Right? Since a monster master can make a contract with monsters, he should be able to subdue the Demon King. Right? Is that so? The maid felt her head was a mess when she heard Dwayne's words. For monsters, the Demon King is their emperor, the supreme ruler. Indeed, if you ask ordinary people whether the emperor is a human being, then he is definitely a human being. But people usually think of the emperor first, and don't think about such things. First, it is treasonous. And second, what's the point of thinking about it? Is there anyone who can subdue the Demon King as a familiar? However, right now, there is actually a monster master who intends to make the Demon King his familiar. Thinking of this, the maid looked at Duanmu Huai with eyes full of shock and disbelief. More importantly, this monster seems to be able to do it. If he could really treat the Demon King or the demon as his own familiar, then he would have established an unparalleled monument for future monster masters. A monster that can conquer the devil. Of course, I don't know whether it will succeed. Gah! After that, everyone walked another way. And then, they heard screams from not far away. Duanmu Huai took everyone to the place where the sound was made, and found that two groups of boys monsters were fighting on a flat land. After seeing the postures of the monsters on both sides clearly, the maid couldn't help but frown in disgust. It's the squid monster and the octopus monster. How strange. Aren't these two aquatic species? Why are they running to this mountain? Duanmu Huai also looked forward, watching the monsters fighting on both sides. Although boy monsters are also monsters. Unlike girl monsters, boy monsters are very ugly. Take the octopus monster and the squid monster that are fighting now. For example, the octopus monster has an octopus body with human hands and feet, while the squid monster has a squid head and a human body. In short, they are not very good looking. Not only that, boy monsters aren't very popular with most races. The reason is simple. Boy monsters are not only ugly, ugliness is the original sin, but also very violent and tough. They like to attack other races, and capture other races to force them to reproduce. Especially girl monsters. Once they fall into their hands, they become their egg-laying machines. Therefore, for girl monsters, the most annoying thing is boy monsters. And because these boys have also attacked humans, and long ugliness, important words need to be said twice. They are also shouting in the human world. Basically, the demon army is made up of boy monsters. Well, by the way, judging from the appearance of these guys, they have nothing to do with boys. During the time he was in Seth, Duanmu Huai also had a certain understanding of the composition of the forces in the demon world. In simple terms, the Demon King is the most powerful, followed by the demons who have received the Demon King's blood, and then the apostles created by the demons with their blood. In addition, the high-level races among the girl monsters also have a certain status in the demon world, while the boy monsters are basically used as the main soldiers and cannon fodder of the demon world because they are ugly. Important words must be said 3 times. Have low IQ, like to plunder, and have a rough personality. Of course, the boys monsters are also divided into 3 or 6 or 9. But this is not important. After all, in the eyes of the devil, they are all cannon fodder. But what are these guys doing here? Duanmu Huai certainly wouldn't care about this low-level race of boy monsters. On the mainland, this thing is equivalent to a slime, a thing that adds experience points to novice adventurers. But as he said before, both octopuses and squids are aquatic species. In fact, it is also mentioned in the illustrations that these two species are aquatic, and often have conflicts and wars due to overlapping territories. But this Nima is a snow mountain plateau. Why are your two aquatic races come here? Call. At the same time, the blizzard became more and more violent. And at this moment, Duanmu Huai seemed to have noticed something and looked up at the top of the mountain. There, a small black shadow was standing in the snowstorm, staring at them. What is that? Duanmu Huai opened his eyes wide and looked in the direction of the black shadow. Soon, his vision expanded rapidly, and it didn't take much effort to see the petite black shadow clearly. She was a beautiful girl with black hair like silk, wearing a kimono, and had skin as white as snow and eyes as blue as ice. At this moment, the girl stared at the battle between the squid monster and the octopus monster below. Then she raised her hand. Along with the girl's action, the cold wind blew and the blizzard howled. Then the next moment, the snow on the hillside seemed to be unable to bear the weight anymore and suddenly collapsed. Gaw! When they noticed the blizzard collapsing, the squid monster and the octopus monster tried to dodge. But it was too late. They did not have the powerful strength of Duanmu Huai, and in the blink of an eye they were swallowed up by the collapsing blizzard and swept away into the mountain stream. After seeing the group of monsters being annihilated, the girl turned and left. Duanmu Huai also withdrew his gaze at this moment, then took out the illustrated book and started flipping through it. Sure enough, Snow Girl likes to live in the snowy mountains. Be good at manipulating ice blizzard. If I take this back, It shouldn't be a problem to make ice cream with it. Right? Very good. That's her. After determining the target, Duanmuhui closed the atlas. We continue to move forward. Chapter 374, Convincing People with Reason. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it runs too far up the mountain. Although the top of the snowy mountain didn't seem very far away, even Duanmuhui couldn't climb to the top of Mount Everest in one day without the support of a jetpack or something like that. Soon, another day passed, and when it got dark, Duanmuhui found another cave to live in. Why do you think there are caves here? This is easy. If there is no cave, we can just dig one out. For Duanmuhui, it was just a matter of clenching his fist and punching. Is this also called a matter? If he didn't plan to live here permanently, Duanmuhui could have directly bought a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. However, such a day climbing mountain climb is indeed very monotonous. For example, Tutu couldn't help it. Owner! When Duanmuhui had a dinner, I saw the rabbits coming over with a smile. And to her side, I don't know about Duanmuhui, but the spicy rabbit head is indeed very fragrant. What's up? Hey, I want to play games. Play games? What games? Duanmuhui spread out his hands. He didn't bring any handheld game consoles or mobile phones with him. And he couldn't go out to play snowballs in this snowy weather. Play horse riding. Seeing Tutu talking with a smile on her face, Duanmuhui was speechless. To be honest, after spending the past few days with her, Duanmuhui found that although Tutu looked like a relatively mature girl, her mind was about the same as that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. Otherwise, who is such a big person who can play horse riding games? Okay, come, ride on my shoulder. Duanmuhui didn't care. After all, he often paid with AOG and Banbai on his shoulders. No, it's a rabbit as a horse. What? When I heard the answer of rabbit, Duanmuhui was also stunned. However, at this time, I saw Rabbit lying on the ground like this, turning his head to look at Duanmuhui. Come, master, come to ride rabbits. Rabbit is a monster, or the owner's magic, so there is no problem. You sure? Duanmuhui was completely speechless when he saw the bunny shaking her buttocks in front of him, wanting him to ride on her. Not to mention that he was a man. There was no way he could ride on a girl. Even if he could ride, with Duanmuhui's body size, wouldn't he just crush the bunny into a 2-dimensional creature? At this moment, Duanmuhui couldn't help thinking of the broken-starred General Latin and his pony Hip, who met in the junior border. This is really not good. He didn't get mentally retarded by the female martial arts face like Latin. This will be ruined to write his own name. Forget it. Change the game. Duanmuhui decisively rejected the demand of Rabbit. And Rabbit didn't care, and quickly opened his mouth with a smile. Well, let's play the bunny game. What kind of game is this? Hey, it's a game where the bunny rides on the master. Where is the difference from just now? Alright. Duanmuhui felt that he should not care about this boring problem with preschool children. So he nodded, and then saw the rabbit with a smile, and then rushed towards himself. It's so warm. While sitting on Duanmuhui's body, Tutu said with a smile, twisting her waist dishonestly, rubbing against Duanmuhui's body. Duanmuhui didn't care. He had to say that Tutu's rubbing was quite comfortable. Just like a massage. Soft, elastic and warm. Duanmuhui had only seen similar scenes in .mp4 videos downloaded from the internet before. And now, he finally experienced it in person. So Duanmuhui closed his eyes while enjoying himself. Not long after that, he felt someone approaching him again. It seemed a little uncomfortable. Well, Duanmuhui guessed who it was without even opening his eyes. However, at this time, Rabbit seemed to have discovered something, and Duanmuhui only heard the rabbit ha-ha with a smile. Master, she is so thin. Duanmuhui felt that his arm was as if he was dead by iron tongs. At this moment, he made a decision. Go to sleep. I don't know anything. It will be dark when I close my eyes. Fortunately, Ojus was still a puppet and her emotions didn't fluctuate much. So when she woke up the next morning, the rabbit was still alive and hadn't turned into roasted rabbit meat. Of course, Duanmuhui didn't foolishly try to comfort her. After all, he was already asleep at that time. So logically he didn't hear anything. Hey, women. Dolls are also women. So don't make yourself unhappy. The next day, climbing the mountain was still monotonous. Tutu was already complaining. The maid and Ojas didn't complain. But they weren't in a very good mood. In fact, even Duanmu Huai felt a little bored. But thinking of the rare happiness he would get after climbing to the top, he still gritted his teeth and continued to climb. Then, you see? Just say you don't have nothing to come. Standing on the hillside, looking ahead, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists excitedly. In front of him, a huge castle made of ice and snow appeared, which looked like a place where rare things would appear. This reminded Duanmu Huai of a certain animation where the heroine built an ice castle in the snow. Well, that's about it. It would be even more like it if there was a girl walking and singing on it. The only difference is that the ice castle in the animation is in the style of a Western fairy tale, while this castle looks more square, similar to the Japanese style. Considering that the snow girl is also a monster in Japanese fairy tales, Duanmu Huai felt that he had found the other party's lair. Next, it depends on how to catch the other party. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, suddenly, the city gate in front of him slowly opened. At the same time, several snowmen holding bows and arrows suddenly appeared on the city wall. Invaders! Invaders! Eliminate the invaders! The snowman shouted, raised the weapons in his hand, and launched an attack on Duanmu Huai and others. At this moment, Oja stretched out her right hand, and countless thin puppet threads radiated from her fingertips, forming a barrier that blocked the attack of the snowmen. At the same time, a group of snowmen holding swords rushed over from the city gate and attacked them. I have to say, if you just look at them, these snowmen are really cute. Their appearance is no different from the snowmen made on a snowy day, with a spherical head, a spherical body, a carrot nose, and 2 black eyes. And they are very cute when they jump around. Children and girls will definitely call it cute when they see it. But Duanmu Huai certainly didn't care. He stared at the snowman, clenched his right fist, took a deep breath, and then took a step forward. Ola, ola 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 ola. Along with Duanmu Huai's roar, the iron fist blasted forward like a storm, directly defeating the snowmen who were rushing towards him, and even hitting the city wall made of solid ice and snow, causing the entire castle to begin to tremble, as if there was an earthquake. Ola! Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's last roar, he punched forward, and the wind from his fist spread to both sides, instantly breaking the snowman soldiers that pounced on him from both sides into snowflakes. And then he smashed his fist hard on the ice and snow wall. Boom! This time, the battered ice and snow castle could no longer bear it, and instantly turned into countless pieces of ice and collapsed directly. Ah! At the same time, a screaming sounded. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked forward, and saw a black-haired girl in a kimono sitting on the ground at the moment. She looked pale and looked around, surrounded by an ice wall. What is going on? At this moment, the snow girl was also looking at the scene in front of her with fear and confusion. She suddenly felt that her castle was attacked, so she hurried out to see the situation. What she didn't expect was that when she walked into the hall, there was suddenly a violent shaking, and the entire ice and snow castle collapsed completely. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been buried in the wreckage by now. Who is this? Boom, boom! Just when the snow girl was terrified, suddenly, she heard a heavy sound of footsteps. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the footsteps tremblingly. Then, she saw a burly man with a terrifying face and full of murderous intent walking in front of her and staring at her viciously. You are Snow Girl? As he spoke, the man suddenly swung his right hand. As he moved, the Snow Girl only felt a cold wind brushing past her ears. The next moment, a big crack suddenly appeared on the ground beside her. I am a monster. Want to collect you as my envoy. Come and fight. Fight? With this scary man? Hearing this, the Snow Girl felt terrible. And the next moment, she immediately made a decision. The Snow Girl leaped up and pounced to the ground like a tiger descending from a mountain. Then she faced the man and pressed her forehead against the ground. I am willing to do anything. Please don't kill me. Chapter 375. What should I do if I can't win? It has to be said that it was both easy and difficult for Duanmu Huai to subdue this Snow Girl. It was relaxed that he didn't do it at all, and the other party lay flat directly, and he didn't mean to resist at all. Although the Snow Girl was flattened, her heart still resisted the magic of Duanmu Huai. It is, hack, failed again. Watching the rope in his hand slip down from the Snow Girl, Duanmu Huai could not help but burst into a rough mouth. When he heard his roar, the scared snow girl suddenly shrank her body, because the previous capture of the rabbit went smoothly. Duanmu Huai was still not sure what the consequences would be if the girl monster resisted. But now, he finally understood why the monster master needed to use binding ropes when capturing monsters. Duanmu Huai had clearly tied up the snow girl, but after he tied the last knot, the rope slipped off the snow girl, as if it was not a person at all, but something like porcelain. Duanmu Huai also thought about whether the snow girl was resistant to her heart, and it was okay. As a result, he was tied to the snow girl after being stunned. The result was the same. So troublesome. Duanmu Huai scratched his head and looked at the snow girl, who was lying on the ground, crying, with her clothes disheveled, her kimono in disarray, and even her shoulders exposed. Of course, Duanmu Huai did not do anything to her, but just made some small mistakes when tying her up. Let me see what's written in the book. It's not written in the book. Damn. Duanmu Huai flipped through the illustrated book again and then threw it away. The book only described how to capture and what would happen if the capture failed, but it did not describe how to remedy the situation after the capture failed. This is not right. Even if your Pokemon can't be stuffed into the Pokeball, I can still use the Master Pokeball to force it in. Is this monster girl so difficult to deal with? Of course. That was a game setting after all. Would the elves in reality be so easy to capture? Duanmu Huai didn't know either. The contract with Tutu and the maid went smoothly before, which gave Duanmu Huai an illusion that capturing monster girls was not a big deal. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. No wonder there are so few female monsters in this world. Why? After looking at the snow girl again, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly and stood up. Forget it. There is no way to subdue this one. She may say she is willing, but she is unwilling in her heart. A forced melon is not sweet. However, Duanmu Huai also knows that not every monster girl is as stupid as Tutu. Forget it. Let's go. Determined that the snow girl was unwilling to follow herself, and Duanmu Huai didn't want to waste time on her. After all, this was just a task. Having rare is his personal thought. It was best to catch it. Why? Watching Duanmu Huai turn around and leave, Xuan Nu was stunned for a moment. Wait. Where are you going? We are gone. I'm sorry to disturb you for so long. Since you don't want to. That's it. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and then walked down the mountain. Seeing this scene, the snow girl stood up in surprise. Wait. That's it? Aren't you going to pin me to the ground? Not let go no matter how much I struggle and cry. Wantonly ravage my body and mind, and eventually make me mentally and physically exhausted, and choose to surrender to you? What kind of masochism is this? When I heard the snow girl's inquiry, Duanmu Huai twitched the corner of his eyes. You want to be treated like this? Of course not. The snow girl jumped up quickly, then took 2 steps back and shook her head vigorously. I am a snow girl and will never submit to humans. But if I do this, humans will treat me roughly. They will capture me, and then force me to submit to them. And my pure and innocent body will be brutally tortured and toyed with by humans. No matter how much I cry and beg, they still won't let me go. That's right. And then, they will treat me like an animal. Ah! As a snow girl, I have become a slave of humans, being ordered around by them. As she spoke, the snow girl hugged her body, trembling slightly, and her voice became much more excited. She raised her head and looked at the sky in front of her, her body trembling constantly. Then I will be locked up in a dirty room without sunlight, and used as an object for human venting every day. My body will become filthy. And when I cry and beg them to let me go, they will just step on my face and say that I am a worthless stray dog. Ah! I will be treated so cruelly. Let's go! Duanmu Huai turned around silently and walked down the mountain. Now even if the snow girl begged him, he wouldn't want it. Even when he's not talking, he still looks like a human being. In a way, this is really rare. Then, I will take my last breath in this dungeon, becoming a forgotten, rotting, dirty corpse, huh? I don't know how long. The snow girl seemed to have experienced her life in her fantasy. When she returned to God, she had no trace of Duanmu Huai in front of her. Where are the people? The snow girl looked here and there. This must be a conspiracy of humans. They want me to let my guard down and rekindle my desire for freedom. Then they want to drive me into the abyss of despair and make me submit to that man. That's right. It must be like this. I won't let him succeed. After coming to her senses, the snow girl thought quickly and came to a conclusion. Then she clenched her fists and stared down the mountain. Don't think you can hide my eyes. Since you want to let me relax your vigilance, then I will monitor you and see when you can disguise. The words fell, and the next moment the snow girl flashed. So she disappeared in the cold wind passing by. How could I meet such a fellow? At the same time, Duanmu Huai was walking down the mountain while complaining. Speaking of snow girls, aren't they generally ice-cold beauties? Of course, when that doesn't speak, she is indeed an ice-cold beauty. But once she opens her mouth, she becomes a pervert. Ha ha ha. Rabbit thinks she is so interesting. Occasionally, there will be such a kind of monster. In the face of Duanmu Huai's complaints, Tutu didn't care, while the maid beside her spoke lightly. Forget it. Let's wait until later to visit the snowy mountains. Let's go to the plains below and take a look. Oh, it seems like we're here as soon as we say so? As he was talking, Duanmu Huai looked forward. When he looked at the grassland not far from the foot of the mountain, Duanmu Huai hurriedly spoke. Looking carefully, he saw a group of girls running around on the grassland. They were wearing strange clothes, with ears on their heads and tails behind them. Ah, that's Mamusum. The maid looked at Duanmu Huai's sight, and then gave an answer. They move around in groups on the grasslands. They are very difficult to catch girl monsters. That's them. Just pick one. With Snow News lesson, Duanmu Huai no longer wanted to find any rare, and he was straightforward to complete the task. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai grabbed Tutu and the maid, and jumped off the cliff with Ajis, flying dozens of meters high and landing directly on the grassland. Bang! There was a loud sound of landing, which frightened the horse girls, who were running not far away. They stopped and looked over here curiously. After looking at Duanmu Huai, these horse girls were whispering to each other, and no one knew what they were talking about. Duanmu Huai put the rabbits, maids and AOG on the ground, and then walked to the horse girls. Soon, one of them looked like a big sister. What do you want to do? I am a monster user. Duanmu Huai stared at the horse girl in front of him and said. He found that unlike the rabbits and maids, the horse girl's characteristics were more complicated. In addition to having ears and tails, their hair color, appearance and even size were also different. However, for Duanmu Huai, now was not the time to consider these issues. I want to sign a contract with a Man Yang to make her a demon. I see. After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, the horse girl thought for a moment and nodded. Are you the successor to that monster user? That's about it. I see. Man Yang nodded and stepped aside. If you want to make Man Yang become your magic, the rules are very simple. As long as you run with us and you can win, you can sign a contract. Why? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but hold it. He didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. But the problem was, this rule was going to cost him his life, because Duanmu Huai's agility is only 14 points. Of course, compared to ordinary humans, Duanmu Huai's agility is high. But, Man Yang, just like Tutu has the characteristics of a rabbit, Man Yang must also have the characteristics of a horse. Can an average person run faster than a horse? That is definitely impossible. Duanmu Huai, competing with Man Yang in running? Can this win? What should I do now? Faced with the competition request proposed by Man Yang, Duanmu Huai was suddenly in trouble. Chapter 376 Hunting? In fact, if it was just the competition itself, Duanmu Huai would not have had any difficulty. After all, as long as there were no other rules, he could just jump on his opponent at the start of the race, tie him up, and then walk all the way to the finish line. Anyway, Duanmu Huai's fighting power is here, and this group of horse maids can't be his opponent. But the question is after that. After all, the battle is just a means. It is the purpose to obey girls. It is like the snow girl before. So, are there any rules? Duanmu Huai decided to ask first, and then consider it. When he heard Duanmu Huai's inquiry, the Man Yang nodded. 1,200 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,700 meters, 2,000 meters, 2,500 meters, 3,000 meters. You are free to choose. The first one to reach the finish line wins. Of course, you can use any means as long as it does not hinder the contestants. Oh my god! She is worthy of being a horse girl. She starts her running from 1,000 meters. Let me think about it. After hearing Manyang's introduction, Duan Muhuai nodded, then walked aside, looked at the grass in front of him, and began to think. Although it may sound bad, Duan Muhuai himself can't run fast. After all, he is big and not very agile. Without power armor and jetpack, his speed is just average. Of course, he is definitely faster than a human. After all, he has the bonus of Raven Guard. But other than that, there doesn't seem to be any acceleration magic in magic. Only attack and defense types. As for the electromagnetic giant rhinoceros, can the electromagnetic giant rhinoceros outrun the horse girl? If Duan Muhuai remembered correctly, the electromagnetic giant rhino was more like a heavy tank. It was not very fast, and its main function was to ram the enemy. In short, try it first. Duan Muhuai made a decision and came to Manyang to explain the situation. Manyang didn't seem to care that Duan Muhuai summoned other things to compete with Manyang. So in the end, to be on the safe side, Duan Muhuai chose the 2,000-meter race. Then he came to the starting point and stood side by side with a group of Manyang. Those Manyang seemed to be quite interested in this behemoth, and looked over here from time to time, looking at Duan Muhuai and the electromagnetic giant rhino under him. So, the game, start, as the horse girl's voice gave the starting command. The next moment Duan Muhuai saw the horse girls around him suddenly start and gallop forward quickly. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, Duan Muhuai was also surprised. Although he had guessed that Manyang ran fast, he didn't expect her to run so fast. Before he could react at all, the other party had already thrown him behind. This won't do. Thinking of this, Duan Muhuai hurriedly controlled the electromagnetic giant rhinoceros and galloped forward in big strides, trying to keep up with Manyang's pace. The result? Well, of course I lost. How should I put it? Compared to Manyang, Duan Muhuai's electromagnetic giant rhinoceros is like a running wild boar. Of course, wild boars are not slow. But compared to horses, that's another matter. This horse lady is more difficult to deal with. After a round of competition, Duan Muhuai couldn't help but sigh. He found that this horse girl even ran faster than the horse. If you think about it carefully, this is normal. After all, the horse is large in size and has strong wind resistance. But horse girls are all petite girls, and their wind resistance area is of course much smaller than that of horses. So even if they are compared with horses, horse girls will definitely run faster than horses. Of course, horses have 4 legs, but 4 legs can't guarantee victory. The electromagnetic giant rhinoceros also has 4 legs, but it is not ranked last. There is no other way. It seems that we have to use magic to fight magic, and use animals to fight animals. Duan Muhuai silently took out the soul card again. Since the magic from Manalia could not deal with this situation, he had to see if the animals in the border forest could help. The tree-horned reindeer summoned on the Terminator planet before probably wouldn't work. Can a deer run as fast as a horse? Probably not. After all, there is only horse racing but no deer racing in the world, which is very telling. Unfortunately, there is no horse in my card, which is normal because horses don't live in the forest. So the remaining options are, well, Duan Muhuai looked at the cards in his hand and silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Omnis, the Great Wolf Ancestor Legend. Cost, 7. Attack, 4. Defense, 5. Gallop, whenever a giant wolf enters your battlefield. Grant this servant the dash effect. Entrance song. Return X other cards on your battlefield to your hand, and summon X giant wolves to the battlefield. X is the number of cards that leave the battlefield due to this ability. Its footsteps make the earth sprout, and if it roars, life will continue. Wolf. Well, wolves. I remember they seem to run pretty fast, and this giant wolf is huge, so it should be okay? But it wouldn't eat these horse girls in front of it as prey. Right? It shouldn't be, right? Forget it. Just give it a try and you'll know. Duan Muhuai silently took out the card. And then, there was a flash of light. And the next moment a giant white wolf almost as big as an electromagnetic rhinoceros appeared in front of him. Grown-ups. The giant wolf lowered its head towards Duan Muhuai and said okay to him respectfully. You're welcome. Omnis. The reason I summoned you here is actually very simple. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai told Manyang about his plan to race with her, and then looked at the giant white wolf. Can you do it? Certainly. Omnis's voice sounded again, and it raised its head proudly. I am the original giant wolf. My speed is unmatched. Horses are no match for me. Even on the grassland, I can easily catch up with them and bite off their necks. Stop. 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 It's just a simple game. Don't think about anything dangerous. Yes. Sir. Is that really okay? But now it doesn't matter even if there is a problem. After all, the other party is a soul card that belongs to him. He should be obedient. Should? So Duanmu Huai turned over and rode on the giant wolf, and came to the side of the horse girl again, looking at the huge pure white wolf in front of her. The horse girl with a serious face also looked tense at this moment. This is? I'm going to ride it to race with you this time. Is that okay? Sure. It was obvious that the horse girl was a little hesitant facing the giant wolf, but she still nodded. Well, this time you choose 3,000 meters. This was the choice made after discussion between Duanmu Huai and Omnis. According to the giant wolf, a horse has great explosive power and speed, but limited endurance. As long as we chase it until it is exhausted and reveals its flaws, we can easily hunt it. Next, I wanted to talk to Duanmu Huai about the experience of prairie wolves hunting wild horses. But forget it. When Duanmu Huai came to the starting point again, the horse girls here seemed to feel some kind of uneasiness when looking at the giant white wolf. Well, although they were horse girls, the threat and fear of natural enemies still existed in their bones. Then let the game begin. Following the order, the next moment, the horse girl at the starting line instantly rushed out and galloped forward. Why does this speed feel faster than before? Duanmu Huai guessed the reason. Roar! At the same time, the giant white wolf also jumped up and rushed forward. It lowered its head, tensed its whole body, and flew across the grassland like an arrow, biting the horse girl in front of it tightly. At the same time, the giant white wolf opened its mouth and let out a low roar. Alas! Just hearing the roar from behind made the horse girls' faces change drastically. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but they always felt that a bloodthirsty gaze was staring at them from behind, which forced them to run forward with all their strength. They always had a feeling that if they fell behind, they would be pounced on by the terrifying white giant wolf behind them, and then their necks would be bitten off. Just thinking about this, some horse girls already felt a dull pain in their necks. You run really fast, riding on the giant white wolf and looking at the horse girl in front of him. Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. Well, in fact, he could understand it. If a group of wolves were released behind the runners in a track and field competition, it was guaranteed that all of them would be able to run a world record. In the end, they are just a group of foals. They don't know how to allocate their energy. Even horses will consume a lot of energy when running at full speed, and then gradually fall behind. Next, I just need to catch the one that lags behind. Please note that these are not for you to eat. I know. As they were talking, a horse girl seemed to be doing just as the white giant wolf said. Her speed was gradually slowing down due to excessive physical exertion. At the same time, the white giant wolf suddenly accelerated as if it had set its sights on its prey, and rushed directly to the side of the horse girl. Seeing this giant wolf that was bigger than herself, the horse girl, who was running breathlessly, suddenly turned pale, and the white giant wolf stared at her with a sneer in his eyes, then opened his mouth and suddenly clicked and made a biting motion. Alas! The next moment, the horse girl was so frightened that her legs went limp, and she fell to the ground. The giant white wolf instantly accelerated and continued to gallop forward, rushing towards the next target. Along with the white giant wolf, the horse girl in front was also a mess. After all, they had never encountered such a big escape game. Then I saw the white giant rushing forward from behind, caught a horse mother, pretended to bite, and the blink of an eye was completely destroyed by the horse maiden team in front. Only Duanmu Huai rode the white wolf and passed the finish line like this. Behind them, there were corpses everywhere. But of course, they weren't really corpses everywhere. Is that all right? Returning to the front of the leader Manyang, Duanmu Huai called back the white giant wolf and asked. Of course, he was a little uneasy in his heart. The latter nodded. Of course, this is your victory. I can only say that my companions still lack training. They panic when faced with some minor dangers. It seems that they still need more training. As she spoke, the leading horse girl glared at the horse girls, who were lying on the ground like they had survived a disaster. The latter were now unable to speak. You all saw it. Retracting her gaze, the leading horse girl looked at the others. He has passed the test. So, Who among you is willing to become the familiar of this monster master? Hearing the words of the leading horse girl, the other horse girls were a little hesitant. After a moment, a petite horse girl came out and looked at Duan Mu Huai with a smile. Big brother, I want to ask you, after I become your familiar, will you take me somewhere? That's hard to say. Duan Mu Huai thought for a moment, then shrugged. After all, I won't stay in one place for long. I'll be traveling everywhere. And fighting. So, how many places will you go? World scale. World? Hearing Duan Mu Huai's answer, the horse girl was stunned for a moment. Then she stretched out her hand with a smile. Then big brother, I am willing to be your familiar. Chapter 377 The Perfect Assistant. In this way, Duan Mu Huai successfully obtained a horse girl familiar. And for him, this was an unimaginable surprise. The reason is simple. It lies in the characteristics of this horse girl. Really smart, superior charm. Superior charm, my cuteness and alluring temperament far surpass those of ordinary people. I am also on my way to becoming the cutest person in the world. Oh. When Duan Mu Huai signed the contract and saw this trait, he almost cried. Finally. It's finally in the beginning. There is a reason why Duan Mu Huai was so emotional. Why? After traveling to this world, did Duan Mu Huai not choose to follow the route he had taken before? The reason is very simple. In addition to the fact that his server was originally in Jindan instead of the Empire, there is another biggest reason. Many of his tasks are charm triggered. When Duan Mu Huai was creating the character, he made his character's charm very high, so some hidden tasks can only be triggered by him. In fact, in the game, Duan Mu Huai basically lived by relying on continuous tasks triggered by his charm from Jindan to the universe. For example, not long after he entered the game, he was stopped by an old man in a tavern. The old man said with a smile, "This lady is obviously not an ordinary person. She is a genius. Old man, I have something to ask you." When Duan Mu Huai went to the universe, the first universe chain task triggered in the space station was also caused by an NPC who took the initiative to find him and asked if he was interested in participating in an underground competition, since this lady was so beautiful. Then Duan Mu Huai also met another member of the organization who was lurking in the dark organization as an undercover agent through this line. And then he had a new career and identity. To put it simply, high charm means that even if you are walking on the street doing nothing, people will come to you for hidden tasks. Even if a gangster covets your beauty, it may lead to a marginal mission with a huge conspiracy behind it. This was one of the reasons why Duan Mu Huai could become a first-class player in the early stage. He had high charisma, and he accidentally got the genes of the original body of the Blood Angels, which was equivalent to full charisma at the beginning. Various tasks almost lined up to come to him, while other players were still racking their brains to dig out hidden tasks. Duan Mu Huai's hidden tasks were already waiting in line. It was also because of this that when Duan Mu Huai himself traveled to this world, he was immediately in despair. With his current charm value, it is impossible to trigger the hidden tasks. Even if he knew which NPCs had the hidden tasks and took the initiative to go to their door, the other party probably wouldn't tell him. If they said, "Ugly bastard, get away," Duan Mu Huai would just beat them up and turn them into an enemy. When his charm is at full value, various tasks line up for him. Now like this, don't say hidden tasks. The normal tasks are walking around him. But it's okay now. With Jin Jiling's superior charm, Duan Mu Huai can finally find his original plot route and trigger some tasks limited by charm value. After all, logically speaking, Jin Jiling is his pet. So the pet's charm value is equal to the owner's charm value. And rounded off, it is equal to Duan Mu Huai's full charm value. Right? Moreover, this horse girl who calls herself Karen is indeed quite cute. Needless to say, her appearance is very pretty, with soft white curly hair, playful ears and tail, and her cute and delicate face, which makes people's hearts jump just by looking at her. She is also very cheerful and lively, a social terrorist. Not long after she mixed in with Duan Mu Huai and others, she had become friends with the others. However, unlike Tutu, who looks like she is less than 10 years old, Jin Jilling is more lively, cheerful and playful. And according to her, she wants the whole world to recognize her cuteness and let her cuteness heal the whole world. Well, at least this is a dream. To be honest, it is quite suitable to use it to fight against obsession. At least this cuteness is really cute and beautiful, and it does not distort the aesthetic sense. In fact, the influence of the god of desire or the infatuation is far more than that of the interstellar civilization than in the indigenous civilization. The reason is also simple. The interstellar civilization generally has many alien races. These alien races are naturally strange. Of course, for most ordinary people, they must not accept the species that are completely different from themselves. However, in the cosmic age, because the number of alien races is too large, the aesthetic views of humans in interstellar civilizations have also broadened. Therefore, the aesthetics of many interstellar civilizations have evolved from only recognizing humans and humanoid creatures. And the tentacles of the slimy monster seem to be cute. And it doesn't seem so dirty. As long as it can make you feel good, it doesn't matter what it looks like. They have evolved all the way to the realm of evil god believers. This is also one of the reasons why the Empire cracked down on alien civilizations back then. If aesthetics continue to be distorted, humans might even be fascinated by the subspace demons. As for those activists who repeatedly claim that there are countless races in the universe, we should ignore each other's appearance and focus on each other's soul and inner self. They were hanged directly in the street by the judge. Are you planning to have a good soul exchange with the warped demons? Heretic. Die! Compared to those aliens, the pretty and cute Xinjiling is more in line with Duanmu Huai's aesthetics. Besides, the standard for the Inquisition to certify pure humans is the skull. Although Xinjiling is a horse girl, the shape of the skull taken by X-ray still meets the judgment of the Inquisition for pure humans. So, even if he is obsessed with horse girls, it is better than having his aesthetics distorted by aliens. Moreover, as soon as the other party joined, he brought a big surprise to Duanmu Huai. Right here? Staring at the steel door in front of him. Duanmu Huai asked. And the real machine next to him nodded. Well, Karen discovered it by chance while taking a walk before. How about it? Isn't it weird? It always has a villain-like feel to it. Hearing Xinjiling's words, Duanmu Huai's eyes twitched slightly. He raised his head and looked at the steel gate in front of him. At this moment, the group was in front of a mountain wall on the edge of the grassland. And here, covered by layers of vines, was a steel gate that looked like it had not been opened for many years. Although this door looks dusty, Duanmu Huai still sees the logo of the cranial bone and gear in the center at a glance. This is the symbol of the Mechanicus. Duanmu Huai also gasped. He never thought that he would encounter the creation of the Mechanicus in this mysterious world. Skulls, gears, and heavenly eagles are the symbols of the Empire. The sky eagle is the symbol of the imperial government. The gear is the symbol of the Mechanicus. And the skull and symbol are the symbols of the imperial state religion. The logo of the tribunal also originated from this. It's just that Duanmu Huai made some slight changes to it. Isn't it a bit negligence without driving force armor here? Looking at the sign in front of him, Duanmu Huai felt a little regretful. He had never thought that in this world, there was actually a secret base of the dormant Mechanicus hidden, although he didn't know what was inside. Based on Duanmu Huai's experience, this thing was generally not easy to deal with. But danger also represents opportunity. Generally, there are good things hidden in the base of the Mechanicus. After all, many things are only known by those damn technician priests themselves. They hide many secrets of the Mechanicus very deeply. In fact, most of the T1 level equipment and weapons excavated by players come from the ruins, warehouses or secret bases of the Mechanicus. What's wrong? Did Colin get into trouble? Seeing Duanmu Huai's serious expression, Xinjiling next to him looked at him somewhat uneasily, while Duanmu Huai shook his head. No. You do it well. I didn't expect such a secret here. If not found. Boom. However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, suddenly, the huge iron door shook, then slowly opened, revealing the dark and silent interior. Well, seeing this, Duanmu Huai scratched his mouth. Ogus and I will go in to check the situation. You stay outside. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai quickly made a decision. And when the three servants heard his decision, they were stunned. But the master, this is an order. It's very dangerous in here. I'm afraid you can't guarantee your safety if you go in. Duanmu Huai interrupted the maid's words. These magics were just their own pets. Perhaps they had a certain combat effectiveness. But Duanmu Huai did not think that they could retreat in front of the creation of mechanical gods. Fortunately, although the incident happened suddenly, Duanmu Huai still had a soul card in his hand. So Duanmu Huai took out his war hammer and strode into the sleeping underground base with Ogus. Boom! Just after the two of them walked into the gate. Suddenly, the huge iron gate that was originally open suddenly closed quickly at lightning speed. Call. Although the retreat was blocked, Duanmu Huai actually breathed a sigh of relief. At least in this way, I don't have to worry about something sneaking out to cause trouble while I'm away from here. But, how ridiculous. Do you think you can stop me like this? Duanmu Huai snorted coldly as he looked at the dark corridor in front of him. If it were an ordinary player or NPC, they would probably have to fight their way in alone, and then pass through a series of dangerous traps and dark ruins, and they wouldn't know what they would encounter in the end. But unfortunately, this trick didn't work on him. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai raised his fingers. In the next moment, hundreds of dolls suddenly emerged, and the original empty corridor was crowded with a full-fledged corridor. Search every corner here and find everything hidden here. That's right. The Soul Walker never acts alone. He is an army. The next moment, with the order of Duanmu Huai, I saw that the puppet army moved quickly and spread to all directions. Chapter 378 Discovery. While sending puppets to conduct a carpet search of the entire base, Duanmu Huai, out of boredom, began to look around. From the perspective of the structure here, this seems to be a very old mechanical deed base. At least many of its structures and decorations indicate that it is likely to originate from the earliest period of the human empire. But this means that there may be some unknown secrets. Well, that's all bullshit. Almost every Mechanicus stronghold looks like this. In fact, in the game, what players can't stand the most is the behavior of the Mechanicus. They think that if the religious flavor of the Mechanicus was not so strong, perhaps the technological development of the human empire would have been raised to a higher level, and would not have ended up like that. The reason is also simple. Although the Mechanicus appears to be a scientific research organization, it is actually a religious organization. They are fanatical believers in the God of all machines, and believe that knowledge is a manifestation of holiness. All creatures or artifacts that possess knowledge are also sacred because of knowledge. Beings with more knowledge will naturally be worshipped. It seems that there is no problem, but it hurts to bring it into the religious attributes of mechanical divine religion. The main point is that knowledge is a manifestation of holiness, and the more knowledge a being possesses, the more worship they will be. Under this doctrine, the Mechanicus does not have any knowledge exchange or sharing at all. Of course, if it is some useless or general knowledge, it is fine. But those truly advanced things are hidden, because according to the doctrine of the Mechanicus, if I get this advanced knowledge, I am closer to the God of all mechanics than others. If I tell others about this, then others will also get the same amount of knowledge and be closer to the God of all mechanics. Therefore, the Mechanicus kept many good things to themselves and did not tell anyone. However, as we all know, if knowledge is not popularized and communicated, then it is basically like building a car behind closed doors. And what can be achieved is what it is. Once the hidden secret casting world or the mechanical god religion base is tugged, it is equivalent to the entire research results and the knowledge system completely lost. From this we can see that religion harms people. Of course, the human empire is over, and now it is meaningless to calculate the mechanical and divine religion. But for players, any place that is related to the mechanical divine religion will make them interesting. After all, there is some kind of black technology relic. As for Duanmu Huai, he really wished there was a myriad treasure book in it, so that he could enter a well-off society at a run. But unfortunately, the possibility was not great. After all, no player in the game had discovered the STC of the myriad treasure book. Of course, it didn't matter if he thought about it. After all, everyone has the power to YY. And the judge is no exception, ha ha ha. Just when Duanmu Huai was fantasizing about obtaining the book of all machines and sweeping across the galaxy, the report from the puppet brought him back to his senses immediately. According to the puppet's reactions, there is nothing in this base? No threat? No trap? Is it really an empty SHL that has long been abandoned? Go in and take a look. Duanmu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly and strode inside. Just as the puppets found out, the entire base was in a mess, with traces of fighting everywhere. It was obvious that there had been battles and attacks here before, and most things had been destroyed. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the condition of these corpses. It's strange. Duanmu Huai squatted down his body and stared at the body of a oiled guy at his feet. This oiled guy was like most machine oil guys. He has transformed his body to the face. It is full of metal limbs everywhere. It looks like an alien machine. It is treated as alien. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Judging from the bodies, the death of these oilers was very strange. They just fell to the ground without even picking up weapons. In other words, it was more like a sudden disaster than an attack. It was as if some irresistible factor swept the entire base in an instant. And then these oilers died on the spot without any preparation. Asian space storm? Or a certain virus? Forget it. Just go and see. The method of death of these oil guys is strange. Duanmu Huai can't imagine what they have done. This is indeed the case. What on earth did these oil guys do? Duanmu Huai was also stunned at the scene in front of him. He was in a huge room at the deepest part of the base. In this room was a huge water tank that looked like the one used in an oceanarium. The water tank had already exploded. Judging from the instruments that were blown away and the body of the oil man, this should be the first crime scene. However, how did the sink explode? At this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt a gaze coming from the void, and he quickly turned his head to look at the place where the gaze was. There was nothing there. But the next moment, accompanied by a scream of awe, a figure of a blonde girl quietly emerged from it, trembling and curled up, staring at Duanmu Huai anxiously. Seeing this scene, Oh just tilted her head curiously. Ghost? Perhaps? Duanmu Huai nodded. After all, the other person was floating in the air, and his body was translucent. Since he was not a human, he was most likely a ghost. At this time, the blonde girl stared at the rose knot on Duanmu Huai's chest, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Excuse me, are you a judge?" "Oh!" Hearing the blonde girl's inquiry, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed. "Who are you?" Duanmu Huai stared at the girl ghost and asked. Although the latter was a little scared, she saw that Duanmu Huai didn't seem to have any ill intentions, so she slowly opened her mouth. "I am Subject 28912. Experimental subject?" Hearing this introduction, Duanmu Huai frowned. "Excuse me, could you tell me exactly what happened here?" "Oh, okay." The ghost girl nodded, and then began to tell her story that surprised Duanmu Huai. This girl was actually the Empire, yes. The Empire of the Human Empire. And it was a spiritual ability. But her spiritual ability was not very strong. After being found to hold the spiritual energy, the girl was brought to the base. "I only know that they are doing experiments. And they are experiments." Then she died. Well, the experiment failed, and then died. It's normal. However, it was not known whether it was due to the experiment or a problem with the girl's psychic power itself. She did not die completely, and her soul was trapped in this space. The girl herself did not know what was going on, so she had to stay here and observe the experiments of these oil men. Then she slowly discovered what these people were doing. They seemed to have found a special STC. This device confused the psychic energy of the warp with the biological body, thus producing a perfect psychic creature. Although I don't understand most of what they say, they seem to want to recreate an emperor. Hee. Hearing this, Duanmu Locust's face unchanged, smiling, as expected of him. He is an oil man. It is not beyond my expectations at all. He really dares to think of anything. Of course, it is understandable that the oil man would have such an idea, judging from the time the girl told. She lived in the middle and late period of the empire, when the emperor sat on the toilet. At that time, there were indeed many factions studying this issue. In fact, even within the Inquisition, there were similar differences. For example, there are two factions within the Inquisition, one dedicated to resurrecting the emperor, and the other seeking to find a completely new body in which to reincarnate the emperor's soul and manage the empire again. Of course, the former was difficult, and the latter was also denied by many judges at that time. After all, you say that you are attached to the body, and you say that you can reincarnate. How do you guarantee that the person with the possession is the emperor instead of any other demon and monsters? So it is not surprising that there are similar factions within the Mechanicus. And according to the previous records of the Imperial Truth, the emperor seems to have been man-made. Then the experiment has been failed. So what happened in the end? Hearing Duanmu Huai's inquiry, the ghost girl frowned and recalled for a moment. Those people said it seemed to be a problem of body size. They couldn't withstand too much subspace energy, so they found a big whale. Oh, Duanmu Huai knew how the sink came. Then what? There seemed to be an explosion during the experiment, and then everyone died. The normal operation of the Mechanicus is not surprising. As for that STC, so what do you plan to do now? I have no idea. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, the ghost girl shook her head blankly. She had been sleeping here since then. If it weren't for Duanmu Huai's arrival, she probably wouldn't have woken up yet. It's worthy of the master. Whether Ojus's words were a compliment or criticism, Duanmu Huai didn't bother to care. Speaking, how could you suddenly appear? Hearing Duanmu Huai's inquiry, the ghost girl stunned, and then lowered her head with redness. After you stare at the judge, look at your eyes, and make me feel that my heartbeat accelerates. There is a very strange feeling. Look me in the eyes? Heartbeat? Could it be that? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai pondered for a moment, and silently reached out his hand. What do you take out of the rope? I say, are you interested in being my familiar? Why? Chapter 379 Random Transmission. The world is so wonderful. Walking out of it again, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Although he didn't find anything good here, he successfully recovered a ghost girl as a familiar. And it was a ghost from the Human Empire period. In this way, his luck is actually pretty good? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly flashed his mind. Thinking about it carefully, I seem to have had good luck along the way. I successfully found the snow girl, although I didn't want her, and successfully made a contract with a charming horse girl. I also found the remains of the Mechanicus here. According to the ghost girl, she was supposed to be in a space station. As for why she appeared in this place, it was probably because something went wrong during the explosion, and part of the space station was moved here. It seems so. Duanmu Huai silently opened the system and looked at the pet column rabbit, given by luck. Does this thing really work? If this is really useful, then if I bring Tutu and Jinjiling with me in the future, wouldn't it mean that I have both maximum luck and charm? I have the azure dragon on my left, the white tiger on my right, the old cow at my waist, and the dragon head on my chest. Isn't this the rhythm of killing anyone who stands in my way, and killing Buddhas if they stand in my way? Not only that, even the ghost girl who signed a contract with Duanmu Huai this time has a very good special ability, psychic sensing. According to the ghost girl, she didn't have particularly strong psychic powers when she was alive, but she was very sensitive to psychic powers. This was a good thing for Duanmu Huai. After all, most of the fragment worlds required psychic sensing to determine the location. Duanmu Huai tried several times on other planets, but failed because the positioning of psychic sensing was not very accurate. Now with such a humanoid radar, it is naturally a good thing for Duanmu Huai. So it seems that it is the rabbit's work? Noticing Duanmu Huai's gaze, Tutu turned around curiously and looked at him, then smiled and moved closer to Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai also reached out and touched Tutu's head. Sure enough, triggering the task still requires a certain amount of luck. It is indeed so. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to go home, suddenly, a voice rang out. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked forward, only to see a snow girl standing not far away, staring at him. I knew that humans are such greedy and lustful creatures. As expected, you have subdued so many girl monsters just to satisfy your own despicable and ugly desires. No wonder I can't escape from your clutches. But I will not surrender to you. Even if you kill me, I will not bow to you. Hearing Xuannu's righteous words, Duanmu Huai sighed silently, while Jinjiling looked at Xuannu curiously, and then at Duanmu Huai. Master, who is this snow girl? An idiot with a problem in his brain. Ignore her. Let's go. Wait. Why are you leaving? Looking at Duanmu Huai ignoring himself, he would leave with others. And Snow Girl hurriedly spoke. Shouldn't you be angry and attack me at this moment because your thoughts were said right? No matter how much I struggle, you will ignore my moans, push me to the ground, tear off my clothes, and then vent your ugly on me. No. I am a pure and innocent snow girl. Once I am contaminated by that thing, I will become dirty and turbid. This is your purpose, right? You want to dirty me and make me degenerate into a tool that exists only for you. Ignore my pain and trample on me as you please. No, I will not let you succeed. Just as the snow girl was hugging her body with an intoxicated look on her face, Duanmu Huai had already turned around and left silently with the others. That snow lady is so interesting. Interesting, a ghost. It is like an individual without talking. It is exposed as soon as he speaks. Facing Zhen Jiling's thoughts, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Why did he go crazy and want to find a rare one? Now it seems that this one is indeed quite rare. It's too rare. I can't control it. What kind of idiotic believer is this? Duanmu Huai even felt that he couldn't help but kill her. If he couldn't help killing her, he would always feel like a loser. Let's find something more normal. People really shouldn't be greedy. Duanmu Huai would never sign a contract with this snow girl. If he brought her back, the entire court would probably be in chaos because of her. For the sake of the moral education of my little girls, I'd better let her live alone in the snowy mountains for the rest of her life. After that, Duanmu Huai returned to the mansion and came to the teleportation room on the first floor. Although strictly speaking, he still had to subdue a familiar in the snow mountain. But Duanmu Huai had had enough of the brainless snow girl. And now, he just wanted to leave this age, lol, as soon as possible. It didn't really matter. After all, it was just the difference between the end of the mission and the successful completion of the mission. Duanmu Huai originally planned to have a successful completion. But now, he just wanted to stay as far away from the snow girl as possible. Don't let her teach Ojus bad things. It will be troublesome. Is this really okay? Master? Standing next to Duanmu Huai, the maid looked at him somewhat uneasily. If the seals are not completely removed, it will be impossible to teleport back to the original place. It doesn't matter. The farther away from that snow woman, the better. Besides, I have successfully signed contracts with several familiars, so I have passed the test. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out and pressed the crystal ball in front of him. Of course, he was a little worried. But Duanmu Huai was not that worried. The reason was very simple. With the lucky gift of rabbit, if Duanmu Huai's guess was correct, then even if it was a random teleportation, it should not allow him to deviate too far from the target location. This was a good opportunity to test his luck. After all, random teleportation is all about luck. In the name of the Monster Master, activate it. As Duanmu Huai finished his words, the next moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared on the floor. After a flash of dazzling light, Duanmu Huai and others disappeared into the air. Swish. The next moment, when Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, he had appeared in a forest. However, what was unexpectedly beyond Duanmu Huai was that there was no other shadow that he had recovered by his own. Huh? What's going on? Bunny? Maid? Colin? Where are you? Here. Master. Hearing Tutu's cheerful voice as usual, Duanmu Huai looked down and found that a ring had appeared on his left index finger at some point, and the gem on it was emitting a faint green light. This is? The soul ring is obtained after the Monster Master signs a contract with the girl monster. As long as the Master has this ring, he can summon us anytime and anywhere. I see. After hearing the maid's introduction, Duanmu Huai suddenly realized what was going on. He then stared at the ring carefully, and soon the system gave a prompt. Complete the special mission using monsters. Task evaluation, barely qualified. Quest reward, soul contract ring, non-transferable. Pets held, rabbit, maid, ghost girl, horse girl 4 out of 5. This is much more convenient than the poke ball. After Duanmu Huai asked the maid, he learned that the world he was in before was actually in this ring. It was just limited to the area that Duanmu Huai had unsealed, including the plains, forests, underground and the mansion. In fact, this ring was the greatest legacy of the Monster Master. But this would not be known until the seal was truly lifted. Currently, only the Snow Mountain is still sealed in this ring. Just be sealed. Some things are better off not meeting each other in a lifetime. So, where is this? Duanmu Huai looked around. But there was nothing but forest all around. Crash! Just as Duanmu Huai was looking around, suddenly, the bushes next to him shook violently. And then a figure ran out of it. Duanmu Huai was quick to grab the figure. The latter was also startled by being caught by someone and quickly raised his hands. Flame. Hey! Why are you here? The person who appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was none other than Ma Xiang Shizuka, who had previously traveled with him to the magic kingdom of Seth. That's my question. What happened to you? You look so miserable. Where is Kanami? Duanmu Huai looked at Ma Xiang Zijingxiang, and then asked curiously. Ma Xiang Zijingxiang was about to answer, when suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps came. Hearing the footsteps, Ma Xiang's face suddenly changed. At the same time, Duan Muhui saw dozens of men with weapons rushing out and surrounded the two. It's a long story, but Kanami was captured by them. Now, as you can see, I'm being hunted by these people. Oh! Hearing this, Duan Muhui's mouth curled up slightly. Then he reached out and pulled out a power sword from behind. It seems that I really have to thank Bunny. Just as Duan Muhui said, his guess seemed to be correct. Obviously, it was because of Tutu's luck granting that he was randomly teleported here. Otherwise, if Duan Muhui returned to the royal city and couldn't find Ma Xiang Shizuka and Jiantu Kanami, he wouldn't know what happened to them. After all, they were not soul cards. If they encountered trouble, they couldn't even be notified. From this we can see that Rabbit's luck gift is really genuine. What are you talking about? Nothing. I'll explain everything to you in detail after we finish off these guys. After saying this, Duan Muhui stared coldly at the people in front of him. I don't know who you are, but it's a pity. It looks like you have terrible luck. Along with Duan Muhui's roar. The next moment, he suddenly raised the sword and swung it hard at the enemy in front of him. Chapter 380 Bandits? Duan Muhui certainly would not waste any energy to deal with these ordinary people. And he easily chopped them into pieces. Then Duan Muhui looked at Mo Xiang and asked, So, what's going on? Ah, it's just bad luck. In response to Duan Muhui's question, Mo Xiang sighed, and then began to tell the story. In the capital of Seth, after she separated from Duan Muhui, Ma Xiang Shizuka and Jian Dang Kanami went to visit the nearby areas. After all, Seth is a magic kingdom, and many things here are naturally quite attractive to Ma Xiang Shizuka, who is a magician. So they not only visited the Seth royal city, but also visited the nearby towns. However, just when they finished their tour and were about to return to the royal city, the carriage they were riding was attacked by a group of robbers. These people were so despicable that they took children as hostages. So Ma Xiang Shizuka couldn't do anything. Kanami volunteered to use her ninja's invisibility skills to rescue the girl and break the deadlock. As a result, the child was rescued. But Kanami was caught by the other party. Fortunately, the bandits were also afraid of the army, and they hurriedly retreated with the looted treasures and hostages. Of course, Masu Shizuka didn't want Kanami to be captured, so she followed them. And the two sides clashed again. And then, it turned out like this. By the way, aren't you a mage? Can't you defeat a few bandits? If it's a head-on confrontation, I'm certainly not afraid. But in the forest, well, that's true. After all, the mages in this world are pure artillery, and can play their best role in frontal battles. However, it is different in the forest, where the vision is blocked, and it is difficult to lock on the target. No wonder Mosu Shizuka was chased around by this group of bandits. Then again, a group of bandits were able to capture Kanami. This ninja is not very skilled. Oh! I remember she said that she seemed to be a fugitive ninja who escaped from OJ. No wonder. Where did those bandits take Kanami? This way. Under the leadership of Shizuka, Duan Muhui led Ojas towards the depths of the forest. On the way, Duan Muhui also explained to the demon Shizuka that he had studied at Seth and became a monster master. After learning that Duan Muhui became a monster master in order to capture the demon king, Shizuka felt sick. Although I know you are really powerful, but catching the demon king, well, I have to admit that this is probably something only you can think of. How is it? Is it theoretically feasible? In theory, it should be feasible. Or maybe you can catch a demon and test it first. After all, demons are also made with the blood of the demon king. If a demon can succeed, then the demon king should be no problem too? At this point, Shizuka revealed a sly smile. That being said, they had suffered heavy losses at the hands of the demon in Lysis before, so it was not unreasonable for them to seek revenge on the demon now. That's a good idea. You can try it. Duan Muhui still remembers the devil who chased Ganami when he met with Ganom. Unfortunately, she did not know where she ran. After all, she did not see her in the city of Lysis. Stop! However, at this moment, suddenly, several fully armed men emerged from the bushes, holding weapons, and blocking the way of Duan Muhui and others. Who are you? What do you want to do? However, before Duan Muhui could answer, another soldier nearby saw Mo Xiang Shizuka's dress, and his face suddenly changed. It's a magician. Kill them! As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers raised their weapons and rushed towards the three people. You are really looking for death. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhuai's face darkened. Then he snorted coldly, took a step forward suddenly, and then slashed forward with the sword in his hand. As he moved, a breath of oppression mixed with a flash of fear suddenly erupted. The soldiers only felt a flash before their eyes, and the next moment their movement stopped. A terrifying chill rose from the ground, as if extending from the soles of their feet all the way to the top of their heads, making them shiver in the bone-chilling cold. They could only watch in despair as the great sword swung down. Boom! The next moment, the soldiers who stayed in place were torn out by the airflow that broke out by the big sword, turned into the broken limbs, and scattered the ground. I never thought that these people would dare to rush up to you after seeing you. Ma Xiang Shizuka poked her head out from behind Duan Muhuai and spoke with emotion. Hearing what Ma Xiang Shizuka said, Ojus on the other side tilted her head. I suggest that the master expose his face, so that he won't have to worry about anyone getting in the way. You two are enough. Besides, those guys only rushed over because they saw you. Duan Muhuai glared at Ojus, then looked at Ma Xiang Zijingxiang. He knew very well that when those warriors first saw him, they were indeed frightened and stood still. But when they saw Ma Xiang Zijingxiang, they picked up their weapons again and launched an attack on him and others. Do these people have a grudge against you? I don't know them. Besides, they seem to be planning to attack the magician. Not me. As she spoke, Moses Shizuka pointed to the hat on her head. Indeed, the way she was dressed made it obvious that she was a wizard. Forget it. Go to save Ghana first. Duan Muhuai didn't bother to care what the reason was. After killing the idiots who blocked his way, he turned around and continued to move forward. After Duan Muhuai and his group passed through the forest, they did come to a village. Is this the bandits' lair? It must be said that Duan Muhuai was quite surprised when he saw the village in front of him. According to his impression, most bandits either lived in caves or in mountain strongholds. But this looked like just an ordinary small village. And there were so many houses. How long would it take to find one? But Duan Muhuai is not unable to do. Bunny. Following Duan Muhuai's call, the ring in his hand flashed. And then Tutu jumped out. Come on. Master. Which house do you think are the people we are looking for? Bunny turned his head and looked at the village in front of him. Then moved his ears and pointed his finger at one of the houses. Bunny thinks it's there. Very good. Let's go! Duan Muhuai walked forward without hesitation, towards the house that Tutu pointed to. From the outside, it seemed to be a warehouse, with the door locked, and it didn't look like anyone was there. However, Duan Muhuai didn't care, and kicked out directly, instantly kicking the door of the warehouse in front of him away. Boom! With a loud bang, the warehouse door shattered and exploded. Duan Muhuai walked into the warehouse, and saw Kanami tied up and hanging in the middle of the warehouse. Beside her, there were several men who were grinning and preparing to attack her. Hearing the explosion, everyone turned around, and what caught their eyes was the flashing power sword. Go to H.L. With a roar, Duan Muhuai swung the sword in his hand and cut the man in front of him in half. Faced with this sudden attack, the others were also shocked and hurriedly picked up their weapons to try to fight back. At this time, Ojus and Ma Xiang Shizuka also took action. Flame arrow. Ma Xiang Shizuka raised her hand, and a flame suddenly shot out and hit the other man, burning his chest to charcoal. On the other side, Ojus raised her right hand and shook her fingers slightly, and then saw two men who tried to jump out of the window to escape were cut into pieces the moment they climbed over the window. Yue. With a scream, the last bandit fell down. Only then did Duan Muhuai put away his weapon, walked in front of Kanami Kendang, and swung his sword to cut the ropes that tied her. Are you okay? It's okay. I'm so glad you came. But sir, why are you with Shizuka? Because of good luck? Duan Muhuai glanced at the rabbit who cheered for them behind him, and laughed. I have to say that this luck is really good. Ah, master, we are surrounded. At this moment, Tutu jumped to Duan Muhuai's side and spoke nervously. When he heard Tutu's report, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows. That's perfect. I'm the best at cleaning up together. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai walked out of the warehouse holding a big sword. Sure enough, the outside of the warehouse was surrounded by dozens of fully armed men, just as Tutu said. When they saw Duan Muhuai coming out, These people were stunned, but they quickly raised their weapons. Kill them! Kill these invaders! Kill the magician and her lackeys! Just you guys? Duan Muhui glanced at everyone coldly, then clenched his sword. Since you want to die, then I will be all you. Go to die. At this point, Duan Muhui roared, and the next moment, the roars of the people around him were suddenly interrupted as if their necks were pinched. The pressure of death and destruction was completely released by Duan Muhui at this moment. The soldiers facing him turned pale. Their eyes rolled up, and the next moment they fell to the ground without a sound. In the blink of an eye, the men around Duan Muhui poured a large number of puppets, and a few people who were barely killed by fear of the light were also trembling and fell to the ground. Stupid idiot. Staring at one of the men who collapsed to the ground. Shivering, Duan Muhui held a big sword and stepped forward step by step. You are courting death. Don't blame me. Save. Life-saving. Life-saving. Seeing Duan Muhui coming towards him, the man was so scared that his nose and tears were streaming down his face, and he screamed miserably. However, just as Duan Muhui walked in front of him and raised his sword, suddenly, a voice emerged from not far away. Stop! Hearing this sound, Duan Muhui didn't care about Yi's sword. Directly split the man's head, and then he turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw there, a blonde girl sitting in a wheelchair was staring at herself with a blue face, and beside her, she stood by an old man wearing a white coat and looked like a doctor. Seeing Duan Muhui directly chop the man in front of him to death, the blonde girl's expression became even more serious. Who are you and why are you attacking us? Are you the head of this ripple? It is really impossible. Duan Muhui retracted his sword and looked at the blonde girl, who was stunned when she heard what Duan Muhui said. Bandits? We are not bandits. Not a bandit? Hearing the refutation of the blonde girl, Duan Muhui laughed. You robbed caravans, kidnapped people, and intended to commit violence. If this is not banditry, then what is it? What are you saying? Faced with Duan Muhui's ridicule, the blonde girl looked confused. What? Are you trying to play dumb? It doesn't matter. For me. Since you have provoked me, you will only end up dead. As he spoke, Duan Muhui stared at the blonde girl and walked towards her with a big sword. When the blonde girl saw Duan Muhui coming, her face turned pale, and her hands tightly grasped the armrests of the wheelchair, motionless. However, at this moment, suddenly, the figure of the old doctor next to the blonde girl flashed and blocked Duan Muhui. Sir, I suspect there may be some misunderstanding between us. Could you please let us explain? Explanation? To me, explanation is basically a cover-up. If you want to justify your crimes, then there is no need to waste your time. Duan Muhui stared at the old man and was about to start. At this time, a few immature sounds came next to it. Big sister? What happened here? We just heard a loud noise. When I heard this sound, Duan Muhui's eyes floated. And when I saw that in the alley next to each other, a few children were looking at the side and looking at them. And when they saw them, the blonde girl suddenly changed. It's dangerous here. Don't come over. Go back quickly. Ah. When they saw Duan Muhui, the children were also frightened and turned around and ran away. There was even a little girl who fell to the ground while running and was then pulled away by her companions. Duan Muhui silently put away the sword. Okay. I'll give you a chance for now. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Then, he spoke. Chapter 381 Resistance Organization. I'm so sorry. After learning about what happened to Masu Shizuka and Mito Kanami, the blonde girl lowered her head and apologized to the two. I didn't expect this kind of thing. This is my mistake. So, what else do you want to say? Duan Muhui folded his arms and stared at the blonde girl coldly. You attacked a caravan, took children hostage, and even tried to assault the women you captured. I don't believe you if you say you are not bandits. This, hearing Duan Muhui's sarcastic words, the blonde girl frowned and bit her lips. Actually, we are really not a mountain thief. We are resisting organizations. Resistance? Anti-government forces? After hearing this, Duan Muhui immediately understood. Oh, so that's why you launched the attack. No, I did not give such an order. I'm afraid they acted on their own. The upper beam is not right, and the lower beam is crooked. Since the lower beam is this kind of goods, I am afraid it will not be better on it. Although the blonde girl in the wheelchair was very pretty and beautiful, and had a kind of sickly and illusory beauty. Duanmu Huai would not look at her differently because of this. There were so many subspace demons and evil god believers disguised as beauties. And even if a little girl was confirmed to be a demon, Duanmu Huai would kill her without hesitation. Not to mention the pitiful beautiful girl. You? Hearing Duanmu Huai's ridicule, the blonde girl lowered her head, and the old doctor glared at him angrily, trying to say something. But Duanmu Huai's gaze was like a sharp blade, leaving him unable to utter a word. Please listen to me. Seeing that Duanmu Huai was about to fight, the blonde girl could no longer remain silent. She clenched her hands, raised her head, and stared at Duanmu Huai. Please listen to me. Sir, there is very serious persecution in the kingdom of Seth. Just because we are not magicians, we will be treated cruelly by magicians. We cannot stand this kind of treatment. So we set up a resistance organization to try to change it all. I admit that there are many rude people in our organization, but they have also been bullied by magicians. So they go after kids and women? Duanmu Huai sneered at this. Why? You don't have the guts to attack the regular army. So you bully children and women to show your courage? What's the difference between you and those magicians you hate? Not like this. The blonde girl shook her head desperately. The existence of Bing Yin is to help people who have suffered under the absolute dominance of the Seal's magician. Ahem. The Inquisitor? At this time, Mo Xiang Zijingxiang hesitated for a moment, then coughed, and reached out to pull Duanmu Huai's clothes. What's wrong? Well, what she said is not completely unreasonable. We did see some of that in Seth. How should I put it? It's really hard to comment on it. Oh! Seeing that Ma Zijingxiang nodded a little embarrassed, Duanmu Huai was quite surprised. And then he looked at Kana. And you? Ah. Indeed. Just as this lady said. We did see it. How should I put it? It was indeed excessive. Seeing Kanami hesitated for a moment, he nodded and added, I see. After listening to the two people's conversation, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. So you don't plan to pursue it? Well, we didn't suffer any injuries, and those people were killed by you, sir. Besides, I can understand their thoughts to some extent. All right. Seeing that Masaru Shizuka and Mito Kanami said so, Duanmu Huai also shrugged his shoulders. He actually didn't see it with his own eyes, so he didn't know what the situation was in Seth. After all, after Duanmu Huai arrived in Seth, he took a special car to see the king directly. After that, he was teleported to learn the skills of monster users. So Duanmu Huai naturally didn't know as much about the things in Seth as Masaru Shizuka and Mito Kanami, since both of them did not intend to investigate. That's the end of the wood. Well, since the victim has given up the pursuit, then it's fine. Let's go! After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned and planned to leave. But at this time, the old doctor suddenly spoke. Please wait a moment. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at him, and the latter stared at Duanmu Huai and asked, Excuse me, you are the hero who killed the Demon King and the demon in the kingdom of Lysis. Right. As he spoke, the old doctor took out a newspaper with a photo of Duanmu Huai on it. The evolution of civilization in this world is a real mess. So what? So, could you please help us? Help the people of Seth who are oppressed by the magicians? The old man stared at Duanmu Huai, and the blonde girl looked at him in surprise. Hearing the old man's request, Duanmu Huai fell into deep thought. Strictly speaking, the Inquisition's duties also include upholding justice and rescuing the oppressed. This is not because the Inquisition is a just organization, but because if a large-scale civil uprising occurs, some people will choose to turn to the demons or evil gods in desperation, thus causing disasters on planets or bases. Therefore, the Inquisitors will also ensure support for stability to a certain extent to avoid large-scale civil unrest or rebellion. Even some evil spirits have infiltrated. Of course, this has nothing to do with justice or evil. The reason why the Inquisitor does this is more like a person exercising. After all, exercise can reduce the risk of illness. For the Inquisitor, what they do is similar. As long as most people are emotionally stable, the risk of degenerates can be reduced. On this basis, maintaining social justice and order is a means, not an end. So, what are your political demands? Duanmu Huai looked at the blonde girl again, and asked, and the latter stunned. We hope to build an equal country. People will not be seen in another country because of whether they will be magical, There should be no such thing. Masu Shizuka and Mito Kanami both nodded. Indeed, neither the Free City nor Lisa seemed to say that being a magician made one superior. So what are the details? Dwanmu Huai didn't care about these slogans. The slogans are all false. And the means are the most important. The Inquisition still hopes for world peace without conflict. So the best way is to sign an extermination order to destroy the entire planet. If everyone dies, there will be no more disputes. It's just helping people who have been treated unfairly to escape and hide. Are you a resistance organization? This is a charity organization. I guess he's not going to hold up a sign that says Muggle Lives Matter. Woo. Occasionally, we will do some. So, you can't change this country at all. Right? Dwanmu Huai directly interrupted the blonde girl's narration. In his opinion, this group of people was just an insignificant resistance organization. Perhaps Dwanmu Huai's words hit the nail on the head. The blonde girl lowered her head dejectedly and said nothing. Okay, let's go. Dwanmu Huai shook his head, turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, there was a thump sound. Everyone turned around and saw that the girl who was sitting in the wheelchair just now had fallen to the ground and was looking up at Dwanmu Huai. Please, I really want to change all this. But I can't do it by myself. Looking at the blonde girl crying and clenching her fists. Dwanmu Huai nodded, then subconsciously glanced at the system to check the task details. What about the task? Why is there nothing? Dwanmu Huai was bewildered as he looked at the blank, quiet system interface that seemed as if it had been disconnected from the internet. Isn't this right? Generally speaking, shouldn't you just give yourself a task at this time? Why is it so quiet? What's the situation? I said, just when Dwanmu intends to open the system to see if it is a break. Ganami carefully poked his waist. Sir, if you can help them, please do so. The people in this country are really pitiful. Nonsense. There are so many poor people. Can we help them all? Dwanmu Huai rolled his eyes in annoyance. And haven't you thought about the consequences? As a result of? Yes. We came to Seth with Princess Leia. No. We came with the Queen's letter of introduction, which is equivalent to Lysis' representative. Now you want me to help Seth's resistance organization? If King Seth knew about this, he might think it was Lysis' doing. How many mouths will you have to explain it to me then? Hey, this. When he heard Dwanmu Huai's speech, he saw that Dangana was dumb. As Dwanmu Huai said, the identity of them was the official representative of Lysis when they entered Seas. So they were warmly received by Seth. After listening to the conversation between the two parties, the blonde girl lowered her head in disappointment. But Dwanmu Huai didn't care and turned around to leave. However, at this time, another little hand reached out and grabbed Dwanmu Huai. AOG? Looking at Aji's, Dwanmu Huai was also stunned. What's up? Looking at Dwanmu Huai, Aji shook her head slightly. I think it's better for the master to stay. You are rare to express your opinions. Looking at AOG, Dwanmu Huai was also quite surprised. After all, Uji Silk rarely sang against himself in such a matter. If it was just Kanami and Masao Shizuka who objected, Dwanmu Huai wouldn't care. But if Ojis also joined in, then he would have to think about it. Wait. Think about it carefully. Is it luck that led me here? In other words, the good luck in the dark led me here. And it was waiting for me here? Thinking of this, Dwanmu Huai looked at Tutu again. The latter still looked curious, standing beside them looking around, not listening to their conversation at all. Also, it's strange that the mission wasn't activated when there should have been a commission. I see. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Huai's eyes flashed, as if he realized something. And then he looked at the blonde girl. Let me think about it. Chapter 382 Field Research. In the end, Dwanmu Huai did not promise to join this unreliable so-called resistance organization. But he agreed to accept some tasks as an adventurer. Just as the girl said, look at the situation of the Kingdom of Seth, and then talk about it. Simply put, it is similar to a guest official. At present, Dwanmu Huai is investigating the village. The village was not big. According to the blonde girl, the resistance organization itself did not have many members. Although they had been trying to recruit soldiers, the results were limited. Moreover, a large number of their main forces were killed by Dwanmu Huai, resulting in the resistance organization having almost no one available. In this regard, Mu Huai didn't care, and he would not feel guilty. from the performance of those idiots. They were a group of bandits without ideals and no faith. If they were killed, they would be killed. What is this place? Duanmu Huai walked to the corner of the village and saw a building similar to the monastery. He stepped forward and looked at it carefully. Yo. Lo. Duanmu Huai nodded to the children. And then the children slowly walked out and surrounded Duanmu Huai. Wow. It's the soldier uncle. Call me brother. Okay. Uncle. Uncle. Can you play with us? Play with you? Hearing the child's request, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. Then put Ajis, who was sitting on his shoulder, on the ground. I leave it to you. Play with them. Playing what? You can manipulate puppets. Right. How about putting on a puppet show for them? Has Alice taught you? Yes. Miss Alice taught me. She also often goes to the village to perform puppet shows for the children. That'll do. Duanmu Huai patted Ozzy's head, and the latter also raised his hand. Soon, with the action of Ozzy Silk, several puppets drilled out of her clothes pocket and came to the children. Wow! That's amazing! That's amazing! A puppet that moves! How fun! Seeing that most of the children were attracted by the puppet controlled by Ojis, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked at a girl among them who looked older. Are you the only ones living here? Not. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the girl shook her head. Teacher Chimuchi is also here to take care of us. Oh! Where is she? Teacher Chimchi is here, ah. Having said that, the girl turned her gaze behind Duanmu Huai and smiled. Teacher Chimchi. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a black-haired beauty with outstanding figure and brown skin walking out with a gentle smile. When she saw Duanmu Huai, she was stunned for a moment, then looked at the children. What's wrong? What are you guys arguing about? Teacher Kimsey. You see? She is so amazing. These puppets will move it yourself. Seeing the black-haired beauty, the children also stood up excitedly and spoke to her. Kamuki smiled and touched their heads, then looked at Duanmu Huai and Ojisi. The two are. Ah. I heard Lord Yuru said. What's the matter? By the way, Yuruzer is the so-called leader of the resistance. The blonde girl sitting in a wheelchair. I want to talk to you. Do you have time? Hearing Duanmu Huai's speech, Chimki hesitated and nodded. Okay. Of course, no problem. Please follow me. Having said that, Kimki looked again at the older girl who had greeted Duanmu Huai before. The teacher wants to talk to this person about something very important. Take everyone to play in the yard. Remember not to leave the yard. It will be very dangerous. Go play with them for a while. Duanmu Huai also gave the same order to Ojis, who just nodded. Then the children leaned around OG, while Chimki turned to gesture to Duanmu Huai. Please follow me. Sir. Duanmu Huai nodded and walked into the house under the guidance of Kamuki. It was originally a monastery, but now it is used as an orphanage. I see. So you are the only one taking care of them here? Duanmu Huai asked as he looked around, and Kimki nodded. Yes. Most of these children are children who lost their parents due to the atrocities of magicians and have nowhere to go. Some of them had even more terrible experiences. We finally rescued them, but they also had nowhere to go. So we had to temporarily place them here. Since the orphanage is short-staffed, I am the only one in charge. But they are all good children. As he spoke, Kimki brought Duanmu Huai to a room inside and opened the door. Come in. Duanmu Huai walked into the room and couldn't help but see the scene in front of him. He originally thought that Chimki would take himself to the study room or the guest room. However, it was unexpected that it looked more like a bedroom. What does it mean? Duanmu Huai stared at Kimki, whose expression was a little stiff. This is a treat. Entertain? Yes. I just did this. Chimki nodded slightly. When those warriors finish fighting, are exhausted, and need some tenderness, that's when I can come into play. So, no wonder the performance of the group of idiots outside is no different from the mountain thief. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Is this also Yuru's order? No. I see. Duanmu Huai understood immediately. Just as he had seen, this resistance organization was just a small group with no strength at all. Because of this, when they recruited people, they considered their strength rather than their character. If the other party wanted money or women, it didn't matter, as long as they were willing to fight for themselves. What kind of resistance organization is this? They are just bandits and robbers. But Duanmu Huai remembered that Kanami had used this trick on him before. It seems that in this world, doing this kind of thing is not strange. I'm not interested in doing this kind of thing. But, hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Kamuki showed an embarrassment on her face. And then she seemed to think of something and was frightened. Do you want to do something to the children? What are you thinking about? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. No. That doesn't mean I'm not interested in women. In short, I'm not interested in this kind of routine behavior. So you don't need to please me in this way. Besides, most of the men here have been killed by me. And the rest? Here. Duanmu Huai thought for a while, looking at Chimki. You said you're the only one in this orphanage. Are you short of manpower? Of course. Very good. Duanmu Huai said as he touched the ring. And the next moment, the maid and Jinjiling appeared beside Duanmu Huai. Seeing the sudden appearance of the girl monster, Chimuki seemed a little surprised and stepped back subconsciously. Perhaps you don't know yet. I am a monster user. And they are the girl monsters that have signed a contract with me. I think you must have heard some rumors about girl monsters. At least in my opinion, they will be a good helper for you. This, Chimki hesitated slightly, but nodded. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Duanmu Huai said this while looking at the maid and Jinjiling. Then I'll trouble you to help clean and take care of these children. Also, if any more men come looking for trouble, throw them out. Yes, master. I understand. Big brother. Karen will let these children feel how cute she is. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, the maid nodded. And Jinjiling also smiled and smiled in a pose. Then he saw that Aog was manipulating the doll and telling the children a story. It's just, what kind of children are like 3 or 2 in groups? And they are trembling? Duanmu Huai walked over curiously. And then he heard Ojus's voice, which was as calm as ever. At this moment, the man saw the letter on the table. He walked forward, slowly opened the envelope, and took out the letter paper. It was blank except for a line of words goodbye written in the bottom corner. Then the man seemed to realize something. He turned his head and saw that the girl had stood at the door without knowing when. She was holding a kitchen knife in her hand, and then stabbed her. As Ojus spoke, the girl doll in her hand held a kitchen knife and stabbed the boy doll on the other side, directly piercing his body. The boy doll screamed and fell to the ground. But the girl doll had no intention of letting him go. She raised the knife and stabbed the boy doll again and again. Why? Why did you choose her instead of me? Why? Alas. Obviously. The tone of OG was very calm. Just like reading the script according to the science of the Schwanka. But the children below were scared into a ball, watching the boy dolls who were cut by girls and dolls. They were speechless. But it wasn't over yet. At this moment, the girl raised the kitchen knife and pointed it at the boys. However, before the words of Ao Jili finished speaking, Duanmu Huai punched it directly and smashed it on her head. It hurts? Master. What the hell are you doing? Hey! I will give them a doll drama according to the command of the owner. What kind of ghost loves and hatred? Looking at the tattered doll in the hands of AOG, Duanmu Huai was also speechless. The broken puppet felt a sharp murderous pavement, which is the hair. But Miss Alice always performs this when she goes to the village to perform. In the end, she will kill the thieving cat. Next time, please perform some puppet shows for younger audiences. Puppet shows can be down to earth, but they cannot be too down to earth. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and then he looked at the children and patted his hands. All right, little ones. The show ends here. Also, this story is purely fictional and has nothing to do with any real events, groups, or individuals. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Hey! When the children heard Duanmu Huai's words, they cried out in dissatisfaction. Although they seemed afraid, they were actually fascinated by the show. But this is not good for the education of preschool children, so it is better to avoid it. Okay, let's go. Uji Wire. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. It's time to go see what this resistance organization does on a daily basis. Chapter 383 Late Night Tragedy. In order to prove to Duanmu Huai that their resistance organization was not a group of bandits, when Duanmu Huai came to Yuru's room again, the latter handed over a pile of letters. What's this? These are letters from all over Seth requesting our help. Most of them are from second-class citizens who have been oppressed by magicians and have no choice but to seek help. Letter? Aren't you a hidden organization? How did this letter send it? This. Boom boom boom. However, before Yuruz could say anything else, there was a knock on the door. Duanmu Huai opened the door and saw a girl wearing a postman's uniform and carrying a red mailbox standing outside the house. That's right. Carrying a postbox. Ah. Hello. Miss Yuruz? Seeing Yuruz, the postman smiled and bowed to her, then took out a few pieces of mail from his pocket and handed them over. This is also the mail that was supposed to be sent to you. Bing in. I brought it to you. Thank you so much. Ah. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Yuruz took out a letter from his arms and handed it over. Please deliver this letter. Please. Okay. Hearing Yuruz's words, the postman nodded with a smile, then stuffed the letter into the mailbox behind him, then turned around and ran away. Seriously? What the hell is going on with the development of civilization in this world? The postman can deliver to your door. Why do you still have to carry a mailbox? Forget it. Duanmu Huai doesn't want to complain anymore. Among the intelligence we have received so far, this is the most serious one. Yuruz seemed to be strange about it. And she said, while sending an intelligence over a piece of intelligence, a series of murders have occurred in the level 2 citizen street of Italia. According to intelligence, the culprit is a man named Saber Knight. The first incident occurred 3 months ago, and a total of 20 similar incidents have occurred since then. Is the law and order team know? Hearing this, Masao Shizuka frowned in dissatisfaction and asked, while Yuruzawa shook his head, because the victim is a level 2 citizen. The security team has put the search on hold, and the criminal is likely to be a level 1 citizen, a magician, so the security team probably won't intervene deliberately. Well, hearing this, Mosu Shizuka didn't know what to say for a moment. We also sent people there, but no one from either team survived. We can be sure that the Saber Knight is very dangerous. So please help. I see. Duanmu Huai took the information and glanced at it. I'll go check it out. Okay. Wait a minute. As he spoke, Yuruz clapped his hands. And then Duanmu Huai saw a black-haired girl wearing a kimono-like outfit coming out. Seeing her appearance, Konami's expression was a little tense. And I wonder if it was because she saw her compatriots in a foreign land. Well, this useless ninja is indeed useless. This is Miss Sun. She is responsible for bringing you the way and explaining the situation. And her skills are very good. It's decided then. Duanmu Huai put away the information and nodded. Okay. Let's go. Ah. Wait a moment. Just as Duanmu Huai turned around and prepared to leave, Wulus took out another bag. Everyone's dress is very conspicuous. In order to avoid grass and snakes, I hope you can change your dress. Especially this. As he spoke, Yuruz looked at her with a slightly apologetic look. Level 2 citizens are in the existence of the magician, a bit sensitive. If you appear on the streets of Class 2 citizens like this, I am afraid it will cause a bad commotion. Okay. I get it. Mo Xiang Zijingxiang nodded helplessly. And then she pointed at Duanmu Huai. Wait. What about him? This? Don't worry. I don't need to dress up. Eh? You don't need it? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mo Xiang Zijingxiang was somewhat confused. Among us, you are the one who needs to disguise the most. With a big guy like you, it would be strange if you didn't attract attention when walking on the street. Do not worry. Facing Ma Xiang Shizuka's inquiry, Duanmu Huai made a guarantee with full confidence. I promise. No one will find out. I hope so. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Soon, Demon Shurjin Xiang knew where Duanmu Huai's confidence came from. Everyone. This is the level 2 citizen street. Under the leadership of Sun, the Masu Shizuka, who had changed her clothes, Kanami and Ojus arrived at the level 2 citizen street in Italia City. I have to say that although there are psychological preparations, it is too. Looking at the dirty street in front of her, Masu Shizuka couldn't help but frown. The entire level 2 citizen street looked dirty and gloomy, with small wooden houses everywhere. Perhaps because it was night. The entire street was quiet, and there was not a single person in sight. This is not the case we have arrived before. Duanmu Huai's voice sounded from behind Ma Xiang Shizuka. And Sun nodded when she heard Duanmu Huai's words. Because the level 1 citizens area is separated from the level 2 citizens area. Level 2 citizens, that is, non-magicians, are not allowed to enter the level 1 citizens area. Therefore, it is difficult for you to see these during your tour. This is also normal. Most people who travel abroad will not have nothing to do and go to the slums to commit suicide. By the way, is it difficult to become a magician? Of course not. Although there are differences in talent. Basically anyone who wants to learn can learn magic to a certain degree. Masao Shizuka shook her head. Take us 4 witches for example. I have the strongest magic power among them. And Maria has the weakest magic power. So she focuses on mechanical manufacturing. Although Maria's magic power is not enough to support her to use some powerful offensive magic, she can still use some small magic. I see. Hearing this, Duan Muhui immediately understood that it was obvious that the magicians in this world were not like those in many novels or anime games, where some people had some kind of talent and some did not. On the contrary, people in this world could basically learn magic to a certain extent, but because of the difference in magic power, some people could only use some tricks, while others could use offensive magic. So it is not a question of whether there is one or not, but a question of how much. No wonder the status of magicians in other countries is not as exaggerated as Seth's. But anyway, where are you? I feel really uncomfortable. Ma Xiang Shizuka complained while turning her head to look behind her. She could clearly hear Duan Muhui's voice coming from behind her. But when she turned around, she couldn't see anyone. Is this also some kind of magic? Ma Xiang Shizuka even used magic to try to locate Duan Muhui. But she couldn't find him. This was simply unbelievable. After all, such a big man would attract attention just by standing on the street. But how come she couldn't see him? You won't understand the skills of the night guard even if I tell you. Hearing Duan Muhui's words, Mo Xiang Shizuka was confused. But Jian Dang Qianami shook her head helplessly. Of course, she knew Duan Muhui's strange skill of finding a place to hide and becoming invisible. To be honest, Jian Dang Qianami really wanted to learn it. If she could please him, would he teach her a trick? Just like in the book she read before. Thinking of this, Konami's face suddenly turned red, and she slapped her cheeks hard. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Ah! That man! At this time, everyone suddenly saw a man rushing home. So Ma Xiang Jizu Xiang hurriedly called him. However, what everyone did not expect was that, after hearing Ma Xiang Jizu Xiang's voice, the man was frightened and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Wah! Please don't kill me. I have more than a dozen hungry babies in my family. They are waiting for me to make money to support the family. Please don't kill me. We are not bad people. Seeing the man shaking with fear, Sun hurriedly spoke to comfort him. Hearing Sun's words, the man raised his head, and only after seeing the group of girls in front of him did he breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. I got so scared. I thought it was that murderous ghost. Ladies, you should go home quickly. It's getting late. If you are caught by that guy, you will be chopped into pieces. I'm leaving first. As he spoke, the man turned and left in a hurry. It turns out that this is the case, because the words of killing evil spirits have spread, so no one dares to go out. Watching the man's figure disappear into the night, Mo Xiang Shizuka sighed. But at this moment, suddenly, a shrill scream came from where the man disappeared. Hearing this scream, everyone's faces became serious. Quick! Let's catch up. Soon, the group quickened their pace and ran towards the place where the man disappeared just now. Soon, they passed through the dirty streets and alleys and came to an open space. At this moment, this open space was already covered in blood. Blood was splattered everywhere. The man who had just fought with everyone was now chopped into pieces and fell in a pool of blood. In front of him stood a man in full armor. He is the murderer. When she saw the guy in full armor, Sun spoke hurriedly, and when he heard her voice, the armored knight turned around, looked at everyone, and sneered contemptuously. Well, I didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains this time. Which is really good. Are you the killing ghost? Kanami also gripped her ninja sword tightly and stared at the armored knight, who snorted softly. Murderers? Are you talking about me? Humph. These guys are just filthy beasts with the title of level 2 citizens. But you treat them as humans. Are you kidding? We are humans fighting monsters. What crime have we committed? What did you say? Upon hearing this, Masu Shizuka and Mito Kanami's faces darkened, while Keiru sighed. Most of Seth's nobles are like this. So, it seems that the situation is worse than what I think. Masao Shizuka clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Hey, big man. You can't help it. If you don't do it, then I can't help it. Okay. Got it. At this time, suddenly, the sound of Duanmu Huai came from behind the armored knight. Then Duanmu Huai reached out, grabbed the armored knight's head, and lifted him up. Chapter 384 Contradiction. The armored knight obviously didn't expect that there was someone hiding behind him, and was immediately shocked. However, before he could resist, Duanmu Huai grabbed his head and lifted him up. Help! Help! The armored knight struggled desperately, but to no avail. Seeing this, Mo Xiang Shizuka shook her head helplessly. Really? So big individual. How did you hide it? I wish I had this skill. Seeing Dang Nami sighed silently, Duanmu completely ignored the armored knight, who was struggling, looking at the black-haired girl standing next to her. Okay, now that we've caught him, let's just kill him. Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Sun was speechless. She originally thought that the two sides would at least have a big battle, but she didn't expect Duanmu Huai to be so terrifying that there was no need for a fight at all. It was an instant kill. You can't kill me. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the armored knight struggled more fiercely. I am the son of Zaruki Craven. Hassam. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. Who? Duanmu Huai certainly didn't know the person this guy was talking about. So he looked at Sun, who frowned with a serious look on his face. He is a high-ranking official in the kingdom of Seth. Oh, that's not important. Duanmu Huai interrupted Sun's words. Then he turned the armored knight around and forced him to look at him. Alas! When he saw Duanmu Huai's face, the armored knight screamed in fear. His legs fell in disorder, and then a fishy smell emanated from him. Why do you do this? Just take fun? No. None of my business. I didn't come up with this. Seeing Duanmu Huai, the armored knight collapsed immediately. His body trembled, and he wailed loudly for mercy. This was all Amy's idea. She came hunting because she was bored. And I was just invited to help. This wasn't my idea. I was just helping. Who is Amy? She is the daughter of Commander Raton. In other words, you come here to kill people. Just feel interesting. Right? No. Yes. What is wrong with our killing citizens? Maybe it was because his death was imminent. But the armored knight suddenly started to argue loudly. This country was built by us. The magicians. Those level 2 citizens, who can't even use magic, are simply parasites. It is us who built this country. It is us who protect this country. It is us who fight against the demons and guard the borders of mankind. These are things that only we magicians can do. Those level 2 citizens can't do anything. Their survival is just a waste of food. In other words, allowing them to live is our greatest kindness. Since their lives were given by us, what's wrong with us killing them if we want? This is Seth. It's our magician's country. Hearing the words of the armored knight, Kanami clenched her weapon angrily, wishing she could go up and stab him. And Masao Shizuka also had a serious expression on her face. But she quickly turned her head to look at Sun next to her and asked, what should we do now? Faced with Masu Shizuka's question, Sun seemed a little embarrassed. The only option is to hand him over to the security team. No need to bother. Duanmu Huai interrupted Sun's words lightly. He has seen our faces. We can't let him go back alive. As for the high-ranking official, well, just pretend we didn't hear it. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai suddenly grabbed with his right hand. Then he saw his fingers piercing through the heavy helmet of the armored knight and directly piercing into the opponent's head. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, and the armored knight struggled desperately at this moment, twisting his body. But Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. He just exerted a little force with his right hand and suddenly raised it up. The next moment, the armored knight's head was pulled directly from his neck by Duanmu Huai. There was even a section of the spine stained with blood, shaking in the cold air. Oh, well, neither Aog and Dang Kanami were the first time to see Duanmu Huai fighting. But naturally, there was no response. Okay, leave it to me next. Duanmu Huai shook the head in his hand. What are you up to? I will put this body and head in the level 1 citizens district as a warning to those nobles who have committed crimes. Since the person is dead, it would be a shame not to make good use of it. Then, you guys go back first, and leave the rest to me. Hey, wait a minute. However, before Mo Xiang Zijingxiang could finish her words, Duanmu Huai's figure flashed again and disappeared without a trace. Since the real culprit had run away, The others had no choice but to return home and report the situation to Yuruz. I never thought it would be like this. After listening to Sun's report, Yuruz also turned pale and frowned. Killing people just for fun is too much. How could they do such a thing? That's not surprising. However, just as Yuruz was questioning angrily, Duan Muhuai appeared again silently, scaring everyone. Wu wow. Big guy. When did you come back? Soon after that. What happened? Seeing that Mo Xiang Zijingxiang was staring at him vigilantly, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows and asked, You're not going to sneak into my room and watch me change clothes, are you? Oh, there is actually such a use for it. I will consider it next time. To be honest, even if Mo Xiangxiang didn't say it, Duan Muhuai would have seen it. This skill of the night guard is really great for peeping. No matter whether the girl is changing clothes or taking a bath, you can quietly find a place to squat and watch her from beginning to end. Well, I don't know if the Raven Guard has used it this way before. I will place a trap magic at the door of the room. Then you casually. Duan Muhuai teased Mo Xiang Shizuka, then looked at Yuruz again. In fact, similar things happen in many places. People who hold power and are in the ruling class will attack the lower classes at will, and they think it is natural and not surprising. What Duan Muhuai said is also a reality. In the game, many planets and civilizations have systems similar to Seth's. Of course, their ruling class is not necessarily magicians, but may also be superpowered people or mutants or certain religions. In short, they are all people with powerful powers that ordinary people do not have. In fact, not only in games, but also in real life, there are many such things. For example, the samurai class and the knight class had done the same thing before. For example, at that time, the samurai class had a principle called rudeness to ask for mercy. Simply put, as long as someone was rude to the samurai could kill him in the street without any punishment. Of course, the principle of rudeness is very subjective. If someone looks at a samurai for a second longer, the other party may think that he is rude and then kill him directly. The cavaliers class in the Middle Ages are slightly better. But of course, they can also condemn the civilians with their own ideas. They generally do not kill them by themselves. If modern people travel to the Middle Ages or another world, they would often use the iron fist of everyone is free and equal to pave the way forward. But in fact, the formation of any order and rules has its objective conditions. The most objective reason for putting them here is that they have indeed fulfilled their obligations and are the backbone of protecting the country. Take the Kingdom of Seth for example. Level 1 citizens have privileges, but they also have the obligation to pay taxes, conscription, and supply magic power. However, Level 2 citizens have neither rights nor obligations, and those who cannot use magic can only live under the protection of Level 1 citizens. The same goes for warriors and knights. When faced with external threats, do we not rely on warriors and knights to fight, but on farmers who only know how to farm? This is not just a characteristic of civilized races. It is also the same in the animal world. Take the wolf pack for example. The wolf king is naturally the biggest, followed by the attack wolves responsible for hunting and reconnaissance. As for the old, weak, sick and disabled, they also have no status in the wolf pack. Not only can they only eat what the wolf pack leaves behind, they are not even allowed to resist, and they may become food for other wolves. The reason is that their existence does not benefit the wolf pack itself in any way. So, you can say that everyone is born equal and free, but the objective reality will not change. Take the Kingdom of Seth, for example. Just like the Armored Knight said, they founded this country, and they are responsible for guarding the country's borders and resisting the invasion of demons. Level 2 citizens are like trash in their eyes. They will not bring any benefits to the country, but are just dirty burdens. Why can't they be killed? What? Are you going to overthrow the magician and fight against the demons yourself? Do you have the ability to do that? If you don't have that ability, why should you be equal to us? We have paid so much. Why should we be equal to you untouchables? Wouldn't it be unfair to us to be equal to you? In the real world, equality is not achieved through open-mindedness, but through the advancement of civilization and technology. In ancient times, cavalry was invincible, and the power of cavalry combined with horses was unstoppable. However, in modern times, due to the reform of firearms, the battlefield has changed. The cavalry, which was originally the main force on the battlefield, has been gradually marginalized and replaced by modern motorized troops, tanks, artillery, etc. Therefore, the knight class was completely broken and declined. The same is true for samurai. After all, with the progress of civilization, powerful military force is no longer in the hands of a small number of people. In addition, there are no monsters and demons in real society. Even if you are a general, you can be shot to death with a pistol. In this situation, it is difficult to have inequality. But the magic world is obviously different, because the magician can really kill hundreds of people with just a flick of his fingers. What can you civilians with only a sword and a hoe use to resist? No matter how strong a knight is in real life, he will die if he is surrounded and beaten by a group of bandits. But the magicians in the fantasy world are so powerful that they can even flatten a mountain. If you ask him to be equal to those farmers who only know how to farm, will he be willing? If he doesn't want to, what can you do? Even if you bring hundreds of peasants together, won't they just be a dish for him? Why are superheroes and mutants in superhero movies hunted down by humans? The reason is very simple. Because he has the strength to not be equal to you. Even if he wants to be equal to you. But the strength is there. The weak is the weak. Once the mutant or superhero becomes the ruling class, the ordinary people have no resistance at all. After all, modern weapons are useless in front of them. Therefore, it must be completely eliminated. So in my opinion, this is the real contradiction facing the kingdom of Seth. Duanmu Huai told Wuluz his thoughts and shrugged his shoulders. At this moment, the room was dead silent and everyone stared at him in surprise. I never thought that you, a big guy, could see things so clearly. It's not that I see it clearly. Read more. So, what should we do? Uruz clenched his fists tightly and looked at Duanmu Huai. And the latter spread his hands. This is a question you need to think. The root cause is here. The slogan is useless. So what is your political goal? Think yourself. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned and left, leaving only Yulai still sitting there, thinking silently. Chapter 385 changes. Under the cover of night, on the top of a high mountain, three figures stood facing each other. Is this the man said? One of the tall figures finished reading the note in his hand, then looked at the other shadows standing in front of him. Yes, those are his exact words. Really? Hearing the answer, the tall figure raised his head and looked up at the sky. At the same time, a gust of wind swept in, blowing away the clouds that originally covered the night sky, revealing a resolute and brave face. If Duanmu Huai was here, he would definitely recognize that this man was the king of the Seth kingdom, Laguna Rock Aku Super Gandhi, whom he had met before. Objective reality and political goals. I had long suspected that he was not a simple man, but I didn't expect him to see through the root of our country's internal problems at a glance. He is worthy of being the hero who destroyed the former demon king. Not only is his martial power outstanding, but his wisdom is also amazing. After sighing for a while, King Seth lowered his head and looked at the figure kneeling at his feet. It was a slender girl with beautiful black hair and wearing a kimono. Of course, without asking, he knew that this was the member of the resistance organization named Sun. Of course, now it seems that this is just her disguise. Soon, do you think he is a spy set by Lysis? I don't think it's like. After thinking for a moment, I shook my head. So far, it seems that the original adult found Bing Yin just because of a misunderstanding. And he did mention that as a representative of Lysis, it was not appropriate for him to have contact with the resistance organization of the Kingdom of Seth. But on the other hand, he does not mind acting for the resistance organization and eliminating some members with bad behavior. Just like Zaruki's son. Oh, I'm afraid things will get messy again tomorrow. But don't worry about such trivial matters. The king waved his hand. Continue your mission. Perhaps, this man is the only choice to save this country. Along with the blowing wind and waves, the shadow of the dark night emerged again, covering everything. At the same time, in the dim room, there was another scene. Ugh, ah. Ghana snorted and collapsed on Duanmu Huaijian's chest. Feeling much better already? Duanmu Huai reached out and gently stroked Kanami, who nodded slightly. Yes, that's good. But speaking of which, you want to learn the skills of the Raven Guard. Yes. Hearing this, Kanami also raised her head and stared at Duanmu Huai. Please teach me. Sir, as a ninja, I know I am not very good, but I also want to go further. It is no problem to teach you. Duan Mu Huai shrugged his shoulders. After obtaining the genes of the Raven Guard, he naturally had knowledge in this area in his mind. However, how much Kanami, who was not an Astartes, could learn was another question. Thank you, sir. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's resignation, Kanami also breathed a sigh of relief and fell back down. Just when Duan Mu Huai thought Kanami had fallen asleep, her voice rang out again. Sir, do you think the current situation in Seth can be improved? I'm not sure about that. Of course there is a way. Duan Mu Huai spoke as he stroked Kanami, who was hugging him like a kitten in his arms. As Duan Mu Huai said, Seth's current problems are deep-rooted, and the gap in differences between Level 1 citizens and Level 2 citizens are almost too big to be resolved. Level 1 citizens believe that they have more obligations, so they naturally enjoy privileges. Level 2 citizens are unwilling to be oppressed by Level 1 citizens and want to rise up in rebellion. However, the problem is that the central point is what Duan Mu Huai said to you lies. Political goals. Any revolutionary action must have its own political program and goals. It is not just about saying some empty slogans in a meeting. You must make it clear what your goal is and how you plan to act. Only in this way can you attract like-minded people. Instead of being like bandits now, you are no different from bandits who just take advantage of anyone you see. Of course, if Duan Mu Huai were asked to solve this problem, he would be very confident that he could do so because the court had experience in dealing with similar situations. You know, in the court of justice, there are no instructions other than principles. In other words, the official spirit of the Inquisition is to protect the empire at all costs and by all means. There are no principles, no bottom line. Anything can be done as long as the goal can be achieved. As a result, the judges in the trial court also split several factions. After Duan Mu Huai learned of the current situation of the Kingdom of Seth, he immediately thought of a faction Estoma that was best at solving this problem. The core idea of this Inquisition school consists of only 4 words. How difficult it is. They believe that the greatest achievements of mankind are all made after the era of conflict. No conflict or war will destroy mankind. And after each baptism of iron and blood, mankind will become more resilient. Therefore, Isfan's faction probably likes to make humans strong and suffering to meet the concept of survival of the fittest. Therefore, what Inquisitor Isfan does most is to create conflicts and then control them. Especially large-scale wars, which are the most important targets for Inquisitor Isfan. In their view, only after a strong enough baptism of war can mankind move forward. And every war will become the fuel and wheel that drives human history forward. Just like a sword, it must be quenched to become hard and sharp. Therefore, when Yuruz asked Duan Mu Huai, he immediately thought of the solution of the Isfan faction. First, provoke a war between Level 1 citizens and Level 2 citizens, and then take advantage of the fighting between the two sides to introduce the invasion of the demons. Force the two originally hostile and warring parties to shake hands and make peace under the huge external threat, and jointly resist the invasion of the demons. As long as it succeeds, the confrontation problem that has plagued the Kingdom of Seth for hundreds of years can be easily solved. A perfect solution. The only problem is that people will die. And many people will die. Of course, none of this is within the scope of concern of the Inquisitors of the Isfan faction. They are concerned with the overall evolution of humanity rather than the life and death of individuals. If the Inquisitors of the Isfan faction were to speak, they would certainly believe that if the internal conflict in the Kingdom of Seth could be completely resolved, then the death of millions of people would be worth it. Of course, if Duan Mu Huai had to make a choice, he would prefer another way, considering that the internal contradictions within this country. Level 1 citizens' oppression of citizens 2 has reached the critical point. In this case, Level 2 citizens are likely to be seduced and corrupted by the Asian space devil. So in order to cleanse the empire of corruption, just to be on the safe side, should we issue an extermination order? The whole dead light is peaceful in the world, and there is no risk of corruption. Simple and efficient. When Duan Mu Huai returned to God, Ganami had already fallen into a deep sleep. Hey, how should I put it? It's just, Duan Mu Huai scratched his head helplessly. That is, the energy is too strong. Like now, Duan Mu Huai still doesn't feel satisfied. If expressed in numbers, it would be around 40%. However, it is impossible for Duan Mu Huai to do it by her own temperament. Being too energetic isn't a good thing. Duan Mu Huai scratched his head and yawned. Forget it. Sleep. For Duan Mu Huai, it was just a peaceful night. But for Seth, it was not. Early the next morning, The body of Hassam Craven, son of financial chiefs Ricky Craven, was found in a park in the first-class citizen district of the royal city of Seth. The news immediately shocked the entire King City. The murderer must be brought to justice immediately. At the routine meeting of Wang Cheng's early morning, the chief of the financial officers Zaluki shook his fat cheeks. His eyes flushed, and he roared like a wild pig. Indeed, this is the provocations of the entire Sessi's ruling agency. Education Chief Raton Alu touched his beard and narrowed his eyes. Hassam's head was torn off alive, and even impaled on a pillar. This is an intolerable atrocity. We must find the murderer and execute him. That's what we said. But we don't even have any clues about the murderer at the moment. Looking at the group of ministers, who were discussing heatedly below, a woman wearing glasses and dressed like a peacock raised her glasses and spoke coldly. She was Chizuko Yamada, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Seth, the highest ruling body of Seth. Is this even a question? Faced with Chizuruko's questioning, Zuruchi slammed the table angrily and glared at her fiercely. It must have been done by those lowly level 2 citizens. I suggest sending out the army immediately. Kill all level 2 citizens. Only in this way can I get rid of the hatred in my heart. Are you serious, Zuruki? Hearing such a ridiculous proposal, Shizuko couldn't help but raise her voice. Do you realize what kind of chaos this would cause? They are nothing but a bunch of dirty and lowly beasts. They dared to hurt my son. Their crime is unforgivable. Yeah. While Zuruki was venting his anger, several other senior officials nodded. Anyway, these level 2 citizens are useless. So why not just kill them all, and then raise a group of more obedient ones? I think this is a good idea. I thought so too. Allowing them to survive in Seth is already a great blessing. However, these untouchables are not only ungrateful, but they even dared to kill level 1 citizens, and the one who killed was Lord Zuruki's son. It can be seen that beasts are indeed beasts. They have no gratitude at all. There is no point in keeping them alive. It is better to kill them all. Really? Hearing this, Chizuru's face darkened, and she looked at the ministers coldly. Of course, I will not agree to such a stupid request. Moreover, I advise you not to get carried away. The next head to be impaled on the pole may be yours. In response to Chikako's words, the important officials who had been discussing excitedly just now suddenly became silent, like ducks with their throats pinched. Soon, another person coughed. No matter what, we must respond. If the citizens see what has happened, and we still don't react, then we are derelict in our duty. I suggest increasing the number of patrols, blocking the entrances and exits of the level 2 citizens area, and strictly checking all suspicious persons. Hearing this, Chikako frowned, but seeing the eager looks of other senior officials, she knew that if she didn't nod, the matter would probably not be resolved amicably. Alright. Finally, Chizuko made a decision. It must be said that these officials acted very quickly. They immediately dispatched security patrols, completely blocked off the level 2 citizen area, and then began searching house by house for the suspect who killed Saham. And Bingyan naturally got the information. It seems that this really caused a big problem. After reading the information, Yuru sighed, while Duanmu Why didn't even look at it. It's within expectations. Don't worry about it. Then, next, should we kill Amy? Do you want to kill again? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Wuluz looked at him in surprise, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Of course. We all heard it last night. Saham personally admitted that the instigator of all this was Miss Amy, and he was just helping out. In other words, in the entire Sword Night incident, the woman named Amy was the culprit, and Saham was at best an accomplice. If Amy is not dealt with, she will create a second and third Sword Night in the future. Are we just going to follow her? This is not in line with my character. But now the entire urban area is blocked, and ordinary people can't get in or out at all. This is not a problem. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Wula's words. Just tell me Amy's address, and I'll take care of it myself. It just so happens that I have the genes of the Raven Guard. If I don't perform some stealth, wouldn't I be letting the Raven King down? Chapter 386 Core Contradiction. Boom boom boom. There was a loud thunder under the overcast sky. The howling wind mixed with heavy rain blew, hitting the windows, making a crackling sound. Hearing the noise, the blonde girl lying on the bed trembled suddenly, sat up, looked around, and then let out a long breath. This blonde noble girl was none other than Amy, the daughter of Seth's high-ranking official Layden. However, at this moment, she no longer had her usual arrogance and conceit, but was instead pale, haggard, and terrified. Saham's body was placed in a park in the level 1 citizens area, and his head was impaled on a wooden stake. The murderer also left a letter explaining why Saham was killed. It was because he transformed into a sword-wielding knight and wantonly killed level 2 citizens, and he deserved to die. Most of the high-ranking officials did not take this matter seriously. After all, many high-ranking noble officials of Seth had similar behaviors. They were just the first to see someone as foolish as Saham, who ran to the level 2 citizens area to commit suicide. So in the eyes of the high-ranking officials of Seth, Saham was just like everyone else, who wanted to have fun and ended up walking by the river and drowned. But Amy knew that this sword night game was actually her own idea. And Saham, as her fiancé, just wanted to help. Because of this, when the news of Saham's murder came out, Amy was always terrified. Although others didn't know, she knew that she was the culprit. You know, Saham was her fiancé, so he tried to please her. Fortunately, his father didn't know that Saham died just to play with him. Otherwise their family would probably have a hard time. But even so, she was still scared. Although she lived in the safest place in the level 1 citizens area, and her father assured her that there were security teams protecting her, there would be no problems. But Amy, feeling guilty, locked herself in the room. Her father thought that Amy was shocked by the news that her fiancé was killed, so he didn't think much about it. Amy didn't dare to tell her father about this. After all, if her father knew that Saham died because of her, it would be a big trouble. So she stayed at home and didn't dare to go out. But even so, Amy's life was not easy. After all, Saham was her fiancé, and he died because of her game. Although killing was nothing new to Amy, she had watched her fiancé kill those level 2 citizens several times. But to Amy, those level 2 citizens were not people. But Saham was different. He was her fiancé and an acquaintance. Even if the relationship between the two was not that deep, it was still different to witness someone she knew being killed and a stranger being killed. In fact, Amy had nightmares these days. She dreamed that Saham, whose head had been twisted off, came to her house and asked her why she didn't come to save him. He pointed at her and shouted, "It's all your fault. You have to compensate me." Amy was so scared that she didn't sleep well for several days. She didn't know why, but she always felt vaguely uneasy, as if something bad was going to happen around her. At the same time, in the camp of the resistance organization, Duanmu Huai was giving a lecture to Yurus. Or rather, the leader of the resistance organization wanted to ask Duanmu Huai if there was any good solution to the current situation in the kingdom of Seth. In addition to Yurus, Kanami and Mosu Shizuka also joined in the fun. After all, they also wanted to hear what Duanmu Huai had to say. In addition to them, Sun and the old doctor also wanted to hear what Duanmu Huai had to say for different purposes. However, the first sentence Duanmu Huai said surprised everyone. Strictly speaking, there is a legitimate reason why level 1 citizens look down on level 2 citizens. Why? I have to say, this took everyone by surprise. Is there any legitimate reason for level 1 citizens to discriminate against level 2 citizens? Do you remember what the man named Saham said before? Duanmu Huai looked at Kanami Kinang and Shizuka Mosu, who nodded. Of course I remember. That man said that in front of level 1 citizens, level 2 citizens were no different from beasts. He was only here to destroy the monsters. And it wasn't a bad deed at all. At this point, Kanami also showed an expression of disgust. And Masao Shizuka also nodded. However, Duanmu Huai's next answer shocked them again. Actually, he's right. Grown-ups? Willis felt that his ears were not working well. Was this helping them or harming them? Let me review the laws of the kingdom of Seth for you again. I'd better let this old gentleman explain it. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at the old man in a white coat standing next to Wulus. Please repeat the difference between level 1 and level 2 citizens of the kingdom of Seth. Okay. Although the old doctor didn't know what Duanmu Huai wanted to say, he still nodded and spoke. Level 1 citizens enjoy privileges, but they also have the obligation to pay taxes, conscription, and supply mana. Level 2 citizens have no privileges, but no obligations either, and can only live under the protection of level 1 citizens. This is where the problem lies. Duanmu Huai nodded, while the others still looked confused. Question? That's right. Haven't you figured it out? Level 1 citizens have privileges, but they have to pay taxes, recruit soldiers, and supply mana. Level 2 citizens don't have privileges, but they don't have the above obligations. In short, a considerable portion of the taxes paid by Level 1 citizens is used to support Level 2 citizens. And Level 2 citizens basically do nothing and are kept captive by Level 1 citizens. To be honest, I don't quite understand the operation of the Kingdom of Seth. After hearing this, everyone seemed to react. So what you mean is? That's right. To put it simply, Level 1 citizens need to work and make efforts. But Level 2 citizens, to put it bluntly, can survive without working even if their lives are poor. And they won't be assigned to work. To be honest, if Level 2 citizens' living conditions weren't a bit worse, I would have doubted who was the boss. Duanmu Huai spread out his hands as he spoke. To be honest, when he first heard about it, Duanmu Huai thought he had misheard. Generally speaking, this kind of class differentiation does exist. But the lower classes are usually used as coolies or slaves. Even in ancient times, couldn't the worst slaves be used to build pyramids? However, these Level 2 citizens of the Seth Kingdom do not need to work. And they can also receive ration food, which is not much but not starving. Moreover, there is no forced labor that they must do. And they are even given a special place to live. In other words, apart from being discriminated against, bullied and killed by Level 1 citizens, Level 2 citizens will basically have no problems as long as they lie down at home and do not move. On the other hand, Level 1 citizens may have privileges, but they must work hard, do military service, and pay taxes. In other words, when they work 007 or 996, part of their salary must be taxed to support Level 2 citizens. Take the city where the sword-wielding knight stabbed people before. For example, according to the old doctor, there are 100,000 Level 1 citizens and 1.1 million Level 2 citizens in that city. In other words, it is equivalent to 100,000 people supporting 1 million people. I can stand this. To be honest, Duanmu Huai didn't understand what the original builders of the Kingdom of Seth were thinking. You said that you wanted to make these poor people slaves and do hard labor. And they would understand that. After all, they are also a productive force. Right? As a result, they had no obligation, but also no right to work. And rations were given to them. Wow. So these Level 2 citizens can just do nothing and have kids. Right? Do you think this Level 1 citizen can endure this? People work hard to study. Study hard. Graduate hard. Work hard to make money. And in the end, part of it has to respect the Level 2 citizens. Unless the Level 1 citizens are saints. Isn't it right to look down on these parasites? Why don't other countries have this problem? The reason is very simple. Even if people in other countries don't know magic, they can still support themselves. For example, those people Duanmu Huai met. It doesn't matter if they don't know magic. They can open a hotel, a prop shop, or work as a maid in a restaurant. It's not a big problem to support themselves. Right? Or become an adventurer? So other countries don't have this kind of trouble. Everyone supports themselves, and no one owes anyone anything. But in Seth, these Level 2 citizens really owe the Level 1 citizens. If the Level 1 citizens had not worked hard and served in the army, it is hard to say whether they would have survived. This is just like those high-welfare countries in modern society. People work hard and pay taxes. But then, they look back and see homeless people on the street living more comfortably than they do. How can they tolerate this? So Duanmu Huai couldn't understand what kind of stupid circuit the Seth Kingdom had to do this. This is a ratio of 1:10. Although the Kingdom of Seth has developed magic and high productivity, it is not a good idea to go through so much trouble. This is equivalent to 1 Level 1 citizen working hard to support 10 Level 2 citizens. Who do you think is willing? After Duanmu Huai explained this truth, everyone fell silent. They didn't expect that what Duanmu Huai said actually made sense. So, what Saham said is not without reason. In the eyes of many Level 1 citizens, Level 2 citizens are just like their pets. And they may not necessarily be willing to keep them. Now everyone was speechless. Before, they just felt that Level 2 citizens were pitiful and Level 1 citizens were overbearing. But now they were put in the shoes of Level 1 citizens. I work, but I have to support 10 strangers I have never met. Sorry to bother you. Bye. Even the donkeys in the production team were not squeezed like this. This situation also happens in modern times. For example, in some countries, Young people even go to nursing homes to kill the elderly. And call it old harm, because they think that these elderly people are useless, and waste the money they have worked hard to earn. What's more important is that these people are not their parents. And they don't support their own families. Why should these taxes be used to support outsiders? If you don't pay taxes to do this, then maybe our lives will be a little better. Of course, there are also people who kill homeless people for fun or push them off the rails. Generally speaking, they have similar reasons, thinking that these people are a waste of their tax dollars and would be better off dead. This kind of thing happens in any modern society ruled by law. So it is not surprising in a place like Seth. Of course, this is also related to Seth's system. Level 2 citizens have no rights. But they also have no obligations. As a result, they have no jobs and do not need to work. So what is the point of their lives? Only God knows. Is it just to train more magicians for the purpose of having children? Are the level 2 citizens pitiful? They are pitiful. They have poor food, poor clothes, and bad housing. And they are also divided by class. But what's the point of them living? They cannot serve in the army to fight. Nor can they work. And they are not even allowed to do hard labor. Then what is the meaning of their lives? Even tyrants in ancient times knew that they could not kill their subjects at will. It was not because they were so wise. But even the dumbest tyrant knew that someone had to farm the land, and someone had to pay taxes. If he killed everyone, could he not just farm the land himself every day? But Seth is obviously not like that. This twisted and deformed system is another reason why level 1 citizens do not regard level 2 citizens as human beings. Because, from the perspective of the country, level 2 citizens are really useless except for giving birth to children. They don't work. They don't farm. So if they're killed, so what? Even if a few 100,000 people die, it won't affect Seth at all. This is also the reason why those Seth officials came up with such a proposal that seemed absurd to outsiders. Because in their opinion, it was not absurd at all. Even if these level 2 citizens died, the operation of the country would not be affected in the slightest. In this case, what difference does it make whether these level 2 citizens are alive or dead? Death will give you more peace. In my opinion, this is the root cause of the class conflict in the kingdom of Seth. And it is not as simple as the conflict between magicians and non-magicians on the surface. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands and made a summary. From the perspective of level 1 citizens, they work hard and pay taxes, but they have to support idlers. Of course, they are unhappy. As for level 2 citizens, they have no other life goals except to survive. So they can only vent their resentment of being abused on level 1 citizens. The latter are of course unwilling to accept such ridiculous accusations from level 2 citizens. So there is almost no room for reconciliation between the two sides. What's the difference between someone who thinks I worked so hard to raise you, and you're going to rebel against me, and a white-eyed wolf? It is unacceptable for someone to feel that his life has no goals, and no motivation, and to be bullied all day long. So, in this case, whose fault is it? Hearing this, Yuruz was already confused. Her original ideal was still very pure. She thought it was unfair for level 2 citizens to be bullied. And it was wrong for magicians to bully ordinary people. So she wanted to resist it all. But she didn't expect that there was such a problem behind it. It's a system problem. Duanmu Huai gave the final answer directly. If it were other countries, there would be no such thing. Whether it's the Free City or Lysis. Even if they are not magicians, people can still find their own jobs and ways to make a living. This is not only their way of making a living, but also forms a kind of balance of power. Because these people have infiltrated every corner of the country. The operation of the country must rely on them. In this case, even if these people are not magicians, and do not have strong military force, the country must find ways to appease them, and give them some benefits, to avoid losing control of the country itself. If you don't believe me, ask Kanami and Shizuka. If Lysis and the Free City Alliance suddenly say they want to kill all non-magicians, can their country still operate? Hearing this, both of them shook their heads. This was definitely impossible. Even if it didn't cause a civil uprising. If all non-magicians were killed, the country would definitely come to a standstill. But why did only Seth have this system? Wulu still didn't understand. And Duanmu Huai shrugged. I'm not sure about that. As long as we know the crux of the problem. Then if we work backwards, it may be, as a magic kingdom, Seth wants to ensure that magicians are naturally superior. So he uses this stupid strategy. You see, I have said before that once civilians who don't know magic infiltrate every corner of the country's operation. Then, in order to ensure its stable operation, the country must give civilians some benefits to appease them. But Seth doesn't need to do this. The benefits of doing so are also obvious. That is, they don't have to worry about the ideas of level 2 citizens at all. And level 2 citizens have no influence on the country. Of course, this is not a big problem when there are not many level 2 citizens. But once the number of people increases, then the problem will naturally come. After all, even if you raise pigs, you can kill them and eat the meat. You, a level 2 citizen, are not even as good as a pig. Just imagine how angry a farmer would be if he raised a farm of pigs, but was unable to sell them. Boom! However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, there was a sudden loud noise. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound in confusion, and saw a black-haired girl behind them with a flushed face. She stood up trembling all over, and even fell over the chair. Soon? What's wrong with you? Seeing his assistant in the resistance organization so excited, Yuruz was quite surprised. Hearing Yuruz's question, Sun seemed to react, but she just alluded to Yuruz. Excuse me. I just thought of something very important. Please forgive me. After saying this, Sun turned around and left in a hurry. What's up with her? Watching Sun leave, everyone was confused, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, Sun's face turned red and his heart beat faster. As a member of the undercover resistance organization sent by the king, Sun knew that the king had been troubled by the problems between level 1 and level 2 citizens. But he could not think of any good solution. Today, after listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, she suddenly had an epiphany. So that's it. So this is where the problem of Seth Kingdom lies. She must report this to the king immediately. Chapter 387 Seeking Advice. I see. After listening to Sun's report, King Gandhi of the Seth Kingdom clenched his fists, stood up, stared at the sky, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. As the king of the kingdom of Seth, King Gandhi is indeed a good ruler. He has always hoped to change this environment. To put it simply, King Gandhi at that time was a bit like a combination of Kangxi's incognito visit and Batman. He also hoped to change the current predicament of the kingdom of Seth. But there was no way. In fact, King Gandhi himself was also very sad. Why did only a small number of level 1 citizens in the kingdom of Seth have sympathy? Are the other level 1 citizens bloodless and tearless guys? But now, after listening to Duanmu Huai's analysis of the political system of the Seth kingdom as recounted by Sun, King Gandhi suddenly had an epiphany. Why do level 1 citizens hate level 2 citizens? The reason is very simple. Because the level 2 citizens have violated the interests of the level 1 citizens. And not just a little bit. In fact, King Gandhi knew how the system of the Seth kingdom came about. As mentioned before, on this continent, there is no question of whether or not you have magical talent. Everyone can learn magic. The only difference is the upper limit of MP. And according to reason, with Seth's education, most people should be able to graduate successfully. Nowadays, this is equivalent to allowing all students to go to school. And basically most of them can persist until graduating from high school. Therefore, the level 2 citizens in this policy were originally used to take care of those who were unqualified. It is natural that people like those who dropped out of elementary school or could not finish junior high school lack skills and need social support. But such people are definitely a minority in normal society. And most people can at least graduate from high school. So according to the plan originally formulated by the Kingdom of Seth, level 1 citizens should actually be the majority, and level 2 citizens should be the minority. For example, if there are 1 million level 1 citizens and 100,000 or 10,000 level 2 citizens, this is the normal trend. Just like the development model of modern society, the middle class is the largest and the lower and upper classes are the least. Only a date-pit-shaped form can maintain a healthy development. But Seth's current situation is like a city with 100,000 middle-class people but 1 million homeless people. Holy shit. Is this city habitable? Why does this happen? The reason is simple and educated. Just like what the mercenaries said to Duanmu Huai on the boat before. The Kingdom of Seth has implemented a series of educational reforms, which are euphemistically called easy education. In simple terms, it means drastically reducing the number of courses in public schools and allowing students to study according to their own interests. It would be a miracle if I could achieve any results from this. On the other hand, while students in public schools were so excited that they didn't have to learn magic, students from high-ranking officials, nobles, and wealthy businessmen in aristocratic and private schools were forced to learn magic, with such a large amount of resources. As long as they were not the kind of students who only appeared once in 1,000 years and had no magical ability at all, they could at least reach the level of a first-level citizen. But what about ordinary students? They have been educated in a laissez-faire way since childhood, and they may not even be able to figure out the 4 arithmetic operations when they graduate. How can you expect them to know magic? So, this is one of the reasons why level 1 citizens look down on level 2 citizens. They have been working hard and studying diligently since they were young, while the children of the second-class citizens only know how to fool around and have fun. So isn't it natural for them to become lowly second-class citizens? Why do they want to be equal to themselves? Why should I be equal to them? Of course, it cannot be said that all level 2 citizens are not motivated. But after Seth's okay education reform, most public schools have weak teaching staff and unqualified teachers, coupled with a relaxed education style. And the students themselves do not work hard. They will always be level 2 citizens. Those damn bastards. After figuring this out, King Gandhi clenched his fist in anger and punched directly on the boulder beside him. There was a loud bang, and the boulder next to him, which was as tall as 2 people, shattered. He finally understood what the problem was with the kingdom of Seth. There is nothing wrong with Seth's national policy, but those high-ranking officials and nobles below, in order to consolidate their positions, actually did such insidious and despicable things. They did not touch the system of first and second-level citizens, but directly reached out to magic education, the foundation of Seth's country. After all, in this case, the reason why those level 2 citizens cannot become level 1 citizens is not because they do not give them a chance, but because of their own stupidity. They are too stupid to become magicians or level 1 citizens. They deserve it. As a result, the level 2 citizens, a group that was supposed to be used to support a small number of extremely poor households, have become the majority in the kingdom of Seth. If 9/10 of a country's population are made up of extremely poor households and homeless people, then the country is not far from its destruction. What made King Gandhi even more angry was that after discovering the reason, he found out to his despair that there was no particularly good solution. After all, education is the foundation of a long-term plan. It takes 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to cultivate a person. But now, the education system in Seth is so rotten that it cannot be changed overnight. It may not even improve in 20 to 30 years. What should I do about this? I never thought that this brave man would have such wisdom. After catching his breath, King Gandhi also breathed a sigh of relief. He was the king of Seth, and he was not a tyrant or a weak ruler. After taking office, he had always wanted to solve the problem between the first-class citizens and the second-class citizens in Seth. But even he had never figured out why things had turned out like this. Instead, Dwanmu Huai just took a tour around Seth and then directly pointed out the core. Although King Gandhi did respect Dwanmu Huai when he met him before, he respected Dwanmu Huai's bravery more at that time. However, he did not expect that Dwanmu Huai's political ability was so outstanding. This is actually quite normal. On the one hand, Dwanmu Huai is a big and strong man, and the first impression people get when they see him is that he is powerful. But few people care about his wisdom. On the other hand, Dwanmu Huai is indeed reckless, and he will fight if he doesn't obey. He even dares to kill the former demon king. This man must be a reckless man. But it is obvious that Dwanmu Huai is not such a person. In fact, all the veteran players of Star Ocean OL are smart. The reason is very simple. Just like the previous explosion in the novice village, there have always been many similar operations in the game. That is to say, for players, if your brain is not working well, you might end up victory and defeat are common in the military. Please start over again. Hero one day. Of course, it is true that players can be resurrected. But if you do it too many times, your weapons and equipment may be broken, and even your skills may be contaminated by the evil god. Wouldn't the entire account be ruined by then? Therefore, among all the players who are defeated at the top level, none of them have a stupid brain. After all, who is the enemy of the Inquisition? Demons, aliens, heretics. All of these people are hacking, treacherous and cunning. If you don't have a good brain, you would have been killed by them long ago. The reason why Dwanmu Huai is reckless is more due to his personality and characteristics. It's like a general leading troops into battle. Some like to plan and strategize from thousands of miles away, while others prefer a wild and fierce attack and head-on confrontation. It's purely a matter of personal style. In the Inquisition, if a group of heretics are found, some inquisitors may play the long game and catch the big fish when they come out. Some inquisitors may sneak into the inner circle, find the enemy leader, and kill him with one blow. Some prefer to fight head-on. If you have the ability to call out the Chaos Demon or Chaos God, I will smash you all to death if you can't. But those who fight head-on are not necessarily reckless. And those who like to play the long game to catch big fish are not necessarily smart. If you are not careful, you may find that you have hooked a great white shark, and you will probably want to die. Especially when your opponents include evil gods such as the obsessed and treacherous, who play with people's hearts and schemes. The more you think, the more likely you are to die miserably. So for Duan Muhui, the political issues of a small country were something he could basically see through by just taking a look around. Thinking of this, King Gandhi made a decision. Take me to see that excellency. I want to ask him for advice in person. Duan Muhui had no idea what King Gandhi was thinking. That was why he was quite unhappy when he was interrupted by a knock on the door late at night, when he was about to have a deep discussion with Kanami about the philosophy of life. However, when Duan Muhui opened the door and found that it was Sun standing outside, he was even more surprised. What's the matter? It's like this. I have something very important to discuss with you. Your Excellency. I wonder if you could come with me. Sun's face was not as kind as usual, but instead looked a little serious and nervous. Duan Muhui didn't know what this woman was up to, but he nodded anyway. Well, I hope you have something important to talk to me about. Although he was a little unhappy, Duan Muhui still nodded, and Kanami was relieved. It must be said that being with Duan Muhui every night did put a lot of pressure on her. How should I put it? It's not that it's bad. It's just, my ability is really limited, and my legs are shaking every morning when I wake up. Looks like I can sleep well today. Thinking of this, Kanami even silently clasped her hands together in her heart towards Sun. It would be best if this lady would obey you so as to help share the pressure. Unfortunately, Kanami's idea failed. Sun brought Duan Muhui out of the base of the resistance organization and came to a nearby grove. Well, of course, they were not there to talk about love, but to meet someone. A person that Duan Muhui had also met. Gandhi. Seeing King Gandhi opposite him, Duan Muhui didn't care at all. I didn't expect you to be here. Did you found this resistance organization? Of course not. King Gandhi shook his head. Then he lowered his head solemnly and saluted to Duan Muhui. Sir, I came here this time hoping that you would point out a way to save our country. Chapter 388, The Beginning of Change. Looking at King Gandhi in front of him, Duan Muhui suddenly felt that he should take a feather fan at this time, and then say today the world is divided into 3 parts or something like that. Forget it. Isn't it simple? To be honest, looking at King Gandhi, Duan Muhui really didn't think it was difficult. And when he heard what Duan Muhui said, King Gandhi looked at him in surprise. Simple? Yes. You have found the crux of the problem. Then all you need to do next is to take targeted measures. Reform the education system, and give level 2 citizens other ways to make a living. Just fire the ministers who don't listen to you and replace them with obedient ones. Isn't that the problem? Duan Muhui really felt that this was not difficult. The person standing in front of him was not a straw sandal seller, but King Seth. If the king or emperor wants to reform, change the law, wouldn't it be easy to solve the problem by finding the right direction and using his own people? Well, however, after hearing Duan Muhui's proposal, King Gandhi showed an embarrassed expression. No way. You wouldn't be such a failure as a king, would you? Seeing King Gandhi's embarrassed expression, Duan Muhui was confused. Could it be that King Seth has no real power and is just a figurehead? To be honest, there are people in my country who support me, but they are only a very small minority. King Gandhi sighed. He did not have many supporters in the upper echelons. More importantly, King Gandhi knew that Seth could not be in chaos. The reason was simple. The demons were watching closely. Once Seth rioted, the demons would take advantage of the situation and invade. As the king of Seth, King Gandhi must stop this. Why? Duan Muhui sighed silently. This king is a real failure. Well, I do have a plan that may solve this problem. Oh really? Yes. But first, you need to tell me about the power structure of the kingdom of Seth. Okay. That's no problem. As a king, King Gandhi was certainly not stupid enough to not understand the power structure in his own country. So he quickly explained to Dwanmu why that it was okay. The power structure in Seth is actually not complicated. At the top is naturally King Gandhi, and below King Gandhi are the 4 most powerful magicians of Seth, also known as the 4 heavenly kings of Seth. They are Chizuko Yamada, Nagi S. Nagel, Majiko Ze Gandhi, and Papaya Saba. Among them, Shien Heezy and Maji Kudwanmu Hwai had seen them before. The former was a woman dressed as flamboyantly as a peacock and in strange clothes, while the latter was the daughter of King Gandhi and the girl who had taken him to the monster trial place. According to King Gandhi, when he is away, the 4 heavenly kings are responsible for the final decision. But in fact, only Chizuko Yamada is responsible for handling government affairs. Magic has not graduated yet and is currently focusing on studying. Najib and Papaya are not interested in these. Under the 4 heavenly kings are the Chief of Intelligence Noimasai, the Chief of Justice Astora, the Chief of Military Nakiri, the Chief of Finance Rookie, and the Chief of Education Leighton. These 5 people were also staunch discriminators. But because they had great power, even King Gandhi could not do anything to them. Chizuko is a die-hard supporter of King Gandhi, and because of this, she was able to control the ridiculous proposals of the 5 senior officials again and again. However, as the king of a country, King Gandhi could not do anything to these people. But in Dwanmu Hwai's opinion, solving this problem is actually very simple. Since these guys are disobedient, why not just kill them and then put the obedient ones up? It's not that easy. King Gandhi smiled bitterly and shook his head. They are deeply entrenched in the country. If we want to deal with them, it is very likely to cause civil unrest in Seth. Nothing can be accomplished by looking ahead and behind. Dwanmu Hwai interrupted King Gandhi's order. Since ancient times, every country has made reforms through bloodshed. I have never heard of a country that has not made changes through bloodshed. This is why the country has not prospered. You mean, if there are opponents, just kill them? Dwanmu Hwai gave an indifferent answer. And when King Gandhi heard Dwanmu Hwai's words, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Of course, if you can't do it, then I can help. If you think the king is a tyrant for killing his subjects, then a brave man with justice in his heart can also achieve the same effect by punishing evil and promoting good. Besides, I can give you an interesting piece of news right now. Oh! Hearing this, King Gandhi was stunned. Interesting news? You know I killed Saham. Dwanmu Hwai glanced at Sun beside him and asked lightly, while King Gandhi nodded with a complicated expression. Of course, he learned about this from Sun. Then you should also know that Saham was only entrusted by someone. The one who really came up with this game was Amy, the daughter of Education Director Leighton. I heard that she and Saham are still engaged. If Saham's father knew about this, would he and Leighton still be able to get along well? Hearing this, King Gandhi's expression suddenly turned serious. Indeed, he knew that the chief financial officer Zuruchi loved his son very much. After his son's death, according to Chizuko's report, Zuruchi even went crazy and wanted to kill all level 2 citizens. If he knew that this matter was actually related to his son's fiancée, then, although it is certainly impossible for someone who can sit in this position to fall out with the other party because of such a thing, it is obvious that the 2 sides can no longer be as close as before. Well, regarding the level 2 citizens, in response to King Gandhi's question, Dwanmu Hwai raised his eyebrows. Of course I have a plan, but it depends on whether you have the courage to do it. In this way, an undercurrent began to emerge quietly within the kingdom of Seth, and most people in it were not even aware of it. Today, it was time for another morning meeting. However, the atmosphere was completely different from usual. Zruki, the chief financial officer, had a red face as he glared fiercely at Leighton, the chief education officer standing next to him. The latter also had a sullen face and didn't even look at him, while the other 3 also had helpless expressions on their faces. Seeing this scene, Chizuko Yamada, who was standing at the highest position, was secretly happy. She knew what had happened, of course. After that, the investigation team had been investigating the cause of Saham's death. However, just a few days ago, an unexpected news came from the investigation team. That is, the game that caused Saham's death was actually thought up by Amy, the daughter of the education director Leighton, and Saham was just invited to participate. Upon hearing the news, Finance Minister Zruki was naturally furious. He only had one son. So he found Leighton and tried to ask Amy in person what was going on. Seeing Zruki's aggressive attitude, Leighton certainly would not let him hurt his daughter. So the two had a big fight. And the incident was widely spread among the government and the public. For Chizuko, one of the 4 heavenly kings, this was naturally good news. You know, in every meeting in the past, these two people always sang the same tune, which made her very upset. Now that the two sides have such a big conflict, it is naturally impossible for them to continue to cooperate. Well, I can finally have a few days of leisure. But soon, Chizuruko perked up and spoke seriously. I have called you all together today to discuss a very important matter. Something very important? Hearing what Chizuru said, the high officials below all raised their heads and looked at her. But Chizuru did not say anything. Just turned sideways and stood aside. Soon, a tall and mighty man strode over and sat on the throne. King Gandhi. Seeing King Gandhi's appearance, these high officials were immediately shocked. Although they did not agree with King Gandhi's ideas, almost all the kings in the countries were strong men. Even Princess Leah was not a pushover. But the enemies she encountered were too powerful. After all, facing a demon with an invincible barrier, even if King Gandhi went there, he would only be pinned to the ground and beaten. Now the senior officials also focused their attention and wanted to listen carefully to what King Gandhi was going to say. At this moment, King Gandhi sat on the throne, glanced around, and spoke lightly. I have been traveling around the country for a while, making overt and covert inquiries, and have discovered many problems. Hearing this, the senior officials immediately prepared themselves. Based on their experience, King Gandhi would definitely say that the first-class citizens oppressed the second-class citizens and so on. And they would definitely refute it. But now, there is one biggest problem. That is, we don't estimate the threat of the demons in our country enough. Why? Instead of talking about level 2 citizens, you're talking about the threat of demons? Hearing this, the senior officials were stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously looked at King Gandhi, who continued to speak. I think you have not forgotten the war that took place in Lysis not long ago. Everyone nodded. In fact, they all knew about the Lysis rebellion at that time, and they even tried to take advantage of the situation to rob. Unfortunately, it was too far away, and they did not succeed. The ultimate goal of that war was that the demons try to seal and resurrect the former demon king in Lysis. Fortunately, their plot failed, and the former demon king was killed together with the demons. But that's not what I'm worried about. According to the intelligence at the time, the demons worked together with the corrupt nobles in Lysis to open a portal in Lysis, which teleported Hermon's army to the capital of Lysis. They took over the royal city of Lysis completely in just one night without anyone noticing. Having said this, King Gandhi slammed the table. Everyone, have you ever thought about what we would do if something similar happened to us in Seth? Hearing this, the high-ranking officials below were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, if you think about it carefully, if the demons can do this in Lysis, they might be able to do the same in Seth. And the demons attacking Seth. Isn't that a good reason? Seth's Maginot Line blocked the demons' steps. If the demons want to invade the human world, the Maginot Line is an obstacle they cannot bypass. But since the demons were able to quietly and silently cross the barrier and go to Lysis to open the portal, maybe they can do the same in Seth. How to do this? Seeing that the atmosphere was set, King Gandhi nodded and continued. Therefore, in order to prevent such things from happening, I plan to build another fortress capital in the heart of the country. In this way, even if the demons use the same tricks on us Seth again, we can quickly gain a foothold and avoid tragedies like Lysis. Hearing this, the senior officials immediately understood what King Gandhi meant. But your majesty, however, when Zruki, the senior financial official, heard this, he was shocked and spoke hurriedly. It requires a lot of money. And right now, your majesty is absolutely right. However, before Zruki could finish his words, the education minister Leighton interrupted him hastily, looked at King Gandhi and spoke. Considering the previous experience of Lysis, we must take precautions. Building a fortress city in the hinterland may not have been necessary in the past. But the demons are cunning and treacherous, so we must be on guard. So I think this is a very necessary thing. Having said that, Leighton narrowed his eyes and looked at Zruki. Lord Zruki, you wouldn't object to such a good thing, would you? Or, Is there some reason why you have to object? You. Facing Layton's question, Zruki's face flushed with anger. You know, in the past, he and Layton would have been in sync. But now, Zruki's son saw him as dead, and the two sides can no longer be in-laws. Layton certainly doesn't need to give Zruki face anymore. And Zruki always makes trouble for his precious daughter. So Layton directly took action in advance and turned the tables, leaving Zruki no time to look for his daughter. After all, his son is dead, and there is no possibility for the two sides to reconcile. So, just fight to the end. Zruki was so angry that he had nothing to say. After all, he heard the hints from Layton's words clearly. Lysis had colluded with the demons because the nobles in the country had given the demons and Herman the opportunity to take advantage of it. If Zruki opposed King Gandhi's proposal, he might be accused of colluding with the demons. However, building a fortress city costs money, and it's an astronomical figure. Zlukik hesitated for a long time before he spoke. But we don't have any extra manpower at the moment. I will send some troops to supervise. And as for the rest, let the level 2 citizens build it. At this moment, King Gandhi's true intentions were finally revealed. Chapter 389, Recruitment. This is the idea that Dwanmu White gave to King Gandhi. Although King Gandhi had poor control over his civil officials, fortunately, the army was still firmly in his hands. King Gandhi first mentioned the demon invasion of Lysis at the morning meeting in order to set the tone for the subsequent proposals and turn it into a military mission. Military tasks and political tasks are completely different, and the problems that King Gandhi is worried about do exist. In this case, building a satellite fortress city located in the hinterland that echoes the royal city is indeed a very urgent military task. One of the reasons why Lysis was in such a miserable state was that most of Lysis's troops were on the border, and no one thought that the enemy would directly attack from the middle. As a result, when Herman's soldiers attacked, Princess Leia had nowhere to run and could only raise her hands in surrender. After all, no one could have imagined that something like this would happen. Right? If the construction of a fortress city is considered a military mission, then it cannot be delayed by political means. This is like fighting on the front line and asking for food and grass from the rear. If you dare to say no, you will be dragged out and chopped off. Therefore, when faced with this situation, Finance Minister Zruki had to give the money whether he wanted to or not. This was equivalent to King Gandhi directly taking back most of the financial authority from him. After all, the construction of a fortress city cost a huge amount of money, enough to occupy a large amount of national treasury funds. As long as King Gandhi was responsible for controlling and directing these funds on the grounds of military mission, the remaining money in Zruki's hands would have little influence. That is why King Gandhi specifically said send troops to supervise, which meant to keep an eye on Zruki and prevent him from doing anything wrong. You fat guy. How dare you delay military spending? Those legion generals don't care what excuses or difficulties you have. They will just chop you off. In addition to this, another purpose of sending troops to supervise is to monitor those level 2 citizens. As the saying goes, poor people come from bad places, and only when they have enough food and clothing can they know honor and disgrace. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. It is indeed pitiful that level 2 citizens are oppressed. But if you think they are all good people, then you are crazy. There are also many hooligans in the level 2 citizen neighborhoods. If there is no military supervision, it would be a miracle if these people can do a good job. The people present were all old foxes. They immediately understood what King Gandhi was thinking. Soon, Attorney General Astala spoke. Your Majesty, do you really want to use those stupid and lowly level 2 citizens to complete such an important construction task? You should all be aware of the workload involved in building a fortress city. Level 1 citizens alone are not enough. We can hold off a little bit. Extend it for a few years. Hearing this, King Gandhi widened his eyes and stared at Istral. Wait a few years and wait for the demons to invade. Right? Of course not. Even Astora didn't dare to respond to this. It might be fine for Lysis and the Free Cities Alliance, who were far away from the demon border. But in Herman and Seth, 2 countries bordering the demons, fighting against the demons was politically correct. Anyone who dared to oppose it would be risking his life. Moreover, these high-ranking officials also knew that they had different political views with King Gandhi. But they had always relied on their power to dare to confront King Gandhi. But they did not expect that King Gandhi would use the incident of Lysis as an excuse to build a new fortress city with the goal of resisting the demons. It was less than a year since the demon invasion of Lysis ended, and the people of all countries still remembered it clearly. If they dared to object, not to mention the level 2 citizens, even the level 1 citizens would probably spray them to death. Now, facing King Gandhi's remarks, everyone was speechless. Building a fortress city is a military mission, and it must be completed as soon as possible. In this case, it is definitely not enough to rely on level 1 citizens, so it is reasonable to recruit level 2 citizens. After all, even if level 2 citizens don't know magic, they are more in number. To build a fortress city, people are definitely indispensable. Level 1 citizens are basically in their positions and doing their jobs, so not many people can be mobilized. So, it was only natural to transfer level 2 citizens, and they had no way of objecting. Not only that, King Gandhi paused here and then looked at everyone. I also plan to issue an order that level 2 citizens who perform well during the city construction can be promoted to level 1 citizens and live in the fortress city. What? After hearing this, the senior officials below could no longer hold back. Your Majesty, this is absolutely not allowed. Soon, another person spoke hurriedly. If this happens, what will those who work so hard to become Class 1 citizens think? If they are willing to go to the fortress city to carry bricks and build the city, I am also willing to reward them. The fortress city is the most important construction project during my tenure. Special matters must be handled specially, and no one can disobey. King Gandhi's words silenced all the senior officials and stopped them from speaking any further. But, although some people wanted to say something, they thought about it and didn't speak. Although they were really upset about letting level 2 citizens become level 1 citizens in this way. King Gandhi also said that these level 1 citizens would only live in the fortress city, which meant that they would never have any contact with them. In this case, they didn't care too much. At most, we can just set the standard higher. Chizuru, I'll trouble you to take care of this matter. Seeing that no one below said much, King Gandhi also made a quick decision. He was the king after all. Although this idea was proposed by Duan Muhuai, King Gandhi also used means to get it passed as soon as possible. He took advantage of the internal chaos of the senior officials, and first proposed the huge plan of the fortress city to completely disrupt their thinking. Then he proposed to send level 2 citizens to build the city one by one, and to upgrade the level 2 citizens with outstanding performance to level 1 citizens. Although these senior officials were all cunning and shrewd, they were unable to react for a while after suddenly receiving so much information in a short period of time. Their leaders, Layden and Zruki, were in conflict over Sahim's death and had no unified opinion at all. Therefore, King Gandhi did not give them more time, but decided the matter quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. Chizuko had already discussed the matter with King Gandhi, so naturally, she would not give the senior officials below any time. As soon as King Gandhi finished speaking, she nodded hurriedly, without even a second's delay. I don't even want to act anymore. Well, let's spread the news. Seeing that everyone else kept their heads down and kept silent, King Gandhi felt relieved. Of course, he did not change his expression on the surface, and quickly gave the order. Soon, King Gandhi's order spread, and it caused shock in the entire Seth kingdom. Level 1 citizens were indeed shocked. But if they thought about it carefully, they would definitely not want to abandon their superior living conditions and build a city in a bitter and cold place. So they didn't have much of an objection. After all, someone has to do the dirty work. If they don't want to do it, they let the level 2 citizens do it. Even if the level 2 citizens really succeed, they will be just like them, and it is impossible for them to bully them. Therefore, most of the level 1 citizens did not care much about it, although some of them were very angry. This was not a political task, but a military project. They did not dare to resist, and there was nothing they could do except complain behind their backs. This was also Duan Muhuai's idea. It was just like the assignment of college graduates. Everyone knew that if you went to support the frontiers and help the poor, you would definitely get extra political points in the future. But how many people were willing to endure the hardship? Wouldn't you rather find a 007 job in the city? In addition, there are objective reasons for choosing level 2 citizens. As mentioned before, level 2 citizens do not need to work and only live on relief food. Apart from worrying about being bullied by level 1 citizens, there is nothing else to worry about. But people's energy always needs to be released. If not, something bad will happen. Therefore, these idle and bored level 2 citizens either joined resistance organizations, became bandits, or bullied others in the level 2 citizen areas. Now, having a job gives them a place to vent their energy, which is at least better than doing evil things. Building a fortress city was more of a casual conversation for level 1 citizens, but it caused a huge stir among level 2 citizens. The country recruits level 2 citizens to build fortress cities. Those who perform outstandingly can even be promoted to level 1 citizens and live in the fortress cities. At this moment, almost all the level 2 citizens in the country were boiling with excitement. Before this, the only way to become a level 1 citizen was to become a magician. So when those level 2 citizens failed the assessment, they just laid down. They didn't know magic anyway, so that was how their lives would be. But now, after hearing this news, these level 2 citizens are also extremely excited. Indeed, they may not be able to become magicians and use magic. But who doesn't know how to carry bricks? Anyone with hands and feet will be fine. Moreover, those who perform outstandingly can become level 1 citizens and even live in a fortress city? Then this city was not built for those arrogant level 1 citizens, but for themselves. So the level 2 citizens who were originally lying down became excited and rushed to the registration location. In just one day, hundreds of thousands of people signed up. This is too scary. Sitting in a wheelchair, looking at the dense crowd not far away. Even Yuruz was stunned at this moment. This was also part of Duan Muhuai's plan. Since they were going to accept level 2 citizens, they would definitely need a prestigious person to lead them. Level 1 citizens definitely wouldn't be able to do it. And Wuluz was just the right person. Although the Ice Flame organization that she had worked so hard to run had done some outrageous things. At least all the level 2 citizens of Seth had a good impression of Wuluz and the Ice Flame organization. So Duan Muhuai simply recruited her. Let her be the representative of the level 2 citizens, assisted by Kagura Kaoru, to carry out this fortress city planning project. To be honest, when Sun told Yuruz that she was King Gandhi's confidant and wanted to recruit Yuruz, she was completely confused. But after listening to the plan described by Duan Muhuai, Yuruz suddenly realized that this was indeed a way to help the level 2 citizens get out of their current predicament. So in the end, she agreed to surrender. But Yuruz didn't expect that so many people would come. Fortunately, before this, Duan Muhuai had already guessed that a similar situation would occur, and asked King Gandhi to send troops to maintain order. Otherwise, things would have been in chaos. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Duan Muhuai patted Wuruz on the shoulder. With Sun's help and Wuruz's reputation, there would probably be no problem. Hey, how about you? Sir? I'm going to go back and get some sleep. Anyway, I have come up with the idea, and it is up to you to take action next. After all, this is how Inquisitors have always been. They are responsible for trial and purification, and then they just walk away. As for dealing with the aftermath, it is left to the planetary governor. What does it have to do with them? Chapter 390 Pentagram. Maharaja Gandhi's order caused quite a stir in the entire Sayas. Most of the level 2 citizens were naturally ecstatic about it, but not everyone was willing to accept it. The first to bear the brunt, of course, are the high-ranking officials of Seth. I never thought that His Majesty would use this method. After taking a sip of the sweet and delicious black tea, Chief Justice Astala frowned and looked gloomy. As a senior official of Seth, there is no idiot. It was just that King Gandhi's sudden attack was too fast for them to react. When everything settled, they also reacted. It's a pity it's too late. Humph. His Majesty wants to create a fait accompli in this way. It seems that he really intends to put everything on this. Education Chief Layton also looked unhappy. They were staunch conservatives, which meant they would never allow level 2 citizens to be on an equal footing with level 1 citizens. Although King Gandhi said that this was just a special case, they were not fools. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. Once it became a routine, it would be like giving level 2 citizens another way to get promoted. How could they be willing to let this go? But what can we do? This is a military mission. We can't interfere with it using ordinary methods. Intelligence Chief Noel Masai spread his hands and sighed helplessly. By the way, Finance Minister's Rookie has completely left their small circle, and his power has been basically taken back by King Gandhi in the name of building a fortress city. In this case, he is no longer of any use to these senior officials. Not to mention his son is dead. There is only one way now. At this point, the Education Chief Layton had a gloomy face. He glanced around and then spoke in a low voice. as long as the front line is in crisis. Then, the construction of the new fortress city will naturally stop. At that time, we still have a chance to stop it all. Emergency at the front? How is this possible? Hearing this, the Chief Justice looked at his colleagues in bewilderment. How powerful is the Maginot Line? Who among you doesn't know? It has an extremely powerful defense barrier. Cannons that can fire beams of power comparable to white destructive rays. And an extremely solid design that uses the entire mountain as a fortress wall. It is precisely because the Maginot Line is so powerful that it has been able to keep the demons out for decades. Emergency on the front line? Isn't this funny? Of course it's possible. The voice of Education Chief Layton became increasingly low. We all know that the energy source of the Maginot Line is the magic amplification devices. Once these magic amplification devices are destroyed, the Maginot Line will be threatened by the demons. Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, the intelligence chief's eyes widened in surprise, and he jumped up as if his boat was on fire. Once the Maginot Line is broken, the entire kingdom of Seth will be threatened by the demons. You don't really want to do this. Of course not. I'm not stupid. Education Chief Layton snorted. We just need to make King Gandhi realize that the magic amplification device is dangerous. And he will definitely prioritize the Maginot Line. By then, won't the construction of the new fortress city be slowed down? But how can we threaten the magic power amplification device? The four heavenly kings are not easy to mess with. At this time, the military commander also asked in confusion. Only the highest level officials knew the location of the magic amplification devices. The four magic amplification devices were located in the four corners of the capital. In order to protect these four magic amplification devices, Seth built the Sun Tower, the King's Tower, the Magazine Tower, and the Jump Tower on them. These four towers belong to the four heavenly kings of Seth. This is why the status of the four heavenly kings of Seth is so high, because they guard the lifeline of the entire Seth kingdom. That's why the military commander asked this question. Let's not talk about who they should send. With the four heavenly kings around, wouldn't anyone they send be sending themselves to death? We don't need to send anyone ourselves. Education Chief Layton seemed to have made up his mind at this moment. As long as we leak the news, someone will go. At this point, the Education Chief Layton raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a cold smile. I will make sure that those low-class people and their descendants will never be able to stand up again. Of course, it wasn't just Seth's top brass who were angry about this. I never thought that King Gandhi would actually give such an order. In a dark room, a middle-aged man with a mustache clenched his fist in anger and slammed it on the table. He was none other than Nelson Saba, the leader of Pentagram, another resistance organization in the kingdom of Seth. Although they are both resistance organizations, Pentagram and Ice Flame are different from those who work for 3 days and rest for 2 days. They have clear ideas. For Nelson, his lifelong ideal is to overthrow the rule of Level 1 citizens. Let Level 2 citizens rule Seth, and then rule Level 1 citizens in turn, and return the pain that Level 1 citizens have inflicted on Level 2 citizens 100-fold. Compared with Ice Flame, Pentagram has been very successful all along. They have absorbed a lot of people, and also have plans to start an uprising. But what Nelson never expected was that just when he was full of confidence and was planning to gather a large army to confront the Seth government head-on, King Gandhi actually issued such an order. Just as Dwanmu Huai had thought before, Level 2 citizens had no way out, no goals, and their energy had nowhere to vent. So it was easy for them to get into trouble. But now, Level 2 citizens have clear goals and directions, and the requirements are not too high. Most people can achieve them, and then it depends on their own efforts. In this case, the idea advocated by the Pentagram of overthrowing the rule of Level 1 citizens and becoming king yourself is not so attractive. After all, the reason why the Pentagram could absorb so many people in the past was because many Level 2 citizens had no way out. So they had to choose to join the Pentagram. But now that there is a formal way out, who would be so crazy as to join a resistance organization? My lord, what should we do? Standing in front of Nelson, a woman with long blue-white hair asked. She was also one of the highest-ranking officials of the Pentagram, Elizabeth. At this moment, her beautiful face was full of worry. In recent days, many people have left the Pentagram. After hearing Elizabeth's report, Nelson clenched his fists even more. We can't just sit there and do nothing. We have to take action. At the same time, another Pentagram cadre also spoke. This is all a conspiracy by the government. They just want to use the level 2 citizens as laborers. We must expose their disguise and tell the level 2 citizens the truth. But how? The third pentagram cadre sitting on the sofa shook his head. The fortress city is a military mission, and the entire camp is strictly guarded by the army. If we want to do anything, it is impossible. And the treatment of the level 2 citizens who join it is indeed very good. Didn't they have any conflicts with the level 1 citizens? The one who leads the level 2 citizens is Yeruz. Snort. Hearing this, Nelson slammed the table again. Yeruz, this traitor. She not only betrayed the pentagram, she even betrayed her beliefs. She became a running dog of the government. It's simply unforgivable. It's no wonder that Nelson was so angry. In fact, Yeruz, her brother, and her father were all cadres of the pentagram. But later, because they had different ideas from Nelson, they left the pentagram and founded Ice Flame. Although Nelson was also very unhappy at that time. It was ultimately just a matter of ideas. But now, Yeruz is actually working for the government, which in Nelson's view is a complete betrayal. Betrayal. Unforgivable betrayal. But fortunately, we are not without solutions. Hearing Nelson's words, everyone was suddenly excited and looked up at the leader. Sir, do you have any solution? That's right. Nelson nodded, then turned his gaze to another cadre standing in the room. Not long ago, we received a top-secret intelligence that under the 4 high towers built around the capital of Seth, there is a magic amplification device that supplies energy to the Maginot Line. As long as we can successfully destroy it, the energy supply of the Maginot Line will be reduced. Then what? Do you guys still remember? Nelson became more and more excited as he spoke. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Seth, once the Maginot Line is in danger, all level 1 citizens must go to the magic storage device and inject all their magic into it. Therefore, as long as we destroy a few magic storage devices, King Gandhi will definitely issue a first priority decree. At that time, all the troops and level 1 citizens will be unable to act. As long as we wait patiently for them to finish injecting magic, we can launch an attack in one fell swoop and completely occupy the entire capital. Magicians rely on magic power. A magician without magic power is like a lion without claws and fangs. There is no need to be afraid of him. Hearing this, the faces of several other pentagram cadres suddenly became excited, while some people frowned slightly, as if they felt something was wrong. Is this really okay? Don't worry. Our goal is to overthrow the rule of the magicians, not to destroy Seth. We will leave the minimum amount of energy to supply the Maginot Line. This will allow Seth's army to stay in the Maginot Line and not dare to leave. On the other hand, it will force those magicians to consume their magic power. In this way, we can easily occupy the capital, overthrow the rule of the magicians, and establish a new kingdom of Seth. As he spoke, Nelson raised his hand excitedly. I named this battle plan the liberation of the motherland. Chapter 391 Trial. Duanmu Huai didn't care about what happened next. This was not a problem between aliens, heretics or demons, but a simple struggle on the human level. He was only responsible for giving suggestions, but not for handling it. It was just like a friendly reminder that you can do it or not. And how you do it is your own problem. And it has nothing to do with me. So in the next few days, Yeruz was busy, while Duanmu Huai stayed in the orphanage mainly to relax. Ajis put on puppet shows for the children. Jinjiling, the maid and two to help take care of the children. And Duanmu Huai mainly slacked off on the side. This kind of life was quite leisurely. Just as Duanmu Huai was sitting under the shade of a tree and yawning, he suddenly felt a gaze. Duanmu Huai turned his head curiously, only to find that not far away, a little girl was quietly peeking out from behind a tree and staring at him. Yo, what are you doing? Little guy, aren't you going to go play with the others? Duanmu Huai greeted the little girl, but then the girl shrank back, turned around and ran away. How should I put it? It was expected and reasonable. I am sorry. Just as Duanmu Huai looked away, he saw Kimki, who was in charge of the orphanage, coming over and apologizing to Duanmu Huai. Nothing. I know I'm a little scary. Not like this. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Kimki shook his head. It's just that the girl is very afraid of men. But in fact, she is already very close to you. If it were any other man, she would have hidden 5 meters away. Is that so? Why? This. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Kimki hesitated for a moment. then spoke in a low voice. Actually, many of Seth's wealthy people have that kind of interest. Child trafficking is a thriving business in this country. Yes, poor level 2 citizens sometimes have to sell their children for money. This happens from time to time. In fact, many children in this orphanage have similar backgrounds. Having said this, Kamuki's expression became much more serious. Although there are official orphanages, they are just for show. In name, they raise children. But in reality, they are farms that raise children to a certain age and then sell them to rich people. That child, Alfra, was raised in such a farm. At her current age, she is just the right age to be sold. Now, hearing this, Duanmu Huai was confused. That child is not even 10 years old. No, judging from his appearance, he is not even 8 years old. Maybe 6? Is he selling him right now? Not only that, Chimchi sighed. After rescuing her, we conducted a physical examination on her. According to the results, she seemed to have been ravaged by a beast. Her left eye was also injured at that time and cannot be healed anymore. So perverted? Duanmu Huai frowned. To be honest, he was not unaware of similar preferences. But the girl was too young. No matter how old she was, Duanmu Huai knew that the girl must be under 10 years old. It was hard to say whether she was 8 years old or not. He was so capable of doing this. What kind of person was he? Not only that, the child occasionally dreams about that scene. Because of the devil, he even jumps out of bed screaming. So, you should have destroyed that damn place. This, although we did destroy it at that time, it seems to have been rebuilt later. Well, that's not surprising. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently and stood up. Miss Chimchi, do you know where that place is? What do you want to do? Kimchi was a little surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's question. While Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, such cruelty and brutality are beyond the scope of normal people. As an inquisitor, I suspect that the place is very likely related to the devil-worshipping heresy. So I plan to go and investigate. That's no problem. But that place is very hidden. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. And even if you go there, it will probably be difficult to get any evidence. Evidence? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The court never needs evidence to do anything. To be honest, Duanmu Huai has seen many tragedies in games. But games are games after all. And there are still bottom lines. However, reality is obviously not a game. And it does not care about censorship or bottom lines. Things like this will never happen in games. On the one hand, killing children is indeed politically incorrect. And on the other hand, games must comply with the basic law after all. But the reality is obviously more cruel than the game. After learning the location, Duanmu Huai went there directly. Just as Kimchi said, the orphanage was indeed very hidden. But fortunately, the Bingyan organization did a good job of intelligence work. And Duanmu Huai quickly found the orphanage called Daisy House in an underground facility on the edge of the city. Well, of course, it's only in name. In fact, this is not an orphanage at all. Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, pushed the door open, and walked in. When he arrived at the hall, he soon saw a waiter coming to greet him. Excuse me, are you a member of this store? How? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and looked at the waiter. Isn't it possible that you can't come? Certainly. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the waiter smiled. This shop is for gentlemen and ladies of status and reputation. Like you. However, before the waiter could finish his words, Duanmu Huai reached out, grabbed his head, and then slammed it against the wall next to him. The next moment, the waiter's head exploded on the wall like a watermelon, and blood and brain matter were immediately smeared all over the wall. Then the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Ah! Seeing this scene, several young men dressed as nobles in the hall screamed, while Duanmu Huai stared at them, sneered, and then slowly walked towards the crowd. You? What do you want to do? Seeing Duanmu Huai walking towards them, the level 1 citizens were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they couldn't stop shaking. We are level 1 citizens, and you dare to do evil here. To do evil? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. As an inquisitor, I suspect that you are guilty of heresy and blasphemy. So I will purify you all in the name of the Inquisition. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed the heads of 2 level 1 citizens with one hand each. Then, he suddenly exerted force with both hands and immediately crushed the heads of the two men. No! Someone come quick! Kill someone! The last noble girl saw this scene and turned around and ran away in fear. However, before she could run far, she saw Duanmu Huai's big foot suddenly step down, directly stepping on the girl's slender body to the ground. This made the girl whimper and scream in pain. She twisted her body like a fish, trying to escape from Duanmu Huai's feet. However, Duanmu Huai used only force, and the next moment, accompanied by the spray of blood, the girl's body was broken into two parts from the waist, and her upper body desperately made an indistinct scream, and continued to grab the ground with both hands, and continued to move forward. Behind her, the scattered internal organs and intestines left a trail of bright red blood on the pure white and clean floor. Help! 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 The girl raised her head and looked ahead in despair. However, the next moment, Duanmu Huai stepped on her head again, and in the blink of an eye, her pretty face turned into fragments of blurred flesh and blood. A group of garbage. Duanmu Huai stared at the debris under his feet with contempt, then continued walking forward. Perhaps Duanmu Huai acted too quickly, so the waiter standing at the front desk didn't have time to react at all. When Duanmu Huai's figure appeared in front of him, the waiter was frightened and his face turned pale. He opened his mouth to scream, but the next moment Duanmu Huai grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Answer my question. Who is in charge here? Yes, it's teacher Ming Jin. Where is she? On the 3rd floor. Very good. Hearing the answer, Duanmu Huai nodded, and then he threw the waiter out like trash, smashing him against the wall next to him, instantly turning him into bloody fragments. Then, Duanmu Huai walked through the hall and walked in. The road was deserted, and there were almost no people. This was normal. After all, this was not a restaurant, so there would not be many waiters in the passage. Duanmu Huai just walked forward, and then his ears moved and he stopped. Then Duanmu Huai turned around, faced a door, and stretched out his hand. With Duanmu Huai's push, the originally locked door suddenly made a creaking sound, and then the whole door frame broke away from the wall, and Duanmu Huai walked into the room. Then, he saw a disgusting scene. Okay. Hurry up and yell. I want this kind of immature feeling. Really? I spent so much money, but you can't even do such a small thing? In the room, a level 1 citizen was abusing a little girl who looked about the same age as Alifula. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai's face darkened. He then walked up to the man, pressed his shoulder, and kicked him in the waist. With a light click, the man's body suddenly bent 180 degrees backwards, and then fell to the ground, twitching and dying. It's so filthy and depraved. Duanmu Huai glanced at the corpse on the ground, then retracted his gaze and looked at the girl. The latter was also frightened by the sudden scene. She sat there staring at Duanmu Huai, as if she didn't know what to do. Why? Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai sighed. Then he reached out and touched the ring. The next moment, the maid and Jinjiling emerged from it and appeared beside Duanmu Huai. You are responsible for taking care of these children and collecting them. Yes, master. The maid nodded slightly, and Jinjiling glanced at the body of the man lying on the ground and curled his lips slightly. That's not cute. This is not a question of being cute or not. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze, his eyes slightly cold. It looks like I'm going to make a big scene here. Chapter 392 Different Path. For Duanmu Huai, destroying such a facility is not a difficult task. But for him, the problem is obviously not just about this facility. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind you? Duanmu Huai stared at the old woman in front of him and spoke coldly. In front of him was a skinny old woman in her 60s or 70s. Although she looked pitiful. In fact, this old woman was the manager of this facility, the so-called director of the orphanage. It was unknown whether she was frightened or for some other reason. But the old woman did not answer Duanmu Huai's words, but just looked at him tremblingly. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, then reached out, grabbed the old woman's palm, and squeezed it hard. The next moment, the old woman's dry palms and fingers were crushed and flattened in Duanmu Huai's hands as if they were crushed by a roller, and instantly evolved into the second dimension. The old woman also let out a painful wail, struggling and twisting her body desperately, trying to break free from Duanmu Huai's restraints. But Duanmu Huai just kicked her in the waist, and the next moment, the old woman's body softened and she collapsed to the ground. Explain? Yes. It's Lord Papaya. Who? Lady Papaya Saba. One of the 4 heavenly kings of Seth. She is the one who asked us to do this. In fact, this is just a small business that I am responsible for. Lady Papaya asked us to buy level 2 citizens from everywhere and send them to the ammunition tower where she is stationed. What does she want with these people? I don't know about this. Oh. Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly, then stepped down with his foot, accompanied by a shrill scream. The old woman wailed desperately. So, you just made this up? Do you really think that just saying a random name will get it? Why don't you just say that it was Gandhi who asked you to do this? I'm telling the truth. The old woman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She stretched out her other hand and desperately took out a letter from her pocket. This is Lord Papaya's order. I didn't lie. Duan Mu Huai took the letter, opened it, and glanced at it. Sure enough, just as the old woman said, the content of the letter was to collect and purchase level 2 citizens and send them to the magazine tower. It also listed very detailed requirements, including gender, age, height, appearance, and whether there was a history of illness. Although there are signatures and seals on it, Duan Mu Huai is not a Seth person, so of course he doesn't know whether it is true or false. But it doesn't matter to him whether it's true or not. He just needs to go over and confirm it. While Duan Mu Huai was reading the contents of the letter, the old woman was still wailing at his feet, which made Duan Mu Huai frown slightly. Then he pressed his foot down hard and twisted it. Well, the world is quiet. Duan Mu Huai raised his head and looked at the maid behind him. Send these children back. Okay, master. What about you? I'm going to go talk to the 4 heavenly kings. Duan Mu Huai doesn't care about the other person's identity. For the court of inquiry, if I suspect you, I can investigate you. As for your identity, who cares? Anyone who is suspected of corruption will become the target of the judge's investigation. As for what country he is in, what power he is in, and what status he has, these judges don't care. As long as you are human, you are under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. If you weren't human, it's easier if you're not human. Loading gun. After letting his servants take the children away, Duan Mu Huai turned and headed for the magazine tower. As a strategic location for guarding the Seth King city, the magazine tower is certainly not accessible to anyone. In the past, Duan Mu Huai had no choice but to charge in. However, now, with the ability of the Raven Guard, Duan Mu Huai could pass through the defense line without anyone noticing, and easily escape the eyes and ears of the outer guards and enter the magazine tower. Okay, the next step is to find the woman named Papaya and interrogate her. Duan Mu Huai muttered to himself as he walked forward. However, just when he was about to go upstairs, suddenly, Duan Mu Huai caught a faint sound coming from the other side of the wall. Okay. What's that noise? Hearing the sound from the other side of the wall, Duan Mu Huai frowned. Although from the outside it looked like just an ordinary wall, it was obvious that there must be another dark room inside. At this time, I should find the mechanism and open the secret door. Forget it. Why bother with so much trouble? Drink. Facing the solid wall in front of him, Duan Mu Huai roared, clenched his hands into fists, and rushed forward. The next moment, the wall he hit instantly broke, revealing a huge cave. And then Duan Mu Huai walked directly in. Let me see what this is. Shit! When Duan Mu Huai walked into the cave, he originally thought he would see some sweet and fragrant scene. However, when he saw the scene in the room clearly, Duan Mu Huai was shocked and couldn't help but swear. The entire room was filled with human organs, skeletons and corpses. In addition, on the table in the middle, there was a young girl's head. What's even more shocking is that this girl is still alive. Oh my god. This is a replay of my childhood trauma. Seeing this, Duan Mu Huai's hair stood on end. He remembered that he had watched a science fiction movie when he was a child, which was about the story of Frankenstein. The thing that left the deepest impression on Duan Mu Huai was that on the table of Frankenstein, there was a living human head on a pedestal, and the pedestal under the human head had several pairs of spider-like legs running around on it. I didn't expect to see the real version now. I'm so hungry. It's so painful. I'm so hungry. Help me. But at the moment, this head didn't seem to be conscious. It just kept repeating these words. Even when Duan Mu Huai broke in, she didn't react. What the hell is this? Duan Mu Huai frowned, walked to the head, and then saw a sign there. Bait. Carrot. Once a day. Carrots. Duanmu Huai thought for a while. Then he touched the ring. And the next moment Tutu appeared beside Duanmu Huai. Bunny is here. Master. What's wrong with calling her Bunny? Wow. What is this? The rabbit that jumped out of the ring immediately ran to Duanmu Huai and asked for a hug and rubbish. However, when she saw the head, she was so scared that she quickly hid behind Duanmu Huai. Maybe it's a person. Duanmu Huai's answer was also very direct. And then he stretched out his hand to Tutu. Bunny, do you have a carrot? Give me one? Okay. Although he didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do. Tutu nodded obediently and took out a carrot. Then Duanmu Huai handed the carrot to the human head, who quickly opened his mouth and ate it with a crunch. As for where the food went, it's better not to think about this question. After eating the carrots, the girl's head, which had looked like a vengeful ghost, seemed to have regained consciousness. She blinked and looked at Duanmu Huai. Ah, are you a subordinate of Lord Papaya? As it stands now, I'm more like her enemy. Yes, is that so? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the head girl was silent for a moment, then sighed. Duanmu Huai stared at her and asked, I came here to investigate the incident of Papaya Saba secretly purchasing level 2 citizens. Do you know anything? Hearing this, the human-headed girl was silent for a moment, then lowered her eyes. Lady Papaya was not like this before. She used to be a good person and was very considerate of her subordinates. However, after getting a magic book, Lady Papaya seemed to have changed into a different person. She became keen on studying those forbidden magics and even did human experiments for it. I used to be Lord Papaya's assistant, and I tried to dissuade her. But Lord Papaya didn't listen to me, and instead made me faint. When I woke up, I became like this now. Having said that, the girl with the human head looked at Duanmu Huai again. Can you please do me a favor? I can't bear to live like this any longer. Please, relieve my pain. All right. Hearing the human-headed girl's request, Duanmu Huai nodded. Then he reached out and grabbed the switch next to him. Then looked at the human-headed girl, who smiled at him. Lord Papaya, I'll leave it to you. Kind sir, leave it to me. This is also my responsibility. Duanmu Huai stared at the girl with the human head and spoke. Then he pulled the switch. The next moment, the girl with the human head slowly closed her eyes, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep, and there was no movement anymore. Okay, now the situation is clear. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and clenched his fists. It is obvious that Papaya, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Seth, has been corrupted and must be purified. Then as a judge, there is only one thing he has to do. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai roared angrily, then suddenly jumped up, and the whole person broke through the ceiling like a cannonball and rushed to the top floor of the magazine tower. In the name of the Inquisition, come out and die. Heretic. Chapter 393 Return Together. Boom! Duanmu Huai broke through the ceiling and jumped up, and his roar echoed in the entire magazine tower. Who is it? How dare you speak so arrogantly here? However, at the same time, another voice sounded, and then Duanmu Huai saw a beam of pure white light suddenly radiating towards him. White destruction ray. Drink. Faced with this beam of light that was powerful enough to annihilate everything, Duanmu Huai had no intention of dodging. He grabbed the power sword behind him, raised it high with a roar, and chopped down at the beam of light. In Duanmu Huai's furious attack, the white beam of light in front of him was suddenly split in half, blasted through the wall with a whistling sound, and disappeared into the sky. I never thought that someone could block my white destructive ray. At the same time, a charming voice sounded. Duanmu Huai raised his eyes and looked forward. He saw a beautiful woman wearing only revealing clothes, like a swimsuit standing not far in front of him. She had fiery red wavy hair and a curvy body. However, compared to the woman herself, Duanmu Huai was more concerned about the black book that looked like a dictionary in her hand. Even without reading the contents inside, Duanmu Huai could feel the twisted and evil demonic energy coming from this book. Okay, it's confirmed. Then don't think too much about it. Prepare to die. Heretic. Duanmu Huai didn't say much. Although strictly speaking, he could also kill the evil spirit in Papaya's body like he did with Leah. However, Duanmu Huai didn't intend to use this trick. Compared with Princess Leah, who was just abusing the girl to vent her inner malice. The woman in front of him was already unforgivable, and had no choice but to die. Besides, no one asked him to spare her life. Right? Then the only option is death. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai rushed forward, holding the sword tightly, and swung it down at the woman in front of him. The latter's face also changed slightly, and she hurriedly stepped back. At the same time, she raised her hand, and several flaming arrows flew out and blasted towards Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai was not wearing power armor at the moment. But even so, he didn't care about these small flaming arrows. He was seen rushing forward with a flash of golden light in his hand. Then a giant mud and dust statue as tall as 2 people appeared in front of Duanmu Huai, blocking the woman's magic attack. Manalia defense formation. Bang, bang, bang. The woman's flaming arrow hit the dust giant, smashing it to pieces. However, Duanmu Huai took advantage of the dust flying around and rushed over. He came in front of Papaya and swung the sword in his hand forward. Woo! Although Papaya was one of the 4 heavenly kings of Seth, she was a magician after all, and a research magician, and was not very good at direct close combat. At this moment, she was also thrown into disarray by Duanmu Huai's counterattack. But Papaya obviously did not intend to surrender. She stepped back while holding up the black magic book in her hand. Soon, dozens of tentacles flew around and coiled around Duanmu Huai like poisonous snakes. Court death. Duanmu Huai turned the sword in his hand, and the sword energy he raised directly tore the tentacles flying from all directions into pieces. Then the sword in his hand continued to move forward, and pierced directly into the black magic book. After piercing through it, it continued to move forward and pierced into the chest of the red-haired charming woman, nailing her to the wall. Ah! The red-haired woman only had time to scream before Duanmu Huai clenched his sword and swung it violently, splitting her in half. As blood and internal organs flew everywhere, the dark flame swept over everything like a wave, completely devouring the red-haired woman and the magic book in her hand in the blink of an eye. When the Seth guards heard the noise and hurried here, all they saw was debris all over the ground. At the same time, not far below the magazine tower, someone also noticed what was happening here. What happened? Looking at the smoke-emitting magazine tower not far away, the leading woman frowned. She was Elizabeth, one of the highest-ranking cadres of the resistance organization Pentagram. Currently, the Pentagram was carrying out the liberation of the Motherland plan mentioned by their leader Nelson, which was to send 4 teams at the same time to the 4 towers to destroy the magic amplification devices underneath them. Once the plan is successful, then they can execute the next part. However, what Elizabeth didn't expect was that when she had just brought people to the magazine tower and hadn't started to act, she saw the magazine tower suddenly explode, and then emitted white light, followed by thick smoke. It looked like something had happened. Grown-ups. Just as Elizabeth was puzzled, the team members she sent to investigate hurried back. What happened? What happened to the magazine tower? I'm not sure, but from what I overheard from the guards, it seems that Papaya, one of the 4 heavenly kings, was attacked and is currently missing. He is likely to have died in the battle. Right now, the entire ammunition tower is in chaos. What? Hearing this, Elizabeth was first shocked, and then overjoyed. You know, attacking the 4 towers guarded by the 4 heavenly kings of Seth was originally a very dangerous task. She was originally worried about how to enter the tower of the magazine, but Elizabeth did not expect that it would be such a coincidence. Although she did not know who had a fight with Papaya, one of the 4 heavenly kings, for their resistance organization. This was a rare opportunity. Organize everyone immediately and launch an attack. We must destroy the magic power amplification device. At this moment, Elizabeth believed from the bottom of her heart that this must be good luck for them and God's arrangement. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? No matter what, she would never let go of this opportunity. Duanmu Huai probably never dreamed that his casual purification would actually create opportunities for Seth's resistance organization. But even if he knew, he would not care. Any corrupt and degenerate human must be purified. This is the duty of the Inquisitor. No matter who he is, what position he holds, or what influence he has. Even if it is King Seth. If Duanmu Huai finds that he has corrupted and betrayed humanity, he will be killed without saying a word. As for whether internal strife or even civil war would break out in Seth after the beheading, Duanmu Huai didn't care. After efficiently dealing with Papaya, Duanmu Huai went back to take care of the orphans. However, for Seth, The current disaster has just begun. How so? Looking at the urgent red alarm on the screen in front of her, Chizuko Yamada, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Seth, looked pale and livid. In fact, Chizuko Yamada was not unaware of the news that the resistance organizations attacked the 4 towers. But she was not clear at the time what the resistance organizations were going to do. After all, the location of the magic amplification device was Seth's top secret, which was almost equivalent to the location of the nuclear weapons reserves of modern countries. Chizuko Yamada would never have thought that such information would be leaked. So at the beginning, Chizuko Yamada didn't pay much attention to it. She just thought that these terrorist organizations might be taking the opportunity to show their presence. However, it is not. In fact, the Sunday Tower where Chizuko Yamada was located was the first to have an accident. The reason is very simple. At that time, Chizuko Yamada received a report from her subordinates that a resistance organization had invaded the Sun Tower. Naturally, she did not ignore it, but ordered a female magician named Anise to deal with this resistance organization. Anise is a rare magical genius. It can even be said that in the kingdom of Seth, if we talk purely about magical power, Anise is even stronger than King Gandhi. However, despite her magical powers, this magician has a weakness. That's why she's stupid. Very stupid. How stupid is that? Chizuko Yamada asked Anise to stop the rebels from invading the Sun Tower. Anise went and stopped them. At the same time, she also used a white destructive ray to directly destroy the rebels and the magic amplification device. When she got the news, Chizuko Yamada wanted to die. If I had known this result, I would have gone there myself. If the destruction of the magic amplification device of the Sun Tower was purely the fault of stupid teammates, then the news coming from other towers made Chizuko Yamada unable to sit still. After the attack on the Sun Tower, news came from the warehouse tower that one of the 4 heavenly kings, Papaya Saba, had been attacked and his whereabouts were unknown. When the entire warehouse tower was in chaos, a group of rebels suddenly broke into the warehouse tower, destroyed the magic amplification device, and ran away. At this time, Chizuko Yamada also found something wrong. Once was an accident. Twice could not be an accident. However, just when she was about to give orders to the other 2 towers to stay alert to prevent attacks, news came from the king's tower that since magic, one of the 4 heavenly kings, had gone to take the graduation exam, there was no one in the tower, and it was broken into by a group of rebels at a desperate moment. When magic got the news and returned to the king's tower, the magic amplification device had been destroyed. Fortunately, nothing happened to the jumping tower. Nagi S. Lakalu, one of the 4 heavenly kings, defended the jumping tower and defeated the rebels. But the Maginot Line is in danger. You know, the magic amplification devices defended by the 4 towers are used to supply energy to the Maginot Line, and at least 2 magic amplification devices are needed to maintain operation. At present, only the magic amplification device of the jump tower is still in operation. So the magic supply of the Maginot Line soon dropped directly to 34%. It's reached the edge of danger. His Majesty, looking at the red alarm flashing on the screen, Chizuko Yamada looked at King Gandhi behind her. The latter had a serious expression, and after thinking for a moment, he gave the order. Immediately issue the kingdom's 4th order, ordering all level 1 citizens to immediately go to the magic supply station and supply magic. This is the highest order. No resistance allowed. The magic power amplification device was destroyed and could not be repaired in a short time. Now, we can only rely on human power to support it. Chapter 394 Riot. Following King Gandhi's order, all level 1 citizens of Seth immediately took action and went to the magic supply point to start supplying magic. After all, this was the highest order, and anyone who disobeyed it would be tantamount to treason. Soon, all the level 1 citizens of Seth took action, including the security team, the guard team and the army. Everyone rushed to the magic supply station and began to supply magic. All work and activities were stopped, and the supply of magic was the first task. This also meant that Seth's national activities were completely stopped. Upon receiving this news, Nelson, the leader of the pentagram, was naturally ecstatic. Ha ha ha. Very good. Very good. Nelson slammed the table and stood up, his eyes red. Just as he planned, Seth's army and security team were no longer able to take care of him. And this was the time for the pentagram to rise. Entering the 2nd stage of the liberation of our motherland, we will take back our country, our territory. Following Nelson's order, a riot of Level 2 citizens broke out across the entire territory of Seth. For the Level 2 citizens, the anger of being bullied by the Level 1 citizens for a long time also completely burned up at this moment. What are you going to do? Seeing the Level 2 citizens rushing into the Magic Supply Center, the Level 1 citizens inside were horrified. Under normal circumstances, these Level 2 citizens would never appear here. But now even the security team went there to supply magic. So these Level 2 citizens naturally had nothing to worry about. Rob, staring at the elegantly dressed Level 1 citizens in front of them. The Level 2 citizens' eyes turned red. Rob their money, rob their women, strip them of their clothes, and kill all these Level 1 citizens. Kill them! Get away! Don't come over here! Seeing the Level 2 citizens rushing towards them, the Level 1 citizens also roared loudly. But they had to abide by the regulations and supply magic power. And they dared not leave. They could only watch those Level 2 citizens knock their compatriots to the ground. Kill them! Strip them of their clothes, and humiliate their women. I can't stand it anymore. Seeing this scene, the Level 1 citizen finally couldn't bear it anymore and left the magic supply machine. Although this was tantamount to rebellion, he could not care less about it. After all, if he did not resist, he would only die. I will be in charge now. Kill all these Level 2 citizens. Kill them all. Stop the rebellion. Kill it. Magic and swords are intertwined, and a bloody and cruel battle breaks out completely on the land of Seth. Some Level 1 citizens are loyal to their duties. Even when they are attacked by swords and knives from Level 2 citizens, they still deliver their magic power until the last moment. Some Level 1 citizens were unwilling to be humiliated, and even if it violated national orders, they gave up transferring magic power and were determined to fight to the death with Level 2 citizens. Level 2 citizens don't care what's happening now. They only know that no one can oppress them now. They want to stand up. They want to fight. They want to pay back everything that the Level 1 citizens have put on them for hundreds of years. 1,000 times over. You bully Level 2 citizens, and we will take it out on your wives and daughters. You kill Level 2 citizens, and we will kill you all too. The time has come to pay the blood debt with blood. Now, I want to let you know who this country really belongs to. Report. Warnings of riots have been heard from all over the place. Report. Many law enforcement teams and security forces have given up injecting magic power and started fighting the thugs. After hearing the information coming from below and looking at the magic power that was constantly decreasing in front of her, Chizuko Yamada closed her eyes in despair. But she still heard the ruthless reports from her subordinates. Master Chikako, the number of Level 2 citizens is 10 times that of Level 1 citizens. Even if Level 1 citizens can use magic, they have not received formal combat training. They are powerless in the face of such a huge disparity in numbers. Moreover, calls for reinforcements have been received from everywhere. All the security forces and military forces in various places, who are not assigned to the task of supplying magic power, have gone to suppress the riots. But it still doesn't work. Yes, judging by the current number of people, even suppressing the riots near the office is already very difficult. After hearing the report from her subordinates, Chizuko Yamada sighed silently. This is what she is afraid of. The difference in number of people is 10 times. If so many Level 2 citizens all rioted, then the Level 1 citizens would have no way to stop them. Therefore, she kept trying to find a way to ease the conflict between the two sides according to King Gandhi's will. This is the day I'm afraid of. However, this day finally arrived. Lord Chizuru, do you want to stop supplying mana first and concentrate our forces to suppress the riot? No. Hearing this, Chizuko Yamada shook her head vigorously. We must maintain the security of the Maginot Line. Whether it is the army or the security forces, the number of people cannot be reduced any further. If it is reduced any further, the Maginot Line will not be able to hold. Report. Just then, another chilling report came. An urgent report came from the front line saying that the monster army is gathering in the area around the Maginot Line. What? Hearing this, Chizuko Yamada was stunned. Are they planning to take advantage of the chaos to attack Seth? At this moment, seeing this scene, those senior officials were trembling and dared not speak. In fact, they were the ones who leaked the information to the rebels. But these senior officials did not expect things to turn out like this. Their original idea was to let the rebels attack the magic amplification device several times. And then King Gandhi would naturally add troops to defend the magic amplification device to prevent it from being destroyed. They could also use this as an excuse to make their own opinions on the treatment of Level 2 citizens. However, these senior officials did not expect that this group of rebels was so powerful that they directly broke through the 3 magic amplification devices. In fact, not only did Seth's senior officials not expect this, but even the Pentagram did not expect this to happen. At that time, the Pentagram sent out 4 teams to attack the 4 towers simultaneously. Their idea was actually very simple. If they attacked one by one, the other party might discover their purpose. The number of people in the Pentagram was not large, so they decided to take advantage of the 4 towers not noticing the danger and give it a try. At that time, even Nelson himself did not think that all 4 magic amplification devices would be destroyed. In his mind, as long as he could destroy 1 or 2 and tie down the army and the security team, it would be okay. After all, Nelson was not a fool. If the Maginot Line was really breached, they would not be able to deal with the demons. But it just happened that only the 2 teams that went to the King's Tower and the Magazine Tower reported back the news of success. So Nelson believed that only 2 magic amplification devices were destroyed and the other 2 teams failed. He would never have thought that although the team heading to the Solar Tower failed, the opposing team had a stupid teammate who destroyed the magic amplification device by himself. So in Nelson's view, although the Maginot Line is tense at the moment, it will definitely not be breached. Therefore, he issued an order to start the second phase of the Fatherland Liberation Operation, inciting Level 2 citizens to start a nationwide riot. If Nelson knew that the destroyed magic power amplification devices were not 2 but 3, he would probably consider it. But unfortunately, he didn't know. However, the Pentagram led by Nelson is also in trouble. We must curb this situation. Why is it that the time never matches the plan? Where are the people in charge? 1. I can't get in touch with him. Maybe he's dead. Sitting in the base camp, listening to the roars and wails coming from all around. Nelson himself also looked pale. After inciting a nationwide riot, Nelson triumphantly led his team to attack the royal city directly, according to his plan. As long as he could make reasonable use of those incited Level 2 citizens, he would be able to successfully suppress the royal city and complete its liberation. The result? What Nelson didn't expect was that not long after entering the city, the entire team was in chaos. Originally, he sent a team of Level 2 citizens to capture various places. But these Level 2 citizens were not an army that followed orders. After rushing into the royal city, when they saw those gorgeous houses and those beautiful women, they couldn't help but began to plunder and bully them. As for the battle plan, it had long been forgotten by these Level 2 citizens. Of course, those Pentagram commanders in charge tried to stop it, but were killed directly by the rioting Level 2 citizens. Soon, the entire liberation operation turned into chaos. The stronghold that the soldiers in Area C12 were defending has been destroyed by magic. In Area D81, due to the riot of Level 2 citizens, all the soldiers were injured and unable to move. Area A46 is in an emergency situation, because Level 2 citizens hindered their actions. It has now been completely surrounded by security forces. Hearing this, Elizabeth's face turned pale, and Nelson reached out and hugged his head. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Obviously the idea was good, and the situation developed as he expected. But Nelson did not expect that in the end. It was those Level 2 citizens who hindered him. What is this? Grown-ups? Elizabeth turned her head and looked at Nelson next to her, who closed his eyes. Ha ha ha. It's over. It's completely over. There's no use in anything we do. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. At this moment, there was only despair left in Nelson's heart. At the same time, in Lisa's, there are also people who are paying attention to this riot. Has a full-scale riot broken out in the kingdom of Seth? And has the demon army begun to gather? Sitting on the throne, Leah narrowed her eyes slightly after reading the information in her hand. At this moment, she was no longer the love-crazy, innocent girl in front of Duan Muhuai, but the Queen of Lisa's, full of majesty. Your Majesty, this opportunity is rare, and we certainly can't miss it. If Seth collapses, the demon army will march straight in, and then Lisa's, will not be spared either. Having said this, Leah stood up. Order all the armies of Lisa's to enter combat readiness and prepare to assemble. If Seth really cannot resist the invasion of the demons, then Lisa's, will send troops to assist Seth in stopping the demons. At this point, Princess Leia. No. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. In her opinion, this is simply the best opportunity to take the territory of Seth into Lyzis's pocket. And as the Queen of Lyzis, of course, she will not miss this opportunity. Although Leia's behavior in front of Duanmu Huai was a little love-minded. But apart from that, she was still the undisputed and absolute ruler of Lyzis. Chapter 395 Rescue. It has to be said that when Duanmu Huai learned about the situation from Sun, he was also speechless. So, the Maginot Line is undefendable now? That's the way it seems at the moment. We need your help. Sir. Oh! What do you need me to do? It's like this. At present, it is impossible to defend the capital. A large number of level 2 citizens have already poured into the capital. Under such circumstances, there is no way to resist the attack of the demon army. Therefore, King Gandhi asked everyone to take refuge in the fortress city. The fortress city, hasn't it just been under construction for a short time? If Duanmu Huai remembered correctly, the construction of the fortress city has probably taken less than a month. This amount of time is not enough to build the city, let alone lay the foundation. Right? Thanks for your suggestion. Having said that, Sun's originally sad face also showed a smile. After learning that they could become Class 1 citizens as long as they worked hard, those Class 2 citizens burst out with great enthusiasm and worked day and night. With the help of the magicians, the fortress city has now taken shape. Although most of the work has not been completed, the function of the fortress has basically been completed. Although there are no defensive devices such as magic cannons, as long as there are magicians, it can resist the attack of the demon army to a certain extent. Of course, another point is that in this nationwide riot, only the fortress city area was calm. On the one hand, this was a military project, and no one was allowed to leave until the project was completed. So naturally they knew nothing about the outside world. On the other hand, these level 2 citizens who were willing to work were all for a better future. And of course, they would not be stupid enough to participate in any riots. In addition, the construction of the fortress city has drawn away most of the young and middle-aged labor force in the area. And even if the remaining old, weak and sick people wanted to riot, they would not be able to accomplish anything. In addition, for the sake of safety, King Gandhi let the Ice Legion, one of the main legions in the kingdom of Seth, be responsible for garrisoning the fortress city, so that now the Ice Legion has become the only complete legion in the kingdom of Seth that has not been involved in rebellion or fighting with the demons. In this situation, King Gandhi was overjoyed and hurriedly began to order the remaining people to move to the fortress city. The original consideration when building the fortress city was to avoid the situation like Lyzis. Therefore, the fortress city was closer to the inland and located on the main transportation route. If the fortress city can be defended, then at least 1/3 of Seth's territory can be defended. So, why did Mahatma Gandhi ask you to come to me? The capital can no longer be defended. So King Gandhi hopes you can help evacuate the people. Yes. His Majesty wants you to help. Lord Magic. Oh, that princess. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately recalled the girl with a big forehead and wearing glasses. Yes, according to intelligence, Lord Magic is currently in Paris Academy. After the level 2 citizens started a riot, the army and the security team have been busy suppressing and resisting the riot and have lost contact with Paris Academy. Although Lord Magic should not be in any danger, His Majesty is still very worried. However, he is currently busy with state affairs and has no time or manpower to deal with this matter. So King Gandhi hopes that you can help. After hearing Sun's request, Duanmu Huai thought about it. Generally speaking, he was not willing to take care of such trivial matters. However, considering that the princess had helped him to become a monster master, he made a decision. No problem. Leave it to me. At the same time, inside Paris Academy, the atmosphere was equally tense. Ready? Shoot! Magic stood in front of the window and gave orders loudly. Following Magic's order, the students standing in front of the window immediately raised their hands. Ice arrow! Flame arrow! Thunder arrow! With a shout to the girls, the magic shot out of their palms and flew down. Call! Seeing the thugs retreat again, Majiko breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand. Seal off all entrances and exits immediately. Don't let them in. Yes! After hearing Magic's order, some students quickly went to carry it out. However, at this moment, Magic was looking outside with a serious expression. To be honest, Majiko had never expected that a riot would happen in the capital. Fortunately, Paris Academy was far away from the city, so it was not affected immediately. But the downside was that when the news came, the entire Paris Academy had been completely cut off from the city. Majiko was unable to contact his father, King Gandhi, and most of the teachers at Paris Academy had also fled, leaving only this group of students, isolated and helpless. The only solution Magic could think of was to organize students for defense. Fortunately, the students in Paris Academy were all level 1 citizens, and most of them knew magic. Although most of them had not received military training, the magic cast by hundreds of students at the same time was still very deterrent. Only, it's almost reached the limit. Looking at the riders retreating again in the distance, Magi could bit her lip. She could also see that most of the students were already panting. After all, they were students, not regular magicians. The continuous use of magic also made them quite tired. Although they had repelled the attacks of the mob 3 times in a row, what would happen if they continued? How long could they hold on? Report? Just as Majik was thinking, another student suddenly ran in panting. Then, that mob is here again. What? Hearing this, Magic was also shocked. After they repelled the attacks of the mobs in the past, it took a long time for them to come back. Why did they come so quickly this time? Could it be that the capital had already fallen? Then father, while Magic was feeling uncertain, he saw the mobs rushing in again at the school gate. The only difference was that they were panicking and desperately running towards the school building. Seeing this scene, not only did Magic look pale, but other students were not much better. However, Magic still forced himself to calm down and gave orders again. Everyone listen to my orders and get ready. However, before Majiko's order was issued, suddenly, an unexpected scene occurred. Suddenly, a huge, dark figure rushed out from behind the mobs. It let out a fierce roar, rushed into the crowd, opened its claws, and started fighting. In the blink of an eye, it tore the mobs into pieces. However, it was not a human being, but demons. Soon, the monsters rushed over one by one, accompanied by the monster general in the lead. At this time, Majiko finally understood why this group of mobs came so quickly. They were not attacking, but running for their lives. But why did the demons appear in the capital? Could it be that the Maginot Line was breached? What should we do now? What to do? Hearing the wailing and screaming of other students, Majiko gritted her teeth and was speechless. If it was a mob, it would be fine. But the other party was the demons, and it was a demon army. This was beyond the scope of Majiko's ability to deal with. In front of her, there were hundreds of demon armies, while Majiko's side was only some ordinary students who had not yet graduated. At this time, unless you can find a white wooden horse under the school building, there is no way to fight. Unfortunately, there was no white wooden horse under the school building, and there was no archangel. Seeing the demon army about to rush into the school building, Majiko finally couldn't help it at this moment. White destruction ray. With the roar of Madoka, the most powerful destruction of magic erupted from Madoka's hands, and it was straight forward to the demon army in front of him. He saw that under the shining glory and explosion, the first wave of the devil army that rushed into the campus was completely turned into ashes in the dazzling destruction of white light. Seeing this scene, the students cheered immediately. However, just as their cheers began, they saw more demon troops breaking through the corpses of their compatriots and continuing to march towards the school building. At this moment, Majik's legs almost went weak, and he almost sat on the ground. At this moment, her heart was filled with despair. Is it all over? Majiko could only watch as the demons rushed towards the school building with a grin on their faces. They were getting closer and closer, and the screams and wails of the students around them were endless. They were no longer able to resist the demons' attack. Next, there was nothing they could do. Drink A. Just as the demon army rushed to the school building, suddenly, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and smashed directly into the demon army. With the burst of air waves, those ferocious-looking demons were directly smashed away. Then, Majiko saw a figure that was even taller and more burly than the demons, standing up from the middle. That is, seeing the figure, Majiko was also shocked. Although she had only met the other person briefly, Duanmu Huai looked so special that it would be difficult to mistake him. Why is he here? Wind Fury technique? Duanmu Huai drew out his great sword and swung his left hand forward. Soon, A soul card turned into a raging storm, rushing towards the demon army and blowing them back. Next up is Frozen Storm. The howling cold air turned into snow and ice, smashing down the demon army and directly repelling them. Seeing this, the leading demon general roared and rushed towards Duanmu Huai with his sword. However, facing the demon general rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai did not dodge or evade, but went straight forward and swung his sword, instantly splitting him in half. However, this is not the end yet. Summon the puppets. Then activate the dragon transformation technique to transform all the puppets into giant dragons. In an instant, dozens of giant dragons appeared out of thin air. As Duanmu Huai pointed forward, they roared, opened their bloody mouths, and rushed towards the demon army in the distance. Only then did Majik heave a sigh of relief, and the other students in the school building burst into cheers. Then Majik left the school building under the guidance of the students, and Duanmu Huai happened to come over at this moment. Hey, long time no see. Ah, Lo, Mr. Inquisitor. Seeing Duanmu Huai, Majika was somewhat surprised. Your monster master trial. Thanks to you, it was completed successfully. Now I am a monster user. But we can talk about this topic later. Duanmu Huai looked around as he spoke. How many of you are here? There are 356 students in total. Almost all the teachers have left, with only 4 or 5 remaining. Well, let's leave here first. The demon army is currently attacking the capital. Call everyone and let's go to the rooftop. Rooftop? Majika was a little surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's words. What are you doing on the rooftop? However, Duanmu Huai just raised his hand silently and pointed to the sky. At this moment, a shadow emerged, covering Majiko and the entire academy. Majiko raised her head in confusion and looked upwards. Then her eyes widened in surprise. I saw in the clouds above the academy, I don't know when, a city of sky floating above the sky appeared. Chapter 396, Gandhi's Choice. While seeing the sky city, Magoho was stunned. This was not only because of the shock of the huge city floating in the sky, but also because of, is this the Fighting God City? The so-called Fighting God City is an extremely powerful magic city built by the holy demon cult during the GI period. I want to point out here that the era names on this continent are not determined by humans, but are based on the existence of the Demon King, starting from the birth of the Demon King and ending with his death. For example, the era name of the Demon King Jier, who was killed by Duanmu Huai, is Jiao. The GI era is the era ruled by Guy, who sealed Jier and bore the blood of the Demon King. After Jier, in the GI era, a genius magician Luca Rune created biometal magic. He and 24 other magicians formed an organization called the Holy Demon Cult. Then, relying on powerful magic, the Holy Demon Cult successfully unified the human world for the first time. Later, in order to fight against the demons, the Holy Demon Cult began to build the Fighting God City, trying to completely liberate humans from the demons. But the demons would naturally not sit still and wait for death. Soon, they launched an attack on the Holy Demon Cult, thus opening the prelude to the Holy Demon War. However, the final outcome of such a country with great ambitions was a pity, because the barbarians, humans who could not use magic, could not endure the long-term war against the demons. They launched a rebellion. The leader of the Holy Demon Cult, Rune, who was stabbed in the back by his own people, was naturally furious. In his opinion, everything he did was to completely liberate humans from the demons. But now those humans were ungrateful and rebelled against him. Rune, who had fallen into madness, issued an order to completely wipe out humanity in the remaining Fighting God City. But in the end, his crazy order was not carried out. Instead, he was defeated by his own companions. A generation of Emperor fell, and the Fighting God City fell from the sky. Seeing that the threat was lifted, Demon King Dai also ordered the demons to retreat, and the Holy Demon War that lasted for nearly 100 years came to an end. It was after this that the Kingdom of Herman, the Kingdom of Lysis, and the Kingdom of Seth were established one after another, forming a three-way balance of power on the continent. In fact, under the territory of the Kingdom of Seth, there are the ruins of 4 Fighting God cities. The Kingdom of Seth found the magic amplification devices there, and built the Maginot Line to block the attacks of the demons. But history is like a ridiculous cycle. The Fighting God City, which was built by the high and mighty magicians, was backstabbed by the barbarians who could not use magic. and thus fell completely. The magic kingdom of Seth, which is now built on the ruins of the fighting god city, has also been stabbed in the back by the riot of level 2 citizens who cannot use magic, and is about to face the same fate as the holy demon cult. Thinking of this, Majiko couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. Fighting god city? Duanmu Huai certainly didn't know what Majik was thinking deep down, but he didn't care and just shrugged his shoulders. Although I don't know what the fighting god city you are talking about is. I can be sure that this is not what you are talking about. Okay, let's go up. The reason why Duanmu Huai summoned the Sky City was very simple. First of all, this was no longer a war between humans, but a war between humans and demons. So he would not remain silent any longer. When he was in Lysis, Duanmu Huai did not choose to summon the Sky City because most of the people attacking Lysis were Herman's soldiers rather than demons. In fact, apart from a few demons, there were not many demon invasions in Lysis at that time. So Duanmu Huai did not need to be so exaggerated. But now, the demon army has invaded Seth and settled there. So Duanmu Huai will naturally. You're welcome. It has to be said that the appearance of Sky City really surprised the demon army. Unlike humans, demons have a long lifespan, and many of them have even experienced the Holy Demon War. Therefore, when they saw the magnificent and huge Sky City, many demons were shocked. Holy shit. Is history going to repeat itself? Humans don't remember how powerful the fighting god city is, but the demons still remember. In addition, Duanmu Huai summoned hundreds of dragons at once, directly hitting the heat dissipation limit, and even beat the demon army so hard that they dared not move forward. Duanmu Huai took this opportunity to gather the people in the royal capital, and then quickly withdrew his troops and moved towards the fortress city. This time it's all thanks to you, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Standing next to Duanmu Huai, King Gandhi also had a look of emotion on his face. To be honest, even King Gandhi was almost scared silly when he saw an entire city flying over his head. After all, he had only seen such things in history books. It's nothing. For the Inquisition, it is our duty to destroy demons. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Then he looked at King Gandhi in confusion. But then again, how did it become like this? Duanmu Huai certainly knew the whole cause and effect, and guessed that killing Papaya must have been one of the reasons. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He would just kill the corrupt and degenerate guy. But what he couldn't figure out was what was going on, and why there was a sudden riot. It's a long story. On the one hand, it's a coincidence, and on the other hand, having said this, King Gandhi's face darkened. I suspect there is a mole. Oh! Hearing King Gandhi's words, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and immediately understood what he meant. It was not surprising that the resistance organization attacked the magic amplification device. From the mouths of several captured resistance leaders, we can know their plan, which does make sense. However, the question is, who leaked the information about the magic power amplification device? The existence of the magic amplification devices and their relationship with the Maginot Line were top secrets. Only King Gandhi, the 4 kings of Seth stationed there, and a few top officials knew about it. However, now the news had been leaked to the resistance organization Pentagram. So we had to think about who leaked the news. Unfortunately, the captured Pentagram cadres were unaware of this. According to them, only the Supreme Commander Nelson knew what was going on. In fact, he was the first to get the news. Unfortunately, Nelson committed suicide in the base camp because the uprising failed. I guess you already have a suspect. Although there is no evidence, there is definitely suspicion. Certainly, King Gandhi looked gloomy. He could probably guess who did it, although he had no evidence. But, retracting his thoughts, King Gandhi looked at Duanmu Huai again and had to admit that it was his contribution that helped Seth and saved the country. As the ruler of a country, he naturally had to give something in return. But what should he give him? The master is Her Majesty Leah's fiancé. However, just as King Gandhi was thinking, Kanami, who was standing next to him, spoke as if she saw through his thoughts. When he heard Kanami's words, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. I didn't agree. But Lady Leah said she would not marry anyone other than you. So please return to Lysis as soon as possible to hold the wedding. I reject. Duanmu Huai silently chose to refuse, as he already had enough fiancés at home. I think it's better for you to go back, Master. Otherwise, who knows what Her Majesty Leah will do? Then we'll talk about it later. Hearing Kanami's answer, Duanmu Huai sighed speechlessly. Leah's obsession with him really gave him a headache. Hearing this, King Gandhi fell silent. He knew something about Duan Muhuai and Lises, but he didn't expect that he had such a good relationship with the ruler of Lises. This didn't seem to be a good thing for Seth. Although Duan Muhuai didn't seem to be planning to marry Queen Leah, the friendship between the two was there. And the ninja named Kanami seemed to be Queen Leah's confidant. Things seemed to be getting a little troublesome. After that, King Gandhi found an excuse to leave, and then came to the civilian area of Sky City, which has now become a refugee camp. After the previous attack by the demon army, the gap between level 1 citizens and level 2 citizens did not seem to be that deep. At least now, King Gandhi can see that level 1 citizens help level 2 citizens treat their wounds, and level 2 citizens also help level 1 citizens take care of the wounded. This is the scene I want to see. Seeing this scene, King Gandhi couldn't help but burst into tears. Although Seth was facing the destruction of his country, under the threat of the demons, the citizens of level 1 and level 2 finally united. What could be more gratifying than this? But now is not the time to talk about this. King Gandhi calmed his mind, came to a corner of the territory, and found his daughter, Majiko. Ah, father. Seeing King Gandhi coming, Majiko also stood up hurriedly. But what Majiko didn't expect was that King Gandhi just stared at her carefully, which made her a little nervous. Father? Oh, come with me. I have something to tell you. That's okay. Although he was a little confused, Majiko nodded and followed King Gandhi out obediently. Then, under the leadership of King Gandhi, the two came to a corner of the Sky City. Did you see it? Magic? I never thought I would see such a sight in my lifetime. Looking at the lively scene below, King Gandhi couldn't help but sigh. Majiko also nodded. As the daughter of King Gandhi, she certainly understood what her father's ideals were. But then, King Gandhi's words suddenly made Majiko sprain his back. Majiko, what do you think of the Inquisitor? How about it? Hearing King Gandhi's question, Majiko was confused. Well, he is very capable, and I am very grateful that he is willing to help us. As for the rest, Majiko had nothing much to say. After all, she and Duan Muhuai had only met twice in total. So what could they know about each other? Really? King Gandhi nodded. Then, he was silent for a long time before he spoke. So, do you plan to marry him? Why? Hearing this, Maggie couldn't help but scream. And then she looked at King Gandhi in surprise. Wait. Father, what are you talking about? Although the barriers between level 1 and level 2 citizens have been bridged, the situation has not improved for us. King Gandhi did not look at Majiko's expression, but stared ahead and continued speaking. Seth is currently being invaded by the demons. Even if we manage to repel the demon army, the current situation will greatly weaken the country's strength. This is completely different from when Lises was attacked. I'm afraid that Seth will not be able to recover for a long time. Lises was attacked by the demons at the beginning, but in fact the demons only sent 3 demons to help. The main attackers of Lises were Herman's army. In addition, the demons used brainwashing to control Lises' soldiers. Therefore, strictly speaking, Lises did not suffer any major losses at the end of the battle except for the loss of a castle and some soldiers. Not to mention that after that, in order to make amends, Herman ceded the land and paid compensation, which made Lises richer and completely offset the losses. However, Seth is completely different. As of now, the demon army has occupied almost half of Seth's land. A large number of people and troops have been wiped out by the demon army. I am afraid it will take decades for it to recover. As Seth declined, Lises and Herman, who were eyeing Seth, would not sit idly by. Moreover, Lises had conveyed a message to Seth through the security team, saying that they were willing to send troops to help Seth conquer the land that was captured by the demons. King Gandhi, of course, rejected the other party's ill-intentioned proposal. Indeed, with Lises' help, the demons can definitely be defeated. But by that time, will Seth still exist? Will Lises be kind enough to return the land he has occupied? Even if you kill yourself, Gandhi would never believe that such a good thing would happen. Although Herman had not taken any action because of the failed attack on Lises, which resulted in the death of the prince, and the entire country was still fighting over the prince and princess factions, they might send troops to get a piece of the pie. After all, King Gandhi was a king, and he knew that once the internal politics was unstable, the best way was to send troops abroad. Not to mention, The demons are not only Seth's enemy, but also the enemy of the entire human world. If Herman and Lysis really want to send troops to attack the demons, what can Seth do even if he refuses? So, Seth must have a backer. For Mahatma Gandhi, he now has only one choice. That is Tuan Muhwai, the judge from the tribunal. It would be fine if Tuan Muhwai was just neutral. But King Gandhi has discovered that this is not the case at all. Not only does he have an unclear relationship with Queen Leah of Lysis, but even Queen Leah has sent her confidants to be by his side. And judging from the way they talk, they seem to be getting along very well. This is not good. Although Tuan Muhwai once told King Gandhi that the position of the Inquisition is not to interfere in disputes among humans, and only focus on the threats of aliens and demons. But this also means that if Lysis really wants to attack Seth, he will not care. So, Maharaja Gandhi had only one choice. That is to let his daughter marry Tuan Muhwai. Even if marriage is not possible, at least there must be a relationship. As a man, he knows that men treat women differently to those with and without a relationship. So, I hope you can date Tuan Muhwai. How can this be possible? Compared to Leah, Majiko was obviously much more normal. She naturally rejected her father's request at the first moment. I'm already dating Alex. He's a very capable guy. But Alex is a capable man. But he is not domineering. Besides, your relationship is only at the stage of talking. Isn't this natural? You can only do that kind of thing after you get married. Majika's face turned red with anger. She was still an innocent girl, and she never expected that her father would say such words in front of her. Besides, it's hard to say whether that man likes women or not. If Tuan Muhwai were here, he would definitely let Majika know whether he really likes women or not. His Majesty. Just as the two were arguing, Sun suddenly appeared in front of them quietly. What's wrong? Sun? Is such that? Sun looked at Majiko in embarrassment, then looked at King Gandhi again. Two young ladies came to see the judge. They claimed to be the judge's fiancé. Why? Chapter 397. Someone is snatching it away. Yahoo! Mr. Knight. Here we come! To be honest, when Tuan Muhwai saw An and Gu Lei appear in front of him, he was somewhat surprised. How did you get here? Oh, there's a portal. No. What are you doing here? Because you asked for so many supplies. Mr. Knight, I'm also curious about what's going on here. So I brought Gu Lei over to take a look, coming to Tuan Muhwai's side, and smiled and took Tuan Muhwai's arm while speaking. This is also normal. Tuan Muhwai collected refugees from the entire royal city, and then accepted many more refugees along the way. This is not just a few thousand or tens of thousands of people, but a total of nearly 7 million people. Fortunately, the Sky City is indeed big enough. Otherwise, there would not be enough space for so many people. To be honest, even Tuan Muhwai knew for the first time that his Sky City could actually accommodate so many people. Of course, with so many people, the problem of supplies became apparent. Fortunately, there was a portal in the Sky City that connected the Holy City and Manalia. So Tuan Muhwai bought a lot of food and supplies from both sides. Of course, these also had to be paid for. And Tuan Muhwai certainly couldn't pay for charity himself. So after obtaining King Gandhi's consent, he pried open the treasury of Seth. Gold was considered hard currency in most of the medieval world. The Holy City itself has a small population and few supplies. So the bulk of the cost comes from Manalia. And it is also very curious about the situation here. So he takes Gu Lei to take a look under the pretext of transporting supplies. I have to say that it was quite shocked to see so many refugees. Millions of refugees. This number is shocking just to think about. It's even more unimaginable when you see it with your own eyes. What on earth is going on here? Haha. They asked for their own death. Tuan Muhwai had no sympathy for Seth. Since An asked, he explained the situation to An in detail. After listening to Tuan Muhwai's story, and was also speechless, not knowing what to say. How can there be such a country? It is normal for a country to solidify its classes after it has developed to a certain extent. If you, Manalia, can't handle it in the future, you will also face similar problems. How can this be possible? I must remind my father when I return and have a good discussion about this. At this point, An became serious. She didn't want Manalia to become such a country. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. And then Tuan Muhwai saw King Gandhi walking in with Majika. Seeing and holding Tuan Muhwai's arm, the two were also stunned. and then looked at Gulea next to them. This person should not be human. Right? After all, looking at the fat tail and wings, it doesn't look like a human. Could it be a demon? Hello. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. May I ask who these two are? King Gandhi coughed and asked curiously, while Duanmu Huai patted Anne's head. Oh, let me introduce you to these two princesses. Miss Guria is from the Dragon Kingdom of Nice, and Miss and is from the Magic Kingdom of Manalia. Well, in my opinion, Manalia is stronger than Seth. And Guria. These two are King Gandhi of the Magic Kingdom of Seth, and his daughter Princess Majiko. Hello. I'm Gulea. After hearing Duanmu Huai's introduction, Gulea also lowered her head and bowed solemnly, and then also let go of the arms that were hugging Duanmu Huai, lifted her skirt, and bowed like a princess. Hello, King Gandhi. I am Anne, the first princess of Manalia. Oh. After hearing Duanmu Huai's introduction, King Gandhi and Majiko were also shocked. On the one hand, these two were actually princesses, and what surprised them even more was that one of them was a dragon princess. Hello, princesses. I am Gandhi, the king of the kingdom of Seth. But to be honest, I am just a loser who is running away with my people. Having said this, King Gandhi gave a wry smile, while Majiko stared at him with a scrutinizing look. The reason is very simple. It is because of Duanmu Huai's introduction just now. According to Duanmu Huai, Manalia, where the princess is located, is also a magic kingdom like Seth. And he actually said that Manalia is stronger than Seth? In fact, Duanmu Huai's words were not without basis. In his opinion, Seth's magic level was not that high. Among the magics used by magicians in this world, the most powerful ones were White Destruction Ray and Black Destruction Ray. Duanmu Huai had also seen their power, which was only about 1/5 of BFG 9000. Well, to use the words in the game, the magic of the Kingdom of Seth is at most at the level of an anti-military weapon. However, Anne's grand magic directly smashed the fireball that was the city's treasure, and half of Seth's royal city was probably destroyed. Not to mention that Anne's heroic spirit can fight alien robots head-on, and Gulea's dragon roar can also change the world. In comparison, even Seth's highest combat power is a little lacking. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about the invasion of the demon army. Even if the Magna line is useless, as long as it stands at the front line, it will be basically no problem to hold off half of the demon army. If the demons and the demon king didn't have that cheating invincible barrier, and would probably be able to tear a few demons apart with his bare hands. So in Duanmu Huai's opinion, there is nothing wrong with him thinking this way. However, Majiko was obviously a little unconvinced. But she was a princess after all, and she knew that she couldn't speak casually in such an occasion. So she kept silent. King Gandhi, as the king of a country, is certainly not an idiot. The two sides chatted briefly, and Duanmu Huai introduced them to both of them as his fiancés. It must be said that this really shocked King Gandhi. Then he found an excuse and left with his daughter. This is really troublesome. Leaving the room, King Gandhi frowned. He didn't expect Duanmu Huai already had two fiancés. This was not important. The problem was that Miss Anne seemed to be better than his daughter no matter how he looked at her. She was full of confidence in both her appearance and her manners. Although King Gandhi didn't know what kind of magic country Manalia was, he knew that the magic kingdom was definitely not simple just by looking at the behavior of the princess. In comparison, my own daughter is. Looking at magic, King Gandhi sighed silently in his heart. In terms of appearance, he certainly thought his daughter was the cutest in the world. It was just that magic always focused on her studies and rarely dressed herself up. This was not okay. It seems that something must change. Otherwise, we might lose. Besides, on the other hand, Gandhi was also relieved. It can be seen from the fact that Duanmu Huai has two fiancés that he is still a man after all. As for having two fiancés, it would definitely be a problem for ordinary people. But for Duanmu Huai, it is not a problem. After all, a real man is a real man. So what's wrong with having several wives? Since there are 1 and 2, there must be 3 and 4. Right? This means that my daughter still has a chance. If Duanmu Huai knew what King Gandhi was thinking, he would definitely pat him on the shoulder and say that it is natural for men to love sex. But brother, do you know that there is something called same husband? Frankly speaking, Duanmu Huai was not sure whether there was love between him. and Ngulia. If they got along well, that was good, but they looked more like good friends, and was more attached to Gulia. And Duanmu Huai was just a tool for them. After all, you see, according to the writing style of romantic TV dramas or romantic novels, the love between men and women is usually deep, and they want to possess everything of the other person alone. And they will become jealous if the other person just glances at them. For example, the overbearing president will put a collar on the heroine and lock her in a cage, even if she looks at other men for a second. The president will make the heroine unable to take care of herself. And then, he will do a wallbang on her to show that everything of yours is mine. Or the Yandere girl would follow behind her boyfriend, watching him chatting and laughing with other girls with lifeless eyes, and then slowly take out a kitchen knife or something from her school bag. Well, although these examples are a bit extreme, love is supposed to be like this, right? But there is no such problem between Duanmu Huai and Ngulia. Duanmu Huai and Ng get along well, while Gulia is a little reserved in front of him. Duanmu Huai treats Ngulia equally, and N always sticks to Gulia, and the two of them are always in pairs. Duanmu Huai is not jealous either. Moreover, Duanmu Huai has never been in love since he was a child because of his face, so he naturally has no idea what real love is like in reality. At least if you compare it with the love in novels or movies, TV shows and animations. It is definitely not like this. Duanmu Huai likes N more because N is lively and cheerful, very likable. Moreover, her ability is not weak, and she can help him a lot. As for why N liked him, Duanmu Huai didn't understand. Come to think of it, it's rare that you stick to me so tightly. Looking at N hugging his arm, Duanmu Huai asked curiously. Although he and N had a good relationship, she rarely made such intimate actions towards Duanmu Huai. How should I put it? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, N tilted his head. I always feel like there's something attractive about you. Mr. Knight, you're very attractive. Smell? Duanmu Huai raised his hand and smelled it. Did you take a shower yourself? It's hard to say, but it gives people a very rugged and safe aura. Maybe your charm has increased. Mr. Knight? Is there such a good thing? Hearing Anne's words, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up, although his charm was still a pitiful 2 points, and there was no sign of it increasing, and was not the kind of person who would lie. Did that mean that his attractiveness had grown? And there seems to be something strange. Just when Duanmu Huai was feeling proud of himself, Anze hugged Duanmu Huai's arm, and her eyes gradually became blurred. For some reason, at this moment, and felt that just hugging Duanmu Huai's arm made her body become soft, and there seemed to be a sore feeling coming from inside her body, making her want to get closer. Install? At this moment, Gu Leia's voice rang out, bringing An Ming back to consciousness. What's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Are you okay? Ah, it's okay. Hearing Gu Leia's voice, and quickly let go of Duanmu Huai's arm and patted her face. At this moment, and felt her heart beating violently, just like the feeling she sometimes had when she and Gu Leia were alone. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go back? No. I'm going to stay here for a while. Well then, I'll prepare a room for you too. Duanmu Huai didn't care. In fact, he thought there was nothing wrong with this. The crazy love in romance novels, movies and animations was indeed unforgettable. But unfortunately, in this world, that kind of persistent love was simply an obsession. The best potential believer of the god of desire. So isn't it good the way they are now? While Duanmu Huai was arranging arrangements for An and Gu Leia, King Gandhi was in a very bad mood. Not only because the possibility of having his daughter was greatly reduced, but also because of the uninvited guest who came to his door. What do you want from me? Looking at the intelligence chief and military chief in front of him, King Gandhi's face was not good. He was not a fool, and he had long suspected that these Seth officials might be the source of the leak of intelligence. After all, they had motives and reasons to do so. Right, Your Majesty. We came here this time to give you a suggestion. Suggestion? That's right. The senior officials of Seth did not know what King Gandhi was thinking yet. And at this moment, they were looking at King Gandhi with shining eyes. This Sky City is truly incomparable and amazing. But such a treasure is in the hands of one person. Your Majesty, don't you think this is a bit of a waste? Hearing this, King Gandhi looked at them in confusion. What do you mean? The senior officials looked at each other. And then the intelligence chief stepped forward. Your Majesty, We believe that this great sky city is the highest masterpiece of magic. And such a city can only be owned by our magic kingdom Seth. Right now, almost all the people in this city are citizens of Seth. As long as you give the order, we can completely occupy this city. Upon hearing this, King Gandhi was completely dumbfounded. He looked at his senior officials as if they were idiots. Is there anything wrong with your brain? Isn't this just seeking death? Chapter 398, Courting Death. To be honest, ever since they came to this sky city, those Seth officials have been jealous of this city. For the Seth kingdom, which occupied the fighting god city, the relic of the holy demon cult, they have always regarded themselves as the successor of the holy demon cult. In the eyes of these Seth officials, this city is obviously the fighting god city, so it should belong to them. Only their magic kingdom of Seth is worthy of owning this city in the sky. If they were just envious and jealous at first, after discovering that there were only a few people in this sky city, these high-ranking officials were immediately attracted, just as they told King Gandhi, except for Duan Muhuai and a few of his subordinates. Everyone else in this sky city is a Sayas person. As long as they unite, won't they be afraid of not being able to take over the city? As for Duan Muhuai, ha. So what if I can't beat him? I can just poison him. In their opinion, it was probably a coincidence that Duan Muhuai, a reckless man, was able to obtain this sky city. Otherwise, you can see that there are only a few people in this city. If it were them, they would have regarded it as a treasure long ago. How could they not leave anyone here? As for his ability to control this city in the sky, it is probably due to some magic props. As long as they get them, they can control it as well. By that time, what would they be afraid of? As long as they continue to live in this sky city, they would be the eternal rulers of Seth, and no one would be able to overthrow them. If it really doesn't work, then they will use force. There are 7 million people on their side. They don't believe that no matter how powerful that man is, he dares to go against 7 million people. They were right. Duan Muhuai had no intention of confronting 7 million people. The most he would do was return to the tribunal, find a space orbit to release the sky city, and then take it back. As for the rest, the universe will teach them how to behave, and they don't need to do anything on their own. Just like it is often said in games that one Astartes can take over an entire planet, it naturally does not mean that the opponent is invincible. Otherwise, even if there were billions of pigs on that planet, the Astartes would not be able to kill them all so quickly. At this time, rational use is very important. For example, an extermination order or something like that. The Seth officials had calculated very well, and were totally unaware that King Gandhi was looking at them with murderous eyes. In fact, King Gandhi now wants to strangle these bastards to death. Are you guys undercover agents sent by the demon clan? Are you so deceiving? King Gandhi certainly would not do such a shameless thing. Firstly, he himself was unwilling to do so. And secondly, King Gandhi was planning to further cooperate with Duan Muhuai, especially after meeting an Ngu Leia. King Gandhi found that this was an excellent opportunity. You know, if Seth defeats the demons, he will definitely have to rebuild in the future. But reconstruction requires resources. If Seth looks for Herman or Lysis, he will definitely be cheated by the other party. After all, on this continent, Seth, Lysis and Herman are like Shu, Wei, and Wu during the Three Kingdoms period. They love and hate each other, and will never let go if they have a chance to destroy each other. If the reconstruction of Seth falls into the hands of Herman and Lysis, they will not stop until they have suffered heavy losses. But Manalia is different. King Gandhi didn't know where the magical country of Manalia was, but at least he knew that it was probably not on his continent, but probably on the other side of the sea. King Gandhi certainly understood the principle of making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby ones. If he asked Manalia to rebuild after the war, even if the price might be higher, it would at least be safer, and he wouldn't cause trouble like Lysis and Herman. Right? Moreover, Duan Muhuai had said in person that Manalia was stronger than Bes. He did not think that Duan Muhuai was talking nonsense. In other words, the magical country of Manalia might really be more powerful than Bes. In this situation, you guys are picking trouble for me? You must be the spies sent by the demons. At this moment, King Gandhi could no longer bear it. Someone come! Just when those high-ranking Seth officials were immersed in the beautiful dream of becoming the masters of the Sky City and living freely and comfortably there, they heard King Gandhi's roar. The next moment, their bodies tightened and they were completely tied up by the binding magic released by King Gandhi. His Majesty? This also made the group of Seth high-ranking officials look confused. But before they could react, they heard hurried footsteps. And then Chizuko Yamada, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Seth, rushed in with her guards. Your Majesty, what's wrong? This is... Chizuko Yamada rushed into the room with her guards and looked at several Seth officials lying on the ground with a confused look on her face. King Gandhi stared at them with a grim face. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at these officials. These idiots are bringing disaster to the country and the people. Their crimes are unforgivable. Kill them! His Majesty? Hearing what King Gandhi said, Chizuko was also surprised. Although she had always wanted to chop these bastards off. It was just a thought. But now, King Gandhi really wanted to chop them off? Cut it! Cut it for me! King Gandhi didn't even dare to say why he wanted to chop these idiots. If it got out and Duanmu Huai knew that he had such idiots under his command, then it was hard to say whether they could have a good relationship again. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Hearing this, the high-ranking officials of Seth, who had fallen to the ground, realized that this time, their king was not trying to scare them, but was serious about it. And their faces suddenly changed. We are doing this for you. Shut up. Before they could finish their words, King Gandhi shouted angrily and punched these senior officials directly in the face, leaving them with bruises, blood at the mouth, and they fainted. Cut them up and throw their bodies out of the city. King Gandhi was too lazy to look at them now. He would be angry to death if he looked at them for one more time. Although Chizuko didn't know what was wrong with her king, it was a good thing for her. In the past, she also wanted to chop these guys to death. But at that time, she considered that they were all high-ranking officials, and killing them would cause chaos in Seth. So she had to endure it. Now Nima Seth is almost dead. Why don't we chop it down and keep it for the new year? So Chizuru didn't say anything, just bowed to King Gandhi and asked the guards to drag the dead pigs out. Then that night, several bodies fell from the Sky City. And then, naturally, there was nothing else. Duanmu Huai naturally didn't know what happened to King Gandhi. But he didn't care, because a day later, the Sky City finally arrived above the fortress city and began to hand over the refugees. This is also the reason why those Seth officials are so anxious. After all, they don't want to leave the city. In fact, most people have this idea. It is safer in the sky than on the ground. And if you can't win, you can just run away. However, King Gandhi obviously stopped this stupid idea and began to order the people to prepare for orderly evacuation. Since the king has spoken, then even if the others are unwilling, they can only do it immediately. Right? Duanmu Huai also took in Gulea, Ojas and others to leave the Sky City and head to the fortress city. After all, this was also the idea proposed by Duanmu Huai, and he also wanted to see how this place was built. However, what surprised Duanmu Huai was that not long after he entered the fortress city, he saw a surprising scene. That's Yuru's? Of course, Duanmu Huai was not surprised that Wuluz was in the fortress city. After all, it was he who persuaded Wuluz to turn from darkness to light and come here to supervise the construction of the fortress city. It's just, after 3 days of absence, one should look at others with new eyes. In Duanmu Huai's memory, Wuluz was a frail literary girl who sat in a wheelchair and always had a quiet and gentle smile on her face. But at this moment, Yuruz was not in a wheelchair, but was standing on the city wall, holding a sword in one hand and a crossbow in the other, looking so heroic that Duanmu Huai almost didn't recognize her. Yuruz? What happened to you? Have you been brainwashed? Looking at Wuluz in front of him, Duanmu Huai was confused and surprised. But when he saw Duanmu Huai, Wuluz also smiled. Ah, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. You are finally here. No. Well, actually, I should thank you. Thank me? Hearing Wuluz's thanks, Duanmu Huai was confused. He felt that he had not done anything to Wuluz. Facing Duanmu Huai's doubts, Wuluz just smiled and said nothing. Duanmu Huai didn't know Wuluz's life experience, so he had doubts. But for Wuluz, Duanmu Huai was indeed the savior who saved her. As mentioned before, Yuruzer, her father, and her brother were all the highest officials of the pentagram. Later, because of their disagreements with Nelson, she, her father, and her brother left the pentagram and founded Ice Flame. But after that, an accident occurred. They were out on an operation and were ambushed. Yuruzu's father and brother died tragically. But they saved her before they died. Yuruzu was also injured at the time and could not walk. So she was in a wheelchair. In fact, after that, Wuluz was always in despair. After losing her father and brother, she didn't know what she could do. But Wuluz didn't want the ice flame founded by her father and brother to disband. So she kept insisting. Of course, at this time, Wuluz herself was also in a mess. She even let the Ice Flame organization run wild, which led to the Ice Flame becoming a gang similar to bandits. Later, when Duanmuhui arrived, Wuluz had not thought about what this gentleman could do for Bingyan. But after Duanmuhui stopped teaching, she did have an epiphany. So, what should she do? Just when Wuluz was struggling with her future, Duanmuhui found her a job as a representative of Level 2 citizens, responsible for supervising the construction of the fortress city. Yuruz took on the job and has been doing her best to complete it. On the one hand, she coordinated the conflicts between Level 1 citizens and Level 2 citizens. And on the other hand, she was responsible for the construction of the fortress city. And she unknowingly invested a lot of effort. However, at this time, a riot broke out. And then the demons invaded Seth. And the fortress city was also in danger. At this time, Yuruz finally couldn't sit still anymore. She has determined her goal and her ideal. And now, all of this is about to come true. How can she let the demons destroy it? So Yuruzer finally made up her mind, left the wheelchair, and became a heroic warrior again. She led the Level 2 citizens, and cooperated with the Ice Legion to repel several attacks by the demons in succession. Until now. Of course, Duanmuhui didn't know all this. But Wuluz was indeed very grateful to him. If Duanmuhui hadn't pointed out a goal for her, she would probably still be living a decadent life in Bingyan, and wouldn't have stood up and fought bravely. Of course, she was too embarrassed to tell Duanmuhui about this. So Wuluz interrupted the conversation, changed the subject, and then reported to Duanmuhui. Okay. The prototype of the fortress city has been formed. This is a city that can accommodate tens of millions of people. At the beginning, there were only the Ice Legion and the laborers of Level 1 and Level 2 citizens, which added up to about 1 million people. Later, due to riots and the invasion of the demons, after the cities of Seth were broken, the fortress city took in a total of 4 million refugees, including Level 1 and Level 2 citizens. Among the Level 1 citizens, those who have combat power are responsible for fighting, and those who do not have combat power can choose to treat and assist. Among the Level 2 citizens, some people who were originally bandits and robbers also took up weapons and went to the battlefield. The rest of the people either took care of the wounded or continued to reinforce and repair the fortress city. The problem is that as the number of people increases, the supply of materials in the fortress city is gradually decreasing. Now that Sky City has arrived, a passage connecting Manalia and the Holy City has been opened through a portal, so there is no problem with supplies. However, Yuru's worries have not completely disappeared. What she fears most now is the demon. After all, the demons have an invincible barrier, and ordinary people can't hurt the demons at all. The fortress city repelled the demons' attack before because the opponents were ordinary demons, not demons. Otherwise, as long as the demons attack, the fortress city will surely fall. In fact, just before Duanmuhui arrived, Wuluz had already received intelligence that a team led by the demon Camilla's apostle was heading towards the fortress city, which made her quite nervous. After all, the devil's apostles are not easy to deal with either. Even if you defeat the apostles, if you provoke the devil again, you will only have death at that time. Fortunately, Duanmuhui came, and she could breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, why don't you see Shizuka? Duanmuhui looked around and found that there was no trace of Imo Xiangji Jin Xiang. So he asked curiously, if he remembered correctly, Imo Xiangji Jin Xiang stayed with Wu Luzhe at that time, mainly to protect Wu Luzhe, and her magic was indeed powerful. But now she was gone? Speaking of this topic, Yuru suddenly became serious. That's another thing I want to report to you. Miss Shizuka left the fortress city. Chapter 399 Shizuka's Revenge. According to Yuruz, Shizuka did help her a lot by being by her side. But Shizuka didn't help her for nothing. She made a deal with Yuruz. She asked me to use Bingyan's intelligence network to help her find a man named Lacroix. Lacroix? What does she want with this guy? I don't know about that. Anyway, It doesn't seem to be a good thing. Having said that, Yuru sighed. I didn't think much of it at the time. But later on, I found 4 people named Lakalu from the intelligence network. One of them was an ordinary old grandfather. One was an adventurer. And the other was a bachelor. Well, this is definitely not any of them. So what about the last one? This? Yurus hesitated. The last one was Lakalu, a high-ranking magic official of Seth. After Shizuka got the news, she rushed out to find him. Wait, when did this happen? Just these few days. Is she crazy? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was confused. The demons have occupied almost 2/3 of Seth's territory. If she runs out to look for people now, isn't that a dead end? I said so. But Ms. Shizuka was very determined. It's really terrible. After listening to Wula's report, Duanmu Huai was speechless. If it were anyone else, they would just die. And Duanmu Huai would not bother to care. But Shizuka was different. She was Maria's good friend. And Maria was also a very important member of the tribunal. If Shizuka died, it would be a lot of fun. Where did she go? It seems to be a jump tower. Good guy. Why did he run to the royal city? Duanmu Huai was evacuated from there. So he naturally knew the situation. At that time, most of the people in the royal city went to the Sky City. And the only ones left were the diehards. And then, there was the demon army. Shizuka was a good magician. But she was just good. Not to mention the demon apostles. She would be finished if she encountered a larger demon army. Forget it. I'll take Ojas to check out the situation. Of course Duanmu Huai couldn't let Zijingxiang die. At least he wanted to see her alive or dead. Otherwise, how would he explain to Maria when he returned? Duanmu Huai had no choice but to make this decision. And then he found An and Gu Lia and explained the matter to them. Hearing that Shizuka was in danger, the two became nervous. They were not familiar with Shizuka, but they had seen and talked with her in the courtroom. Now that they heard that she was in danger, they were naturally very worried. Do you want her help, Mr. Knight? No need. I can take Ojas with me. You can just stay here to defend. The demon army is approaching and may attack the city at any time. You and Yulia staying here will be enough to resist the demon army. But be careful of the demons. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai explained to them the devil's invincible barrier. And Ngu Leia were also confused when they heard that there was such a shameless thing. What the H.L. is this invincible barrier? No matter how you attack, you won't get hurt. This is too shameless. In short, if you encounter a beast you can't defeat, notify me immediately. Of course, if I encounter one, I will kill it. After all, Duanmu Huai will have to go back to the royal capital again. And the chance of him encountering a demon might be even higher than here. If that were the case, it would be great. Duanmu Huai could just kill the demon or use her to test whether his magic skills are effective against demons. Since he already knew about this, Duanmu Huai didn't want to stay any longer. Anyway, Sky City was here. And with an Ngu Lia, nothing would happen. Of course, he also told the two that if they really encountered a demon and couldn't defeat it, they could just run back through the Sky City portal. It wouldn't be shameful. But before that, Duanmu Huai also found King Gandhi to inquire about the situation. And King Gandhi also told Duanmu Huai that there was indeed a person named Najize Lakalu among the 4 heavenly kings. But she was a young girl. Maybe younger than Shizuka. So Shizuka was definitely not looking for her. So it could be her father. However, this one of the 4 heavenly kings did not retreat with him. And no one knew where he had gone. Duanmu Huai was speechless after receiving this answer. It seemed that he could only go to the jump tower by himself. Then Duanmu Huai took Ojas back to the Sky City, and got a Night Raven Black Star gunship from the Inquisition mothership through the portal. This was also a masterpiece after Maria took office. After all, before this, Duanmu Huai did not have a reliable military machinery expert. So Kukula could only make some guns and ammunition at most. Now with Maria, the Void Dock can also be used to manufacture mechanical equipment such as tanks and gunboats. So Duanmu Huai was finally able to drive Night Crow Black Star around again. This shows how important Maria is to him. So Shizuka, you must not die. Driving the Night Crow Black Star, Duanmu Huai sped forward and soon arrived at the jumping tower outside the royal city. From afar, the royal city was no longer as prosperous as it was when Duanmu Huai first saw it. The entire city was in ruins, and only the central part of the royal city was still well preserved. It was full of rampant demon soldiers. However, Duanmu Huai did not want to stay here for long. He circled over the royal city and then headed for the jumping tower. At the same time, inside the jump tower, it was also a mess. Flame arrow. Shizuka raised her hand, and a flame radiated from her hand and hit the demon in front of her. The demon immediately fell to the ground with a scream and turned into a corpse. H.A. At this moment, Shizuka was sweating profusely. Her eyes were cold and determined. Her body was covered with blood. Her magician's robe was tattered, and the hat on her head was nowhere to be found. In fact, this journey was also full of dangers for Shizuka, just as Duanmu Huai guessed. After the demons occupied the land of Sais, this area was full of rampant demon armies, and even some mobs. Along the way, Shizuka encountered many dangers, even life-threatening ones. But in the end, she managed to get through it in one breath, because she hasn't achieved her goal yet. However, even after arriving at the jump tower, there were still many obstacles in front of her. There are demon soldiers everywhere here. But even so, Shizuka still chooses to move forward. She continues towards the top of the tower, step by step, and step by step. Oh, finally. Perhaps because she was too tired or too weak, Shizuka felt her legs go soft. And then she fell backwards. At this moment, Shizuka's heart was filled with sadness and anger. Is this the end? However, just as Shizuka closed her eyes and prepared to endure the pain of the impact, she suddenly felt a big hand appear on her back, blocking her. Then, a voice sounded. You scared me. I finally caught up. Why? Hearing this voice, Shizuka couldn't help but open her eyes, and when she saw Duanmu Huai's big face in front of her, she was frightened and twitched. Well, it's not her fault. Any girl who suddenly opened her eyes and saw such a face would have this reaction. I say, what on earth are you doing? Looking at the bloodstains and holes on Shizuka's body, Duanmu Huai also found it difficult to understand. I learned about you from Uruzai, so I rushed over here. Who are you looking for here? Even if he is here, he would have died long ago. He must not die. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Zijingxiang suddenly clenched her fists and struggled to break free from Duanmu Huai. It has to be me. I have to kill him. Revenge. If Duanmu Huai didn't know why Shizuka was looking for this person named Lakalu before, now looking at her expression, he could almost guess it. Do you have a grudge? You better explain it to me, or I won't let you go. Hearing this, Shizuka gritted her teeth and tried to break free from Duanmu Huai's restraints. But unfortunately Duanmu Huai held her very tightly. After realizing that she could not break free, Shizuka finally lowered her head. He is my sworn enemy. Then, Zijingxiang explained to Duanmu Huai the grudge between her and the man named Lakalu. To Duanmu Huai's surprise, Shizuka was actually a citizen of Seth, and the daughter of a high-ranking official of Seth. Logically speaking, if nothing unexpected happened, she should have lived the life of a level 1 citizen in Seth like Majiko. But the problem is here. A man fell in love with Shizuka's mother, so he killed Shizuka's father and forcibly took possession of Shizuka's mother. Shizuka, who lost her parents, was sold and finally arrived at the free city after many twists and turns. Shizuka didn't know much about the man. She only knew that he had powerful magic and his name was Lakalu. This time, she followed Duanmu Huai to Seth to find this man and avenge her parents. Chapter 400 Father's love is like a mountain. I see. After listening to Zijingxiang's story, Duanmu Huai nodded, finally figuring out the whole story. To put it simply, there was a powerful magician named Lakalu who fell in love with Shizuka's mother, so he killed her father and took her mother away. As a result, Shizuka was forced to live in a foreign country. Could this Mr. Lakalu's surname be Chao? Etc.? But isn't this the place where the 4 heavenly kings named Naji is? She's a woman, right? Is she related to the person you're looking for? Of course. Her name is also Lakalu. And Uruz has already inquired about it. She is the daughter of Lakalu. The two must be related. She must know where Lakalu is. Even if I have to torture her, I will get a result. As she spoke, Shizuka gritted her teeth and stood up. But then her body went limp again and was caught by Duanmu Huai. Alright. Take a break. What are you talking about? What if she leaves? What will happen to your body if you die? Duanmu Huai looked at Zijingxiang's haggard face. her tattered clothes and her tired expression. Don't you realize it? In your current state, you'll be a dead end if you go over there. If the other party isn't a vegetable, he'll kill you with just one finger. Then you won't be able to get revenge. But you'll get yourself into trouble. Isn't that even more unprofitable? Come on. Take a rest for a while. Eat something to recover your strength first. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Zhijingxiang was silent for a moment, then sat down, took the water and bread handed to her by Duanmu Huai, and began to eat with big mouthfuls. It can be seen that she is indeed exhausted. After eating, Zhijingxiang's complexion seemed to be much better. She stared at Duanmu Huai and frowned. Why? Are you trying to persuade me not to seek revenge? No. How could that be possible? Duanmu Huai spread his hands and shrugged. How can I not avenge the murder of my father and the abduction of my mother? I think you did the right thing. Really? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Zhijingxiang's originally tense expression became much more relaxed. But others don't think so. Including Maria. They all think that I shouldn't seek revenge. I know what they want to say. From childhood to adulthood, I have always lived for this day. But I will never let go of my hatred. This is also normal. It's human nature. Duanmu Huai didn't think there was anything wrong with what Shizuka said. To be honest, he didn't understand the self-righteous rhetoric in many Japanese games, such as after revenge, only emptiness is left. After all, in martial arts novels, there are many protagonists who survive for revenge. Revenge for the murder of their fathers. Revenge for the murder of their wives. Revenge for the murder of their children. The sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes should be happy to repay their debts. What's the point of leaving only emptiness after revenge? What's the difference between this and the company president lamenting that I'm so poor that all I have left is money? At least you have money to complain about. Right? Emptiness? At least you have to take revenge before you are qualified to talk about emptiness. Thanks. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Zhijingxiang smiled and then stood up. I'm going to move on. Let's go too. Just to see the excitement. Besides, we can't let you die here. Right? Duanmu Huai patted his hands and stood up with AOG. And when he heard his words, Zhijingxiang was silent for a moment, sighing. It's up to you. Just don't get in my way. After eating and resting for a while, Shizuka regained her energy and continued to walk towards the top of the tower. However, just when the three of them had just reached the top of the tower, suddenly, accompanied by a loud bang, the door in front of them was suddenly blown open, and then a demon's corpse flew out of it, and hit the wall next to it, and turned into a pile of bloody debris. Everyone's probe looked at the room. I saw that there were devils of the devils everywhere, and almost a corpse and blood sea was formed. In this corpse mountain, there was almost the same age as Zhijingxiang, with a blonde hair, with a single ponytail, and looked full of murderous girls. Needless to say, she is Naji Zhe Lakalu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Seth. When she saw Naji, Shizuka showed a slightly puzzled expression. But soon she calmed down and walked in. Seeing Shizuka and her group coming, Naji also raised her head and stared at her. You are Naji, right? Shizuka asked while staring at Naki, who snorted. Yes. Nice to meet you. Masu's daughter. Shizuka. How do you know my name? Shizuka was shocked to hear Naki's answer. But Naki chuckled at Shizuka's surprised expression. Do you find it incredible? Why do I know your name? How about you guess it? When Shizuka heard this, her expression changed slightly. Could it be that Lakalu knows about me? Yes, that's right. Naji nodded. Father knows about you. About the child between Ma Xiang and his wife, Ansame's. However, he only found out recently that the child was a girl. Oh, by the way, Father investigated you and got a photo of you. At this point, Naji's voice gradually became excited. After seeing the photo, my father was so excited that he danced with joy. He said, my Ansame's is still alive. My daughter, who looks exactly like Ansame's, who died giving birth to Naji, is still alive. Why? Hearing this, not only was Shizuka shocked, but even Duanmu Huai looked at Naji in surprise. Just now, he felt that Naji looked a little familiar. Now, if Naji's hair was dyed green, she would look very similar to Shizuka. In other words, you are Lakaru's daughter? My sister? It has to be said that even Shizuka, who had already made up her mind, was shocked by this development. She had never expected that she actually had a half-sister. Duanmu Huai grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started eating them nearby. The development of the plot has the flavor of Xiaoyer and Huawuk. Let's watch a show. That's right. After mother died, father became a different person. He blamed everything on you, on Ansame's child. If mother hadn't been worried about you, maybe she wouldn't have died. So, he cultivated me. He carved magic talismans on my body and made me take strengthening potions. Although it was painful, I endured it. Because I hope that father can praise me and love me. So I have to become stronger. As long as I become stronger, then father will always love me. For father, I can endure any treatment. Having said this, Naji's eyes turned red, and she stared at Shizuka fiercely. At that time, I was very happy. After that, as long as I killed you and Ansame's and Ma Xiang's child, my father would love me forever. But, when my father saw your photo, after seeing the photo of you who looked exactly like Ansame's, he actually said that he wanted to adopt you as his daughter. Well, not only Shizuka couldn't keep up with the development of the plot, but Duanmu Huai couldn't keep up either. My goodness, you are the murderer of her father. And you actually plan to adopt her as your daughter? Are you crazy? Unlike Shizuka, who remained silent, Naki became even angrier at this moment. This is absolutely ridiculous. I have worked so hard to kill you. I have endured so much, just to please my father and kill you. But now, in my father's heart, you are more important than me. So, what is the purpose of all this I have done? As she spoke, Naji turned her head and looked to the side with a crazy smile. So, I have no choice but to do this. This is the only way I can do it. Following Naji's gaze, Zizuxiang and Duanmu Huai were both shocked. I saw the remains of a blond man with only his head and upper body remaining floating in a jar similar to a biological culture tube not far away. He looked at everything in front of him blankly. If his eyes had not blinked occasionally, one would have thought he was a dead person. It must be said that even Shizuka was stunned at this moment. Before coming here, she had imagined the scene of meeting her father's murderer countless times. But she never thought that the other party would be made into a human specimen. And the one who did it was his own daughter. Oh! This scene is so beautiful. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's eyes were also shining. And he was amazed at the scene in front of him. At this moment, the man floating in the tube also saw Shizuka. And his originally cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Ansame's. No. That's not right. Ansame's is dead. You are Shizuka. Right? Lakalu. Looking at the murderer of her father in front of her, Shizuka roared in anger. However, at this moment, she didn't even know what to do. Hearing her roar, Lakalu closed his eyes in ecstasy. Ah! The same voice as Ansame's. I can actually meet Ansame's again. What a miracle. No. It's not. Looking at the insane wreckage in front of her, Shizuka shook her head, while Naji took a step forward and stared at her like a wild beast. No. Father. This is Mrs. Shizuka, the daughter of your most hated enemy. And now, I will fulfill your wish and kill her here, with my own hands. No. Do not want. Hearing Naji's words, Lakalu immediately wailed. Don't kill my Ansame's. Don't. Hee. Hearing her father's wailing, Naji burst into laughter. Ansame's. You only care about Ansame's and never take me seriously. But now, it's all going to end. Father, I will have the final showdown with the son of devil in front of you. As she spoke, Naji suddenly stretched out her hand and summoned a barrier to separate Zijixiang and Duanmu Huai. Come on, elder sister. Let father see who is stronger between the two of us. Chapter 401 No Way Out. How should I put it? Every family has its own problems. But Shizuka's is a little too difficult. Sitting outside the barrier, Duanmu Huai yawned as he watched Shizuka and Naji fighting each other. I still don't quite understand. Master, it seemed that even at this moment, Oja still hadn't figured out the relationship between Shizuka and Naki. Are they sisters? Like me and Jiao Wei? Oh! Speaking of which, there is still such a Yandere doll sealed in my hand. Roughly the same. Duanmu Huai looked at the crazy Naji and sighed helplessly. From a certain perspective, Naji and Jiao Wei are indeed quite similar. Their tragedy is that their biological fathers don't actually want them. Jioei's creator wanted to create a doll like Ojus. But the Jioi he created by copying her was completely different from Ojus. So the latter gave up on herself. Naji was not much better. Although the two sides only chatted for a few brief sentences, it was obvious that her father had never taken Naji to heart. He loved his abducted wife more than his daughter. How can I put it? It's all my own fault. So you see, extreme love will only bring chaos and destruction in the end. Although if you think about it carefully, Naji's father loved Shizuka's mother so much that he even killed her husband and took her away. And he still insisted on loving her after her death. He can be called a model of deep affection. But most people would rather not have this kind of deep affection. Foolish believers. There is no cure. So you see, once anything is taken to the extreme, it will only bring tragedy and destruction. Just like now. Speaking of which, Shizuka is not good enough. Seeing Shizuka, who was beaten to the point of being unable to stand, Duanmu shook his head. Before, she had said to him righteously that she must take revenge. But now she was beaten to the point of being unable to stand up. If this continued, she would be doomed here. Not to mention revenge. Boom! With an explosion, Shizuka fell to the ground. Her clothes were completely torn into pieces, and she was panting and sweating profusely. I really don't understand. Naji stood in front of Shizuka, staring coldly at her half-sister. Your strength is already weak, yet you still dare to hold back in front of me? Because I have no reason to fight you. Looking at Naji in front of her, Zijingxiang also looked complicated. As Naji said, she did not really play its strength. On the one hand, she was very chaotic. On the other hand, she didn't know how she should face her sister. After all, was the same mother born? Humph. Stupid. Instead, Naji snorted coldly. Then she clenched her right hand and pointed it at Shizuka. In that case, then you go die? Call. However, before Naji could finish her words, suddenly, a sharp sword energy whizzed in and shot out from between the two of them, splitting the entire ground into a crack. This surprised Naji. She quickly withdrew her hand and turned her head, only to see Duanmu standing up at some point, standing there with a big sword in his hand. Okay, Shizuka, let's stop here. It's getting dark, and we should leave. Wait a minute. I haven't taken revenge yet. Oh, no need. I'll take care of that old man for you. Why? When I heard Duanmu's answer, Zijingxiang and Naji were stunned. And then, they turned their heads to look around, only to find that Duanmu's sword just split Naji's magic barrier, which prevented them from fighting between them. At this moment, the old man's body was scattered on the ground, and his cloudy eyes were looking at the sky, his mouth wide open, without any movement. Father! Father! Seeing this scene, Naji rushed over and threw herself beside her father's body, while Shizuka stared at the body blankly, with mixed feelings for a moment, not knowing what to say. Okay, we're done. Let's go. Duanmu also walked to Zijingxiang and pulled her up, but the latter seemed to be in a trance and let Duanmu pull her up. When Duanmu held her in his arms and walked to the edge of the tower, Zijingxiang realized that something was wrong. Wait, what are you going to do? Run. I used a little too much force in that sword strike just now, and I couldn't stop it. Use some strength? Hearing Duanmu's words, Zijingxiang was stunned. Before she could react, she felt a shaking all around her. Then Zijingxiang saw the high tower under her feet directly cracked, split into two halves, and slowly fell to the left and right. My goodness! You split the entire tower in half with this sword? At this time, Shizuka was even more dumbfounded. But Duanmu didn't have time to chat with her. He just held Shizuka in one hand and Ojus in the other, and then jumped down directly from the falling tower. Woo! Feeling the sense of weightlessness of floating in the air, and the whistling sound of wind in her ears, Shizuka closed her eyes in fear. However, she did not experience the violent impact as she had imagined. On the contrary, after a while, Shizuka only felt her body lighten. When she opened her eyes, she found that she had been put on the ground by Duanmu without knowing when. At this moment, they were already far away from the tall tower. Shizuka turned her head, and could even see the wreckage of the jumping tower falling to the ground. The thunder-like sound coming from the ground made her feel slightly trembling. Naji, I hope she's okay. Looking at the completely collapsed jump tower, Shizuka murmured to herself that she had mixed feelings towards her adopted sister. You know, before coming here, Shizuka had never thought that she was actually her mother's own child. He can't be dead. He must have run away with his father's remains. Duanmu Huai patted her shoulder and handed her a cloak. Okay. You should focus on yourself first. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Shizuka subconsciously took the cloak handed to her by Duanmu Huai and was stunned. Then she felt a little cool on her chest. As a result, when Shizuka lowered her head, her face froze. When she was fighting with Naji before, the opponent's last magic hit Shizuka's chest. Although it did not cause fatal injuries, Shizuka's clothes were completely blown to pieces, and there was a big cool hole now. Thanks. Seeing this, Shizuka blushed and quickly wrapped herself in the cloak. Okay. Let's go back. Uruz is worried about you. Duanmu Huai didn't say much, and turned with Ojisi and Shizuka to walk towards the Night Crow Black Star that was parked not far away. However, just as he turned around, Duanmu Huai suddenly saw several magics flying from all directions and hitting his Night Crow Black Star directly. The next moment, he saw the gunboat suddenly exploded in the fierce bombardment and turned into a pile of slag. Then, hundreds of demon soldiers were seen rushing in from all directions and surrounding the three people. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect there are humans here. Kill them! Kill them! Ruined. Looking at the demon army that surrounded them, Shizuka's face turned pale. It was obvious that they could not escape. Now, facing the demon army, they had no choice but to die. But, at least I have avenged my father. So even if I die here, I will die without regrets. Just when Shizuka was thinking of this, suddenly, she felt her whole body tremble. A terrible and powerful pressure suddenly emerged, causing Shizuka to tremble all over. Soon, she discovered that the pressure did not come from the enemy in front of her, but from those around her. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's low voice sounded in Zijingxiang's ears. You damned, filthy demon scum. Duanmu Huai raised his head briefly, his eyes emitting burning anger. I just bought a new car. No, a new gunboat. It was my first time out, and it got blown up by you guys? You bastards. I think you are tired of living. Along with Duanmu Huai's roar. The next moment, an incomparable strong killing intent and a pressure mixed with death and destruction instantly erupted from Duanmu Huai's body. It spread to the surroundings, and those demons had never seen such a terrifying momentum. Soon, most of the demons who were the first to bear the brunt of the pressure rolled their eyes and fell to the ground and passed out. Some even stopped breathing and became a cold corpse on the ground. At this moment, Zijingxiang was not in a better condition. Although Duanmu Huai's fear was not directed at her, she was limp all over and collapsed to the ground. Her mind was blank. Her upper and lower teeth were chattering, and she couldn't control herself at all. At this moment, Zijingxiang felt as if she was hanging above a bottomless abyss and could be thrown down at any time. Go to HL. You devil bastards. Duanmu Huai finally lost his patience. He originally wanted to take Shizuka back to the fortress city first, and then think about how to deal with the demons. But he didn't expect these bastards to be so blind. They dared to blow up the new car he just bought? If I don't beat you until your faces are covered with peach blossoms, you won't know why flowers are so red. Since you have chosen this path, then die. I want to let you know that you bunch of devilish bastards have no way out. There is only one way to go. Along with Duanmu Huai's roar, cold black flames burst out from his body. Then, dozens of black shadows holding double-bladed swords emerged. They were the servants destined to die. The Black Blade Assassins. They were like cheetahs, pouncing directly into the demon army. And with their swords in hand, they launched a brutal massacre in the demon army. The demon army had never expected that the prey they found would actually show their fangs to them. However, it was too late at this moment. The Black Blade Assassins rushed into the demon army like a pack of wolves, causing the demon army, which was already trembling under Duanmu Huai's fearful aura, to collapse directly. Many demon soldiers did not even resist, but turned around and tried to escape with screams. But Duanmu Huai obviously wouldn't let them go. Just as these demon soldiers were screaming and fleeing, Duanmu Huai leaped up with black flames burning all over his body, turned into a meteor, and rushed directly towards their positions. Chapter 402 Excellent Hunters Often. This time, Duanmu Huai was really angry. The new gunboat he bought with great difficulty was scrapped right after it left the 4S shop? How the H I can you tolerate this? So he didn't hold back anymore, and went right up, and used his ultimate to show his friendliness. Boom! As Duanmu Huai smashed into the demon army like a meteorite, a huge mushroom cloud rose slowly. At the same time, the surrounding dark flames turned into a storm and exploded, directly engulfing all the surrounding demon soldiers. But this was not the end. The next moment, Duanmu Huai clenched the sword, and the flames on the sword suddenly condensed to form a 50-meter-long flaming sword. Then Duanmu Huai roared and swung the sword. At this moment, the black flames spread out in all directions like ripples, wherever they went. The demon soldiers were completely swallowed up by the black flames and fell to the ground screaming. In just a moment, countless demon soldiers were completely turned into powder and disappeared into the air. Call! A howling wind passed by, and when Duanmu Huai stood up again, there was not even a corpse left in front of him. Only the ground covered with thick, grayish-white dust like volcanic ash. Seeing this scene, Shizuka couldn't help but gasp. Although she had known Duanmu Huai for a long time, this was the first time she had witnessed his battle. Shizuka could never have imagined that Duanmu Huai's strength was so terrifying. Thousands of demon armies were turned into dust in the blink of an eye. Even the demons couldn't do this. Sitting on the ground in a daze, looking at the tall figure of Duanmu Huai standing not far away, and the ashes and dust falling around him, Shizuka even had an illusion that everything in this world was heading towards death and destruction, and the only thing left was endless ruin. Who are you to dare to act so presumptuously here? At this moment, suddenly, there was a scream from the sky. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked towards the sky. He saw a girl with short purple hair, curved horns, and wings floating in the sky not far away. She held a pistol in her hand and stared at Duanmu Huai with a serious expression. Behind her were countless girls with wings who looked like angels. Who are you? Duanmu Huai gripped the sword tightly, stared at the other party and asked, while the purple-haired girl snorted, I am the demon Caesar. How dare you, a mere human, make trouble here? You really don't know how to live or die. Demon? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. A demon? And a female at that? Isn't this the subject of his experiment? Come down and die. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai no longer hesitated. He roared, raised his right hand, and grabbed the demon Caesar suddenly. The next moment, Caesar felt as if his body was pressed down by a 1,000-pound rock, and he fell straight down. Humph! Do you think this will work? A cold look flashed across Caesar's face, and then she raised the pistol in her hand. The next moment, the temperature around Caesar began to drop suddenly, and hard ice quickly condensed from her side, turning into several terrifying huge icicles, which stabbed directly at Duanmu Huai. As a demon, Caesar's power is certainly not weak. She can freely control the cold air and turn it into ice. She can also create ice that can freeze everything. This is Caesar's power, the powerful ice power that no one can match. Any ordinary person would be frozen into an ice cube in the face of the cold air controlled by Caesar. But Duanmu Huai obviously didn't buy her trick. It's useless. Facing the icicle that was as thick as a tall building, Duanmu Huai showed no fear at all. He clenched his fists and punched directly at the icicle that was pressing towards him. Ola 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 ola. It's useless. Looking at Duanmu Huai's actions, Caesar laughed out loud. Prepare to be crushed into pulp. Drink it. With laughter, Caesar reached out her hand again. Soon, with her action, the icicle, which was already as huge as a tall building, grew larger and then fell heavily to the ground. Boom! 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 The icicle fell to the ground, and Duanmu Huai's figure disappeared. Seeing this scene, Zhijingxiang was stunned and speechless. Humph! Nothing more than that. Standing on the icicle, Caesar looked at the ground beneath his feet with contempt. A mere human being wants to defeat the demon? Humans who are as small as ants can never be the opponent of the demon. After saying this, Caesar snorted and prepared to turn around and leave. However, her legs had just started to move when they stopped. What? What happened? Caesar was confused at the moment. She wanted to look down in surprise, but she found that her body was very slow at the moment. No! It wasn't that her movements were slowing down, but that she couldn't move. How is it possible that my body is completely unable to move? Caesar finally panicked at this moment. As a demon, she had never encountered such a thing. At this moment, A voice sounded from behind Seza. I never thought that even though I stopped time, he still reacted. It seems that the demon is really worthy of his reputation. What? Stop time? Hearing this, Cesar was shocked. She subconsciously wanted to turn her head, but she couldn't move at all. When she looked forward, Cesar realized that the whole world seemed to have stopped moving. Even the dust that was trampled and hit by the icicles was still in the air, without any intention of moving. You? Who are you? Why do you have such power? How does it feel? Duanmu Huai did not answer Cesar's question, but just walked towards her step by step. The feeling of being approached from behind when you are unable to move is like a person who can only hold his breath underwater for 1 minute, and then comes out of the water to breathe after sinking for 1 minute. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out and pressed Caesar's shoulder. The feeling of being suddenly pulled back to the bottom of the water. Woo! Feeling the touch on her shoulder, Cesar shuddered all over. And at this moment she felt fear for the first time. My own invincible barrier is actually useless against this human? How is this possible? It is impossible for ordinary humans to have the power to break through the invincible barrier. But don't worry. I won't kill you, because there are things more terrifying than death waiting for you. Having said that, Duanmu Huai clenched his fist and punched out. Ola! Following the violent impact, the girl's body suddenly twisted, and she just stayed in the air. Then, time began to flow. As Duanmu Huai finished speaking, the next moment, Cesar flew out directly, hit the ground headfirst, and slid forward for hundreds of meters before stopping. Hey! Hey! Seeing this, Shizuka was even more confused. She had just clearly seen that the demon had pressed Duanmu Huai under the icicle. But the next moment her eyes blurred, and she saw that the demon suddenly flew over and crashed into the ground. And Duanmu Huai actually appeared where she was originally. What kind of magic is this? But before Shizuka could react, she saw Ojus reaching out her hand, and the puppet string shot out, binding Cesar tightly. At this time, Duanmu Huai came to them again. Okay, let's get out of here. As he said, Duanmu Huai looked at the monster army who was still in the sky, and then grabbed the fainting Cell, shaking at them. All good. Shizuka nodded blankly, then stood up. Then she looked at the unconscious demon in Duanmu Huai's hands and frowned. What are you taking her for? Let's do an experiment. Having said that, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. You know? Wait. Are you really going to do this? Can you do it? Shizuka is not a fool either. She had heard Duanmu Huai talk about his fantastic plan before. But at that time Shizuka just listened to it and let it go. But she didn't expect that Duanmu Huai seemed to be serious this time. In response to Shizuka's question, Duanmu Huai chuckled. If it works, you'll know after trying it. After that, Duanmu Huai took Ojus and Shizuka with him and left the ruins, heading towards the fortress city. Of course, Duanmu Huai did not forget his plan. And on the way, they found a mansion that had been looted by the demons to rest. Shizuka was also very tired, and soon found a guest room to sleep. Duanmu Huai asked Ojus to be in charge of guarding. Then he went to another room and threw Cesar in his hand to the ground. Okay, stop pretending to be dead. I know you woke up a long time ago. If you pretend to be dead again, I will turn you into a real corpse. What on earth do you want? Seeing that the disguise failed, Cecil raised his head, stared at Duanmu Huai fiercely, and asked, It's very simple. Duanmu Huai stared at Cesar and smiled coldly. You are a demon, right? Yes. Demons are also considered monsters. What do you want to say in the end? At this moment, Cesar was also frowning and staring at Duanmu Huai, not understanding what this terrible man wanted to do. Oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Duanmu Huai, and I'm a monster user. Do you understand what I mean now? Monster user? Monster. Wait. Cesar muttered a few words, and then she suddenly came to her senses. Just now he asked if he was a monster, and then introduced himself as a monster master. Even this idiot could react like that. You want me, a demon, to be your familiar? Are you crazy? Cesar stared at Duanmu Huai in amazement, not knowing what to say. It was the first time she had seen someone really think of having a demon as their familiar. Such an outrageous idea. If it works, you'll know after trying it. You are dreaming. At this moment, Cecil also jumped up, wishing he could bite Duanmu Huai to death. Don't think I don't know. A familiar needs to be in tune with the other party's mind in order to be subdued. Ordinary monsters may submit to you. But I, Setzer, would rather die here than be in tune with you. Well, I know that very well. Duanmu Huai was of course very clear that even though the perverted snow girl on the snowy mountain was almost scared to death by him, she was unwilling to sign the contract to become his servant. So Duanmu Huai had naturally anticipated this. But this doesn't mean he's not prepared. Duanmu Huai actually had this idea a long time ago, which he got from Princess Leia. At first, Princess Leia was brainwashed by the demon and her heart was twisted. But after being whipped by me, she immediately became devoted to me. This was of course not because Duanmu Huai's skills were so good, but simply because he left the power of the black flame in her body, which made Leia involuntarily get close to me. Now, it is definitely impossible to subdue the demon Sazel in the same way as he subdued Tutu, the maid engine Jilling. Duanmu Huai did not expect Sazel to be willing to become his servant sincerely. So, he plans to try again. So, Duanmu Huai pulled the belt without saying anything. And the next moment, the 3-foot-long sword came out of its sheath. It was displayed in front of Setzer. Alas! Seeing this scene, Setzer's face turned pale. If she still didn't understand what Duanmu Huai wanted to do, then she was an idiot. You, don't come over here. If you come over here, I will control the cold air and give you the fragment directly. At this moment, Setzer was also horrified, and her body trembled, and cold air suddenly burst out from her body. At this time, Setzer was almost desperate. However, facing Setzer's threat, Duanmu Huai sneered. And then, a pitch-black flame suddenly erupted, directly wrapping around the 3-foot green sword. Get ready, Miss Demon. This is just the beginning. No! At this moment, Setzer was completely desperate. Chapter 403 Big Harvest. So, you actually succeeded? Looking at the demon Sazel standing obediently beside Duanmu Huai, Zhingxiang was confused. She didn't expect that she just woke up from a nap. And this demon was like a young wife who just came in, standing obediently behind Duanmu Huai, not daring to breathe. Just like an obedient pet dog. Well, combining theory with practice, I finally got it done. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he reached out and patted Setzer's head as if he was patting a dog. However, the arrogant devil from yesterday now lowered his head and said nothing. However, she was also cursing in her heart. What is the combination of theory and practice? If I were not a demon, I would have been killed by you long ago. Setzer still remembered how terrifying Duanmu Huai was last night. She even saw with her own eyes that her belly was completely deformed. If it weren't for the demon's physical fitness, she would have been ripped open and turned into a dead person by now. This was the first time since Setzer transformed into a demon that he hated himself so much for being a demon. But then, what happened? Setzer couldn't figure it out. She originally thought that Duanmu Huai was like many people who captured girl monsters. He wanted to make her surrender and degenerate. So he used this method. At that time, Setzer was still very confident. Even if I can't beat you, you can kill me. But if you want me to sincerely become your familiar, don't even think about it. After all, I am one of the 24 demons. Shouldn't I have any dignity? Therefore, when Duanmu Huai tortured her to death, held her head, stared at her and recited the spell used by the monster master to subdue monsters, Setzer still showed disdain. You want me to be your familiar? Dream on. However, what Setzer had never expected was that the moment she stared into Duanmu Huai's eyes, she felt that the spiritual dam she had built had completely collapsed. It was an unreasonable fear and submission. Just like a weak little white rabbit encountering a big tiger. She didn't need any reason at all. And she suddenly burst out with incomparable fear from the depths of her heart. At that moment, Setzer even wanted to kneel on the ground and worship him wholeheartedly, as if the person in front of her was an incomparable god. When Setzer came to her senses, she had already returned the contract with Duanmu Huai and became his familiar. Humiliation, if possible. Setzer really wanted to fight Duanmu Huai to the death. But unfortunately, after becoming a familiar, Setzer was just like Duanmu Huai's pet dog. Or even worse than a pet dog. After all, a pet dog can bark whenever it wants. And you still have to coax it. But after Setzer became Duanmu Huai's familiar, Duanmu Huai had the power of life and death over her. Setzer could only do what he told her to do. And she couldn't do what he didn't allow her to do. But before, whether it was the bunny, the maid or the real smart, they were all harmless to people. So Duanmu Huai just left them alone and let them be free. But Caesar was different. This guy was a demon, the enemy of mankind. If Duanmu Huai hadn't wanted to verify his guess, he would have twisted Caesar's head off long ago. So now, Caesar can do nothing except stay by Duanmu Huai's side. She can't kill anyone or attack Duanmu Huai's companions. Okay, let's go and try to get back to the fortress city today. Duanmu Huai summoned the electromagnetic giant rhinoceros, and then took the three of them back on the road, heading towards the fortress city. Of course, Duanmu Huai was not idle along the way. He caught Caesar and interrogated her. Poor Caesar didn't want to say anything, but she was Duanmu Huai's servant now, so she had no choice whether to say it or not. From Caesar, Duanmu Huai and Shizuka finally learned the details of this demon army. This demon army was led by demons from the Keblis faction, one of the two major factions in the demon world. The team was led by 3 demons. If Duanmu Huai remembered correctly, the demons who attacked Lysis before were from the Hornet faction. And there were also 3 of them. Could it be that this demon likes to form teams of 3? However, Duanmu Huai was still clear about the conflict between the 2 factions in the demon world. Haniet was the daughter of the former demon king Guy, and Keblis was the leader of the 4 heavenly kings of demons. Before Guy died, he summoned a person from another world to pass the throne to her. But the latter was unwilling to run away, so the demon world fell into a state of disarray. So next, the demons were divided into 2 factions. The Hornet faction wanted to obey Guy's will and let the escaped demon king come back to succeed him. And they were also opposed to taking action against humans. The Keblis faction believed that since Guy was dead and the new demon king had run away, it would be better for him to become the demon king and unify the world. Simply put, Henny's party is relatively friendly, while the Keblis is naturally more dangerous. Of course, that's only relatively friendly. Lysis also caused many deaths in the past. Therefore, it can be seen that demons and humans cannot pee in the same pot. Okay, we've strayed off topic. Let's get back to it. The 3 demons from the Keblis faction invaded Seth this time, one of whom was Lost Caesar, and the other 2 were Camilla, one of the 4 kings of the demon clan, and Zeke. Among these 3 people, Caesar is the vanguard general. Kik is more like a military advisor, and Camilla is the real mastermind of this operation. I have to say, hearing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think of someone. When you demons choose your vanguard generals, do you always choose those who are brainless? For example, Satella or something like that. You know Satra? It has to be said that when Caesar heard what Duanmu Huai said, he was also shocked. Of course, when she invaded Lysis before, I fought with her in the Free City and drove her away. I haven't seen her since then. When I killed North and Azeroth in Lysis, I didn't see her either. I know that Satella returned to the demon world for treatment due to a serious injury. Caesar stared at Duanmu Huai in a daze, speechless. There were only a few demons in the demon world. Although the 2 sides were divided into 2 factions, they still exchanged information. Of course, she also knew that Satra had returned to the demon world for recuperation after being seriously injured. At that time, it caused a lot of discussion in the demon world. After all, that was a demon. A demon with an invincible barrier protecting his body, who was so awesome that he beat the demon and made him run back to the demon world. As a result, before the debate came to a conclusion, news came that North and Azeroth died in Lysis, which shocked the entire demon world. You know, these 3 people are the backbone of the Hornet faction. Now that 2 of them died and 1 was injured, it was naturally a heavy blow to the Hornet faction. Not to mention the death of former demon king Jill, which also shocked the demon world. But the demon realm has not collected much information about who did it. Now that Sale knows, this man has done this man for a long time? Wait, that means you also killed Lord Jill? Why? Any opinions? Duanmu Huai glanced at Sazel and asked calmly, and the latter hurriedly shook his head. The former devil died in your hands. What else can I have? Now Caesar finally understood why this man had such an outrageous idea. Even the former demon king and the demon died in his hands. It didn't seem so outrageous that he wanted to capture a demon as his familiar. This is a ruthless person. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the grudges and hatreds between the demons. On the contrary, he cared more about something else. When fighting with Caesar, Duanmu Huai saw a group of angels standing behind her, which puzzled Duanmu Huai. Why would the angels stand on the side of the demons? Could it be that, as written in many online articles, the god of creation actually has some secret dealings with the demons in private? Can we follow the clues and find the whereabouts of the creator god? As a result, after Caesar explained it to him, Duanmu Huai realized that he had misunderstood. The group of angels led by Caesar were indeed angels. But in fact, they are girls named Angel Knight. That's right. They actually belong to the monster essentially, according to Caesar. This is how the Angel Knight was born. As mentioned before, there is a race called Kara on this continent. Of course, in Duanmu Huai's view, this is actually the elves. Then, when the Kara people reach a certain age, they will evolve and either become angels or demons. By the way, this devil does not refer to the demon clan, but a girl monster called Devil. My goodness, this world has taken word games to the extreme. Angels are not angels, and demons are not demons. Even Cecile herself was one of the Angel Knights before becoming a devil, which is why she can lead the Angel Knight action. Compared to other girls' monsters, the Angel Knight is not so cruel, but it is a good hand in combat. So this time, they will be pulled together to participate in the operation. After listening to Caesar's explanation, Duanmu Huai began to think. It has to be said that he was actually quite jealous of these Angel Knights. Duanmu Huai knew very well that no matter what organization it was, appearance was very important. Not to mention, in the world of most human civilization, you start with a bunch of angels, and at least you don't think you are a bad person. Of course, it is rare to assign angels to monsters like this. Duanmu Huai had contacted the heaven in the holy city before, but it was a bit far away and could not provide him with much support for the time being. So when Duanmu Huai saw the angels brought by Caesar, he had an idea. That is, could he take these angels under his command? Wouldn't it be more impressive if there was a large group of angels carrying it in front? Chapter 404 Behind. After a day of running, Duanmu Huai returned to the fortress. Everyone was relieved to see Shizuka return safely. However, when they learned that the girl standing behind Duanmu Huai with a sullen face, as if she owed her millions, was actually a demon, everyone was stunned. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, is she really a demon? Even King Gandhi, after learning the true identity of the demon, subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Caesar in surprise. When he heard King Gandhi's question, Duanmu Huai curled his lips. Is it true? You will know if you try it. Shizuruko. I see. Hearing King Gandhi's order, Chizuru, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Seth, hurried forward and then stretched out her hand to aim at Caesar. Flame arrow. As Chizuru shouted, a flaming arrow flew out and blasted towards Caesar. Caesar stood there without dodging or evading, and did nothing in the face of the flaming arrow. The next moment, everyone saw a bright red barrier suddenly appear in front of Caesar, easily blocking Chizuru's attack. Invincible enchantment. Seeing this, everyone around was stunned and stepped back subconsciously, looking at the fear and terror of these humans towards him. Caesar raised his head triumphantly and revealed a cold smile. Humph! A mere human dares to attack a demon? If not for... However, before Caesar could finish his words, he was interrupted by Duanmu Huai. Sit down. The next moment, Caesar sat on the ground obediently like a dog. Stretch out your hand. Caesar held out his hand in frustration. Twice. Caesar circled Duanmu Huai twice. Okay. Stay aside. Then Duanmu Huai kicked her into the corner. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, how did you do this? Did you really turn this demon into a familiar? Compared to King Gandhi, who was puzzled, his daughter Majiko could guess it. After all, it was she who took Duanmu Huai to take the trial of Monster Master. But Majiko didn't expect that this would actually succeed? Well, that's it. I defeated her and turned her into a familiar. Duanmu Huai patted Caesal's head like touching the dog's head. The latter was itchy. But there was no way. If this gets out, all the monster masters on the continent will probably go crazy. Majik didn't know what to say. She could only reach out her hand to press her forehead and sigh. She could even imagine that if the news that Duanmu Huai was able to subdue the demon spread to the entire continent, then the demon master might become a more popular profession than the magic master. After all, who doesn't want to tame a demon? If they are not afraid of death, they can give it a try. Duanmu Huai didn't care. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. For a demon master to subdue a demon, the first prerequisite is to be able to defeat the opponent. Duan Mu Huai's martial arts is unquestionable. He has killed 2 demons successively, and even the former demon King Ji Er died in his hands. It is not unreasonable for such a person to capture a demon as a demon. But for an ordinary monster user, forget it. That means you are rushing to die. Soon, everyone recovered from the shock of Duan Mu Huai taming the demon and began to discuss the next issue. That is, how to counterattack. According to Caesar, there were 3 demons who led the attack on Seth. And now there are 2 left. That is to say, as long as these 2 demons are killed, the demon army will collapse directly. In fact, King Gandhi hoped that Duan Mu Huai could subdue a few more demons. But Duan Mu Huai obviously had no such intention. Although his method can strictly speaking be used by both men and women, Duan Mu Huai obviously would not use it on men. So Kike is doomed. As for Camilla, although she is a woman and a beauty, Duan Mu Huai has heard Caesar introduce Camilla and knows that she likes beautiful boys. Well, the 2 sides are going in opposite directions. And Duan Mu Huai attacks Caesar just to verify his guess. Now that the guess has been verified, Camilla is useless and can be killed. Hearing this, Caesar was secretly worried. She was lucky. Otherwise she would have been the one hacked to death. Wait, is this considered lucky now? Or would it be better to just be hacked to death? To be or not to be? This is really a problem for Caesar now. While Caesar was struggling, King Gandhi and the others were much more relaxed. With Duan Mu Huai here, they were also more relaxed. After all, there were only 2 demons left. As long as they killed these 2 demons, they could be considered to have defeated the invading demon army. As for the remaining 2 demons, Duan Mu Huai had naturally heard about their abilities from Caesar. As one of the 4 kings of the demon clan, Camilla's strength is unquestionable. According to Caesar, Camilla is also a dragon, and the last female dragon of the dragon clan. Later, the demon king at that time gave her blood and turned her into a demon. It is precisely because of this that Camilla's power is so strong that she ranks among the 4 kings of the demon clan. Speaking of dragon people, Duan Mu Huai thought of the north he had killed in Lysis. Never mind. He probably wasn't that powerful. On the contrary, Zeke is more of a headache. Because according to Caesar, as a demon, Zeke's most terrifying ability is that he can change into anything. If this ability falls into the hands of a sinister and cunning person, it would be a fatal blow. Fortunately, Zeke is not a treacherous person, but a gentleman. He never defeats his opponent by despicable means, but fights him in an upright manner. So what does this ability of yours mean to you? In Duan Mu Huai's opinion, this ability is simply the best choice for assassination, infiltration and spy killer. But you tell me that this Zeke is actually a knight who chooses to fight head-on? Well, as an enemy, this is actually pretty good. At least you don't have to waste time looking for it yourself. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. With the intelligence obtained from Caesar, Seth's counterattack plan was quickly formulated. King Gandhi led the remnants of the Ice Legion and the Thunder Legion to organize an army of 500,000 people to directly counterattack the royal city where Camilla was. When the 2 armies face off, since Caesar has been captured by Duan Mu Huai, the one leading the army must be Jike. With Jike's character, as long as Duan Mu Huai challenges him before the battle, he will definitely take the initiative to fight. As long as Duan Mu Huai kills Jike in front of the demon army, the morale of the demon army will definitely collapse. Then, as long as they take advantage of the victory, kill all the way into the royal city, and kill Camilla, they will have no worries. Of course, all this is based on Duan Mu Huai. After all, the demons have an invincible barrier, and no one can defeat them except Duan Mu Huai, His Majesty. Just as several people were deducing and formulating a battle plan in front of the sand table, a soldier with a livid face rushed in hurriedly. "Oh no! Your Majesty! What? Is the demon army preparing to attack?" Seeing the soldier's look, King Gandhi's expression suddenly became serious, and the soldier shook his head. "No, it's not the demons. It's Lysis. Their army has already arrived outside the fortress." Lysis. Hearing this, King Gandhi's body trembled suddenly, while Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Kanami, who was standing next to him. The latter turned her head away and began to stare out the window to admire the scenery. Well, it's not surprising. I repeat, apart from being in love with Duan Mu Huai, Leah is indeed a competent queen at other times. If Leah doesn't take advantage of opportunities, like this to expand her territory. She is not worthy of being the queen. Most people would think that Lysis' behavior of taking advantage of the situation is despicable. But if you think about it from a political perspective, you will find that there is nothing wrong with Lysis' choice. First of all, there is no alliance treaty between Lysis and Seth. So there is naturally no such thing as betrayal. It's just like the three kingdoms. Shu, Wei and Wu. It's normal for anyone to fight against anyone. Secondly, judging from the current situation in Seth, it is really a mess. The royal city has been captured, and the country of Seth is already in name only. Lysis certainly doesn't need to be polite to a king of a fallen country. The last one is also the simplest. Since the demons are going to invade through Seth, it would be best if they fight on Seth's land, instead of fighting in Seth. Do they have to fight to the death with the demons in their own land? Isn't that a huge loss? Why? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. There's no other choice but to clean it up myself. At the same time, on the border fortress between Lysis and Seth Kingdom, Leah was standing there, watching the refugees below. Since the invasion of the demon army, Seth refugees have been fleeing to Lysis. And now, for Leah, this is also a rare opportunity. Are you ready? Yes, sire. Hearing Queen Leah's question, the Red Army Captain Rick beside her hurriedly answered, and Leah nodded with satisfaction. Very good. King Seth is already overwhelmed. As long as we use these refugees as shields, Seth's army will not be able to respond in time. Then we can take the opportunity to defeat them in one fell swoop. In this way, Seth will be mine. As she spoke, Leah looked at Seth's fortress not far away. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and then she reached out and picked up the microphone. Mic test. Mic test. Campus broadcast. Campus broadcast. This is the microphone test. Very good. It feels good. Hearing the voice, Leah nodded and then raised her hand. Then take the oath. We, Lysis, we will use this opportunity to conquer Seth and take an oath. What are you saying? However, before Leah could finish her words, a voice suddenly interrupted her, which immediately made Leah's face change slightly. Who is it? While speaking angrily, Leah looked towards the direction where the voice came from, only to see a tall figure standing not far away, staring at her. Seeing the tall figure, Leah was stunned. The next moment she threw away the microphone in her hand, rushed forward and hugged Duanmu Huai. Honey! We are fighting against the demons now. Why are you here to mess with us? Duanmu Huai looked at Leah unhappily, and the latter stuck out her tongue. Leah is working. There's nothing I can do. Work? Aren't you afraid of being punished by me for doing this? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and stared at Leah. When Leah heard Duanmu Huai's words, her body trembled. Punish. As she spoke, a blush appeared on Leah's face, as if she had thought of something. Leah wants to be punished. So let's attack Seth. There's no hope for this. No. Duanmu Huai interrupted Leah coldly, and Leah became anxious when she heard this. In this case, Leah won't be punished. Right? I said no, and it means no. If you continue to make trouble, don't show up in front of me again. Woo! Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Leah hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head helplessly. Okay, honey. I'll listen to you. Chapter 405 Banquet. After dealing with Lysis' invasion, Duanmu Huai turned around and wanted to lead his army to fight the demons to the death. The reason is very simple. First, speed is of the essence in war. Secondly, he couldn't control this situation. Standing in the banquet hall, looking at the smiling Yin, the silent Gu Leia next to her, and Leah on the other side, Duanmu Huai was overwhelmed. The reason was very simple. Leah promised not to attack Seth, but she put forward a condition that Duanmu Huai should attend her banquet. Duanmu Huai gave her face. After all, he knew that the queen had ordered the entire elite army of Lysis to come here. It would be absurd to withdraw the troops without saying anything. So he gave her face. As an inquisitor, he also needs to understand the ways of the world. But, damn, I really don't understand the ways of the world. Looking at the two people standing in front of him, Duanmu Huai didn't know what to say. Since Sin and Gu Leia were here, Duanmu Huai had no reason to chase them away. So he introduced them to both sides. And Gu Leia greeted each other very politely as before. And Leah, as the queen, also returned the greeting perfectly. But then, When Leah heard that An and Gu Leia were Duanmu Huai's fiancés, she immediately smiled with a dagger hidden in her heart. Have you two ever slept with your dear? This question was so direct that not only did Gu Leia blush, but was also startled and shook his head quickly. And seeing their reactions, Leah immediately smiled. I have been loved by my dear many times. At this moment, Zian and Gu Leia's faces suddenly sank. They are a good temper, but they are not the kind that others do not fight back. However, Leah does have her own confidence. Unlike Majiko, who only cares about studying, Leah, as the princess of Lysis, now the queen, is not lacking in etiquette, strategy, or demeanor. So Majiko feels a little inferior when she sees An. But Leah doesn't. The land area of Lysis is about the same as Manalia. And it is also a wealthy country. Who is she afraid of? Not to mention that the other party's country does not border ours. So there is no need to be afraid of offending Leah. From this point of view, Leah is indeed quite aggressive. Only once, not several times, Duanmu Huai silently interrupted Leah's words. Strictly speaking, the incident between him and Leah was a coincidence. If Kanami hadn't begged him, he would have twisted Leah's head off. Although Leah was indeed very friendly in front of him, calling her dear all the time, Duanmu Huai also knew the priorities. Although Leah is dear, and Gu Leia are their fiancé. I don't have one. But Kanami does. However, Leah's shamelessness was beyond Duanmu Huai's imagination. She directly pulled Kanami over with a smug look on her face. I let Kanami stay with my dear all the time. Her staying with my dear is the same as me staying with him. If my dear sleeps with her, it's the same as sleeping with me. Good man. This logic directly shocked An and Gu Leia. They subconsciously looked at Kanami, who was blushing and lowering her head, wishing she could dig a hole in the floor of the banquet hall and crawl into it. What can she do? Queen Leah ordered her to write down every incident from beginning to end. Kanami was speechless about Leah's order. But what could she do? She couldn't refuse. Could she? How shy Kanami was when she was writing. But if the Lord wants the subject to die, the subject has to die. As a ninja who is loyal to Leah, Kanami had to write down her feelings and experiences at the time, and send them back even if her face was red like blood. As for what Leah did with these reports, she didn't dare to ask or think about it. However, Kanami didn't dare to say it. But Leah spoke excitedly and eloquently, as if she was the one who knew Duanmu Huai best. You have to lose these identities. Let alone Duanmu Huai bring your own gas field. No one will dare to approach. Otherwise, if you come up, he will listen to the Queen Leah saying this kind of thing. Even Duanmu Huai blushed. Mainly because Leah said too directly. What's too big? Too hard? Too painful? In fact, he was also very depressed. After all, the model was here. Although Duanmu Huai didn't know how others did it. He had seen the film after all. He knew that his body shape and model were indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Apart from other things, there were many postures in the film that Duanmu Huai couldn't use, for fear that the other party would die if he pressed down directly. Secondly, Duanmu Huai really had no experience. So it was no wonder that An was scared. Even Kanami couldn't stand his tossing and turning. Although Duanmu Huai is countless, his body is different from the actor in the film. How to learn? I can't teach you step by step. Not to mention this is online. In fact, he himself was quite embarrassed. On the one hand, Kanami's endurance was not strong enough, and she couldn't hold on every time before Duanmu Huai had a good time. On the other hand, he was not sure whether Kanami enjoyed it or not. Duanmu Huai also hoped that he could have a golden finger that could add the exegal hand or something like that. But unfortunately it seemed that he really had no talent in this area. So when he heard this topic, he couldn't bear it any longer and ran away decisively. Why? In the distance, looking at the four girls who were having a friendly exchange, King Gandhi sighed and then looked at his daughters with regret. Look at others, then look at you. At this moment, King Gandhi was really distressed. He was eager to let his daughter and Duanmu Huai have some sparks. But his daughter was not willing to do so. Well, he could understand it. But understanding was understanding. And the problem still had to be solved. Yes. What does it matter? Majiko stood nearby, pouted and turned his head away. This is not my fault. It is he who doesn't look at me. Won't you take the initiative to communicate with the other party? But I have a boyfriend. Why? After hearing Majiko's answer, King Gandhi could only sigh. In fact, Majiko's boyfriend Alex is also considered to be a top talent in Seth. He is handsome, elegant, and has a strong sense of justice and strength. His relationship with his daughter is based on affection and courtesy, and they have never even held hands. It is understandable that his daughter likes him. Unfortunately, now is not the time for Majiko to be willful. From the communication between Duan Muhuai and Leah, King Gandhi could see that the relationship between them was unusual, and because of this, he was quite anxious. Although Duan Muhuai stopped Lisa's attack this time, it was because of the attack by the demons. If the demons had not attacked Seth, then if Lisa's wanted to attack Seth, Duan Muhuai probably would not care. After all, King Gandhi had once heard Duan Muhuai say that the Inquisition only cared about heretics, aliens and demons, and that conflicts within humanity should be resolved by humans themselves and had nothing to do with him. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, people in his position would always rather believe it, no matter what the truth is. It is an indisputable fact that Duan Muhuai has a good relationship with Lisa's queen. So if he doesn't bleed a little, the scales in Duan Muhuai's heart will definitely be towards Lisa's. Oh, by the way, I heard that Princess Herman is also a very beautiful woman. Thinking of this, King Gandhi suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. He also had his own inside information. He knew that Princess Herman didn't seem to have any abilities of her own. She was just beautiful and had a good personality. So she was promoted as the heir by her subordinates. After all, this kind of talent is easy to control. And if those bastards Herman wanted to take the opportunity to establish a good relationship with Duan Muhuai and send the princess over, then by then, their Seth would become the most backward one. How could this be possible? By that time, Seth might not have died at the hands of the demons, but might have been taken away by Lisa's and Herman. But his daughter's reluctance gave him a headache. After all, this was not an ordinary marriage. And to be honest, he knew his daughter's personality well. She was serious and rigid. Otherwise she would not have dated Alex for several years without even holding hands. It would be really difficult for her to try her best to show her affection to another man. But this concerned Seth's life and death. Hearing her father sigh, Majiko also looked depressed. She was not stupid and of course understood why her father sighed. But deep down in Majiko herself, she really couldn't get over it. As the princess of Seth, Majiko has always been under great pressure. Seth founded his kingdom with magic. And her father, King Gandhi, is also the most powerful magician in the kingdom. As his daughter, Majiko certainly cannot bring shame to her father. So Majiko has been oblivious to the world outside since she was a child, and has only focused on reading magic books. It is precisely because of this that she has developed a rigid and serious personality. Take love for example. Other young girls would have been overjoyed and indulged in handsome men if they met a man as elegant and handsome as Alex. But Majiko can't do that. She must study hard and get first place in the final exam, so that she can live up to her title of Princess Seth. I don't even have time to read books all day. So how can I have time to fall in love? Man, it will only affect my progress in the exam. So on weekdays, Alex would at most invite her out shopping. And she herself had never invited anyone else. Don't say that you took the initiative to throw money at a man. What's more, the book doesn't even explain how to do this. But Majik didn't want to see her father worry. So she made a decision secretly. After I go back this time, I must find some books and study them carefully. Chapter 406 is a blast. After a torturous dinner, Duan Muhuai and others returned to the fortress city early the next morning. After all, the decisive battle was coming. Of course, Leah was not able to go with him. But before leaving, she held Duan Muhuai's hand and gave him many instructions, saying that Leah knew that deer was very powerful. But Seth might hold you back at the moment. If there was any danger, please ask him to run back immediately. And she would lead the army to wait here. When saying this, Leah did not hide from King Gandhi and Majik, which made Majik so angry that his teeth itched. While King Gandhi had a speechless smile, he also understood that Lisis was indeed confident and insulting him. So it was difficult to say anything at this moment. Duan Muhuai smiled bitterly at Leah, but he was not angry. Although Leah's words were indeed sharp and full of aggression when it came to him, it also showed that Leah was indeed a lovely and straightforward girl. At least not like the concubines in the palace dramas he used to watch with his mother, who smiled and called each other sisters on the surface, but turned around and stabbed him in the back. To be honest, as a man, Duan Muhuai really can't stand this. But he could be sure of one thing at least. There is no doubt that the one called Jin Huan is a treacherous and cunning believer. Compared to the women in palace dramas, Leah is much cuter. However, Duanmu Huai did not say much, and returned to the fortress city after that. Then he saw King Dondi reorganizing the army without stopping, and the entire army set out to attack the former royal city again. This time, King Dondi wants to achieve his goal in one fell swoop and completely defeat the demon army. In fact, it is not surprising that King Dondi made such a plan. After all, the reality at the moment is that he has no other choice. In terms of the number of troops, most of Seth's troops were either wiped out or only remnants were left when the demons invaded. Even the people were killed or injured in the previous riots and the subsequent demon invasion. In this situation, there was a shortage of supplies and manpower, and Lysis was watching from behind. In this situation, you either defeat them in one fell swoop or get defeated in one fell swoop. There is no third way. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai is here, and he does have the strength to fight against the demons. So, King Dondi still has confidence. On the other hand, knowing that Seth's army was attacking, the demon army also moved. And they also knew that this was the last battle in Seth. As long as they completely defeated this Seth army, Seth would no longer have any resistance, and they would be free to do whatever they wanted. At this time, the demon army did not know that Sazel had been subdued by Duanmu Huai. After all, it was too hard to imagine a demon being subdued. But since they could not find Sazel, Taik had to lead the team himself. Soon, on a battlefield, the human and demon armies faced off face to face. Then, Duanmu Huai was seen holding a big sword and striding out from the crowd. He raised the big sword and pointed it forward. Demon, come out and die. This was also discussed in advance by Duanmu Huai and King Dondi. Since Setzer said that the demon Kaik was a gentleman with chivalrous demeanor, he would definitely come out to fight in a one-on-one duel. If he didn't come out, it didn't matter. If he came out, that would be perfect. Really interesting. Soon, a figure walked out from the demon army. But this guy did look quite unique. Even Duanmu Huai couldn't help but twitch his eyes after seeing him. It's no wonder Duanmu Huai reacted like this. It's because this guy in front of him is not a human at all. Duanmu Huai has also seen many demons, including the former demon King Jill, Satella, Azaro, and Caesar. But these demons basically have human appearance. Even the Dragon Man North usually looks like a human. However, this demon Zeke is completely different. His whole body is yellow, and he has a triangular snake head with a long neck. He looks like an alien. This person is not even a human being. He is simply a monster. How interesting. I never thought that a human would dare to challenge the devil to fight. A hint of curiosity flashed across Kaik's face. He just stood there with his arms folded, staring at Duanmu Huai. Very good, human. I respect your courage. Come on. Let me see what you can do. That's what you said. Don't blame me. When Kaik finished speaking, a hint of murderous intent appeared in Duanmu Huai's eyes. Then he strode forward, raised his sword and rushed towards Kaik. However, at this moment, suddenly, a voice sounded from the monster army. Master Zeke, be careful. He's the demon killer. What? Hearing the reminder, Kaik's face changed greatly. Of course, he knew who the demon killer was referring to. But because Duanmu Huai rarely went out, many people didn't know what he looked like. Kaik didn't think much about it at first. But when he heard the reminder, Kaik suddenly became nervous. Duanmu Huai killed Azaro, and the reputation of North and the former demon King Jill has been circulated in the demon world for a long time. No matter how powerful he is, he does not think that he is stronger than the former demon King Jill. But now, he has no way to avoid it. Drink! Duanmu Huai roared, and swung the sword in his hand at the demon in front of him. However, what he didn't expect was that the moment he made his move, Kaik's whole body suddenly became soft like noodles and split apart. The whole person suddenly became like seaweed in the sea and dodged Duanmu Huai's attack. Then one of Kaik's tentacles suddenly swung out and hit the sword in Duanmu Huai's hand, directly knocking Duanmu Huai's sword crooked. And then it was immediately entangled by dense and growing thorn tentacles. Good. Seeing Duanmu Huai being restrained by Kaik, the monsters cheered loudly, while the humans were extremely nervous. They had never seen such a strange monster before, and they didn't expect that it could subdue Duanmu Huai in just one encounter. How can we fight this? Very good. After entangling Duanmu Huai, Jike breathed a sigh of relief. He was also afraid. Everyone in the demon world knows about Duanmu Huai's achievements. But no one knows how he killed these demons and the former demon king. Of course, for the demons, they are more inclined to believe that Duanmu Huai obtained some kind of weapon that can break the demon's invincible barrier. After all, there were such weapons in the original historical legends. And they were two swords, named Sunlight and Chaos. Maybe he got one of these two swords. So he was able to break the demon's invincible barrier and kill him. So when Zeke counterattacked, he chose to seal his weapon first and then tie him up. But this is not enough. Although Zeke is indeed a chivalrous man and is willing to fight in single combat, he dare not hold back when facing this terrifying enemy who has killed several demons in a row. So the moment he entangled Duanmu Huai, he wanted to kill him directly in one go. No matter how powerful this guy is, he is just a human being. However, just as Jike was about to make a move, suddenly, a black flame suddenly burst out from Duanmu Huai's body. At the same time, Jike also felt a heart-wrenching pain that even seemed to burn his soul coming directly from all directions of his body. Not good. At this moment, Jike was horrified. He originally thought that Duanmu Huai only relied on the power of some weapon to break the demon's invincible barrier. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Oops. Feeling this terrible, hot and cold, extremely painful burning sensation, Zeke quickly began to transform, twisting and retreating. However, what Zeke didn't expect was that just as he was about to transform and retreat, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the black flames and grabbed him tightly. Immediately afterwards, Tyke was horrified to see Duanmu Huai emerging from the flames like a demon, grabbing his body and pulling hard. Aha! Zeke's shrill screams echoed on the battlefield. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his transformation and turned back into his original appearance of a yellow rubber alien. However, this time one of his arms had been torn off by Duanmu Huai. Boom! Duanmu Huai walked out of the black flames and looked coldly at Jike, who was struggling in pain and twisting like a maggot in his hand, and threw away the hand he had torn off. Then he raised his hand, and the fingers of his two big hands were firmly inserted into Jike's head. Ah! At this moment, Zeke was almost suffocated by the heart-wrenching pain. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died by now. However, as demons, they had strong recovery abilities, so it was not so easy for them to die. Instead, they felt even more pain. But Duanmu Huai did not relax because of Kike's wailing. He just put his two hands on Kike's head and lifted it high so that both the enemy and his present could see it clearly. And then, Duanmu Huai suddenly exerted force and tore it to the left and right. The scream stopped abruptly. The demon Jike was torn in half and was caught in Duanmu Huai's hand. Blood and internal organs flowed out from the gap on the side of Jike's body. Then, everyone saw a red ball of light slowly emerging from the blood and rising upwards. Demonic blood soul. Seeing this red ball, both humans and demons were shocked. They had all heard rumors about the demon blood soul. It was rumored that after the demon died, their souls would not die with them, but would turn into demon blood souls and merge into other people's bodies. Then, it depends on whether the other party can take over the other person's nest and resurrect. Or maybe the original owner of this body is strong enough to devour the demon's power and spirit in turn. So, what about this demon blood soul? Just as both sides were staring at the demon blood soul, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, threw away the body that was torn into two halves, and grabbed the demon blood soul that was trying to escape with his big hand. Then, the black flames erupted again, accompanied by a shrill wail, and the demon blood soul was completely destroyed in Duanmu Huai's hands. At this moment, the battlefield was dead silent. Everyone stared in amazement at the demon blood soul that was completely destroyed, and they could feel their hearts pounding. It was the first time for them to witness a demon being killed in public, with even his soul being completely annihilated. The demon is dead. As a king, King Gandhi still had some composure. He was the first to come to his senses, and quickly raised his hands and shouted angrily, "Everyone listen up. Attack! Chapter 407 Kill all the way!" As Seth's army charged, the morale of the demon army collapsed. Demons have the highest status in the demon clan, and they are respected because they have an invincible barrier. But now, a demon was torn apart by hand in front of the demon army. The shock and fear brought to the demon army are naturally indescribable. Run! 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 Facing Seth's attack, Most of the demons turned and ran without hesitation. Their idea was very simple. They could not fight against an existence that could even kill demons. Of course, not all demons chose to escape. Some demons still wanted to take the opportunity to command the army and resist Seth's attack. However, at this moment, Gu Leah took action. Gu Leah looked at the demon army in front of her and took a deep breath. Zoon Hailvik. The roar that shook the earth like thunder instantly spread throughout the battlefield. And the demons in front of Gu Leah only felt an irresistible force coming. And the next moment, the weapons in their hands flew out. At the same time, and also took out the magic book on his waist and raised it high, pointing it forward. Heroic spirits, destroy our enemies. With An's delicate shout, a huge iron knight heroic spirit appeared out of thin air, raised the spear and shield in his hand, and rushed towards the demon army in front. Of course, the demons could not resist the heroic knight, who was dozens of meters tall. In the blink of an eye, the heroic knight directly killed the originally scattered demon army. The demon army was completely defeated after suddenly losing their weapons and being killed by the heroic knights. The Seth army took the opportunity to move forward and directly pursue the demon army in front. I never thought that those two young ladies would be so powerful. King Gandhi was also solemn when he saw this scene. It was because he was the most powerful magician in Seth that he could understand how terrible and powerful the magic of an Gu Leah was. With such power, even without an army, they alone were enough to determine the outcome of the battlefield. Recalling that Dwanmu Huai had said before that Manalia's magic level was higher than Sis, King Gandhi was a little unconvinced at that time. But now it seems that he should just forget it. The other side's princess is enough to beat all the magicians in his country. Apart from anything else, he didn't know how to deal with that huge knight. Why? Thinking of this, King Gandhi felt that the task became even more difficult. Although my daughter looks okay, she has a rigid personality, and her magic is not as good as that of the judge's fiancé. Forget it. Let's focus on the battle in front of us. At this moment, Dwanmu Huai also joined the battle. He summoned the electromagnetic rhino and charged to the front line with Ojas, slashing and killing the demon army along the way. Of course, for Dwanmu Huai, simply killing these demons was not a big deal. But he also found fun in it. That's unboxing. Ojas. There is a demon general at 11 o'clock. Yes, master. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's order, OGC, who was sitting next to him, nodded. Then she looked in the direction Dwanmu Huai pointed, and then stretched out her hand. Soon, she saw several puppets flying out from OGC's side and rushing into the demon army. Then, a moment later, a huge demon wearing golden armor and as fat as a ball flew out and was caught by the puppets and flew towards this side. Dwanmu Huai held a big sword in his hand, facing the golden monster. There was a flash of sword in his hand, and the next moment, the golden monster was immediately ripped open, and his huge green belly also split open. Then a naked girl fell out of it, and was hugged by Dwanmu Huai. Well, SR, put it in the back. Yes, master. Dwanmu Huai glanced at the girl and handed her to Ojas, who put her in the bag behind the electromagnetic rhino. In fact, the golden monster was not an ordinary monster, but a monster general. Dwanmu Huai only knew from Caesar that these monster generals would capture some smart women, stuff them into their stomachs, and use their brains and wisdom to increase their intelligence attributes. Since these people are not dead, Dwanmu Huai doesn't mind saving them. Of course, he felt that this was actually similar to opening a blind box. And it was quite interesting. Cut open the belly of a monster general, and see what kind of woman is inside. Among them are middle-aged and elderly women, in cards. Young beauties in their 20s are cards. And beautiful teenage girls, SR cards. Of course, for Dwanmu Huai, if he could get a super beautiful girl, that would be UR level. But unfortunately, his luck was not very good. After opening all the boxes, most of the cards he got were R cards, and a small number of SR and N cards. As for UR, I didn't encounter any. It would be nice if this monster general had a guaranteed Tindral bonus. Unfortunately not. In this way, the demon army was scattered all the way, and the Seth army was chasing all the way. Although the latter was not as strong as the demons, and was already very tired. King Gandhi was prepared for this. He quickly carried out a wave of rotation, letting those soldiers who were exhausted go down to rest, while the soldiers with sufficient physical strength continued to fight. After all, What they talked about this time was an attack by surprise. At present, the demon army was scattered, and they obviously did not think that the human army would be able to kill directly into their strongholds, if they did not take the opportunity to take down the last demon in one go. Then as long as the opponent reacted and mobilized the army to cut off their retreat, then the Seth army would be like a turtle in a jar. At the same time, the demon Camilla, who was in the royal city of Seth, also received news from the front. Zyke died in battle, and the army collapsed. Hearing the news reported by the panting demon, Camilla's face turned cold. She stood up and stared at the other party coldly. You sure? Yes. Yes, Lady Camilla. I am sure of it. I saw with my own eyes that Lord Zeke was torn into two halves by that terrible human on the opposite side. I am definitely not lying. Where's Caesar? Where's Caesar? Lady Caesar is missing, and her vanguard troops cannot be contacted. It is very likely that... Snort. Camilla's face darkened, and cold murderous intent burst out from her. I never thought that this group of humans could actually have such abilities. Very well. I'd like to go and see who has the guts to be an enemy of us demons. When Duanmu Huai led the army to the city of Sais, the entire city had already been blocked by the demon army. On the city gate in front of him, Duanmu Huai saw a woman with white hair and dragon horns, dressed in luxurious clothes, standing there surrounded by her subordinates, staring coldly at the human army in front of her. When she saw Duanmu Huai, her eyes became even colder and bloodthirsty. Are you the one who killed Zeke and Caesar? Yes, I killed Zeke. But what about Caesar? Hearing the other party's question, Duanmu Huai sneered and snapped his fingers. Then, he saw Caesar reluctantly walk out from behind and knelt beside him. Seeing this scene, the demons and apostles on the city wall were suddenly in an uproar. What's going on? Lord Caesar betrayed us? Why? Looking at Caesar kneeling beside Duanmu Huai, motionless, the monsters went crazy. They had never even thought about the possibility that a monster would submit to a human. Seeing this scene, even Camilla's eyes turned cold. I never thought you would betray us and join the human camp. Caesar. No, Camilla. I'm not. Caesar opened his mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Duanmu Huai's wave of his hand. If you're curious about why Caesar betrayed you, I can tell you that the answer is very simple, because she is my familiar now. Why? It must be said that the news given by Duanmu Huai was too explosive, so that all the demons, including Camilla, did not react to what he was saying. However, after they reacted, they were immediately shocked and angry. Yes, demons are also monsters, so of course they can be subdued by monster masters. Facing Camilla's murderous gaze, Duanmu Huai opened his mouth and revealed a ferocious smile. Here's the answer. I defeated Caesar and then subdued her, so she has to obey me. It's that simple. Having said that, Duanmu Huai glanced at Camilla. Oh, but you don't have to worry. The reason why I chose to subdue Caesar was just because I wanted to get some information about the demons from her. As for you, I think you should just go on the road and keep Zeke company. Very good. Hearing this, Camilla could no longer hold back her anger. She spread her wings behind her and floated in the air. I want to see what you have to kill me. Don't think that I am as weak as Zeke and Caesar. You inferior race. I want you to experience the true power of me. Camilla. Ah, this won't work. Seeing Camilla flying into the air, Caesar was speechless. She could guess what Camilla was thinking. Camilla was a dragon person, so of course she could fly. Generally speaking, humans could not fly. As long as Camilla was in the air, she would be invincible. She thought so at the beginning. However, at this moment, Caesar also had some expectations in his heart. After all, she also knew that Camilla was one of the 4 kings of the demon clan, and her strength was second only to Keblis. She and Zeke couldn't kill this human. Maybe, but Camilla could? However, at the moment when Caesar had this thought in her heart, suddenly, a breath of fear that made her heart palpitate suddenly broke out. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's voice also sounded in front of Caesar. You vile and filthy demon. There is no place for you here. In the name of the Grand Inquisitor, I will purify you completely. In the name of the Inquisition, die. After saying this, Duanmu Huai stretched out his right hand wearing the gravity glove, and then his 5 fingers suddenly opened. The next moment, everyone saw that the tall, thick, magic-wrapped wall used to protect the royal city of Seth directly exploded. and the demons standing on it were caught off guard and fell down screaming. The sudden explosion of the fortress beneath her feet was obviously beyond Camilla's expectations. She flapped her wings hurriedly, trying to avoid it. However, at the same time, Duan Muhui stared at Camilla and clenched his fists. The next moment, the stone fragments from the Seth City wall that were flying in the air suddenly seemed to be attracted from all directions and smashed towards Camilla. Woo! This level of attack certainly couldn't break through Camilla's invincible barrier. However, Camilla was also not feeling well while floating in the air. Her vision was filled with flying stones and bricks, which almost blocked everything. However, Camilla was not a pushover. She roared, opened her hands, and swung them forward. Soon, the roaring airflow turned into a sharp blade, crushing all the bricks and stones surrounding Camilla. However, just as Camilla's vision finally cleared, she suddenly felt a huge suction force emerge, and the next moment Camilla fell directly to the ground without warning. At the same time, Duan Muhui clenched his fist and punched Camilla. Don't even think about it. Facing Duan Muhui's fist, Camilla raised her hands to block it in front of her. However, what happened next completely shocked Camilla. Duan Muhui's fist penetrated Camilla's invincible barrier without any hindrance and hit her hands directly. With a violent impact of force, Camilla's slender arms were instantly shattered and exploded. Ah! As demons, they had not tasted pain for a long time because of their invincible barrier. The barrier was suddenly broken, and even her arm was easily broken, which made Camilla wail. But this is just the beginning. After breaking Camilla's arms with one punch, Duan Muhui mercilessly grabbed Camilla's limp arms, pulled them hard, and smashed them to the ground. Then he reached out and grabbed the dragon wings behind Camilla and pulled them out suddenly. Ah! Accompanied by Camilla's sharp screams, the dragon wings behind her were pulled off by Duan Muhui. However, this was not the end yet. Duan Muhui stepped on Camilla's back and reached out again to grab the dragon horns on her head. You actually dared. Feeling the severe pain in her head, Camilla tried to curse angrily. But Duan Muhui was in no mood to talk nonsense with her. He stepped on Camilla's body with one foot, grabbed her horn with one hand, and pulled it upwards with force. Puff! The next moment, Camilla's head was torn off her neck by Duan Muhui, and a series of white spines were pulled out in the spray of blood, swaying slowly in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone, whether enemy or friend, was numb. Duan Muhui just held Camilla's head high, with a big mouth, a hideous and painful face, and eyes open in death. Open your mouth and roar. Skull sacrifice. No. It was almost disloyal. Demon Camilla is dead. You lowly demons. Prepare to accept the wrath of the Inquisition. Chapter 408, Ending. With Camilla being killed by Duan Muhui, the demons' offensive also plummeted. Most of the demons that were wreaking havoc on Seth's territory retreated back to the demon realm, and the small number that resisted stubbornly were also completely annihilated by Seth's army. Of course, the demons did not intend to stop there. They retreated all the way to the Maginot Line and then stationed there unwilling to move. Obviously, the demons were unwilling to fail, so they wanted to try to take the initiative by occupying the Maginot Line. After all, without the natural protection of the Maginot Line, the kingdom of Seth would face attacks from the demons at any time and anywhere. King Gandhi was troubled by this. But Duan Muhui did not care. He directly sent thousands of puppets to the Maginot Line to die, and then summoned the god's relic to wipe out all the demons in the Maginot Line in one go. I have to say that this card is really a must-have for home travel and killing people. No matter how many enemies there are, as long as there are enough cards in the cemetery, they can all be killed in one go. The only drawback is that the damage is generally not high, and it can only deal with small soldiers. But this is enough. At least when you encounter Zerg, you don't have to worry about not being able to kill them. In this way, the kingdom of Seth recaptured the Maginot Line, and then King Gandhi organized people to quickly repair one of the magic amplification devices that was not too seriously damaged, and restored the energy supply of the Maginot Line. Only at this time did he feel relieved. The next step is to eliminate the remaining demons entrenched in the territory of Sayas. This is not within the scope of Duan Muhui's concern. Leah was obviously very unhappy about this. She hoped to see Duan Muhui kill the demon, but Seth could not stop the demon army and was finally wiped out. Then she could lead Lisa's army to reap the benefits. Alas, it's a pity that this is obviously out of the question now. As for Duan Muhui, while King Gandhi was rebuilding the country. He also had his own things to do. I didn't expect to waste so much time. Duanmu Huai looked at the date on the system and sighed. He had only wanted to find clues about the creator god and the demon king. But he did not expect to encounter the invasion of the demons, which wasted a lot of time. Fortunately, he had obtained the skill of Monster Master. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. He had been appointed as a Monster Master because of the mission given by the system. Of course, that was all. But after the incident with Caesar, Duanmu Huai suddenly realized that if he wanted to make those powerful demons obey him, he had to use the same method he used on Caesar. After all, considering his appearance, Duanmu Huai couldn't use his beauty to trick them. Right? In addition to his own priesthood as the god of lust, it only added some experience points when he was with Kanami and Caesar. This means, could it be that all this was planned by the system? Duanmu Huai always felt that this system seemed to have dug a hole for him. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts and looked towards the door. Come in. To Duanmu Huai's surprise, the person who came in was not an Angu Leia, but Shizuka. You want to talk to me about something? Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Zijingxiang nodded. Then she came to Duanmu Huai, stretched out her hand and handed him a letter. What's this? Duanmu Huai took the letter in confusion. This is my passbook. It contains the money I've saved over the years. Looking at Duanmu Huai, Zijingxiang spoke. Not only did you help me kill my enemy, but you also saved me. This is the only way I can repay you. Shouldn't it be the case that I have nothing to repay you with but my body? Duanmu Huai touched his face. Well, I guess that's no longer an option. Well, I appreciate your kindness. After all, to be honest, I don't have any money to spend here. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai returned the passbook to Zijingxiang, which made Zijingxiang feel a little embarrassed. But, what are you going to do next? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Zijingxiang was silent for a moment. Now that I have my revenge, I plan to travel around, have some adventures, and I want to find Naji. Your cheap sister. After everything was over, Shizuka went to the ruins of the jump tower, but she didn't find Naji's body there. It was certain that she had run away. Yes, although she may not like me, I want to find her and have a good talk with her. Besides, I also plan to continue to improve my level. At least now, I can't beat Naji. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by what Shizuka said. After he came to this world, he found that this world had another surprising setting. That was about the level. Basically everyone could upgrade. And there was a certain level limit. And everyone knew what their level limit was. Generally speaking, the upper limit of the civilian level is 5 to 10. And the weak adventurers are probably within level 20. Around level 30 are considered core adventurers. And those who go up to level 40 are considered advanced adventurers. And the stronger ones are probably around level 50 to 60. Shizuka's level is currently around level 30, which is above average. Of course, if it were just this, then it could only be said to be very much a game. But there was one thing that made it very ungame-like. That is, this level will not only rise, but also fall. That's right. If you are born in this world and don't take risks, level up, or gain experience for a long time, your level will drop rapidly. As the saying goes, learning is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Now it seems that taking risks is the same. If this happens in an online game, it would be like a player leveling up their character to the maximum level, then AFKing for a long time. And then when they come online, they see that their character level has returned to level 1. Maria doesn't care. As an engineer, she rarely fights on the front lines. So it doesn't matter whether her level drops or not. But for Shizuka, this had a huge impact. In that case, then it just so happens that I have something to ask of you. Please me? What? I plan to set up a branch of the Inquisition here, mainly to conduct intelligence investigation and collection. Since you are going to adventure in this world, why not help collect some intelligence while you are at it? Duanmu Huai had this idea for more than a day or two. After all, the situation in this world is somewhat complicated, especially after listening to Caesar's explanation. That doesn't matter. But what information do you want to collect? First, the information about the Demon King. Duanmu Huai took out a document with the information about the Demon King reported by Cesar. According to Cesar, the former Demon King Guy summoned a girl from another world to be his successor. But the girl was unwilling to run away, and Guy was seriously injured by the girl's companions and then died. Right now, this little devil is traveling around the continent to escape the pursuit of the demons. This time, Camilla launched the invasion of Seth, partly because of finding this little devil. By the way, this is also the origin of the current era name of this continent. Now it is the LP2 year, and LP is the code name of the little devil, Little Princess. According to Cesar, people who inherit the blood of the Demon King will gradually become violent and crazy. So even if the opponent looks harmless, don't go up and die. Just lock the location and notify me. Alright. So Jingxiang didn't care about Duanmu Huai's commission. She had to travel around and look for her missing sister anyway, so she didn't mind taking on another task. Also, I want you to investigate the matter of the Creator God. Creator God? Hearing this, Shizuka frowned. You should ask the people of Ale about this. I am not suitable to deal with people from the Ale religion. Due to different doctrines, it is easy to fight. After all, from the perspective of the Inquisition, the Ale cult was also a heretical cult that was directly destroyed. In fact, Leah had told Duanmu Huai before that if he needed, Lysis could just drive away all the Ale cults and convert the people to the Inquisition. Well, let's put this aside for now. If an adventurer like you goes, the other side will be less alert. And you don't need to find out too much information. Just go and find out the intelligence of the high-ranking officials of the Ale Church. Kanami will act with you. After all, you can't win. Right? Hearing this, Zhuxiang was speechless. But Duanmu Huai was right. She really can't beat Naji now. Just like that. After simply solving the problem here, Duanmu Huai brought the others back to the mothership. At present, the transformation of the mothership has achieved initial results. But it is obvious that it will take some time to complete the transformation. However, what Duanmu Huai did not expect was that shortly after he returned to the mothership, he received a piece of information from Mia that left him speechless. Dardanelle again? How come he gets into trouble every day? Looking at the information in his hand, Duanmu Huai was speechless. This was a request sent by Dardanelle some time ago. According to this wandering trader, after successfully mining the ore of Pandora, the mother star of the galaxy of human civilization has gradually escaped from the predicament. So Dardanelles also started the second round of changes. That is, to open a space colony. Originally, Dardanelles wanted to colonize Pandora. But, as Duanmu Huai had thought before, the biological vegetation of Pandora did not meet human requirements, and it was very difficult to transform it. Fortunately, he was not a fake merchant, and he still found several nearby planets suitable for human colonization. These planets are not as lush as Pandora, but Dadanir doesn't mind. In fact, such planets are better dealt with. So the Dardanelles excitedly organized several colonial armies and set off. Everything went smoothly, and there was no danger along the way. The colonial armies successfully reached those planets. The next thing to do was to build transformation facilities, transform the environment of the entire planet, make it like the Earth, and then plant vegetation and crops. Everything went smoothly up to here, and Dardanelles was very happy. However, one of the colonies lost contact. Dardanelles initially did not take it seriously, and sent an armed force under his command to deal with it. And then he never came back. Then the Dardanelles refused to believe it, and sent another army that was almost as large as the one that had been used to cultivate Pandora. Then there was no sound. Now Dardanelles could no longer sit still. So, Doryman. No. Judge. Please save me. Haha. This guy is really like that. He has little ability, but causes a lot of trouble. After reading Dardanelle's request, Duanmu Huai was also smiling. He actually didn't mind Dardanelle using him. Or rather, Duanmu Huai also liked this kind of mutual use. Because a roving merchant like Dardanelle, who had just started to develop, was more likely to encounter a lot of troubles. And merchants were never afraid of death. They dared to take risks for 100% profit. So Dardanelle might find many places that the current court of inquiry could not reach. Since the Inquisition is on the side of humanity, Duanmu Huai will definitely help Dardanelles as long as he does not make any mistakes in principle. Just like the group of Gnostics encountered when developing the planet Pandora. If the Inquisition does not help humans, will it help the aliens? That doesn't make sense, does it? Duanmu Huai was so happy that he couldn't contain himself to have such a wandering merchant outside who took the initiative to help him trigger the task. Let's get back to this matter. Since Dardanelle said this was an uninhabited, barren planet, it was most likely not inhabited by natives like Pandora. Based on Duanmu Huai's experience, this kind of thing would either mean that there was an underground civilization on this planet, or that the colony encountered some strange creatures, or an alien army. Of course, it is also possible that there is something wrong with the planet itself. After all, similar situations appeared in the game. At that time, the player also received similar tasks to visit the planet. Finally, it was discovered that the planet itself was actually a huge creature. It disguised as the planet, swallowed the road warships, and then released their help signals, seduced others to hook, and then eaten them. But you still have to go there to find out the specific situation. Duanmu Huai put down the information in his hand. In short, contact the Dardanelles first, and then decide based on the situation. Chapter 409, No Risk, No Gain. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, you finally replied? After receiving Duanmu Huai's communication, Dadani immediately looked as if he had survived a disaster, which made Duanmu Huai want to laugh. Okay, stop pretending in front of me. It's just a colony. You won't die if you lose it. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words expose his disguise, Dardanelle smiled embarrassedly. This shows your importance and my admiration for you. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Yes. Dardanelle immediately stopped smiling and turned serious. Actually, this is the case. There are some things I didn't tell you before. In fact, in one of the colonies, we found the wreckage of a warship that seemed to be from an alien civilization. Haven't you seen those alien creatures? After hearing Dardanelle's report, Duanmu Huai asked curiously, and Dardanelle smiled bitterly. What are you talking about? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? I am just a merchant wandering in this desolate star region. If you are talking about human civilization or alien creatures, I have seen them to some extent. But alien civilizations, I have never had any dealings with them. Okay, go ahead. Yes, my idea at the time was to send some people over there to see if we could find anything good. So I first gave orders to my confidant there. He also secretly went to the warship with some of his subordinates in the colony at the time, and found some pottery jars and other things inside. He said he didn't know what it was, and said he would take it back for analysis. I didn't think much about it at the time. But after that, the colony never sent me any news again. I was also uneasy and took the initiative to contact that confidant. But he didn't respond to my call. Most likely I found something I shouldn't have found. Duanmu Huai was also quite calm about this, as there were too many similar things. Yes, but I also wanted to know the situation in the colony. So I sent another team there. When they arrived there, they sent me this. As he spoke, Dardanelle opened the screen, and then Duanmu Huai saw a dilapidated steel corridor. There were holes everywhere, and even traces of gunfire, which showed that it had experienced a war. Then what? There is none left. Dardanelle shook his head. That's all. Then the team lost contact with me. So you sent a second team? Yes. Dardanelle was really bitter at the moment. Although it was true that losing a colony was not a big deal for a wandering trader like him, as Duanmu Huai said. But the problem was that every penny he invested in it was his own. If you want the capitalists to lose money, it will be more painful than seeing others making money. This time I asked them to keep in touch with me. But this time their spaceship was destroyed before it even landed. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's expression suddenly became serious. You mean the ship hasn't landed yet? Yes. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. This is why I came to see you. Speaking of this, Dardanelles was really scared. To be honest, if he just disappeared on a planet, at most there would be something wrong with the planet itself. And if that didn't work, he could just throw it away as a loss. But this time, his warship was destroyed before it even entered the atmosphere. So it definitely couldn't have been done by the local indigenous creatures. If the other party is a cosmic civilization, then the Dardanelles will be at a loss. When he encountered space pirates before, he was so scared that he raised his hands in surrender. If he really fights with a regular space fleet, he will be dead. So Dardanelles had no choice but to turn to the Inquisition for help. After hearing Dardanelle's report, Duanmu Huai frowned and thought for a moment. Do you have any records of that time? Yes. I have video footage of that time. As he spoke, Dardanelle opened it. Then Duanmu Huai started watching the video in front of him. On the screen, a man dressed very smartly was reporting solemnly. Report. We are about to reach the target planet. Everything is normal at the moment. No discovery has been made yet. However, the man's report had not yet finished when suddenly a loud noise interrupted his report. Then Duanmu Huai saw the warship on the screen shaking violently, and the man fell directly to the ground. He hurriedly got up and shouted loudly. What happened? Report. We are under attack. Attack? Who is attacking us? I don't know. They. Oh my god. Accompanied by another explosion. The next moment the image stopped here. Staring at the image in front of him, Duanmu Huai clicked his fingers. From the current point of view, the enemy seemed to have suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack, so that Dardanelle's people were wiped out before they could react. Of course, this was also related to the fact that his subordinates probably lacked experience in interstellar combat. Generally speaking, a transport ship like this would be escorted by a large group of warships. But according to Dardanelle, he only sent one transport ship to go there. From the current point of view, it was obvious that he was regarded as a living target by the enemy. But what kind of civilization would it be? Coming and going without a trace. Could it be those damn black-skinned Eldar bastards? Although this possibility is small, it is not impossible. After all, when talking about old coins in the universe, the first thing that comes to mind is these bastards. Right? I see. I'll go check out the situation. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also made a decision. By the way, send me the coordinates of that planet. What is its name? LV-426. After that, Duanmu Huai took a short rest for a day, and then set off with several teams of Dark Knight guards, heading towards the planet on a warship. Duanmu Huai did not bring other people this time. Not because they were unwilling to come, but because Duanmu Huai wanted to be cautious. After all, the Dark Eldar can be regarded as the most notorious race in the Milky Way. Basically, if you see a Dark Eldar, whether it is one or a group, killing them is absolutely to eliminate harm to the universe. And no one is wronged. This group of bastards are not only fast, but also good at concealed raids. So this time Duanmu Huai did not bring a large army, but only a squadron of night guards. Even the battleship he chose was the Cobra-class missile destroyer, which is known for its speed, and the fierce firepower of the Moon-class cruiser and other battleships were placed behind. After all, the hit-and-run tactics of those black-skinned bastards were indeed a headache. Ordinary warships cannot catch up with them. With the help of the webway, it was not difficult to travel to the planet LV-426. Before Duanmu Huai had even finished his cup of coffee, the planet had already appeared in front of him. To be on the safe side, Duanmu Huai had sent several reconnaissance ships to patrol the surroundings, but no signs of warships were found. Of course, Duanmu Huai would not be blindly optimistic. Dardanelles did not know how insidious those black-skinned bastards were, but he did know. So Duanmu Huai ordered the warships to hide and patrol the surroundings at any time. At the same time, he also scanned the planet. From the scan results, most of the planet is indeed barren and lifeless. However, there is only one place with a lot of signs of life, and it is basically underground. Well, it's time to dig a hole again this time. This area seems to be right where the facilities of the colony that Dardanelles mentioned are. Duanmu Huai compared the map and frowned. Could it be that the people who were sent here before did not die? Anyway, you'll know when you go there. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai gave the order. Let's get ready and go see what's going on in this place. Soon, 3 Night Raven Black Star gunboats roared out from the battleship and flew towards the planet in front of them. The entire planet was wrapped in thick clouds, with lightning and thunder visible from time to time, and fierce air currents whistling towards us, making Night Crow Black Star rise and fall like a small boat in the rough waves. I remember Dardanelle said that he built an atmospheric modification device on this planet, and now it seems that this is obviously part of the modification. Passing through the clouds, heavy rain rushed towards us, hitting the windows and making crackling sounds. Duanmu Huai skillfully turned on the wipers. Well, it seems that no matter what era, this is an epoch-making invention. It will not be outdated even after 1,000 years. Soon, Duanmu Huai found the colony area below. On the ground, there stood a huge steel building that looked like a volcano. Puffs of white smoke spewed out of it and poured into the sky. Next to it, There were rows of steel-structured houses that looked similar to those on Pandora. However, the outer walls of these houses were closed by iron gates. If there were no lights around, Duanmu Huai would not have thought that there were people here. But there is light. In other words, the energy supply here has not been cut off? This is unexpected. Logically speaking, since there is energy, there should be no such thing as a loss of communication. Or is there some unknown secret here? Duanmu Huai drove the Night Crow Black Star around the entire colony, and did not see any signs of fierce fighting. The entire building was intact. At least that's what it seems on the surface. The auspicious signs showed that there were life signs underground beneath these buildings. It seems that now the only way out is to get the tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Chapter 410 Alien. I will lead the first team. Teams 2 and 3 will enter from the east and west sides and conduct separate searches. After Duanmu Huai gave the order, the other 2 Night Crow Black Stars soon flew to both sides, and he also landed the last one right above the base. In many horror science fiction movies, this kind of dispersion routine is basically a suicide. But Duanmu Huai is not afraid at all. After all, his red letter, the Dark Knight Guard, has already died, and it is impossible for him to die a second time. Even if he is attacked, his soul will just return to his annihilation realm. So if they spread out, not only would they not be at risk of total annihilation, but it would also increase the probability of finding the enemy. After all, only if we know what's here can Duanmu Huai take further action. Right? I just hope that my car won't be blown up again this time. Duanmu Huai silently gave himself a buff and then opened the hatch. Hualalalalo. The heavy rain came and hit Duanmu Huai's helmet, and he looked down. Then Duanmu Huai leaped up and jumped directly from the Night Crow Black Star floating in the sky. The whole person smashed into the completely blocked base like a meteorite. Since the augur has already confirmed that the life signal is below, why bother looking for a channel? Wouldn't it be better to just smash it down? Anyway, it's not my own things that are smashed, so I don't feel bad about it. Just like that, Duanmu Huai turned into a meteorite and directly knocked down the ceiling of the colonial base. Then he went all the way down. The steel corridors along the way did not hinder his ability at all. Duanmu Huai went all the way down and landed directly on the rock foundation at the bottom of the colonial base. Boom! Duanmu Huai landed on the ground with both legs, then stood up and looked around. And then, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In front of him, there were several strange things standing and confronting each other. One side had a dark body, a long, round head and tail, and no eyes. On the other side were some humanoid creatures. They were tall, wearing armor and masks. Their hair was dreadlocks. But no matter how you looked at it, neither of them was human. And it looks like they are fighting. Duanmu Huai's sudden appearance also made both parties in the confrontation stunned. After seeing Duanmu Huai, the dark monsters opened their mouths and roared. The aliens on the other side also clenched their guns and spears and stared at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. Since neither party is human, they are aliens. Since it is an alien, of course we should deal with it together. Go to HL, you lowly alien bastard, Duanmu Huai roared, took out the war hammer behind him and hammered it hard on the ground. Boom! Following Duanmu Huai's attack, a violent airflow suddenly exploded and flew away. The aliens and monsters were unable to dodge and flew backwards, hitting the wall. The black monster seemed to sense Duanmu Huai's murderous aura. One of them opened its mouth and let out a sharp roar, then jumped up and quickly disappeared into the dark tunnel with its companions. The aliens on the other side were not so cowardly. 3 alien warriors turned over and jumped up, rushing directly towards Duanmu Huai. Roar! The leading warrior was the fastest. He rushed to Duanmu Huai in 2 or 3 steps, and stabbed Duanmu Huai with a spear in his hand. But Duanmu Huai ignored him, and raised his war hammer with his backhand. The whistling war hammer flew up from the ground, and hit the warrior's body heavily. After circling half a circle, it hit the wall. With a bang, the alien warrior was smashed into a pile of meat paste by Duanmu Huai. However, before Duanmu Huai could withdraw his hand, he saw the second alien warrior rushing over. He raised his right hand, and a short blade as sharp as a claw emerged from it and stabbed towards Duanmu Huai's neck. With such ability, you dare to show off in front of an expert? Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the alien warrior's attack. He grabbed the opponent's head with his backhand and slammed it against the wall next to him. The next moment, the alien warrior's head was crushed, Duanmu Huai also threw the headless corpse to the side and looked at the last warrior again. However, this warrior did not rush forward as Duanmu Huai had expected. Instead, he stared at Duanmu Huai and took a few steps back. Then Duanmu Huai saw its figure suddenly become transparent and then disappeared in front of him. Wow! It can become invisible. That's interesting. But is it useful? Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised to see the other party disappear in front of him. But soon, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and suddenly roared. Go to H.L. Along with Duanmu Huai's roar, a terrifying aura filled with the breath of death and destruction spread instantly. And before he finished speaking, he heard a bang not far away. And then a figure appeared out of thin air, fell heavily to the ground, and after struggling for a few times, there was no movement. Snort. Looking at the corpse, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, walked forward, and came to the side of the alien warrior's body. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled off the alien warrior's helmet. Under the helmet was a hideous and cruel monster with no nose and a mouth like an insect's jaw. Well, you can tell at first glance that he's not human. To be on the safe side, Duanmu Huai also scanned its skull. Well, it's definitely not human. That's an alien. Since they are aliens, there is no need to be polite. Just kill them all. From the current point of view, the black alien monster should be just a simple alien creature. At least Duanmu Huai did not see that they have the power similar to the Tyranids. And since this alien creature has mass-produced weapons, it means that they are likely to be an interstellar civilization. Which means, it is very likely that they were the ones who destroyed the Dardanelles battleship before. If this is the case, does it mean that they are not a local race, but an alien civilization? But this alien civilization is a little too low. Duanmu Huai took a look at the equipment of these aliens. They were basically melee weapons. Only one kind was inserted on the shoulder. It was similar to a laser cannon and was quite advanced. From this point of view, this civilization was probably not a particularly civilized one. Of course, it was better than the losers like Titanium King. No matter what, kill them all first. Duanmu Huai decisively gave orders to the others. At present, the races and names of the two alien creatures are still unknown. But it doesn't matter. After all, they are neither human nor subhuman. The other aliens can be killed, and at most a code name can be left. Just call them Alien Number 1 and Alien Number 2. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai took out the bird divination instrument again. Sure enough, the life signal on it had begun to move at this moment. Obviously, both the monster and the alien had noticed the presence of a third party. As for how they were going to respond, Duanmu Huai didn't care. After all, for the tribunal, there was only one thing to do next. That is to find out the cause, and then purify it thoroughly. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer in his hand and strode towards the depths. The corridor was not narrow, but perhaps because it was too dark, it seemed quite depressing. Duanmu Huai, holding a war hammer, strode through it with big strides, making a heavy dong-dong-dong sound. At the same time, he looked around, and as Duanmu Huai moved, a dazzling light radiated from the side of his helmet, illuminating the originally dim passage. Just as Duanmu Huai turned the corner, a dark shadow quietly emerged from a ventilation duct behind him. The dark shadow moved on the ceiling like a gecko, and came behind Duanmu Huai. It stared at the huge figure in front of it, and then jumped. As the black shadow jumped down, Duanmu Huai suddenly turned around and swung his hammer, hitting the black shadow's head head-on, knocking it directly to the ground. Thick green blood splashed out, scattering on the steel wall and the ground. And then the part stained with green blood began to melt rapidly. And in a moment, more than half of the surrounding steel plates were melted. Oh! There is such a power! Seeing this, Duanmu Huai also frowned, but did not take it too seriously. Although the blood of this alien seemed to have the ability to dissolve steel plates like sulfuric acid, it was not a threat to the Inquisitor's power armor. Of course, he was wearing a helmet, which was also one of the reasons. After all, if you spray it all over your face, it would basically be disfigured. This is also one of the reasons why Duanmu Huai always wears a helmet no matter where he is. At least it can avoid some unnecessary injuries in battle. Although some players also said that real men should not wear helmets on the battlefield. Those people usually die the fastest. Hiss! At this time, several black aliens came from all directions and surrounded Duanmu Huai. Although they were shrouded by Duanmu Huai's aura of fear, they still exuded the unique ferocity and brutality of wild beasts. From this point of view, they are not much different from the Zerg. Feeling the murderous intent coming from all directions, Duanmu Huai sneered and clenched the hammer in his hand. This reminded him of the war between him and the Tyranids in the game. At that time, the Tyranids also rushed towards him in large numbers, as if they would not stop until they tore him apart. Well, take a closer look. This thing does look a bit like a genestealer. Hiss. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, the other party seemed to notice the moment when Duanmu Huai was distracted. With a low roar, several black aliens suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Duanmu Huai from all directions. Drink Aw. Facing the black alien rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai naturally had no intention of showing any mercy. He roared, clenched the warhammer, then swung it up, turned into a whirlwind, and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. The rotating giant hammer whizzed past, smashing away all the black aliens that were rushing towards it from all directions. In front of Duanmu Huai's thunder hammer, these black aliens were as fragile as matchboxes. One alien after another screamed and flew backwards. After hitting the wall, their entire bodies suddenly exploded like insects, and their internal organs and dark green blood flew out, corroding large holes on the ground that emitted white smoke. Hiss. However, this did not stop the black aliens from taking action. One of them quietly avoided Duanmu Huai's eyes and ears, then let out a low growl. And then its tail shot out like a spear and stabbed towards Duanmu Huai's chest. Clang. However, when the tail of the black alien, which looked like a weapon, hit Duanmu Huai's chest, it only made a crisp sound. And then the tail that was strong enough to penetrate steel just slid across the surface. Seeing that things were not going well, the black alien turned around and wanted to run. But Duanmu Huai, who had his hands free at the moment, grabbed the tail, and then swung it violently, smashing the black alien directly against the wall next to it. The black alien that was hit also struggled desperately with his hands and feet to escape. But the next moment, he was smashed into a meat paste by the heavy hammer shining with thunder. Snort. As the last black alien was killed, Duanmu Huai put away his warhammer, then turned his head to look to the side. And then under Duanmu Huai's gaze, he saw an alien warrior wearing armor and a helmet slowly approaching. He held the spear tightly in both hands, and his steps were solemn and powerful. At first glance, he was a well-tested warrior. Oh, you dared to come here and die? Looking at the alien here, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists, turned around and stared at the other party. The alien warrior's speed was getting faster and faster, and finally it roared directly, raised its spear, and threw it at Duanmu Huai. Swish. The speed of the steel spear was very fast. But Duanmu Huai was not someone to be trifled with. He simply raised his arm and swung it, knocking the steel spear that was shooting towards him away. At the same time, the alien warrior had taken the opportunity to close the distance, and the claw-shaped blade in his hand suddenly popped out, stabbing up and down, towards Duanmu Huai's chest and neck. It's useless. However, before the alien warrior could succeed, Duanmu Huai's iron fist appeared in front of him. Ola 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 ola. The iron fist was swung forward like a rainstorm, completely covering the alien warrior. Under the bombardment of Duanmu Huai's iron fist, the armor and helmet of the alien warrior were shattered into pieces, and the whole person was beaten with huge dents all over his body, like meteorite craters. Ola! Finally, with the last sound, the alien warrior was blown away and fell to the ground. Humph! Nothing more than that. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands, glanced coldly at the body of the alien warrior, and then retracted his gaze. Wait, what is that? It was then that Duanmu Huai saw that the alien warrior had a long wrist guard-like thing on his wrist. At this moment, the thing was making a beep-beep sound, and at the same time, the bright red characters on it were slowly disappearing. Wait, holy shit! Just as Duanmu Huai screamed, a shining white light suddenly burst out and swallowed up everything around it. Chapter 411 Ambush. Depend on. When Duanmu Huai returned to the warship, he was covered in dust and looked unhappy. If you can't win, you'll self-destruct? Can you be so shameless? Damn it. Where on earth did these bastards come from? If I catch them, report to the Lord. An unidentified spacecraft has been spotted approaching the planet LV-426. Just as Duanmu Huai was swearing fiercely, Mia, who was in charge of driving the warship, heard the slow voice again. Hearing Mia's voice, Duanmu Huai frowned and looked at the screen. Sure enough, on the screen, a transparent warship quietly passed by and flew towards the direction of the LV-426 planet. Lock it. See where it's going. Clear. Under Duanmu Huai's gaze, the battleship slowly came over the colonial base that had been bombed into ruins. Then it revealed its original form and slowly descended. Afterwards, Duanmu Huai saw several guys wearing armor, helmets, and with dreadlocks on their hair walking down. Sure enough, these bastards are outsiders. Lock on the target and launch an attack. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai gave the order viciously. Understood. When the warship of the Inquisition came over the planet LV-426, the warship also noticed their arrival. Soon, the warship was seen taking off in a hurry and trying to hide again. However, Duanmu Huai, who had already locked onto the target, would certainly not let it escape. Fire! Boom boom boom! Following Duanmu Huai's order, beams and SH/LS flew out and hit the alien warship directly. The alien warship was caught off guard and was obviously no match for the Inquisition. Just one round of light spear bombardment completely destroyed the barrier of the warship, and the macro cannon SH/LS that followed easily tore through their armor, beating the warship half to death. The enemy's warships have been damaged by more than 40%. However, just as Mia was about to continue firing, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and motioned her to wait. And at the same time, the battleship suddenly accelerated, dragging its broken body, and disappeared into the depths of the universe in the blink of an eye. Owner? The artificial angel tilted his head in confusion and looked at Duanmu Huai curiously. It's too easy for these aliens to kill them here. Duanmu Huai stared at the signal on the screen and spoke coldly. He had indeed thought about boarding the other warship and then hacking into the other computer to find out the location of these alien civilizations. But later Duanmu Huai gave up this idea. The reason was very simple. He was disgusted by these bastards, who blew themselves up when they couldn't win. What if he breaks into the command room and the other party, realizing they can't stop him, self-destructs? Wouldn't Duanmu Huai fall into the same river twice? He is not that stupid. Send a reconnaissance ship to lock onto them and find their lair. As for this place, Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze, looked at the planet LV-426 in front of him, and frowned. It has been contaminated by aliens and has no value. In the name of the Grand Inquisitor, I issue an extermination order. Launch whirlwind torpedoes to purify it completely. Anyway, there are no living people there, so we might as well destroy it and be done with it once and for all, so that it won't start again if the wildfire continues. Okay, Master. Soon, accompanied by a whirlwind torpedo flying towards the planet LV-426, the scorching and shining holy light broke out completely, purifying the planet polluted by aliens and monsters. At the same time, in the edge star field of the Milky Way, a dilapidated warship was also accelerating its escape. Beep, beep, beep. The entire command room was filled with piercing alarms and bright red warning lights. But the alien warriors inside did not panic at all. They still sat calmly in front of their control consoles, doing their jobs. From time to time, alien warriors walked back and forth, reporting the situation in a low voice. But there was no panic in their movements, as if this warship that was about to disintegrate had nothing to do with them at all. I don't know how long it took before the alarm gradually died down, and then an alien warrior walked up to the commander sitting in the center and lowered his head. So, we don't know who attacked us. The commander's voice was deep and filled with anger. Their race was the most eager for war and fighting in the galaxy. They had always ambushed others, but had never been ambushed by others. For their race, this was simply a great shame. Could it be those Prometheans? At this moment, another deputy beside the commander put forward his own suggestion. And upon hearing this, the commander fell silent. For Duanmu Huai, he didn't care about the history of these races. As long as they were not human, they were aliens. They were either enslaved or purified. Therefore, he didn't care about the past, present and future of these races. But in fact, there is a reason why these alien warriors came to planet LV-426. They come from a civilization called Iron Blood, a very warlike race that loves to fight everywhere and improve themselves in battles with other races. The Iron Bloods invented the technology of navigating the universe very early, and they also conquered the universe and traveled to many planets. However, What disappointed the Iron Bloods was that although they had set foot in the universe, they did not encounter a force that was equally powerful as them. Some planets did have indigenous civilizations, but most of them were backward civilizations that had not yet been civilized and had not even begun to explore space. These civilizations were naturally not worth mentioning to the Iron Bloods. Until one day, the Iron Blood clan discovered a terrifying creature on a planet. They had extremely strong reproductive capacity and terrible lethality, and could launch attacks silently in the darkness. Iron Blood calls it an alien. However, things did not end there. On that planet, Iron Blood not only discovered the horrific biological weapon called the alien, but also found some murals and records. These records indicated that this creature called the alien was not born by itself, but was created by a race called Prometheus. After receiving this news, the Iron Blood clan was extremely excited, and they were eager to find this race called Prometheus, and then compete with each other to see who was more powerful. Not long ago, a reconnaissance ship of Iron Blood discovered the crashed Prometheus spacecraft on the planet LV-426. So Iron Blood also sent people to search. Unexpectedly, on that planet, they encountered the human colonial fleet sent by the Dardanelles. Initially, the Iron Bloods were of course full of curiosity and doubts about the colonial fleet. So they adopted the simplest and most direct exploration method of the Iron Bloods. That is to launch an attack and see how strong the opponent is. So the Dardanelles warships were tragically destroyed by the Iron Blood clan. After shooting down the Dardanelles warship, Iron Blood discovered that this was not the Prometheus clan they were looking for, but another race that had set foot in the universe. So they decided to first retrieve the relics of Prometheus taken away by these humans, and then go find this civilization to see their situation. So the Iron Warriors set out and headed for the colonial base, where they encountered aliens that were accidentally released by the colonists. And a fight broke out between the two sides. Then Duanmu came. Tieshua did not think that the warships that attacked them later had anything to do with the previous human warship. So their first reaction was that the mysterious Prometheus clan had finally shown up. We will immediately head to our home planet and report this matter to the elders. The commander made a decision quickly. And then the damaged battleship accelerated again and quickly disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. However, the Iron Bloods did not notice that in the nebula not far behind them, a reconnaissance ship from the Inquisition was staring at them silently. Chapter 412 makes its debut. Duanmu did not go to Tieshua's home planet immediately. The reason was very simple. For Duanmu, it was not difficult to destroy Tieshua. The main problem is that he wants to test new weapons. That's right. After Maria joined, the renovation of the flagship of the Inquisition fleet was finally completed. It was after receiving this news that Duanmu threw Tieshua aside and hurried back to the mothership. So, it's almost done now. Yes, sir. Maria, standing in front of Duanmu, could not hide her excitement. After all, it was a very rare experience for her to personally transform such a huge steel battleship. The reason why the renovation can be completed so quickly is that the previous harvest of Duanmu Locust is on the Terminator planet. Duanmu Locust sees the fire type of alien disgusting intelligence. And after the analysis of it, it obtained the transformation structure and system foundation of nanomaterials. Disassemble or reassemble. Kukululu is an expert in firearms, but doesn't know much about large machinery. Maria just filled this gap. So she finally came up with this design blueprint. Staring at the blueprint that appeared on the screen in front of him, Duanmu nodded with satisfaction. The new battleship is divided into two parts. One is Duanmu's original flagship, the Queen of Glory class, and the other is the Mantle of the World that Duanmu obtained from the Forerunner. In Maria's design, the two complement each other to form a combined structure. In other words, the Queen of Glory class is usually located above the Mantle of the World and used as a command bridge. If any danger is encountered, the Queen of Glory class can directly separate from the Mantle of the World, just like separating the second stage engine during a rocket launch and abandoning it. In terms of the exterior structure, Maria also strictly followed Duanmu's requirements and built countless churches on top. On both sides of the ship below these magnificent churches were tens of thousands of cannons and light spears. As for the space on the Ebal launcher that was originally used to place the reassembler, it was transformed into a giant BFG launcher according to Duanmu's request. This BFG is 10 times larger than the original one, and its power is enough to penetrate a planet directly. Of course, if there are 9 planets in a row, These 9 planets may be turned into candied haws. All of this originated from the ancient sage's antimatter reactor. If Dwanmu Huai hadn't gotten this thing back then, this giant mothership would probably have been just a dream for him. If manpower is used to control such a huge mothership, even the crew alone would probably have to use the unit of 100 million. Fortunately, Dwanmu Huai still has a bunch of soul cards to use. By the way, the room he uses to store puppet cards is already larger than a bank vault. There are simply too many puppet cards needed. There is no problem with the entire battleship, either in terms of appearance or internal structure. The only thing to say is, this bow doesn't look very good. Yeah. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's sigh, Maria looked at the blueprint in confusion. I refer to the bow design of the Empire's flagships over the generations. I think this is great. Right? This is indeed very good. But it's a bit too fierce. Well, let's change it. For example, as he spoke, Dwanmu Huai reached out and made a slight adjustment to the bow part of the ship. How do you feel about this? Well, looking at the blueprint in front of her, Maria looked a little speechless. Sir, are you really going to do this? Of course. Isn't that great? This is? With a strange look on her face, Maria seemed quite speechless. Does it have to be changed like this? I don't think it matches your temperament. Sir. Of course. Why? Can't I have a girl's heart? All right. You are the boss. You have the final say. What else can I do? Very good. Seeing that his proposal was passed, Dwanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction, and then waved his hand vigorously. Then let those aliens see the true power of our Inquisition. Maria hesitated and lowered her head, looking at the blueprint at hand, speechless. Is this the true power of the Inquisition? At this moment, on the Iron Blood's home planet, the elders also received a report from the commander. This is a real test for our clan. Looking at the commander in front of them, the elders' expressions were very calm, and even a little excited. Ever since they left their planet and headed for the universe, they have been eager to find an opponent with whom they can fight to their heart's content. This is also the style of the Iron Blood clan. For them, fighting and war are an inseparable part of the Iron Blood clan. Any war will not kill them, but make them stronger. Unfortunately, since entering the universe, the Iron Blood clan has not found the opponent they expected. But this time, they finally have a target. The opponent may be very powerful, or may be invincible. But this is exactly what the Iron Blood elders want. Only victory in war and conquest, a hard-won victory, can show the unyielding and glory of the Iron Blood warriors. Beep, beep. However, at this moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded, and then a curved display appeared from the ceiling. The next moment, there was a flash of light, and in the universe, a huge battleship appeared in front of the iron-blooded elders. What's this? Seeing this battleship, the Iron Blood elders' originally calm faces also changed color. It was really because this battleship is really too big, although it is generally difficult to confirm the size of a battleship in the universe. The reason why the Iron Blood elders were able to confirm it is very simple, because not far from this battleship is a satellite of the Iron Blood galaxy. This satellite is of course much smaller than the Iron Blood mother star, but it is smaller than this battleship. This alone is enough to confirm how big this battleship is. Not to mention the golden and magnificent church buildings towering densely under the shining starlight, and the countless cannons and light spears on both sides of the warship, which looked like steel turrets sticking out of a fortress. Even though the iron-blooded elders didn't know what they were, they still felt a chill. But what is that? Although the entire battleship gave the Iron Blood elders an incredible feeling, what they could not understand the most was the sculpture located at the bow of the battleship. Above the bow of the battleship was a symbol of a skull and a war hammer fused together, and below them was a strange decoration. It was a strange animal with red eyes, pink skin, and long ears. Not only that, it also had 2 metal claws on its sides. The first impression it gave people was that it was an animal lying on the ground. However, this animal doesn't look ferocious or scary, but rather a little cute. Could it be that this animal is the sacred beast of this civilization? While the iron-blooded elders were shocked by this, Dwanmu Huai, who was on the warship, had a smug expression on his face. Ha ha ha. What do you think? This is the power of our Inquisition. Uh-huh. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's words, and Gulea and Lorena sighed silently. It was not the first time that they were fooled by Dwanmu Huai's bad taste. But in the eyes of later generations, like Maria and Sydney, this is really ridiculous. Big uncle, why did you have to use a rabbit paint job? Xueli couldn't help but ask. Because after Duanmuhuai's modification, the bow of the warship looked too fake. There was a ferocious and terrifying skull symbol on it. But underneath, it was a cute little pink and white rabbit with round eyes lying on the ground. To Xueli, it was just like a rainbow pony on the bow of a pirate ship. It was speechless. What does it matter? This is good? Claire next to her also chuckled. She didn't expect that Duanmuhuai, who looked big, strong, fierce and scary, actually had such a bad taste. Looking at her companion's snickering face, Lumiere next to her coughed lightly. Claire, girls need to be elegant. All right. Duanmuhuai coughed, then opened the rose knot and took out the seal. Then Ojas came forward and placed the parchment in front of him. Seeing this scene, everyone closed their mouths involuntarily. After all, they also know what is going to happen next. In the name of the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal, I will thoroughly purify this alien home planet. May the fire of judgment purify their bodies and souls. Duanmuhuai silently stamped the seal. With that, an extermination order is issued. At this moment, the Iron Blood Mother planet was filled with a murderous atmosphere. The Iron Blood warriors were ready to go and took off on their warships. In any case, this was a memorable battle between them and other interstellar civilizations. For the Iron Blood warriors, there was no better occasion to prove their strength and glory. Just as the iron-blooded warriors were getting ready, they did not notice that at this moment, the huge battleship in the distance was quietly changing. The bow of the ship began to turn slowly. And soon, the rabbit that was originally lying there gradually opened its mouth, and its pair of big red eyes stared innocently at the iron-blooded mother planet in front of it. Just like a pure and cute little rabbit, staring curiously at the juicy carrot in front of it. The next moment, a torrent of white-green plasma burst out from the pink bunny's mouth and shot straight towards the Iron Blood Mother planet in front of it. There was no exciting roar, nor shocking counterattack. The plasma torrent carrying huge energy easily and completely penetrated the Iron Blood Mother star. The next moment, accompanied by a dazzling flash, the entire planet exploded completely. The bright red light spread in the universe like a flame. In that dazzling moment, even the light of the stars was swallowed up. However, a moment later, when the light dissipated, the Iron Blood Mother star that was originally located there had completely disappeared. Instead, there were countless broken, dark fragments that slowly rotated and spread in the universe. In just a few seconds, a civilization that entered the universe was completely destroyed. Chapter 413: The Prelude to the Cosmic War. For Duanmuhuai, destroying an Iron Blood civilization was nothing. In fact, even if he destroyed the Iron Blood Mother planet, his God of Destruction experience bar only increased by 0.01. After that, Duanmuhuai sent the message to Dardanelles, and let him handle the rest himself. But for Duanmuhuai, this was just an accident. With the completion of the comprehensive transformation of the mothership, he is about to lead the Inquisition into a new stage, a real space war. And now, he was standing in the command room, admiring the rows of warships in front of him. Duanmuhuai's flagship was located in the center. On his left and right sides were 6 Apocalypse-class battleships equipped with Nova cannons, 12 Mars-class battlecruisers, 12 Moon-class cruisers and Gothic-class cruisers, as well as 16 light cruisers and destroyers responsible for frontline firepower insertion. Although it's a little bit less. This is all we can do for now. Staring at the fleet in front of him, Duanmuhuai frowned. Generally, large player fleets have more than 100 warships. But Duanmuhuai currently has only 2/3 of them at most. And he hasn't even gathered many parts. For example, the Imperial Navy does not have aircraft carriers, but it has fighter fleets. However, puppets are only responsible for the maintenance and operation of weapons. But actually driving fighters is beyond their performance range. It's good in the game. You can just collect NPCs and don't have to worry about anything. But it's not that good in reality. Duanmuhuai waved his hand and opened the star map. He stared at the star map in front of him with a serious expression and fell into deep thought. Duanmuhuai actually had his own purpose for forming such a fleet in such a short time. Which was, he wanted to join a war. It was a war that almost swept across half of the galaxy. Although it ended with the victory of the players, it was extremely depressing for every player who participated in the war. because their enemies are not only aliens, but also humans. The origin of that war is actually very simple. A human civilization walked out of its own galaxy and successfully began intergalactic travel and colonization. Then, they encountered an allied force of an alien race. Naturally, a conflict broke out between the two sides, and then a war began. By the way, this is a real powerful alliance spanning several galaxies, and with more than a dozen alien races. Not a small local gang like the Star Alliance. After the two sides started fighting, it naturally alarmed most of the Inquisitors, who had already entered the universe at that time. So players also joined in. In the end, what started as a small-scale conflict turned into a huge war that almost swept across half of the galaxy. However, during the course of this war, conflicts arose between the players and human civilization. This human civilization does not want to escalate this war into a full-scale war against alien races. They are worried that this will eventually push humanity towards extinction. So they think they should sit down and negotiate with those alien races and strive to join them. But this is absolutely unacceptable to the player, who is the Inquisitor. The Inquisition never surrenders, and will never bow down to the aliens. At that time, this war also caused a lot of controversy among the players, because the opponent was a huge alien alliance force, which spanned dozens of star systems and had tens of thousands of powerful warships and fleets. At that time, the human civilization wanted to fight them alone, which was indeed not enough. Even with the power of the Inquisition, it was just a tie with the opponent. So in this situation, the human civilization had to choose to sign a treaty with the opponent to save itself and join the alien alliance. Of course, humans have no place in it. It's like the United Nations, where ostensibly everyone has a say, but apparently no one listens when Honduras speaks. Not only that, what makes players most angry is that in order to please the alien alliance, the human civilization actually turned the tables, listed the Inquisition as a terrorist organization, and expelled them from the galaxy of this human civilization. How the I can you tolerate this? Finally, the conflict broke out, and a group of Puritan Inquisitors gathered together and, after some discussion, came to a conclusion. Human civilization, which has succumbed to the aliens, has been polluted and corrupted. It is not worth saving any further. Only the fire of the Inquisition can purify it all. That is to completely destroy this group of aliens along with the human civilization that believes in them. Thus, a real war between the player forces and the NPC forces broke out. It's not that players haven't fought wars before, but at that time, they mostly sided with human civilization and fought against the other side. But this time, it was a force composed entirely of players that launched an attack on the human civilization and the alien alliance. The end result was that all of the colonized planets of that human civilization were completely purified by the Inquisition, and that alien alliance was completely wiped out. What people talked about most was that after that, the game was updated and a new expansion pack Omnic Crisis was launched, which was regarded by players as a landmark event in which their actions changed the history of the game. Of course, let's not talk about the results for now. This battle has been replayed several times by players in the forum. As an eyewitness, Duanmu Huai naturally knows a lot of secrets. In the eyes of many players, this human civilization is too weak. To be honest, at that time in the Milky Way, the technological level of this human civilization was actually similar to that of its opponents, those alien allied forces. In other words, this is not the kind of backwardness versus advancement like in Hollywood movies where World War II tanks fight flying saucers. On the contrary, the technological levels between the two are almost the same. And the technological level of human civilization is first class even in the entire galaxy. The problem, however, is that it is too weak. To put it simply, they are afraid before the battle even begins. At that time, an Inquisitor player revealed that before the fight even started, the human civilization had already begun to worry whether the other side would be stronger and more powerful than themselves, and whether they would be wiped out. The two sides were thinking about this before the actual war started, so they would definitely be tied up when fighting. In the end, when the other side said they wanted to negotiate peace, they went to sign the agreement excitedly. When hearing this news, many domestic players cursed that this human civilization is just like the stupid Southern Song dynasty. It seems that the country is rich and the people are strong, but when the barbarians attack, they have to cede land, pay compensation, and beg for mercy. Right? You fought for so long. So many people died? And in the end you signed an agreement like this? And you still have to be under their jurisdiction? Could it be that the ruler of this civilization is the reincarnation of Emperor Gaozong of Song? This is indeed the case. Later, human civilization joined this alien alliance, but ended up being just an ordinary representative of alien forces. My goodness, you fought for so long. So many people died, and in the end, you didn't even get a permanent seat on the Security Council? Are you still feeling complacent? Do you think you have joined the big family of the universe? Do you think you have become an equal member of this galaxy? It's just trash. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, there was nothing wrong with this civilization itself. But a group of stupid rulers ruined everything. You said that joining them would guarantee safety? In fact, even if humans signed the agreement and joined the alien alliance, their border colonies were still attacked by alien races every few days. And the human ambassador did nothing except to make a serious protest in the parliament. So what did you protect? The fact is that you haven't protected anything. Humanity is being attacked by aliens. And you are bowing your head and keeping silent? It's such a shame. Such a huge shame. Of course you can say that it is the people who suffer in war. Countless people have lost their wives and children in the war. Their families have been broken up, and they cannot bear to fight. But dignity is earned through fighting, not kneeling. Loving peace does not mean giving up war. Giving up war is not loving peace. It is stupid. However, this outcome is not unchangeable. Duanmu Huai knew very well that after the alien race was discovered and exchanged fire with them, the human civilization was divided into two factions, the pro-war faction and the pro-peace faction. The pro-war faction advocated that no matter what, they should attack the human fleet first, and they must make them realize the power of humans. At least they should have the upper hand before negotiating. As mentioned above, the peace faction sheds tears when they talk about the war. They feel sorry for the people involved in the war. They think that fighting an alien civilization with unknown strength is a wrong move and may very likely push humanity to the brink of extinction. At that time, both sides had a representative figure, and the war faction initially had the upper hand. But why did the peace faction win in the end? The reason is very simple. The representative of the war faction, the man who was rumored to be the next president of human civilization, was attacked by alien creatures during a visit to a border colony and eventually died. As a result, the pro-war faction lost its backbone, and the pro-peace faction seized this opportunity to launch a massive attack, eventually seizing the initiative. But in fact, according to the investigation of the player judge, it was actually a deal between the peace faction and the alien alliance. They leaked the location of the war faction representative to the other party and deliberately created an opportunity to kill him. In this way, they could defeat the war faction, and then they could naturally promote their representative to become president and sign a peace agreement with the alien alliance. Well, it feels like Qin Hui killing Yufei and asking for peace with the Jin people. And now, what Duanmu Huai has to do is to prevent this history from happening. Then, change the whole situation. This will be the highlight moment for the Inquisition to officially appear on the Galactic War stage for the first time. Chapter 414 The Gears of History. The 35th Colonized Planet. New Shanxi. Standing in front of the porthole, Li Longcheng looked indifferently at the ruins of the destroyed colony outside the window. These were the traces of the first battle between humans and the Turians. Their colony was attacked and occupied by the Turians. And then the Star Alliance fought back and recaptured the colony planet from the Turians. Now, the place is still in ruins. The once bustling reclamation and construction have completely disappeared. In order to escape those terrible alien invaders, most people have fled back to their home planet. Because of this, the colony, which was usually bustling, has now become like a ghost town. All of this is due to an invasion, an attack from an alien race. Look here, Li Longcheng pointed outside the window. This is the humiliation those barbarians have brought to us, and we will never surrender. But that fellow John doesn't think so. Hearing what Li Longcheng said, an old man sitting next to him chuckled. They have long been accustomed to groveling and have no idea what a unified civilization requires. It's no wonder that since the collapse of the Roman Empire, there has always been nothing but a chaotic battlefield. That's right. Li Longcheng nodded. As a representative of the pro-war faction of the Star Alliance, he has always been under a lot of pressure. This is especially true since the discovery of alien forces, when they finally abandoned the restrictions between countries and formed a unified human civilization federation. But on many issues, Li Longcheng felt that he was out of tune with his Western colleagues. Just like this time, the Turians attacked their fleet and colonies without warning. As a representative, Li Longcheng insisted on going to war with them and giving them a painful defeat. After all, the long history of their civilization has taught Li Longcheng that in the face of barbarian invasions, there is no other way to go except to fight back. However, the Western representatives did not think so. They did not value human dignity, but only valued benefits. In their view, the war with aliens was an opportunity. They could use this platform to make the Star Alliance leap forward and become one of the top forces in the entire galaxy. Li Longcheng was not surprised by this. After all, the West has always been like this. When they want to integrate into a certain circle, any humiliation and loss is worth it. It's like a local rich man wanting to become a nobleman. However, this is obviously the opposite of his idea. However, for those white people, they obviously don't care about their losses. In their opinion, if they take the initiative to show friendliness, they can make these aliens have a good impression of humans and join the other side. But in Li Longcheng's opinion, even if they want to negotiate peace, the other side must come to ask for help, so that they can seize the initiative. Of course, it's not that they don't understand this truth, and Li Longcheng is also very clear about the reason why they don't do so. New Shangxi is the territory of the Asian Alliance, to which Li Longcheng belongs, and not a colony planet of the peace advocates. Therefore, for the white guys, this is not their loss, so they don't feel bad, and they may even celebrate secretly. That's why they use the excuse of for all mankind to force the Asian Alliance to swallow their anger, and even hope to use this opportunity to greatly weaken the influence of the Asian Alliance. But it was different for Li Longcheng. Although humans formed a unified Star Alliance, there were still factional disputes within it. The fight between the Asian Alliance and NATO had never stopped. Now that the Asian Alliance was damaged, NATO wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to gain power. Politics has always been a headache, but it also takes courage to persist in the war. Because what they are facing are not just the Turians, but also the allied forces behind the Turians. The Citadel Council. Just a few days ago, the Citadel Council sent representatives to the Covenant. They showed humans a picture that was completely beyond their imagination. A force composed of a dozen powerful alien races in the vast Milky Way. They came here to mediate and hoped that the Alliance would also join with humans as representatives. The peace faction was overjoyed at the invitation. But Li Longcheng was gloomy. He knew very well that the representatives of the Citadel Council did not bring mediation, but threats. If the Star Alliance really rejected the proposal of the Citadel Council, it would mean that they would completely break off relations with a huge force composed of more than a dozen alien races and go to war. Is it worth it? The peace faction keeps talking about the survival of mankind. But what is the survival of mankind? Live like a pauper? Or die like a hero? Without dignity. What value do humans have in this universe? Is it just begging for a living? Dignity does not come for free. But once the war breaks out, countless lives will be lost. The peace faction questioned Li Longcheng more than once. Is it worth going to war for the sake of illusory dignity and letting humans die in the war? Does it worth? This question seemed really funny to Li Longcheng. Of course it's worth it. A unified civilization is never gentle and refined. Iron and blood are its fuel. Without the power to repel the enemy, how can we talk about prosperity? If they can't hurt each other, how can they learn to respect humans? The carrier-based aircraft landed steadily on the ground. Li Longcheng retracted his gaze and stood up. This time, he came here not just for the past, but for the future. The future of humanity. Order the fleet to stand by above. Yes. However, Li Longcheng did not see that shortly after he entered the base, the fleet hovering outside the planet left quietly and silently. Of course, all this did not escape Duan Muhuai's eyes. Look, that's really stupid. Duan Muhuai looked at the screen in front of him and curled his lips. Humanity is facing a great enemy. But they are still fighting among themselves? Why do we have to start a war? Eclair sighed helplessly, and Duan Muhuai glanced at her. To tell others that you are not easy to mess with. Whether it is a country, a civilization or a person, or the next time someone harasses you, you should not fight back, but clean yourself up and then take the initiative to deliver yourself to the door? Well, after hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, Eclair was speechless. This is not the same thing. That's the same thing. Think about it carefully. Others' target is just your body. If you resist, it will cost you your life. So why don't you just lie down and let them enjoy it? Why risk your life for your meaningless dignity? This? Claire was sweating profusely, and didn't know how to refute. In the end, she chose to raise her hands in surrender. Okay, I'm sorry. But no matter how powerful this civilization is, it is impossible to defeat so many alien races. And also raised her own questions. As a princess, although there was a big gap in technological civilization, when it came to the political level, there would not be much change in a few thousand years. Indeed, it is unrealistic to completely wipe them out, especially given the current situation of this civilization. But the problem is that we have to hurt them. Only in this way will they know that humans are not easy to mess with, and are not just yes men who do whatever you say. In this regard, a firm attitude and a firm will are necessary. Duanmu Huai stared at the screen silently. The second reason he chose to intervene was that Duanmu Huai wanted to cooperate with this civilization. After all, both the Guardian civilization and the UNSC were unable to take care of themselves. On the contrary, the Star Alliance not only had advanced technology, but also had military capabilities. If they could cooperate with them, the benefits would naturally be much stronger than other civilizations. The only problem is that bunch of stupid bureaucrats, who are no different from the Southern Song dynasty. It depends on whether there is any hope this time. Just as the group was discussing, suddenly, a warship emerged silently from the depths of the dark universe and stopped at the edge of the planet. Then, several transport planes emerged from it and flew towards the direction of the colonial base. The dilapidated colony base seemed to be unaware of the arrival of these transport planes. They only stopped not far from the colony base. And then the hatch opened. And then a team of aliens wearing space armor and holding weapons walked out. They had green skin, locust-like heads and 4 eyes. Batarians. Well, that's not surprising. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. He was very familiar with the races of this alien alliance. In this alien alliance, Asari, Solarians and Turians were permanent members, and had the greatest power in the entire Alliance Council. Asari were good at resolving political disputes. Solarians were good at scientific research. And Turians were military experts. Among all other races, the least popular are the Batarians. They are a race of cosmic rogues. When mentioning the Batarians, everyone's first impression is that they are criminals. Well, the only race with a worse reputation than them is the Woka. In fact, in the game, most of the criminals who attacked the human border were funded by the Batarians. And the Batarians actually hated humans. So their appearance here was not unexpected to Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai could even be certain that this mission must have been tacitly agreed upon and supported by the representatives of the 3 major races of the Citadel Council. It was a pity that no one from the 3 major races came forward this time. Otherwise he could seize this opportunity and make the 3 major races bleed. But Batarians, it's better than nothing. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai packed up his things. Okay, everyone, let's go! Chapter 415 Assault. The elevator slowly landed at the bottom floor. Li Longcheng straightened his clothes and walked out of the elevator. The soldiers responsible for protecting him immediately dispersed and checked the surroundings. After making sure there were no problems, they nodded to Li Longcheng, who then walked along the corridor until he reached the end of the corridor. This is a secret underground research facility. In fact, even within the Star Alliance, not many people know the secrets here. The reason why Li Longcheng came here is because he received a message from a confidential line. An A-level confidential member contacted him privately, claiming that he had discovered the reason why the Turians attacked the new Shanxi colony. This matter was of great importance, and he could only tell Li Longcheng. Although Li Longcheng also doubted whether this was a trap. In the end, he decided to go there in person. Crack. The door of the laboratory slowly opened, and what appeared in front of Li Longcheng was not a clean and tidy space, but a place that looked like an underground mine. There were still signs of destruction here, and in this underground hole, a man was standing there, staring blankly at the stone wall in front of him. Hearing the door open, he turned around and stared at Li Longcheng with his small eyes narrowed, with deep-eye bags that looked like he had been staying up late for many years. Oh! I never thought that the second-in-command of the Star Alliance would actually come here. To be honest, I thought you would send someone here instead of coming here yourself. You should understand why I'm here. Dr. Herman. Li Longcheng strode into the laboratory and stared at the man in front of him. You said you knew why those aliens attacked the new Shanxi colony. That's why I came here. I hope you can give me a clear answer. The reason why Li Longcheng came here was indeed an adventure. But for him, this was a very worthy adventure. Slowly understand the other party's thoughts. But Li Longcheng doesn't think so. Since the Citadel Council is a cross-galactic political organization, they should be well aware that launching an attack on the colonies of other races is a very risky act. Because not every race is kind and can be bullied, and the other party may bite them back. In this situation, the Turian fleet actually forcibly attacked the new Shanxi colony and even occupied it. It was not until the Alliance launched a counterattack that it was repelled. This is problematic no matter how you look at it. Haha. Now that you're here, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. As he spoke, Dr. Herman walked to the console and turned on the system. Soon, the surrounding lights came on, shining on a metal tablet in the center of the hole. This is the ruins of Prothean. I suppose you are familiar with them. Li Longcheng nodded. He was certainly familiar with this. The Prothean ruins were a relic of a civilization discovered by humans on an alien planet. According to scientists' investigations, this civilization once flourished in the Milky Way. Their footprints were almost spread across most of the Milky Way, leaving behind countless relics beyond human imagination. However, the Prothean clan eventually disappeared mysteriously, without a trace or whereabouts. Many of the technologies that the Star Alliance acquired after entering the universe were obtained through the excavation and research of Prothean ruins. Therefore, every Prothean ruin is of great importance to the Star Alliance. You mean, the Turians came here for the Prothean ruins? Could it be that the Citadel also possesses Prothean technology? That may be the case. But what I found is even more interesting. As he spoke, Dr. Herman chuckled. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed a few buttons on the operating table. Soon, a ray of light began to appear around the metal tablet, enveloping it like lightning. Seeing this scene, Li Longcheng frowned and stared at Herman, who shrugged his shoulders. The Protheans store all their knowledge and images in their consciousness. But ordinary people who rashly connect to them are likely to bring unknown risks. So I use this method to barely activate the contents of the beacon, allowing us to extract the contents in a safe state. Of course, it is not complete yet. As Herman spoke, the lighting around the metal steel became brighter and brighter. Then, one after another, illusory images similar to 3D projections appeared in front of the steel. They were a group of insect-like humanoids wearing space armor and with small eyes. Li Longcheng recognized them at a glance. They were Protheans, but he had only seen them in murals and other relics before. This was the first time he saw a living Prothean. At this moment, these Protheans were gathered together, looking up, as if looking at the sky. After a moment, they lowered their heads and knelt on the ground. Afterwards, Li Longcheng saw several extremely tall figures appear in the picture. These giants were more than 2 meters tall, wearing blue, heavy armor, holding guns and swords in their hands. Then a Prothean elder walked up and said something to the tall figures in blue armor, who nodded and handed a small cube to the Prothean elder. Then Elder Prothean knelt down on the ground in great excitement. At the same time, the figure in blue armor standing in front of them took off his helmet, revealing a human face. However, the next moment, perhaps because of overheating or some other reason, the surrounding images disappeared instantly, and the instrument issued a shrill alarm and then stopped working. What's this? Seeing this, Li Longcheng and his subordinates were stunned. He knew about the Protheans, but why were there humans among them? That's why I asked you to come. Looking at Li Longcheng's shocked expression, Dr. Herman laughed, and Li Longcheng shook his head vigorously. This is impossible. Human history is not recorded this way. According to previous research, the Protheans disappeared thousands of years before the birth of humans. How could they be together? This is also my problem. But this is indeed a fact. As he spoke, Dr. Herman pointed to the metal tablet. If you don't believe it, then you can face the beacon directly. Perhaps you can find out the whole story without going crazy. Hearing this, Li Longcheng swallowed his saliva. He stared at the metal tablet and was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Li Longcheng felt that reality was so absurd, and the world he knew seemed to have completely collapsed. This is fake. Finally, Li Longcheng said this in a dry voice. At this moment, he felt that his words were extremely boring. The tongue that had made hundreds of millions of people cheer and called on everyone to unite on the podium now seemed to be frozen, and it didn't even turn. Even though Li Longcheng is not a historian or a scientist, He knows that if all this is true, then, boom. However, at this moment, a dull roar and vibration suddenly came, interrupting Li Longqing's thoughts. He frowned and looked up. What happened? We're under attack. It's the Batarians. What? Li Longqing was shocked when he heard the reports from his superiors and subordinates. How did they get here? Damn it. Where's the fleet? Where's our escort fleet? We have no way to contact them. The communication has been cut off. They don't seem to be here either. The enemy's attack is fierce. However, before he could finish his words, the communication was interrupted again with a scream. Batarians. After all, Li Longqing was a military man. After realizing that the situation was not good, he immediately took out his weapon from his arms and signaled others to gather here immediately. Then, Li Longqing glanced at Dr. Herman, who quickly raised his hand. It has nothing to do with me. You should consider that there is something wrong with your subordinates. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can handcuff me, then torture him. Li Longqing directly signaled his subordinates to handcuff Dr. Herman, and he was also ready for battle. At this moment, Li Longqing's brain started to work again, thinking quickly about the situation in front of him. It is definitely not a coincidence that the Batarians came here. You have to know that his fleet is still stationed above Xinshanxi. Logically speaking, these aliens can't break through the defense and come here. But now, they appear here. Although Dr. Herman is not ruled out as an insider. But, Li Longqing believes that this is a plan made by those who don't want to see him in power. To kill with a borrowed knife. However, those guys actually colluded with alien races secretly. How depraved. Thinking of this, Li Longqing clenched the weapon in his hand and stared at the gate. He had a bad feeling that he might really die here. Boom! At this moment, the sealed door was instantly blown open. And then a group of Batarians rushed in with weapons. Fire! Li Longqing gave an order, aimed at the enemy in front of him and pulled the trigger. Soon, gunshots rang out, and the two sides entered a fierce battle in almost the blink of an eye. At the beginning, Li Longqing was able to suppress the Batarians' attack with the help of firepower. But the other side soon responded. Soon, 2 or 3 large mechas came out and advanced forward under a hail of bullets. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Li Longqing gritted his teeth. He had never thought that these Batarians would even bring automatic mechas. He only had a few small pistols, and had no way to fight against such an enemy. Am I really going to die here today? Boom, boom, boom. However, just as Li Longqing was thinking about countermeasures, he suddenly heard heavy footsteps coming from the other end of the passage. Li Longqing looked up and saw a tall black shadow directly knocking away the Batalian soldiers behind him, and then rushed in with big strides, then swung the war hammer in his hand and smashed it hard at the automatic mecha in front of him. Boom! With just one blow, the automatic mecha that had previously withstood the attack of the garrison troops without any damage exploded and shattered completely. Chapter 416. Cross-Century Communication. What is that? Li Longqing was stunned as he watched the mecha in front of him being smashed into scrap metal. However, the scene that happened next shocked him even more. After noticing the enemy attacking from behind, the Batarians immediately turned their guns and attacked the huge dark figure. However, their attack was fruitless. The fierce artillery fire that was enough to penetrate the vehicle did not leave any marks on the dark giant. Instead, the opponent suddenly swung the war hammer in his hand, and the next moment, the Batarian in front of them was directly crushed to the ground by the whirlwind brought by the war hammer, and turned into a pool of meat paste like a frog crushed by a wheel. You must be kidding. Seeing this, Li Longqing couldn't even believe his eyes. Although these Batarians seemed to be defenseless, they were actually equipped with small shield generators. This shield could even withstand the attack of some large rockets. However, the opponent just swung the hammer head and actually broke through the shields of these Batarians and killed them instantly. Boom! Just as the dark giant swept away all the Batarians around him with one hammer, another automatic mecha turned around and rushed towards him. However, the dark giant didn't even look at it, and swung his hammer back, hitting the automatic mecha with a home run, knocking it completely away, and then disintegrated in the air, turning into a pile of fragments. Seeing this, everyone, including Li Longqing, was stunned. They have also dealt with the Turians before. In fact, whether it is the human civilization here or the alien civilization, they basically have 2 layers of protection. a small shield on the outside and armor on the inside. Because of this, when the two sides fight, they usually have to find a way to break the shield first and then the armor, and finally kill them. In addition, the shield will recover, so it will be very difficult to fight. Many times, you can't kill me, and I can't kill you. This is why Li Longcheng and his men were able to withstand attacks from the Batarians, who outnumbered them many times as many as themselves. Even those automatic mechas were equipped with shields. But in front of this pitch-black giant, these shields were like paper, and completely meaningless. Li Longcheng even saw that when the pitch-black giant's hammer blasted out, the shields outside the automatic mechas were directly shattered, and they disappeared without even a millisecond of support. This is like a dream. But why does this dark giant seem familiar? At this moment, the battle was completely over. With the last group of Batarians being killed, peace returned here. The dark giant also put away his war hammer and turned to stare at them. Seeing this, the others subconsciously tightened their weapons. Just when Li Longcheng was about to stand up and say something, Dr. Herman, who was handcuffed next to him, suddenly had his eyes light up, and rushed over yelling, and was quickly grabbed by Li Longcheng. Wait, what are you going to do? It's the same. It's the same as what we saw before. Why? Hearing what Dr. Herman said, Li Longcheng was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the beacon in surprise. He finally understood why Dr. Herman was so excited. The reason is very simple. That is, the dark giant that appeared in front of them was wearing similar armor to the blue warriors that appeared in the beacon projection before. They were also tall, with heavy armor decorated with skulls, and their appearance was very similar, except that the one in the projection was painted blue, while the giant in front of them was painted black. Don't fire. Put your weapons down. At this moment, Li Longcheng hurriedly asked everyone around him to put down their weapons. Then he stood up, looked at the giant in front of him, took a deep breath, and walked towards him. So high, although he had felt that the other party was very tall before. When Li Longcheng walked in front of the dark giant, he found that he was only up to the other party's waist. You know, Li Longcheng was a soldier and was quite tall, about 1.8 meters tall. But in front of this giant, he felt like a child. Hello, I am General Li Longcheng of the Star Alliance. May I ask? Hearing Li Longcheng's question, the dark giant was silent for a moment, then took off his helmet, revealing a hiss. Looking at the face in front of him, even Li Longcheng gasped. His body swayed, and he almost collapsed to the ground. As a soldier, he had seen many aliens, but he had never seen a human that looked so fierce. Hello, I am Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the tribunal. Staring at Li Longcheng in front of him, Duanmu Huai chuckled, and although the latter was trembling a little, he still stared at Duanmu Huai. Excuse me, what exactly are you doing? I know what you want to ask. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Li Longcheng. Yes, we came here with you on purpose. We had already guessed that you would be attacked. We came here to thwart the plot of those idiots because, for us, it is better for you to be alive than dead. Call. Hearing this, Li Longcheng was relieved. He had been wondering how these people could appear by chance, but he didn't expect them to be so straightforward. However, the tribunal? What kind of organization is this? My fleet. Your fleet has been lured away and will not return for at least another hour. Duanmu Huai glanced around and then found a place to sit down. So, why don't we talk about it? Of course, not a problem. In fact, this was also Li Longcheng's idea. So he immediately cheered up, asked others to guard the surroundings, and then sat opposite Duanmu Huai. At this moment, Dr. Herman also came over and stared at him enthusiastically. It must be said that being stared at by a man with such eyes was quite uncomfortable for Duanmu Huai. Who is this? Dr. Herman. He is a scholar who studies ancient relics. Oh fine. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and looked at Li Longcheng again. I know you have a lot of questions to ask. But before that, let me first introduce you to the situation of the tribunal. This was already a piece of cake for Duanmu Huai. He was too lazy to even say anything. Just like he did with Maria, he directly took out a holographic promotional video of the tribunal and played it. I have to say that this format is indeed very convenient. At least, after watching the entire promotional video, Li Longcheng already understood the origin of the tribunal and the history of the former human empire, and Dr. Herman next to him was trembling with excitement. If he hadn't been held down by the soldiers, he would have jumped up. So, you mean, we are the descendants of the human empire? Well, you are one of the most developed human civilizations so far. Really? Hearing this, Li Longcheng also smiled. To be honest, when he learned that there was more than one human civilization in this universe, Li Longcheng was also very nervous. Now, when he heard Duanmu Huai say that the Star Alliance was the best developed among these human civilizations, he was relieved and felt very proud. To be honest, although the whole story sounds very absurd, Li Longcheng is more inclined to believe that it is reality. After all, if it is true that humans have unified the entire galaxy, it will naturally be a great stimulus and benefit to the people of the Star Alliance. But, wait, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Then what about the Protheans? The Protheans. At this time, Dr. Herman could no longer hold back and started asking, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Oh, it's actually quite normal. After the collapse of the human empire, these guys took advantage of the vacuum and took over those territories. Well, when there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. As for the Protheans, the players in the game also did some research, and the final conclusion was that the Protheans were a vassal race from the human empire, which was under the jurisdiction of the 13th prince at the time. After the Black Hole Project, all species in the entire Milky Way suffered a devastating blow, and only the Protheans escaped the disaster by luck or something. Later, they quickly took this opportunity to expand and occupied most of the territory of the human empire. In the end, it was proved that aliens will always be aliens, and these idiots messed up and killed themselves. Of course, Duanmu Huai was not at all moved by this. Or perhaps the Procyon people should be thankful that they became extinct early. Otherwise, they would definitely have a place on the list of the tribunal now. Alright. Duanmu Huai directly returned to the subject and looked at Li Longcheng again. Now that you know the existence of our Inquisition, you should understand why we saved you. You hope that I can lead the Star Alliance to resist the aliens? That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. Any act of kneeling before the alien race is an unforgivable heresy. Human dignity and honor must not be violated, no matter what excuse is used. The Inquisition will not recognize this. But even we can't fight against the entire Citadel Council. I know this very well. So the Inquisition will fight together with you. We don't need to destroy them completely, but we must let them know that humans are not something that these lowly aliens can manipulate at will. Li Longcheng didn't say anything, but nodded heavily. Although he was not as extreme as Duanmu Huai, Li Longcheng also agreed with Duanmu Huai's words in his heart. Human beings will never succumb to the threat of any alien race. So, what should we do? Hearing Li Longcheng's question, Duanmu Huai chuckled. I do have a suggestion. Chapter 417, Heavy Punch. For the peace-loving faction of the Star Alliance, everything that happened next was simply a nightmare. They planned hard and united with the alien forces to try to eliminate Li Longcheng, the biggest thorn in their side. But what the peace advocates did not expect was that Li Longcheng not only did not die, but also captured several Batarians. Public opinion immediately exploded, and soon, all over the Star Alliance, there were reports that alien forces were trying to assassinate the next presidential candidate of the Star Alliance. Many experts conducted analysis, and some sources even directly said that the reason why the alien forces sent people to assassinate Li Longcheng was because they were afraid that Li Longcheng would be detrimental to them after he came to power. And the peace faction might also be involved in this. In short, as soon as this news came out, the people were in an uproar, and Li Longcheng even came forward and gave a speech to the people, saying that no matter how these alien forces acted, he would never succumb to their threats, and not even death could make him bow his head. Previously, in the Star Alliance, the supporters of the pro-war and pro-peace factions were roughly 60% to 40%. However, when the news of Li Longcheng being assassinated by the Batarians spread, the supporters of the pro-war faction suddenly reached more than 80%. Not only in Li Longcheng's main base, the Asian Alliance, but even in NATO, many people supported Li Longcheng's approach. After all, the news that alien forces sent people to assassinate their presidential candidate is something that basically no one can tolerate. On the other hand, since Li Longcheng is so powerful that alien forces have to send people to assassinate him, it means that if this person becomes the president of the Star Alliance, he will definitely not sell out the interests of mankind for the sake of aliens. After all, What could be more useful than the recognition of one's enemies? So in the subsequent election, Li Longcheng was naturally elected as the first president of the Star Alliance. After he took office, he said that he would not accept the mediation of the Citadel Council. At the same time, he also demanded that the Citadel Council must hand over the real murderer behind the assassin. Otherwise, humans will never let him go. The Citadel Council was also troubled by Li Longcheng's request. They did acquiesce to the assassination of Li Longcheng, but they also knew that such things were shameful. The only lucky thing was that they did not leave any evidence. So, the Citadel Council just said that it would investigate, and then threw the pot on the Batarians. The Batarians were even tougher than the Citadel Council. They directly stated that there was no assassination at all, and that it was these despicable humans who kidnapped their compatriots. So the Batarians directly dispatched their fleet to attack another human colony planet. Then they issued a notice demanding that the Alliance immediately and unconditionally hand over the kidnapped Batarian citizens. Otherwise, they would launch an all-out war against humans. Li Longcheng naturally would not listen to the Batarians' nonsense. In fact, when the news from the Batarians came, Li Longcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the prelude to this play is completely prepared. Next, it was the time to appear. Today was not a good day for Admiral Kislev of the Star Alliance Navy Fleet. The reason was very simple. Because the new president of the Star Alliance, Li Longcheng, was currently on this battleship with the senior officials of the Chief Council. This also made Admiral Kislev very nervous. In fact, if anyone attacked this battleship, then the senior officials of the entire Star Alliance would be wiped out. This also made Kislev very dissatisfied. With so many warships in the Star Alliance, why did they choose his own? Is his luck so bad? At this moment, Li Longcheng's voice came from behind Kislev. How? Captain? Have we already reached the destination? Of course, Mr. President. Kislev quickly turned around, raised his hand, and saluted Li Longcheng. But I still don't understand. What are we doing here? You seem nervous? Of course, sir. After all, the entire top leadership of the Star Alliance is here. If something happens, at least I think we should mobilize a fleet instead of just one battleship. Don't be so nervous, my old friend. Looking at Kislev's expression, Li Longcheng smiled and reached out and patted his shoulder. We are currently in the safest place. No alien fleet will dare to cause trouble for us. Of course, sir. But what exactly are we doing here? Kislev couldn't figure it out, and Li Longcheng shrugged his shoulders. You'll find out soon enough. Well, it's about time. Why? Just as Kislev was stunned, he suddenly heard a rapid alarm. He turned his head and looked forward, and saw a scene that Kislev could not imagine. In front of his warship, the originally dark depths of the universe suddenly seemed to have cracked open, and a wave-like wave appeared. Then, a huge and magnificent warship appeared in front of them without any warning. This is... Looking at the huge battleship in front of him, Kislev's face turned pale. His hands clenched and cold sweat broke out. Apart from anything else, the size of this battleship alone was enough to exceed his expectations. You know, Kislev's warship is the flagship of the First Fleet of the Star Alliance, the Kilimanjaro-class dreadnought, which is 1,000 meters long and is already one of the largest warships in the Star Alliance. And now this warship is even several times larger than his warship, which is like the difference between an elephant and a kitten. Not only that, unlike the gun muzzle layout of the Star Alliance battleships, the weapon layout of this battleship is closer to the battleships used in previous naval battles. The sides of the ship are densely covered with huge black turrets. Just looking at these black gun muzzles makes Kislev want to flee. Mr. President. Oh, don't be nervous. Although this is the case, even Li Longcheng is still in a tightness at the moment. He does know that the trial court has his own fleet, but this is the first time that he has seen warships from the trial court. Report. We received a communication request from an unknown warship. At this time, the operator also gave a report, and Kislev glanced at Li Longcheng. The latter nodded, and then Kislev said, "Turn on the communication." Soon, the screen flashed, and the next moment, Duanmu Huai's face appeared on the screen. Ah! Wah! As soon as they saw this face, the soldiers in the command room were frightened, and their faces changed drastically. Several of them screamed and fell to the ground. As for the high-ranking officials of the Star Alliance behind Li Longcheng, they were equally miserable. Some of them even rolled their eyes and died. causing chaos around them. Even Kislev subconsciously reached out and held down the weapon on his waist. But soon, he found that his actions were too hasty. So Kislev's face turned red, and he hurriedly shouted with a stern face. "Calm down! Calm down! Everyone!" Fortunately, this was just a communication image. So the soldiers quickly calmed down. And Duanmu Huai watched the scene with interest and laughed. "It seems that your soldiers are not very resistant to pressure. Or rather, you are still as impressive as ever, Mr. Inquisitor." Li Longcheng and Duanmu Huai had seen it once. But the adaptation was very fast. "Mr. President, who on earth is this? Who is he?" At this moment, Kislev also realized that Li Longcheng came here in person. Probably just for this battleship and this man. "This is Mr. Duanmu Huai. As for his identity, I will give you a detailed introduction later." After a brief explanation, Li Longcheng looked at the screen again. "Mr. Inquisitor, I think you already know the reaction of the Batarians. Of course, this group of aliens is only this level, which is not beyond my expectations." Duanmu Huai chuckled. "Fortunately, this is a good thing. At least this way, we can let them experience the power of humans." Listening to the two people's questions and answers, Kislev and the Star Alliance leaders also realized that the two met for the Batarians' ultimatum. In fact, although Li Longcheng acted very tough, there were still many people in the Star Alliance who thought it was too reckless to go to war with both the Batarians and the Turians at the same time. They had reminded Li Longcheng of this problem several times, but the other party always seemed confident. Now it seems that this is Li Longcheng's trump card. "I believe you will not let me down, Mr. Inquisitor." "Of course." "Okay. Now please fasten your seat belts and put away the tables and chairs. We are about to set off." As Duanmu Huai spoke, Kislev realized that his warship was actually slowly moving towards the enemy's direction. "Wait, what are you doing? I'll take you to see a good show. You'll understand when you get there." Facing Kislev's question, Duanmu Huai just laughed. The next moment, Kislev saw that the universe in front of him seemed to be torn open by an invisible giant hand. Then, in the blink of an eye, everything in front of him became chaotic. The starlight around him gradually began to twist and deform, stretching into infinite lines of light. The entire battleship began to tremble violently, forcing Kislev and his crew to raise their hands and block in front of themselves to resist the dazzling brilliance. But just as they raised their hands, the shining white light suddenly disappeared, and then everything returned to normal. The only difference was that this time a huge planet appeared out of thin air in front of them. This is... Looking at this planet, everyone was confused. And at this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice came again. "Oh, this is the home planet of the Batarians." "The Batarians' home planet? How is this possible?" Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Kislev almost jumped up. Now the Star Lien is no longer the civilization trapped on a planet. Of course, they also understand how harsh the battle between the universes is, knowing the fleet is approaching. But now, in just a few seconds, they have already reached the home planet of the Batarians. Although Kislev felt that this was sheer nonsense, the information sent back from the battleship's sensors showed that this was indeed the planet of the Batarians. "I see." Thinking of this, Kislev felt that he suddenly understood. It was obvious that if this was really the home planet of the Batarians, then their swaggering and unwarned appearance would inevitably terrify the Batarians. In this way, they would be able to take the initiative. "Mr. President, is this your plan?" Faced with Kislev's question, Li Longcheng didn't know what to say. But at this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice sounded again. "Of course not. This is just the beginning. The next step is our job. What are you planning to do?" Kislev seemed to sense something from Duanmu Huai's murderous tone, and his body trembled suddenly, while Duanmu Huai replied lightly, "For the Inquisition, no alien dares to provoke humans and get away with it. So, I want to teach them a lesson they will never forget. Therefore, next, I will issue an extermination order in the name of the Inquisition." Everyone shuddered when they heard this word, and Kislev's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you mean, I will completely destroy this planet and make the Batarians lose their home forever as punishment for daring to provoke humans? This is too much." At this moment, a senior member of the Star Alliance couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "We don't need to do that at all. We just need to threaten them. This is the practice of the Inquisition, and it is also the law of the universe." Duanmu Huai interrupted him coldly. "Remember, There is no room for weak-willed and hesitant people here. Only through firm actions and beliefs can mankind survive. There is no sacrifice too big to tolerate, and no betrayal too small to accept. Perhaps someone will say that I am not qualified to execute tens of billions of people. But those who understand the truth know better that I am not qualified to let them live. Duan Muhuai's voice was not loud, but the incomparable pressure and heaviness made everyone in the command room breathless. Even Li Longcheng clenched his fists and stared at the screen. However, at this moment Duan Muhuai had already continued speaking. Then, in the name of loyalty and honor to humanity, I, in the name of the Inquisitor, declare an extermination order against the Batarians' home planet, Kurogus. I hereby sign the death certificate for the entire world, and billions of souls will be forgotten. May the judgment bring balance. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai took out the seal and silently pressed it on the parchment. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that a torpedo was suddenly fired from the front of the huge battleship beside them. It silently passed through the atmosphere and then fell into the Batarians' home planet. Then, a scene that no one would forget happened. At the place where the torpedo fell, a halo formed by a huge ball of fire suddenly exploded. It spread rapidly and completely covered the entire planet in just a few seconds. A moment later, the planet that was green and full of vitality just now has turned into a completely dead planet. No one spoke. Everyone just stood there blankly, watching this scene. Some even felt like they couldn't breathe. The Star Alliance does not have this kind of technology now, and they cannot imagine how terrifying it is to have a powerful force that can easily wipe out all life on a planet. But now, they finally witnessed it with their own eyes. In less than 5 seconds, a planet was completely destroyed, and the billions of Batarians on it were also reduced to ashes. That's the warning. Duan Muhuai's voice sounded again. Those aliens must understand that everything they do will only become ashes under the wrath of the Inquisition. Chapter 418 Negotiation. When everyone left the Batarians' home planet and returned to their original place, everyone was silent as if in death. Mr. Judge, I didn't expect you to be like this. Even Li Longcheng didn't know how to evaluate Duan Muhuai's behavior for a moment. And Duan Muhuai snorted coldly. The Inquisition is only responsible for protecting humans. Aliens other than humans are unnecessary to us. If it was a human planet, I might use the extermination order only when I had no choice. But since it is an alien planet, there is naturally nothing to say. This is also the reason why players in the game use extinction order as a big move and explode at any time. The truth is that this era is different from the era of human empire. Most places are planets inhabited by aliens. There is no psychological pressure at all. You can just throw an extermination order at them. Okay, let's talk about this after you calm down. After saying this, Duan Muhuai cut off the communication. At this time, the top leaders of the Star Alliance looked at Li Longcheng, who smiled bitterly helplessly. Everyone, I know you have a lot of questions. Follow me. Afterwards, in a top-secret conference room, facing Kislev and other colleagues, Li Longcheng told them everything about the ins and outs of the Inquisition, including his attack on the new Shanxi colony, the Inquisition's rescue, and what he learned afterwards about the history of the human empire, the existence of the Inquisition, and its responsibilities. It has to be said that after listening to Li Longcheng's story and reading the court records said by Duan Muhuai, everyone present was really confused. It's unbelievable. Is this true? I know you won't believe it. But what about now? Can you not believe it? After hearing this, the Star Alliance executives who had doubts were speechless. If it was before, they would never believe Li Longcheng's words. But now, after they witnessed with their own eyes that the Batarians' home planet was destroyed by the extinction order, no matter how unwilling they were to believe it, they had to admit the facts before them. After all, if it was a scam, using a planet as bait would be a huge scam. So does that mean we could become the next human empire to rule the galaxy? There were also high-level officials who were very excited about this. After all, they were all human beings, and they heard that they were descendants of the human empire that once ruled the galaxy. Of course, they also hoped to accomplish the same feats as their ancestors, as long as we have the help of the Inquisition. The Inquisition will not interfere in the internal political affairs of human civilization. However, Li Longcheng shook his head. According to that Inquisitor, the Inquisition exists to save humanity from the threats of heretics, aliens, and demons. Therefore, they do not have a preference for political affairs within human civilization. whether you have a monarchy or a democracy. As long as it can help humanity develop, it is good. They do not care about such trivial matters. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. They also listened to Li Longqing's classification of aliens, heretics and demons defined by the Inquisition. Among them, Duanmu Huai played a little trick on the classification of demons. He directly called demons subspace creatures, strictly speaking. This is not wrong, instead of gods or the like. To put it simply, according to what Duanmu Huai told Li Longqing, demons are supernatural creatures that live in a space called subspace. They like to play tricks and use their unique abilities to deceive humans, making them perceive them as demons or gods, and thereby manipulate human actions. This is also Duanmu Huai's attempt to define the devil. The emperor's imperial truth has completely failed. It is natural that the reality that completely denies the objective existence will be slapped away by reality. However, as long as the definition of reality is differentiated, there may be a chance to destroy it. As long as humans do not regard the warped demons as some kind of belief, there is still a way to fight against them. In addition, Duanmu Huai has another attempt, which is online article. That's right. There are naturally such things as online novels in this human civilization. Duanmu Huai's idea to Li Longqing is to let Li Longqing vigorously support those online novels. After all, most of the online novels are about killing gods and destroying Buddhas. And my fate is in my own hands. After reading too much, people's subconsciousness will naturally shift to this direction, as long as there is a setting in these online articles. That is, making a deal with any god or devil will not have a good ending in the end. And only by relying on humans' own strength can one become a dragon outyan. Then once people read more, when encountering similar situations, humans will subconsciously develop similar tendencies. Therefore, Duanmu Huai also proposed 3 elements. First, the so-called gods or demons are actually just creatures more powerful than humans, which is nothing big at all. Second, any temptation from gods or demons is just to use humans to achieve their own goals. No matter how high-sounding the words are, it cannot change their essence. Humans are essentially just their tools. Third, as long as humans insist on the pride and glory of being human, they can kill gods and Buddhas, have a harem, and become a dragon outyan. That's right. This is the brainwashing plan of online articles. As long as these online articles can be circulated in the Star Alliance, then anyone who has read these online articles or adapted TV series will subconsciously use this method to treat those subspace demons. Wouldn't it be much easier to deal with them next? So, Emperor, you don't understand human nature. Of course, this does not require the Star Alliance to issue an official regulation or something. After all, people have a rebellious mentality. And if you do this, it may arouse public dissatisfaction. And it does not need to be so explicit. Just unite the websites and ban all novels that worship gods and demons on the grounds of promoting feudal superstition. And then only promote those novels that kill gods and destroy Buddhas. When people see that this routine can make money, they will naturally write it. There are so many to write. Why not pick a few good ones and adapt them into movies, TV series, etc. and broadcast them in Star Alliance? Wouldn't that slowly brainwash people? This is no better than the imperial truth. Players in the game also want to do similar tricks. But unfortunately it is very difficult. However, in reality, Duanmu Huai plans to try this idea. This can be considered as fighting poison with poison. Apart from anything else. At least this will prevent humans from becoming spineless people who kneel on the ground and cannot get up when they see the evil gods. In the end, the Alliance leadership decided to hold talks with the Inquisition. It must be said that Duanmu Huai chose the right time. Humans had just walked out of their own galaxy, encountered alien races, and were threatened. At this time, they urgently needed an old predecessor from the universe to guide them. And the emergence of the Inquisition was naturally a big benefit to the Star Alliance. Both sides are human camps. And the Inquisition is powerful. Under their protection, the Alliance can develop more freely. So after receiving Li Longqing's response, Duanmu Huai also said that he would send representatives of the tribunal to negotiate. Not long after, a Night Raven Black Star arrived on the Star Alliance battleship. Li Longqing also went to greet it with the Star Alliance's senior executives. To be honest, everyone was nervous when they saw the black fighter in front of them. After all, they were scared just by seeing Duanmu Huai's face on the screen. Although Duanmu Huai would not come in person. But, could it be that the representatives of the tribunal were all those ferocious and terrible people? Puff. Soon, the hatch opened, and Li Longcheng and others saw several tall figures in black armor walking out with guns in hand, standing on both sides. Seeing this scene, everyone became more nervous. Then, they saw several girls walking out from among the giants, protected by them. It has to be said that the contrast was so great that even the top leaders of the Star Alliance were a little confused. They had already prepared themselves mentally to negotiate with these people who were taller than ordinary people. But who would have thought that the other party would just faint and actually send out such a beautiful girl? Hello, Mr. President. Anshan, who was leading the group, was wearing a royal dress, and following behind her were the smiling Jinjiling, as well as Lumiel and Eclair, who were dressed as maids. I am the representative of the Inquisition, the first princess of Manalia. And, hello, it's our first meeting. Looking at the group of beautiful and lovely girls in front of them, all the Star Alliance executives, including Li Longcheng, were bewildered. The Court of Inquisition. Is there such a thing? In fact, this was Duanmu Huai's idea. The tribunal itself gave people a very strong feeling. If he showed up, then the Star Alliance would definitely be forced to endure it even if they were unhappy. But doing so was not a good thing for the cooperation between the two parties. Therefore, Duanmu Huai specially sent An Hejin Jilling as the negotiation representative of the tribunal, as a princess of a country, and has the most experience in politics. And she is also one of the members who has followed Duanmu Huai the longest. With her intelligence and talent, she certainly understands what Duanmu Huai wants to do. As for whether Jinji Ling understands what it means to be charming, you know, in the game, when Duanmu Huai's character is full of charm, that is enough to make others willingly give him their hearts. This is the horror with full charm. Okay, Duanmu Huai has decided that Jinji Ling will serve as the tribunal's diplomatic and propaganda representative in the future. After all, the reason why she followed Duanmu Huai was to make the whole world, the whole universe, feel her cuteness. No, the world is the cutest real smart guy in the universe. Well, that's not bad, isn't it? At least it's much better than the evil of obsession or the demon of lust. Look at the latter. What kind of bastards they are. So ugly. Of course, Duanmu Huai was not worried at all as to whether this would make people look down on the court. After all, the Batarians' home planet had just been blown up, so their memory shouldn't be as short as a fish's. In fact, it was just as Duanmu Huai thought. Perhaps An and Jinjiling were charming enough. It only took them half a day to negotiate a cooperation agreement between the Inquisition and the Star Alliance with the top leaders of the Star Alliance. In simple terms, the content of the agreement is that the Inquisition will escort the colonization and expansion of the Star Alliance. For example, if the Star Alliance colonized a planet and was attacked by the Turians, if they encounter such a thing again, they can directly ask the Inquisition for help. In addition, if they encounter a difficult problem that they cannot handle on an alien planet, they can also seek help from the Inquisition, considering that the technology of the Inquisition might cause some unknown chaos, pollution, or influence on the Star Alliance. Duanmu Huai did not reach an agreement on the technology exchange between the two sides. Of course, he did not mind exchanging some technologies from the Guardian planet, the Orc planet, or the Help planet with the Star Alliance. But the Inquisition technology, it's better not to use it if possible. After all, the Star Alliance has just started to enter the universe. Giving them these things now is like giving primitive people nuclear bombs. They won't even know how they died. Of course, Duanmu Huai also helped Dardanelles negotiate a deal, which was the atmosphere transformation technology mastered by the Dardanelles Chamber of Commerce. For Xinglian, this technology can be described as giving charcoal in the snow. Upon hearing the news, Dardanelle was naturally grateful to Duanmu Huai. In fact, Dardanelle's Chamber of Commerce has basically become a follower of the tribunal. It can be said that wherever Duanmu Huai goes, Dardanelle will follow. At present, the reconstruction of the Guardian civilization, the Orc planet, and the Help planet is also handled by the Dardanelle Chamber of Commerce. But compared with a truly grown interstellar civilization, these are nothing but child's play. This also made Dardanelle determined to hold on to the big tree of the Inquisition tightly. This is my money tree. In comparison, the Star Alliance can't give much in return to the Inquisition. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care much. After all, the Inquisition rarely interferes in human internal affairs. And if heretics and demons are involved, the Inquisition will take action whether you admit it or not. So the Star Alliance's statement is more of a political exchange and communication method. Of course, generally speaking, the negotiations between the two sides were conducted in a friendly and warm atmosphere, and a series of cooperation agreements were reached. At the end, both sides were smiling, and Li Longcheng was also very happy. With such an agreement, he will be more confident when facing the Citadel Council. Chapter 419. Killing the chicken to frighten the monkey. The Star Alliance acted quickly. Before the next day, they sent the captured Batarians back to the fleet. At the same time, they informed the Batarians through them that considering the Batarians' war against humans, the Star Alliance had already retaliated against the Batarians. To put it simply, we have bombed your hometown, and you few people are of no use. In fact, after Duanmu Huai destroyed the Batarians' home planet, the Batarians have been in a state of surprise and confusion. They don't even know what happened, nor do they know why their home planet exploded on the spot. It was not until those Batarians came back and heard the message from the Alliance that the Batarians realized what had happened. Naturally, they were very angry and sent representatives directly to the Citadel Council to appeal for justice. After hearing the Batarians' complaint, the Citadel Council was greatly shocked. They did not expect the Alliance to be so brave. The Batarians attacked one of their colonies, and the Alliance turned around and blew up the Batarians' home planet. You know, although the cosmic races in the cosmic age have no shortage of colonized planets, the mother planet is of extraordinary significance and importance to any cosmic civilization. The Star Alliance's act of destroying the Batarian mother planet directly pushed the relationship between the two sides to the brink of a life and death struggle. Either you die or I die. So the Batarian ambassador also cried out for justice in the Citadel, demanding that the Citadel Council step in and lead all racial forces in the Citadel to destroy the Star Alliance and completely kill these humans. Then, faced with the Batarian ambassador's claim, the Citadel Council, as expected, backed down. Even the Turian fleet that was originally confronting the Alliance at the border returned to defend and surrounded their homeland layer by layer. After all, they also attacked the Alliance's colonies. Maybe after the Alliance dealt with the Batarians, they would be the next. The Batarians were going crazy with anger, but other civilized races were not. After learning the truth, their first reaction was disbelief, and their second reaction was, how did the Star Alliance do it? Destroying a planet sounds incredible to the Citadel Council, but in fact, as long as there is enough technology, it is not difficult in theory. So from a scientific and technological perspective, the Star Alliance has the ability and possibility to destroy the Batarian planet. After all, humans are also a civilization that has set foot in the universe, and every cosmic civilization has some hidden treasures. So this does not surprise the Citadel Council. However, what terrifies them is, how did the Alliance do it? The Batarian home planet is located at the core of the Batarian forces. Generally speaking, if the human fleet launches a large-scale attack, it is bound to arouse the Batarians' vigilance. However, the fact is that the Star Alliance appeared quietly in front of the Batarians' home planet, blew it up directly, and then slipped away quietly. This is terrifying. In other words, it can blow up the Batarians' home planet today, but tomorrow it might appear outside the Turian, Solarian, or Alyssa's home planet. Even the Turian fleet, which had been so aggressive, quietly withdrew its patrol fleet that was lingering on the border of the Star Alliance, and strengthened the defense of its home planet. You have to be afraid. In this case, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. They just burned down your temple. What the hell are you going to do? So in response to the Batarian ambassador's request, the three major races of the Citadel all fell silent and started playing a game of passing the buck. Well, this matter is indeed of great importance and very serious. We need to study it carefully. It is not certain yet whether it was done by humans. It could also be some kind of natural disaster. We must have evidence. We are not responsible for this matter. Please go to the registration office to fill out the form. In response to the Batarian ambassador's request, other races basically made excuses. On the one hand, they were indeed frightened by the ruthlessness of the Star Alliance. And on the other hand, the Batarians had always been unpopular in the Citadel. In fact, the Batarians had been commissioning criminals to sabotage other civilizations for a long time. Even if other civilizations suffered losses, they were still very angry because they could not find any evidence against the Batarians. Hearing that the Batarian home planet was directly bombed by the Alliance, Many civilized races were eager to open champagne to celebrate, with an expression that said, "You bastards. So you deserve this day. How could I possibly help?" Maybe in response to the Batarian ambassador's request, he would shed a few crocodile tears for the other party, and then start a party as soon as the ambassador left. Unable to get assistance from the Citadel Council, the Batarians gave up hope and announced the withdrawal of their embassy in the Citadel. Then they reorganized their army and launched a full-scale attack to wage war against the Alliance. The Star Alliance had already released the news to the public. Although most of the Star Alliance people could not tell the difference between the Batarians and the Turians, they knew that their colonized planets had been attacked several times by these aliens. Now that the Star Alliance had destroyed the other party's home planet in order to avenge themselves, most people naturally cheered loudly. Of course, some people were worried that this would lead to a crazy counterattack from the other party. After all, attacking a colonized planet is one thing, and attacking the other party's home planet is another. Just like if the home planet of the Star Alliance was destroyed by aliens, humans would also take revenge on them with red eyes. Even in society, there are still many people who believe that the Batarians' home planet may have been destroyed by some kind of natural disaster or accident. Their reason is that the Star Alliance does not have the power to destroy a planet instantly. This may be a statement deliberately made by the new Star Alliance regime to consolidate their status and reputation among the people. It must be said that this is quite popular. Li Longcheng was not surprised by this. Although he used thundering tactics to eliminate most of the peace-loving members after taking office, there were still some who slipped through the net. However, he didn't need to care about these idiots at all, because the facts would prove everything next. As the Batarians launched a massive attack, the Alliance was already preparing for war. For the Star Alliance, this battle must be fought, and this battle will also completely determine the status of mankind in the universe's racial civilization. Thus, in October of the year 2151 of the Star Alliance, in the border galaxy Boros, the war between the Star Alliance fleet and the Batarian fleet officially began. This time the Batarian army came with great force. Not only did they dispatch their main fleet, they even incorporated all the warships of the pirates and slave traders they had once funded into it, forming a huge fleet. The Batarian commander who led this fleet even made wild statements, claiming that they would kill their way into the interior of the Alliance and completely destroy the Alliance's home planet, leaving these humans without a burial place. However, compared to the fierce momentum of the Batarian army, the Star Alliance responsible for the battle did not seem to take it seriously. Except for the 7th fleet responsible for defending this galaxy. Only the 1st fleet and the 3rd fleet joined the battle. The total number of the Batarian fleet is about 3,000, while the 3 fleets of the Star Alliance only have 1,000 in total. The other fleets are still stationed in their original star fields, giving people the feeling that they have no intention of fighting the Batarians to the death. In fact, the same question exists within the Star Alliance fleet. Kislev, what are the people above thinking? It will be very difficult to resist the revengeful army of the Batarians, with only these fleets. Staring at the dense dots of light on the screen, the 3rd Fleet Commander Baroque looked solemn. At first, they also thought that the Star Alliance wanted to fight a decisive battle of the century with the Batarians. To be honest, as soldiers, they were not opposed to war. But in the eyes of the Fleet Commander, a decisive battle with the Batarians was simply ridiculous. The other side was eager for revenge and came fiercely, as if they would bite off a piece of your flesh even if they died. Facing such an enemy, even if they lose, they will suffer heavy losses. How will the Star Alliance face other enemies at that time? In fact, there are many such concerns within the Star Alliance army, but it is difficult to disobey military orders. Please don't worry about that. Admiral Baroque and Admiral Sly. Kislev seemed quite calm. In fact, the Star Alliance has already prepared a response plan. I assure you that when the war starts, you only need to aim and fire. Well, I hope it's as easy as you said. Although the other 2 commanders were also full of doubts. Kislev was highly respected in the Star Alliance Navy and had made outstanding military achievements. Since he said so, the others had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, the Batarian fleet rushed towards this side like a group of angry lions. In fact, when the Batarian commander learned that there were only 1,000 warships in front of him, endless anger surged in his heart. These damned humans destroyed our home planet, and still don't take us seriously. In this case, we will completely destroy this fleet, and let them have a taste of how powerful we Batarians are. Following the commander's order, The Batarian fleet moved forward like a pack of wolves. In the front was the fleet of bandits and human traffickers that were bribed by the Batarians. And behind was the Batarian regular army. If it was not on the battlefield in space, but on the ground, then this would be like a medieval army driving mercenaries and slaves as cannon fodder to consume the opponent's manpower, and then attacking to annihilate the enemy. Faced with the fierce attack of the Batarian fleet, the Alliance fleet began to retreat in accordance with Kislev's orders as soon as they encountered the enemy, while launching attacks on the Batarian army to hinder their advance. They quickly retreated. The Batarians did not take the Alliance's unusual behavior seriously. Maybe this is a trap. But so what? Since these humans want to be clever, let them see that in the face of absolute power, any cleverness is useless. Is this really okay? At the same time, Admiral Slay, the commander of the 7th Fleet, was also muttering to himself, staring at the battlefield in front of him and speaking in a low voice. He was sure that Baroque had the same doubts as himself. Generally speaking, this method of luring the enemy deep into the territory is based on the presence of surprise troops. However, at present, each fleet is defending its own area, and only the 1st and 3rd fleets are here, even if this is just a confusing tactic. With the speed of the Star Alliance warships, it is impossible to reach the battlefield in a short time, and if it drags on for too long, it will backfire. After all, they only have 1,000 warships, and there is no way they can stop the other side's 3,000 warships. But the order Kislev gave them was simple. After holding off at the designated location according to the plan, they should lock onto the target and launch an attack. This means that he is very sure that the other side will be in some kind of confusion, which will prevent them from launching a successful attack. So, where exactly does the problem lie? Thinking of this, Admiral Sly looked at the map in front of him again. We are getting closer and closer to the retreat point. Keep going! Keep going! Get rid of these bastards once and for all. At this moment, the Batarian commander's eyes were red, and he waved his arms angrily. The opponent's passive fighting style of swimming without attacking made the Batarian commander extremely angry. He felt like he was tracking the opponent's prey, but this prey was so slippery that he couldn't catch it at all. He didn't care how many slave traders and space pirates died in front of him, as long as he could destroy this human fleet. Completely defeat and destroy it. However, just as the Batarian commander roared loudly, suddenly, a heavy black shadow emerged, blocking the light in the command room. The Batarian commander subconsciously turned his head to look to the side, and then he was surprised to find that next to his flagship, a magnificent and strangely shaped warship had appeared. At this moment, their black gun muzzles were aimed at the Batarian flagship. This is, before the Batarian commander could react to what was happening. A flash of light suddenly burst out from the dark muzzle. The whistling macro cannons and light spears shot out in all directions in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all the Batarian warships around this warship were torn into pieces by the powerful macro cannons and light spears. At the same time, similar warships appeared out of thin air like ghosts, infiltrating into the interior of the 3,000 Batarian warships, and then began to ruthlessly wreak destruction with artillery fire. Report to the Lord. We have successfully arrived at the battle site. Very good. After hearing Mia's report, Duan Muhui nodded. All guns open. Attack freely. Understood. In fact, Duan Muhui adopted the tactic commonly used by the elves, which was to appear quietly with the help of the webway and then kill with one blow. It was just that the Eldar warships were fragile, so they would run away after the fight, and it was even more impossible for them to be surrounded by heavy fleets. However, Duan Muhui's Inquisition fleet was stupid, big, black and rough, and they were not afraid of anyone when the Void Shield was turned on. Not to mention, the fleet here cannot be compared with the fleet of the Inquisition. In this universe, the most powerful warships of each civilization are dreadnoughts, which are at most 1,000 meters long. However, the Emperor-class battleships of the Inquisition fleet under Duan Muhui are 12,000 meters long, and the conventional Moon-class cruisers are also 5,000 meters long. The dreadnoughts that the civilization of this star field is most proud of are not even as long as the Cobra-class destroyers of the Inquisition, which are also 1,500 meters long. The size, tonnage, and firepower are simply not on the same level. It's like a group of elephants rushing into a group of mice. Even if there are as many as 3,000 mice, they are definitely no match for the elephants. In order to maintain secrecy, Duanmu Huai did not bring the giant pink bunny, which was converted from the Ebal Linsher, to the battlefield. Instead, he chose a squadron, including an Emperor-class battleship and 10 Moon-class cruisers. For Duanmu Huai, this was enough to deal with a mere 3,000 Batarian warships. So he withdrew his gaze and gave the order coldly. Keep firing. As the huge cannons on the side of the battleship flashed and exploded, the Batarian warships in all directions, centered on the battleship, were completely blasted through by the LS and light beams fired from the battleship without any resistance. From a distance, with every Ling, the Batarian warships on both sides of the battleship would shatter and explode, and then be transformed into a pile of garbage fragments surging outward due to the impact force. Such scenes occurred in every part of the Batarian fleet, instantly paralyzing the Batarian command system. Soon, the Batarian fleet realized that the situation was not good, and it was at this time that the lack and chaos of the entire command system immediately caused the Batarian fleet to become chaotic. Some warships noticed that they were attacked from behind, so they turned around and rushed to help the rear. The Batarian warships around the Inquisition warships were afraid of the firepower of these terrible warships and tried to flee. Their escape confused the Batarian warships farther away, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Only the cannon fodder fleet composed of slave traders and pirates at the front was not affected and continued to charge forward. Unfortunately, given their numbers, it was obviously impossible for them to cause any damage to the Star Alliance fleet. How is this going? Looking at the scene in front of them, the commanders of the two fleets were confused. They didn't know the situation. They only saw that the Batarian fleet that was originally charging forward suddenly fell into chaos, and the fleet in front directly broke away from the rear, as if they would never look back. What on earth is? But no matter what, this is indeed a good opportunity for the Star Alliance fleet. Although I don't know what Admiral Kislev did, it seems that it is just as he said. The commander's eyes lit up as he looked at the feast in front of him. This kind of battle was not difficult at all. The chaotic fleet in the rear had no way to recover in a short time, and the commandos in the front were just targets after they left the range protection of the rear. That's right. Next we just need to do as Admiral Kislev said. Lock onto the target, and then attack. So, attack. Chapter 420, Peace. When the Alliance launched a full-scale counterattack, the Batarian fleet completely collapsed. To make a metaphor, the fleet of 3,000 Batarian warships was like a giant whale, and the Inquisition fleet led by Duanmu Huai was more like a sharp knife that appeared out of thin air, appearing directly in the middle of the whale and splitting it in two. The Batarian fleet, having lost its center, fell directly into chaos, and the subsequent unparalleled firepower of the Inquisition fleet produced an unimaginable shock to these alien creatures. In this chaos, the Batarian fleet became a mess. Some wanted to continue the attack, some tried to regroup the fleet, and some just wanted to escape. In fact, many Batarian warships did not die under the fire of the Inquisition, but collided with their own warships while avoiding the fire. If you can access the Batarian communication, you can hear the fierce angry shouts, wailing, loud roars and orders, and desperate screams in this originally silent universe. By the time the Alliance fleet entered the battlefield, only a small number of Batarian warships had already begun to retreat. The remaining warships were either destroyed by their own people or completely blown to pieces by Alliance or Inquisition warships. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Looking at the scene in front of him, Admiral Baroque couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that the Batarian fleet would be so weak after its complete collapse. They were almost beaten and could only flee in panic. On the other hand, except for a few damaged warships, no warships were even destroyed on the Star Alliance fleet side. This was enough to explain the problem. But what exactly are those warships? Looking at the Inquisition fleet not far away, Admiral Baroque was confused. During the attack, he also received an order from Admiral Kislev, telling them that those church warships are their allies. This order initially made Admiral Baroque confused, and he didn't know what Kislev was talking about. Then take a look. Yes, it is a church, and it is fully built. What design style is this? Admiral Baroque was sure that he had never heard of such a fleet within the Star Alliance, and that these warships were much larger than the Star Alliance fleet. Drop. Just at this moment, the communication came, and then Kislev's face appeared on the screen again. Ah, Admiral Kislev. Seeing Kislev, Baroque also smiled. This battle was really too easy. This was a good thing for any commander. This is a perfect knockout. I think we should celebrate with some champagne. Ha ha ha. Let's talk about it after we return to the fortress. But now, I want you to regain momentum immediately and continue the pursuit. Chase? Hearing this, Baroque frowned. General Kislev, isn't this a bit too risky? As a soldier, Baroque certainly understood the principle of not pursuing an enemy who is desperate. Moreover, although the main fleet of the Batarians came this time, it was not all of the Batarians' fleet. At least 1/3 of the Batarians' fleet was still in their own star field. In Admiral Baroque's opinion, this victory was already perfect. If they continued to pursue, it would be bad if the enemy was desperate and capsized. Don't worry about that. The Inquisition fleet will act with us. As for why we are doing this, you will know soon. Okay. Although he didn't know why Kislev gave such an order, Admiral Baroque nodded. Soon, with the Inquisition fleet as the center, the 1st and 3rd fleets were on the left and right, and the 7th fleet was in the rear. They held on to the Batarians' fleeing fleet and pursued it forward. For the fleeing Batarians, this scene naturally made them furious. It was bad enough that their main fleet was destroyed, but now this group of humans wanted to kill them all? The Batarian captain, who was a little angry, ordered to turn around and fight back. But as soon as he turned around, he was directly blown up by the concentrated fire of the fleet behind him. So the other warships dared not make a sound and fled forward desperately. Come on, everyone. We'll be fine as long as we escape back to the defense satellite. While desperately speeding up their escape, the leading captain desperately encouraged his subordinates. As a member of the logistics fleet, he did not encounter the battle at the first time. Because of this, he became the highest-ranking commander in the fleeing fleet and had to lead these fleets to avoid human pursuit. Damn it! I never thought things would turn out like this. There were 5,000 warships, but now there are less than 300 left, and almost all of them are fast-moving small destroyers and frigates. Large warships such as battleships and transport ships were either destroyed or captured. Only these small warships actually escaped. But this is also a good thing. Thinking of this, the Batarian commander licked his lips and stared at the map in front of him. The advantage of small warships is that they can enter the atmosphere, and the Batarian military border fortress planet is just ahead. As long as they land on the planet, humans will not be able to capture them. Fortunately, the small warships were relatively fast, while the Star Alliance fleet was a bit slow. When they arrived, most of the Batarian warships had already disappeared on the military satellite not far away. Damn it. I'm still a step too slow. Seeing this, Admiral Baroque pounded the chair in dissatisfaction. Although he did not quite agree with this plan of relentless pursuit, he still felt very unhappy to see the other party escape from his hands. So Admiral Baroque quickly contacted Admiral Kislev and began to complain. What now? Kislev? Haha. Don't worry, Baroque. All we have to do from now on is watch. Just watch. Just when Admiral Baroque was puzzled, suddenly, he saw an Inquisition warship slowly moving forward and arriving in front of the Batarian military fortress planet. Then, a torpedo was silently fired from it and flew towards the Batarian planet. The next moment, the entire planet was suddenly covered by exploding flames and turned into a Death Star in the blink of an eye. Hiss. Seeing this, Baroque's eyes widened and his whole body went cold. He finally understood why Kislev asked him and others to catch up. They are here to watch a show. Previously, the Star Alliance said that they destroyed the Batarians' home planet. Not only did the public have many questions, but many people in the military were also confused about this. After all, they had never heard that the Star Alliance had any special weapons. Who did it? Now, after seeing this scene, Baroque finally understood. It turns out that this fleet did it. I see. At this time, Baroque finally understood that all this had been a play from the very beginning. They were all actors in this play, and their purpose was to stage such a war to prove the power of mankind to all forces. Okay, Admiral Baroque, it's over. At this time, Kislev's voice came. We should go back and open the champagne. Just like that, the fleets of the Alliance and the Inquisition returned triumphantly, and the entire battle process was also released by the Alliance. For a time, the people of the Alliance were cheering, especially when the battleship of the Inquisition destroyed the Batarian military fortress planet with a torpedo, which made many people extremely excited. Obviously, this means that the Star Alliance was not talking nonsense before. They did destroy the Batarian home planet, After this battle, the power of the Batarians completely declined. Afterwards, conflicts and disagreements arose among the Batarians due to the huge losses. Eventually, the originally unified Batarian civilization split into several small groups and no longer had its former power. Of course, this is a later story, so let's not talk about it for now. The battle between the Alliance and the Batarian fleet was naturally seen by the three major races of the Citadel Council. If there was no evidence that humans destroyed the Batarian homeworld before, this time, they saw thoroughly and clearly how the other side destroyed a planet. Now the three major races can no longer sit still. They knew that the victory or defeat of this war would be when those huge warships appeared silently in the Batarian fleet. It was obvious that this terrifying force had a very terrible power, and could easily enter other fleets to launch surprise attacks. Coupled with the fierce artillery fire and the almost impenetrable protective shield, it was impossible to fight. Soon, the Citadel Council sent representatives again. But this time, they came not to mediate, but to seek peace. With such a fleet, all the races of the Citadel combined would probably not be able to defeat it. Not to mention, the enemy can appear quietly in any corner without anyone noticing, which means they can even appear on the home planets of other races at will. What the hell is this? I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. There is no other way. Let's make peace. Of course, at the beginning, the representative of the Citadel was planning to put on airs by relying on their long history as a cosmic race. But for Li Longcheng, when he learned that the entire Milky Way was once the territory of the human empire, he was not so impressed by this kind of rich man pretending to be aristocratic. As for how the two sides negotiated, this is the basic summary. Citadel representative. Our Citadel Council members span the galaxy and have vast resources and financial trade channels. If you don't join us, you will be excluded, completely isolated. Li Longcheng, we have an extermination order. Citadel representative, we, the Citadel race, have tens of thousands of warships. If you really provoke us, even humans will be destroyed. Li Longcheng, we have an extermination order. Citadel representative, what you humans are doing is extremely evil and lawless. Aren't you afraid of being spurned by other races and civilizations in the universe? Li Longcheng, we have an extermination order. Citadel representative, can't you say something else? Li Longcheng, we have an extermination order. Citadel representative, you are not done yet. Are you? Li Longcheng, we have an extermination order. Citadel representative, let's talk about the specific conditions. Li Longcheng, we have an extermination order. Citadel representative. In the end, the Star Alliance reached a series of agreements with the Citadel Council, including that the Star Alliance would join the Citadel as a permanent member of the Council, and would also receive preferential treatment as a power in interstellar trade, as well as a series of agreements on finance, commerce, services, trade and talent exchange, and technology exchange. After lowering its stance, the Citadel gave the Star Alliance enough face, and the Star Alliance did not push the Citadel too hard, and the two sides reached a series of mutually beneficial agreements. Of course, the Star Alliance definitely gained more advantages. After the agreement was signed, the Citadel representative relaxed, but he still remembered his mission. Mr. President, I think you also know that the treaty we signed contains a treaty on military force limitation. Regarding the huge fleet, its tonnage and size have exceeded the requirements of the Citadel. Oh, this matter. Hearing this, Li Longcheng suddenly realized and nodded. No problem. I can contact the representative of the tribunal and have both of you sit down and talk it out. What's the meaning? The Inquisition is an ally of our alliance, but it is an independent force. Seeing the confused look on the Citadel representative's face, Li Longcheng kindly explained it to him. We have signed an offensive and defensive alliance, but the Inquisition's fleet does not belong to us. So, if you want to discuss the issue of military tonnage restrictions, you have to talk to them in person. At this moment, the representative of Citadel wanted to tear up the agreement and throw it in Li Longcheng's face. After all this fuss, are you hacking kidding me? But I can't tear it apart. So angry,